Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Vendetta release weekend. We are live here for our triple box tournament. And to start things off for round number one, we have Night Fighter. Are we feeling ready, Night Fighter, for today's event?
I am extremely ready. I am always down to see some really good Riftbound, and with lots of money on the line, players are going to be bringing their A game today.
That's right. We'll see exactly what's going to be taken because I would imagine decks are starting to get a bit more optimized than we seen last week. As you said, a little bit higher stakes today. 3 Vendetta booster boxes on the line. And we still have, I do want to give a big old shout out to one more time Nerd Rage Gaming, because they're also still rewarding first and second place free entry to their 20K, the official Riftbound series event out in Milwaukee on August 22nd. So a big shout out to them one more time. But for round one, we wanted to make sure we start off with 2 set 4 legends as we did before. We've seen these legends before, but never versing each other, so this should be interesting. You know, I tried really hard to find a Renekton and to find a Shen, because those are the 2 legends we haven't had on stream just yet, but no one brought them to the game today. So no chance of seeing those legends, but we got some good ones. Which ones do we have, Knight?
So we have Ambessa versus the only Zed in the tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see because Zed clearly not super popular. But I still really like the Zed legend. Perhaps that's the Jinx player in me speaking, but I think it's cooking something. So
Right.
I'm really excited to see if he can bring it.
It's going to be fun. I think there's so many ways to build Zed. And Ambessa, she reminds me so much of Aurelia, her ready game style, kind of sending your units and then retreating them back. But let's just go ahead and get things started. Round number one of our triple box release tournament starts now. So let's head over to the feature match and see exactly what these guys are bringing. Because taking a look at these battlefields, this Zed might be slightly different than what we've seen previously. Maybe more of like a miracle, or we could almost say like a pseudo miracle package.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be put things in the trash and then play out Raza. We've seen that quite a bit this set with both Kennen and Zed being very burn heavy, so putting cards in the top of your deck to your trash. And Minefield just accelerates that, so it's a really good battlefield for them when going first.
Right, and I'm trying to think of cards. There is that one card that allows you to pick up, I think it's it has Zed as the artwork as well. It allows you to pick up 2 units from your trash as well. So perhaps a little bit of synergy with that as well. But I think we are seeing glimpses of that notorious miracle package with the good old Seal of Discord, it seems like.
Yep. Seals of Discord really good for making sure that the Raza can come out completely free. And then Noxus Hopeful, every red purple deck loves to see a stacked deck into a Noxus Hopeful turn 1. It's just so beautiful.
Right, it's the best ideal play. And interesting enough, not utilizing the Feyfolk ability. I was about to say, is there something like Ambush, usually how Kha'Zix tends to do, but no, keeping that Feyfolk nice and protected, taking advantage of the Starspring trigger, so still could pay 1 to go ahead and empower the Legion Marauder, and that he will. So empower the Legend, empower the unit, and keeping that unit back in the back line is about as good as you could get for a turn 2 play. So, utilizing the Legend ability nice and early. How do you feel about that, Knight? It's a little bit resource intensive, but you're prioritizing your units, so I could almost respect it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It gets him the point, and then neither of these units can survive the Noxus Hopeful just walking into their face. So it makes sense to try and keep them both safe. If he had moved up the Feyfolk and then played the Marauder back at base, the Feyfolk would be exposed. So it's a little bit expensive to pay a power, but it keeps both units safe, and that Feyfolk is going to be really, really helpful. Just a free charm each turn.
Definitely, and it does make sense because Noxus Hopeful was staring him down, right? 4 might is definitely greater than the 3 you already had, and don't want to waste anything like a Punch First this early on as we're trying to save that rune economy for a little bit towards that mid to late game. But now let's see what they have in mind, because Zed completely exhausted out, so trying to capitalize on that. A nice little pump like a Thorough Roar is a +4 on that Marauder, so you could get over it nice and easy. I'm wondering though, do you want to go ahead and take advantage of the Fey Folk ability now? And what's the best way to do so? It looks like we might be getting our answer rather soon.
Yeah, pull in the Noxus Hopeful. I mean, that is a small Fey Folk, but I'm guessing something big is coming out. The Rengar pouncing.
Oh yeah.
Push that Fey Folk back to base, keep it nice and safe. Meanwhile, the Rengar is going to devour that Noxus Hopeful.
Absolutely, Daddy Kitty online. So coming out, I think Rainguard is a must-have in Embessa. I saw a couple early on Embessa builds that weren't really playing Rainguard, but Rainguard is like a tempo monster, right? You're able to go ahead and conquer when you don't really have any units on the battlefield. Ambush reaction speed, you can't really get too much better as a 5-drop. So Embessa making really good use, especially with that nice game 1 Star Spring as well. I'm loving this synergy. It's very reminiscent of like Kha'Zix's builds, if you ask me.
Yeah, is Kha'Zix got a bit of flexibility on the ability to ready and then move in rather than only being able to pull back. But otherwise, this is looking very similar to a Kha'Zix build right now.
Yeah, usually I would imagine like Faithful comes a little bit more helpful later game, surprising enough, but really able to make use of it nice and early. But now the purple altar cannon, and quick little side note night while these guys get set things up. What'd you end up pulling? Did you open up any Vendetta product? Because I say these are the altar and the over numbers. Any big hits from you?
Not especially. I went to 3 pre-rifts, so I got 18 packs, little under a box, and I got an Altart Cannon, but that is all I pulled.
Oh, wow. Okay. The altar cannon that we're seeing here on the screen, or the other one?
No, the Order Domain Altart Cannon.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a very
so no
pretty
big
card.
hits. So your luck is coming around sooner than later, I would imagine, because I see some crazy hits. I mean, we always see when we're looking online, everyone hitting those signature over numbers. No over numbers for me, or actually, I think I lied. I hit the one, a Renekton connecting art one, so I was pretty hype about that.
Oh, that is a really nice card.
Yeah, and it looks like as we get back into this game, it is another conquer. So Embeza continuing on this game plan of pressuring out Set, saying, you know what, I'm just going to continue conquer after conquer. And a first mate, wow, making really big use of never letting any of your units be vulnerable on this battlefield. As long as you're ahead on points, you can virtually play this game throughout the remaining of this game, right?
Yeah, as long as you're ahead on points, you can just keep going in, pulling in a unit, killing it with the Star Spring, and then moving stuff back with the Ambessa. And it's going to be really hard for this Zed to interact with the board. Even if he picks up something like a Falling Star, that's not going to solve the core problem here of the Star Spring letting this Ambessa get a lot of value.
Right, on that same note as well, Zed getting incredibly low on hand resources as well, having to go ahead and deploy out the Starcross, or else it was just going to be snatched away by the Sabotage. So sending back, it looks like the Shadow Older Disciple is his name? I think it is, to send back the Rainguard. But that doesn't feel the worst for an Embessa build, that you're able to go ahead and bring them out pretty easily. You just can't bring them out the very next turn. So we're looking at a look at the hand, all units remaining, so not a whole lot of gas, despite getting a little more additional card draw off the back of a Kaiser Survivor Accelerated Conqueror. So we'll see. I think Zed is definitely on the back foot here.
It's definitely not looking promising. The Cannon is going to let him get a card from trash, and then also if he plays a card with flow, that will allow him to use his legend effect. So he's going to have at least 2 additional cards in hand this turn. But I just don't see a way for this Zed to deal with the backline problem, where the Ambessa just keeps pulling things to the base, and they're pretty safe from anything the Zed can do to them.
Right, it almost goes back to the good old, the age-old problem, I should say, of going first versus going second. The player going first was the one to conquer first, and if you're able to go ahead and maintain that point tempo, as Embessa has so expertly done this game, it kind of feels like you can't do too much unless, as you mentioned, you have that backline interaction via Falling Star. Starcross as we saw here, but not too useful in this situation. So this is tricky, but let's see. You're able to give a spell in your discard flow, and here we go. Ride the Wind to go ahead and double up on the flow ability. So was the Ride the Wind from the trash? I actually didn't look at the trash just yet.
Yes. Yeah, so the Ride the Wind was one of the very first cards that this Zed burned with the original Minefield Conquer, and that's going to let him go up to 4 points. The Ambessa is still technically ahead on point tempo, but the Zed is very comfortably able to even it out and then pull this cannon back if he needs to. So it's actually looking not too bad for the Zed.
Right, and it looks
Assuming
like
this
he's flowing
Ambessa
the
can't
stack deck as
keep
well,
everything
just to look
safe.
through. So we were kind of saying he was a little bit down in the gutters or down in the dumps in terms of hand size, but kind of catching up rather effectively on this turn. Stack deck looking at the top 3, getting the best one from that. So you can't really complain about that. But now let's think about a little further, because right now we passed the midway point of this opening game. What can be the difference maker for Zed? How are you possibly going to hold back Ambessa? Because at one point, you can't keep playing this game, and maybe we get our answer here, don't we? The Falling Star getting deployed out from Zed.
Yeah, I imagine the Faith Folk and perhaps the Noxian Emissary. It's only 2 might currently, but it's not empowered, so he's able to snipe it before it gets its Death Knell effect of spawning 2 tokens in base. And then he can pull back the cannon. This is why I really like this purple cannon. It's very similar to Fizz in that you can play spells from your trash, and it's even the same cost as a Fizz. But your ability to just play more than 1 card with a single unit, rather than the Fizz that's only 1 card, feels really good as potential splash for these purple decks that don't really want to run Spell Slingers, and they want units that are a little bit more viable in combat.
Yeah, definitely. The purple cannon seems to be, I mean, honestly, they both have their merits, right? The yellow one having stun, getting +2 is super strong, but I do agree with you. I think this purple one is just a little bit stronger and able to almost fit in a lot of chaos packages. I even seen some Morelias running around with it just to kind of get flow on your Defiant Dances, on your Disciplines to draw additional cards, things like that. Of course, Ride the Wind from flow is a crazy tempo play as well. So I'm a big fan of this cannon as well. And real quick to close out that Zed turn, ending in turn with the big boy Rasa. So now it looks like the board presence is favoring Zed. But let's see, we know Rainguard is currently in hand. So as long as you leave 5 open energy, you always have to keep that as a threat in mind. So I would imagine this might be the end of Ambessa's turn. I mean, you want to keep on that even point tempo, right? So you do want to conquer, but then you might be at risk of just completely losing all your units. This is risky.
So I was actually just looking through the trash of the Zed, and I realized the other really good thing about the cannon is it doesn't have a cost restriction that Fizz does, meaning that Falling Star can come out again if this cannon is able to conquer, and that will wipe out most of what this Ambessa has left on the board, which could be really bad if this Zed has some way over the top of that Rengar, but the Rengar's not even being threatened anymore.
Yeah, only 4 energy able to make use of. But to correct us a little bit, I believe it's flow, right? So once you utilize a spell from flow, you banish it, right? So you're not able to go ahead and Ride the Wind again, right? Because then that would be a little bit crazy if you could.
Yeah, you won't be able to Ride the Wind again, but you can Falling Star, which I might have misspoken. But Falling Star is what I was thinking of.
Okay, yeah, that's a big play there. Falling Star on the first mate, Falling Star on the Legion Marauder in the back line, leaving only the Noxian unit left. And I think that might be the final swing to kind of turn the tides in favor of Zed in this game. Number 1, can he do so? He still has the Survivor in hand. And I believe the one Shadow Disciple left, or what, did that get pitched? I think that got pitched from the Legend ability.
Yeah. He's got 2 in trash, so I'm assuming one of them was discarded from the Legend ability.
It seems to be the case. Let's see what he decides to do here. Last right to kind of piggyback and get another unit from that discard. If you conquer, which seems very likely, 4 energy remaining. What's the best that Mbessa could have? The Gathor War, a +4 on the Noxian unit, could be pretty impactful. That will be enough to get you over, or not over actually. You're still a little bit short from the Rasa getting up to 8 might here.
Yeah, I mean, we are forgetting the bread and butter of any order, or not order, body domain,
Absolutely, I
punch
know where you're
first.
going.
And that would be a pretty sizable increase in might for either of these battlefields. He's got the 4 body runes to play double punch first. Death
Oh.
grip.
Interesting. We don't see that every day. So Death Gripping adding some additional might over the battlefield that needs a little bit more defensive prowess. On top of that, getting a +1 draw. And you're getting the Empowered Death Note, getting the 2 recruit tokens in the back line. Not too bad, but that is a Zed Conquer going up to 5. And you still have 8 collective might in the back line. This is still going to be able to get over this first mate unless 5 plus the 5 from a punch first might be exactly what he needs. With these 3 energy remaining, where there's 1 unknown card, I'm trying to think. Maybe we could look through the trash and see if there's any spells to kind of bring that down. As you said, maybe a Falling Star, but that's a big investment for just a single unit. A Cleave actually does it.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 1 energy up now after playing out the Shadow Order Disciple, so I am assuming there's going to be a cleave in hand to try and get over this first mate.
I would imagine as well, but no, says passing priority, and Mbessa didn't have any defensive pumps, no roars, no punch furs. Oh my goodness, Zed might have been clutching this out at the very ending moments of this game, 6-6, but now just a whole lot of smaller units on top of getting the flow death mark. A little bit expensive, but it's pretty much the end game, so might as well get an additional shadow clone in the back. But you can't really make use of this shadow clone. It's more so when you pass your turn, it's a higher likelihood of you actually closing out this game, right?
Yeah, he's gonna hold it in the back line because it is Assault 4, and he's gonna hold it so he can try and take back one of these battlefields. It would not be hard for the Legion Marauder to get over the Noxus Hopeful with any sort of buff, or even if he just throws Legion Marauder plus both recruits at the minefield. But then the Shadow Clone in the back lets him threaten the recapture for 8 points if this Mbessa doesn't have a good way to reinforce the minefield.
Definitely we'll see indeed, but keep in mind we do know one card and we might be seeing it here, the Rain Guard coming down one more time, so that is a guaranteed easy conquer going up to 7. Now here's the tricky part, do you have any pumps? Does a punch first even get there? Let's do the math. You have 3, 4, 5 plus a 5 is equalizing things up to 10. So 10 to 10, you won't straight up. I mean, you technically don't lose. Oh, he's going for the whole game plan. Who needs to double conquer when you only have a shadow clone in the back line to worry about? There's no ganking potential currently for Zed.
Well,
all right, the win could do okay, but I like this play as they're only out to win this game.
there is a Star Spring, so that Raza can come back to base depending on what this Zed has in hand specifically.
Yeah, is it enough though? Because you're going to be swinging in with 8 total might alone from Raza, the 4 additional might from the Shadow Clone, so that's up to 12. You currently still have a little bit. Actually, you're sitting there at 11 on the minefield, right?
Yeah, so he is slightly ahead, but that is assuming neither player has any sort of pump spell in their hand. A Starcross, though, to get rid of the Rengar is going to be a huge blow to the Minefield's might.
Ooh, I was wondering if Mbessa was running a riposte. You have to have a unit
Nice.
on the battlefield, but the best moment to go ahead and deploy it out to counter the Starcross, and now with just a single energy and the Kaiser Survivor left in hand, I still think it comes down to whether the 2 cards in Mbessa is a punch first or not, right? Because it's 12 to 11 currently.
Yeah, it's just a punch first versus the Zed's board. If he has a punch first, then he can definitely hold this. Deathmark, I don't think that Shadow Clone comes in ready, so he is saying he has no pump spell in hand.
Yeah, said no form of interaction. Now the question gets thrown over to the other side of the board. Does Mbessa have something to maintain this hold on the minefield and get this game number one? You could draw your cards, but you're completely tapped out of runes, so you can't really go ahead and do anything. I'm so curious because keep in mind, Knight, he didn't defend the previous turn, which was pretty well telegraphed that he didn't have any interaction unless he was specifically holding on till this very moment. Interesting enough, goes with a single unit just to kind of dwindle down that battlefield, just in case you are running into a punch first, but I don't think it makes too much of a difference here.
It actually
Oh
does, because
yeah,
he
the
can re-equip the
cascade,
last
right?
rights. Yeah. And so he can get another 2 on this Shadow Clone, putting it up to 6. I mean, it still loses to the inevitable punch first play if that is in hand. But otherwise, I'm assuming there's some other pump spell for 1 energy in the 2 domains of Mbessa. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure it exists.
And
But that
just
is
like that,
game.
no punch first to be found. Had the repulse, but didn't have the pumps. And just like that, Zed taking game number one. An awesome way to kick things off because Mbessa maintained that point tempo through the entirety of that game one. And it just came down to the last 2 turns where Zed kind of completely turned it around for himself. When he brought out the Raza, when he got out the Shadow Clone, and then when that double conquer, because they were both virtually double conquering every turn, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, after the Kennen did the Ride the Wind to go up to 4, both players double conquered every turn.
Wow. Yeah, very impressive stuff to keep up with Mbessa that did so well, making sure like on the play it's really tough to beat, similar to how Aurelia, once she gets a little bit ahead, it's almost impossible to beat her, but finding the lines. And I think what kind of came down to, as we said, was no combat interaction on those showdowns. Even if they had it a turn before, like we said, some Mbessas are running the Gathora Roar. Most Mbessas are running things like Punch First, but not too many ways of drawing I saw from Mbessa, right? Zed has a natural built-in draw with the legend ability, but Mbessa has to rely on things like Kinku Initiate if people run it, maybe Shadow's Call if they want to sacrifice the Noxian unit to get those recruit tokens, but we didn't see none of that in game one.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to draw like Hidden Blade or Nidalee, but it was not seen in that game.
Yeah, we'll see if we see something like that in game 2 here of this opening game, round number 1. Now, Zed made use of Up from the Deep. There's been a lot of chatter of Up from the Deep. What are your thoughts on this card?
Well, as a Jinx player, I know the value of putting down 2 units on your first turn, so I can definitely see why it's good. It also has flow, which is nice. I find it strange that the 2 tokens are a single might, because that is really weak for a unit, but all you need them for is to score and get a point. You don't really care if they survive, so I can definitely see the value of it going second.
I agree. I'm a fan of the card. Just like you said, it's a 1 might unit. They're virtually recruits, right? Just another little artwork on it. But more importantly, it's to go ahead and apply pressure on your opponent, as we're seeing the double conqueror onto what we like to call sacrificial units. You don't really care if they kind of go down or anything. You're more prioritizing just scoring and keeping those even points. And oh my goodness, he didn't have any other units, so goes ahead and flows it, getting 2 additional tentacles, saying, "Faithful, okay, bring in bring in one of these tentacle units. I don't really mind too much next turn."
Yeah, it also lets him empower the Zed legend, and I'm assuming he has a card he wants to get rid of. Yeah, Traveling Merchant, to just draw another card.
Oh, interesting. For some reason, I almost thought it said when you banish a card. Oh, when you banish a card. I was thinking, which one's the one when you play something? That's Kennen. That's Kennen, right? When you play something that's not from your hand, empower me, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Kennen is played from anywhere but your hand, and then can give the assault too.
Yeah, still relatively early as of course Vendetta officially released as of yesterday the 31st. So still I feel like getting used to a lot of these cards, but oh, the Ruin Runner making his appearance in this Vendetta tournament. I don't know how I feel about it in Vendetta in Abessa, but can you truly ever go wrong with the Ruin Runner?
Not really. I mean, the fact that you can just cancel any interaction your opponent might have with your units is really nice. Stops a falling star in this case, but it is a little bit expensive for what it's doing in a specifically Z matchup. I guess Starcrossed is also able to be blocked, but the Ambessa is still on 0 points. The Z is on 4 points and is building a massive backline. The Ambessa needs like a ruination right now.
Yeah, you bring up an excellent point. You know, the lack of urgency from Mbessa is rather concerning. I mean, I get it. You don't want to go ahead and sacrifice your Fey Folk. You probably didn't have too many units in hand, but I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we don't know his hand, of course, but smaller units, you want to get out multiple units here was probably a little bit better play, and then bring out the Room Runner a bit later on, because now just 1 point on the table. As you mentioned, 4 points up. This is why Zed pulled everything back. He is in the driver's seat and has a good far lead ahead of Mbessa so far. So things are looking too hot, but plenty of cards to work with. So as long as you could kind of defend, so you have to pivot your strategy here. You've gone from like the attacking point tempo oriented build to having to go ahead and pivot to the more defensive. Can he do that is the question. With the Room Runner, you have a good chance, I would imagine.
I could definitely see it. I was trying to figure out what the Ambessa can do here. The Risen Altar lowering the power cost of units just in general, not strictly on like the first Empower unit per turn, could mean the Ambessa puts down quite a bit of might with the Empower. I mean, even the Ambessa Champion unit here, that is a 7 might unable to be hit in combat, or hit unless in combat, Ambessa, so that is pretty beefy, but he's pulling it back. I guess he's just going to sacrifice the Fey Folk this turn.
Yeah, I think it's about time. You want to give him, unless you want to invest any resources defending it, but I'd rather go ahead and defend the Zone Warns in this position. And I don't mind this play. I think protecting your chosen champion is a big priority because essentially you had enough units from Zed just strictly in the base currently to take over, right? So the 4-2 up to 6 plus the 4 up to 10. But is that a worthwhile trade? We're talking about like a 2 for 5 or even a little bit more than that. I almost feel like it's worth it. So I don't know. I could have almost seen it as leaving it because you're in a position where you're having to defend here. If not, Zed is just inching closer and closer to a 2-0 win.
Yeah, I was thinking with 2 energy up though, that can be a Guttural Roar +4, which would then let the Ambessa survive on that battlefield, assuming the Zed does not have specifically the Cleaves in hand. So I guess that's a marker for the Zed that there isn't a Guttural Roar in hand or a Punch First. Otherwise, he could definitely have left both battlefields defended and said, you pick a battlefield and I'll buff it up.
That's what I was thinking as well. I think you do have to play somewhat more defensively, but we can see it's not over by any means, right? You still have at least 2 more turns if Zed's going to continue on this double conquer game plan, pushing the Traveling Merchant, discarding card just to kind of see, are you going to go ahead and invest anything to defend the Risen Altar, or is this one just easy picking? And it looks to be the answer, easy enough there. But side note, because I got a little sidetrack here, chat, if you guys are curious who's playing in today's event, we have 76 total competitive players playing in our triple box event. Exclamation point bracket if you want to see exactly who those players are. Many champions in the tournament today. So we have like New Rov, Bradikin, which actually did top 8 out in Hartford. What other players did you see if you look through the bracket, or if you're familiar with any night?
I'm really not familiar with the names, unfortunately.
Fair enough. But multiple top 8 competitors in our event and regional events, so I'm excited for this one.
I did see somebody ask about the deck lists. I'm assuming the deck lists are going to be available after the tournament.
100%. So just like we always done, deck lists are available after the tournament, and as well when we do these single YouTube uploads. Shout out to you guys that are watching on YouTube. We'll have those deck lists in the pinned comment and in the video description. But let's head back to this game, going 6 for 5, saying do your worst. You're gonna have to spend a card from hand if you want to go ahead and defend this. If not, I am threatening winning the game on the very next turn. And here was the evasive punch first that was eluding, or I should say the elusive punch first that he didn't find in that game one.
Yeah, that is going to take out those tentacles and a Noxus Hopeful, I'm assuming, because you're going to need +4 from the Zed, so you're going to need more than a cleave if you want to match, let alone beat this Rune Runner.
I'm wondering what's left in hand. A double cleave kind of matches it, but let's do the math here. You're going up to 10. You're swinging in with 6. A cleave alone just doesn't do it.
And even if he does double cleave, it can be a bit of a problem, but that actually is the +4 he needs if he moves in the Shadow Clone.
Oh, you're totally right. An additional 4 might, and that's exactly what he has in mind, saying, I am taking down this Zone Warren. So he had up to 6, but this is still a 1 for 4. Like we said, it almost feels like a worthwhile trade, because what used to be a massive board state from our Zed player has become just a 3-unit board state, and Besset cleans one up, and just 2 little tentacle units in the back line. It doesn't seem too formidable anymore. After this showdown, of course.
Too bad. There is the problem that the Ambessa is very low on runes now. She'll be going up to 6 on her turn, but if the Zed puts down even just his champion unit here, the Ambessa's gonna struggle to clear 4 units, and it gives Zed the possibility to double score again on the following turn. And potentially win the game, because he can move a tentacle up after the Zon Warren trades to get to the 6 point, and if he has a unit at base, he can threaten game on the next turn while the Ambessa is still at 2 points.
I like that. Making use of the 5 remaining energy, just drop down your chosen Zed champion, as well as get an additional discard plus draw, just to have some extra cards to make sure you could probably close out this game. If you weren't playing the defensive game last turn, you are forced to play the defensive game plan going forward, because as you just said, Zed can win the game on the very next swing. Will he do so is the question, because 3 cards remaining. The champ could come down. I think if the champ comes down, the chances get a little bit higher, but it all depends what's left, because right now, Ambessa isn't accelerator, or rather, she's not empowered. So you're going to have to empower her and then ready to the other battlefield, unless you want to go ahead and throw everything on one battlefield. But because you're so behind, Zed can just do the same on the other battlefield as well. So very, very tricky position Ambessa is finding herself in.
Okay, but I can think of an out, and it comes in the form of everybody's second favorite body domain card, Challenge. Now, I don't know if this Ambessa's running any. We saw double Rampage in the first game in the trash, and we see a Public Execution in this game's trash. So she has at least 3 kill target unit spells, and this Ambessa at 7 might, and that is higher than the Zed. If she's not in combat, then Rampage or Challenge can't even hurt her. So she just becomes deal 7 damage to an enemy unit, which is really nice. And if she clears this Zed in the backline, that tentacle is not going to be enough to clear the Ambessa. And I don't know that the Zed has enough fast moving. There's the Rampage.
Here it is, as you brought it to our attention. Rampage coming down, taking care of the Zed in the back. So no problem any longer. Just having to work with 2 little tentacles. So at the best, you're able to defend at least one of these battlefields. I'm wondering though, do you have anything to go ahead and push forward at this position with 3 energy left? I don't think you can empower something. Technically you can, right? Legion Marauder comes in for 2, empowers for 1. You could ready it, push into Zone Warrens. Is that a worthwhile investment is the question.
He definitely can, and Oh, okay, yeah. So that is in power for the cost of one power. This is something that the Legion Marauder is really nice because of his flexibility. He's able to empower for one energy or one power. So in this case, one power to ready, one power to use the Ambessa legend ability to ready it. It costs him two power, but he's holding up the one rune that can be a repulse, that can be a punch first. There's a good number of ways to now defend these battlefields against the single tentacle and whatever the Zed has in hand.
Right, you got to do what you have to do, right? And very smart play there, saying, because I was thinking energy, because normally don't ever want to use power to be a little bit more conservative on our runes. But in this situation, when you're pretty much dealing with the potential last turn from your opponent, as I think this out though, I say potential last turn for your opponent because Mbessa is just going up to 6 point next turn. This could just strictly be a development turn from Zed, and then the following turn go for the final closing. Or is that allowing too much breathing room, you think, for Mbessa?
I think that gives the Ambessa too much breathing room. It might be what the Zed has to do if he doesn't have the cards in hand to double conquer here, which would be pretty hard. If he had Shadow Clone, Ride the Wind 2x or something, he could try and do it, but it would be hard, and he may just be forced to develop here.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're almost forced to, unless you have some kind of accelerated pressure, but it's a tad bit too risky. You might be falling straight into that punch first, as we saw before, but I don't know what it is. I feel like this might be a little bit of a bluff, but it's a heck of a bluff because I don't know. Sometimes when you're ahead, you want to go ahead and minimize your risk. This is a very risky play to do so, if you ask me. So we'll see what Zed decides to do because, towards this end game here, just like we saw in game number 1, the tables are being turned, and this time in the favor for Mbessa as we see a Pharaoh's Forerunner hit the board, and this is a development turn if I ever seen one. Massive board presence gets established out for Zed. That is how you do it. Let's see if Mbessa can hang on in there because you're still forced to defend both of these battlefields next turn.
And to clarify for the chat, she did trigger the Zon Warrens. She put a second Rampage in the trash. She would have really liked that second Rampage right now.
Oh, on top of it, you don't have a Rampage, but you have the signature spell Public Execution coming down. So taking care of one threat being the Rasa, you still have 2 more threats to worry about. Technically still under your Mbessa, so you're not feeling too threatened from a double conquer per se. But still, very, very tricky position and leaves everything at the ready. I like this. You're saying, I have 2 Guttural Roars to go ahead and invest on both my empowered units. Do your worst, do your damage. To start things off, though, a nice little stack deck from Zed.
Yeah, double Guttural Roar will be really hard for this Zed to get over. The Nox Hopeful plus a Tentacle is 5, which is bigger than the Legion Marauder, but smaller than a Guttural Roar with the Legion Marauder. And the Pharaoh's Forerunner is not bigger than this Ambessa just baseline, so he needs some sort of assistance if he's going to trade or kill this Ambessa on the Risen Altar.
Definitely,
it's not a bad hold.
Assistance previously, but this is a step in the right direction if I've ever seen it. Fizz, let's go ahead and see what is in the trash to make use of this turn. What can be the final closing turn. I want to click the trash, but I'll just go ahead and see exactly what they bring out. If they don't click it soon, I'll go ahead and look through what they're... Actually, let's just go ahead and click the trash and see what they have.
They have a Gust, which could push the Legion Marauder back into the Ambessa's hand, but I don't strictly like that. There's Stack Deck, there's Ride the Wind, but I'm not sure what he would be riding the Wind for here. Yeah. So it's a rough choice, which I think is why it's taking the Zed so long. It's just not quite what he needs.
Right, Falling Star is technically unplayable. Yes, you take down the Marauder, but that was the easy battlefield to conquer, right? The bigger problem is the Risen Altar, so trying to think deeply, saying, what can I do? And does decide on that Falling Star just to deal with the one unit, just to send in Actually, you only have 2 units to work with, so this is an interesting line. And oh my goodness, the perfect counter is not only Mbessa that can't take any damage, it's all your units now from that unyielding spirit.
Wow, yeah, and that's then this Fizz has basically done nothing because the Ride the Wind is the only option to get this Fizz moving. And that's another 2 energy, which would signify this Zed does not have a lot of interaction. He's gonna have to clear this Legion Marauder, and unfortunately that might mean that the Zed just has to run everything into this Zon Warrens and hope he can hold, but that's a very risky play if this Ambessa has a way to ready her Ambessa with the champion or the legend ability. Then the Ambessa pulls back and she's targeting the Zon Warrens, but going in for the trade on the Ambessa.
Yeah, Sane, do you have anything to go ahead and defend your champ? Because if you don't, that's going to be an easy conquer. At the minimum, one of these battlefields going up to 7, and all I have to do is hold. But keep in mind, as you just said, Mbessa has the potential, similar to how Aurelia, you could play a unit and accelerate it as soon as it comes down. But once to keep it protected, Nidalee coming down, swaying the tide, saying you should have invested a little bit more. But I know it wasn't smart to do so, but catching you off guard. Yes, you still taking Bessa, but now I get a draw and I maintain control of this battlefield. Really smart play, and I don't think anyone saw Nidalee come in.
Yeah, someone in chat pointed out it could be the Zed holding a hard bargain in hand in an attempt to stop the punch first, which would make sense. And then Nidalee is not gonna be able to be bargained. So the Zed's gonna have to clear the Zon Warrens with the hopeful and pray that the Ambessa doesn't have a empower unit that can get over it.
You know, that is the tricky part, right? Because Noxus Hopeful comes in for 4, or, is defending for 4 might. Anything that you can empower for 4 energy or make that 5 energy isn't going to be a unit over 4. So let's say if it's at the best case scenario, a Legion Marauder, the Noxian yellow unit, you're still going to have to invest an additional pump. At best case scenario, you have something like a punch first number 2 in this game. If you do, you might be able to bring us to that nice game number 3. If you don't, this might be just a Noxus Hopeful hold. And wait a minute, Ride the Wind or Rasa to Nidalee could be the way of closing this game.
Wow.
Unbelievable night. I thought Mbessa had one more turn here.
No, the Zed's just saying you don't get that breathing room. I was thinking a Rengar drop on the Zon Warrens next turn, but doesn't even need to risk it. That's very impressive.
Very impressive, but it came down to the heart of the cards right there, chat. If you guys didn't notice, he went down to 0 cards in hand. As we speak, let's head back to the casting booth in the meantime. And unreal ending sequence events, because as I was getting to chat, he had no cards in hand. The top deck was Fizz to get the Ride the Wind. So if the things the stars align there for Zed 100%, because as we saw, he had no cards before that Zon Warrens trigger.
Yeah, he had the Fizz and then also the Raza in hand. Without both of those specifically, he didn't have a way to conquer that Risen Altar on that turn.
For sure. And guys, it looks like a nice little 2-0 for Zed to start things off. I believe Zed won our round 1 last tournament we did as well against Jace, if memory serves me right. So Zed doing some good stuff in our events. I think Mbessa was very well piloted as well. Just didn't find the potential lines towards the end. As we kind of come back to, it was a bit of that lack of urgency early on, but do you think there was any better play? Because perhaps, as we kind of talked about before, just tapping out, paying 6 energy for a single Rune Runner was a little bit too premature. What do you think, Knight?
It definitely feels a bit premature. I almost feel like she should have sideboarded out the Rune Runner. I feel like the Rune Runner is there for the Mind Domain, really big, like, Kaisa decks that are hell-bent on targeting your units to kill them, or like an Ezreal. I just don't think Rune Runner got value in that game versus Zed. And
Yeah,
it
it
would have been
almost like
nicer to
he
have
saw
something
the
else.
Falling Star and is like, oh, I have to get Room Runner in. But I agree with you. I feel like that's more for the control-y style decks, not these Miracle Package or mid-range decks, we should call them. And it looks like I'm trying to find another game as we still have about 20 minutes left in this round night. I'll go ahead and give you the code, but let me spectate first. And we have some game here. We definitely have some game here. Let me go ahead and put it in the caster chat. So, chat, go ahead and let's join these players. I will change the legends as we speak, but it looks like for the second backup feature match, we have an Akali versus a Mel, and this somehow seems like a battle we're going to be able to see quite often in Vendetta, right?
Yeah, Akali is definitely, I think, the most popular new legend to come out. Kennen seems to be really popular for the domain, but Akali is obviously the Ari alternative now that she's been rotated out. Akali's the new Go for metal, so very, very popular there. And she's not bad. She's very similar to Irelia in how she's able to play, and she gets a lot of value from the Stellacorn. But from what I have been told, she's a little bit, I guess, almost too aggressive. She doesn't have a lot of ways to defend in the same way that a Irelia does because she doesn't have access to the Defiant Dance.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Because I was testing Akali pretty diligently. I was giving her a lot of games in. I have at least 20, 30 games in just this week on Akali. And what I kind of came to conclusion, it's a good deck, of course. The green Akali makes has a bit of the heavy lifting in that deck. And the Stellacorn, when she gets running, it's almost like an auto win, right? But the only thing I felt, that she felt so similar to Aurelia, but Aurelia just did things that much better. And it almost felt like in that matchup, Aurelia always had the upper hand. So to me, Akali's strong, but it almost feels like they're doing the same things, right? I mean, I could see it with the Jhin. The Jhin kind of changes things up. The little Massive Foresight a little different as well, but we'll see. I don't think we've seen the most optimized Akali builds just yet, so things could change, of course.
Ouch, yes. The Akali can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities unless in combat, but the Mel just star-crossing it as soon as it comes in. That's a huge investment lost for this Akali.
Yeah, deal with it. Wait a minute. By spell, wait, I thought it couldn't be targeted unless it is in combat. How did he bring it back to hand?
The Akali walked in to take the
Oh, of
abandoned
course.
hall.
I got you. I'm over here changing the names for the stream, so I wasn't looking too attentively to
Yeah.
the stream. But as I conclude writing the names, there we go. Mavi versus Pico Poo. Pico Pow? Pico. We'll call him Pico. Mel doing similar things to now we see Diana. So it almost feels like this is the age-old battle of like Aurelia versus Diana in Unleashed meta. Maybe, yeah, I think it was Unleashed meta. This is like that kind of matchup now in set 4.
Yeah, two new legends, both going for kind of a replacement of the old. I don't know that I like either legend more than the old versions, though. I know Mel, people have been a bit hard on her from her legend ability not being the best, but her champion unit being really strong and her signature being extremely strong. I do like the Spellslinger version of Mel that we're seeing, though, with the applied researchers, letting her reduce the cost for spells without needing to be in combat or at a battlefield. It gives this Mel so much value, especially with the reduced power cost for all of these Starcross and things that she wants to be playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite impactful, especially it's a bit expensive as we talked about before, but once you have it gone, once you have it online, it gets a tremendous amount of value. And as we're seeing it here, so having Akali, having to go ahead and replay the Akali silent here, I mean, not too much of a big play, but you aren't too far behind. But this does allow Mel to just go ahead and double conquer without very much investment. 2 technical units going up to 6. And as we know, that is the final score you need. But No says, I want some more card draws. All these, I don't even know. I wish there was a little number in the hand size, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cards in hand. That's not enough for me, Knight. I want more from this Sway push.
I mean, it makes sense. You can get rid of the dredge up. If you need the card draw, the dredge up is still in the trash to be played again. And this way, on Abandoned Hall with 12 cards in hand, that's not gonna be easy to clear, even if it wasn't for the Applied Researcher letting him play spells for even cheaper. And the Tentacle going up to the Seat of Power, this is why people are really liking the Up from the Deep. You just throw in a little one might fodder unit and say, go ahead, take the Seat of Power. It's not important to me, but I'm just going to take my point anyway.
Yeah, which is why I was almost inclined to just throw in both little fodder units to these battlefields, but saying, let's get a Hui in there, get the additional value of the draw, because I have a feeling we might be seeing something like a Ride the Wind play coming here soon, as well as getting a big use case from that Abandoned Hall battlefield. Sets up even more of a defensive presence on that same battlefield to pretty much double dip, being the Abandoned Hall and the Raven Blue Student getting an additional +1 might per every single spell you use. And to add a little bit more board presence, is going to be up on the deep from, is it flow? Yeah, it is the flow up from the deep.
Yep.
So adding a little bit more. I'm wondering, is he trying to just hold? Because I feel like once you're at 6, just set everything in the back line, no?
That would be my assumption, but I have to assume he has something like another Starcross in hand. If he has another Starcross in hand, it's not that hard to hold the Abandoned Hall, and then you can very easily retake the Seat of Power. And if that's the case, I don't see much of an out for the Akali. I could see if the Akali has Twilight Shroud, the new green calm domain 1 energy spell that says target unit just can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities this turn. That plus something like a pendulum blade would let the Akali walk over the Abandoned Hall pretty comfortably. But beyond that, it's going to be really hard for this Akali to take the battlefield.
Let's see exactly what they have in mind. Trying to get some more advantage off that battlefield we just mentioned before. On guard, since your unit is alone, getting a +3. So swinging in for 5 currently. So at the moment, you're able to take care of 2 units on that battlefield. But every energy he uses, he's going to have less energy to go ahead and invest on anything for this back line. So can you at least get the most bang for your buck on this final little Lonely Poro push? At the worst, you will get a draw after everything's all said and done. But actually, I said 5, but the Stupefy did get applied. So it was at 4, now down to 3. So you're only taking down a Tentacle. This is pretty much like worst case scenario.
Was that double stupefy? Yeah, double stupefy on the Poro. Yeah, he's just taking down the Tentacle. As for what 2-drops this smell deck is running, obviously we see the Ravenbloom Student. Otherwise, the deck list will be available after the tournament if you are curious.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it seems to be like Up from the Deep is kind of that early game they played, the Ravenbloom Student. There has to be another one, but I can't remember if there's any newer 2-drops getting played from Vendetta strictly. But trying to get at minimum the most you can from this Lonely Poro. But the rebuttal, we were just talking about the signature spell saying your discipline, nah, my discipline. Does he go ahead and spend the extra power to do so?
Yeah, he did spend the extra power, so he is able to take the discipline. He's putting it on the Hui. I might have liked to see it on the Tentacle on the Seat of Power, just to ensure that that Lonely Poro isn't going to be able to walk up and take it on his own. And looking at the Mel Trash, there is a Tide Turner in there, so I would expect that to be the other 2-drop.
Yeah, we might see that. And I almost thought the rewind was to do exactly as you said, apply it on the Tentacle. That way this Lonely Poro isn't taking down anything but bolstering the might of this way, saying, okay, I'll give you the Tentacle. I wasn't believing in it sticking around either way, but Hui, I am guaranteeing that bad boy is going to be staying here for the long haul. And that I believe he is. I mean, Akali has a very quick way of getting that might total, especially on Akali Silent, rather quick. But I don't think it's going to be enough to take down this Hui on the Abandoned Hall, reinforced from the Applied Researcher, which is why I believe the rebuttal was even cheaper than we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Although, actually, she did pay the full amount for the rebuttal, so she seemed to have forgotten the applied researcher there.
Let me see it's minimum of one. So I think Roberto was just one energy.
It should
No,
have been
it was
one
one energy,
energy
one
and one
power. I think that was
power,
right.
but they paid one energy, one power, and then also recycled the chaos
Oh,
afterwards.
okay. So yeah, just forgetting your own applied research there. But oh, looking to maybe
Oh
defend the
no,
10.
no! The star-crossed. All right, not so fast. That works over the Twilight Shroud. That was what I was scared of. That's the same play that happened last time. The Akali walks in, immediately gets hit by the star-crossed. Has an answer this time, though.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you have the simple defy, but haven't invested not so fast? 2 energy, 1 power, so a little bit less efficient. But either way, you do get the conqueror. But that really wasn't the biggest of impacts, right? Yes, you take the seed of power, but now you're forced to defend. Where the Kali isn't a defending deck, you know, sometimes they run cleave. We saw discipline and on guard already get invested on this turn. How much more can they do with just 2 energy at the ready and a multitude of cards remaining in Mel's hand? Mel putting on a nice little masterclass for why Mel is a legend to be messed with this next set, because you know even the greats, and I'm specifically talking about Alan ZQ, have fine. I don't want to say finalized their regional deck list, but they've pretty much leaned towards and are gravitating towards Mel as bringing them to these regionals coming up soon. Did you see that?
I had not, but that is really fun to hear after she got kind of clowned on so much in the early days of Vendetta's kind of pre-release for being just not quite good enough with the Empower. To see her now shining is really nice. I was thinking Shuriken Flip would let the Akali move to the other battlefield, but at best he can trade in with that Hui, and that's not really what you're looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about it. I mean, at the best, a cleave on guard brings you up to +4, +3. Technically, it would be 11 plus the 3. No, you're still a little bit short from that total might of defending. So saying, all right, the only out I have is just to defend. But Diana, or not Diana, Mel can play the very same game plan, saying, why do I need to hold this battlefield? Or rather, why do I need to conquer Seat of Power? I could just go ahead and stack everything onto Abandoned Hall. But he's saying, I want to close this game out right here. Akali's tapped out. I'm going to take full advantage of that. And that he
Yep.
is. I think this is going to be closing things out. He's going to have so many spells to work with from the Applied Researcher and just the boatload of cards, right? So Hui coming in, Ravenloom coming in, just send everything in at this point, and we'll probably see like an Eclipse. What other spells do he have? Actually, that was enough just
He
on
doesn't
Raw
even
Might.
need it. The Hui got a +3 from the Flash, moving him back to base, discarding an Applied Researcher, and then moving into the battlefield. He discarded a Hui for another +3. That way skyrocketing to 11 might. The Akali, this is what I said right back when we first joined the game. Akali does not have the potential to defend as well as she really needs to in these situations, and that's gonna cause this Akali to presumably lose game 3.
Definitely, and we'll head back to the casting move for now, but you bring up the biggest point that we were kind of touching a little bit early on. That kind of is like the biggest difference between an Akali deck versus an Aurelia deck. Aurelia does a really great job at pushing when she needs to, and does even a better job at defending when she needs to with those signature spells. So that's the thing. I mean, Akali does her own kind of tricksy plays, going in, get out, getting additional power and energy. You have access to things like Falling Star, but I don't know. It's still going to be a deck that people have to fine tune, but I see the potential. I think Akali definitely has a high ceiling and is going to take a really strong pilot to get the most use of her. But chat, I believe there's about 4 minutes left, but keep in mind, since this is a higher stakes event and we are going to top 8, there is overtime. So unlike our weekly, if anyone was tuning in last week, we don't do overtime for weeklies, but today we are doing overtime. Do you think we could catch the last 4 or 5 minutes of one more game? I mean, we could try
If
to
it's
tune in. If
around.
not, we'll throw it to a break until round 2.
If you can find a game, I'm absolutely down. Unless it's Aurora, in which case, maybe we just go to break early.
Right. We'll see. And actually, there's just 4 matches still remaining. So let's head on over. I'll just pick a random one, chat. I'm not looking at the legends. I'm just looking at players still remaining. While we have a little bit of time here, and I know me and you only have the opening round, so chat, I'm casting only round one, and Night Fighter's only casting round number one, but we have a great setup of casters coming up here in round two, all the way up to the final grand finals. But since we just have this one round, let's do a little predictions as we usually do for like our co-streams of the regionals. Who's taking our first bigger Vendetta tournament today night? Is it going to be a set 4 legend? Or is it going to be kind of the old school legends like Unleash a Spirit Forge? Maybe even an Origins one?
Well, I did see in the list of decks, there is a Wuju Blade Master Yi.
Okay.
And it would be tragic to see the Master Yi win even after being soft rotated out. But I think he's got a really good chance because I imagine players are not as locked in on the counter Master Yi since Vendetta has released. Beyond that, for set 4 champions, I'm really hoping that we can see. I mean, it'd be awesome to see a Nasus win. I imagine something like a Kennen is more likely, and I have a feeling it will probably be Kennen. Kennen seems very strong with the right pilot.
I mean, the chances are there, right? I believe Kennen might have been the most registered deck in our event today. I'll do all the numbers because usually for our triple box and our cash cup events, we run the full numbers. I'm not able to go ahead and do it live, but I'll give you guys the numbers after the stream. If I was able to pull up Photoshop and dual stream and have Discord open and all the VidNinja links open, I would. But unfortunately, on top of casting, right? So a little bit of multitasking. I saw someone saying that I'm never looking at the game. Chat, you guys have no idea how much multitasking I'm doing in the back line, which is why I'm only casting round number one today so that I could prioritize the back end here. So let's get to this game. I put the link in there in the caster chat. It looks like we're getting the very final moments of a Miracle Kennen, which I don't believe we've seen on stream just yet. Or it might have ended because they're not doing anything.
So I just did a quick glance at the list of players. Irelia is our most represented still. So that is another one I could definitely see winning it. Irelia is no weaker in Vendetta than she was in Unleashed. And that is a pretty tough deck to beat out.
Oh, the game did finish. So literally as we tuned in. All right, Chad. I think we're forced to go ahead and throw it to a short little break. I say short, but you guys never know how long overtime is going to be. And, we could sit here and click through all the games, but I have a feeling it's going to be similar to what we just saw. We were trying to catch a game, but then we catch it at the time they're just going to press, they're disconnecting. So I think to save us all the time, let's just go ahead and throw it to a short little break. But before we head over, actually, let me make sure the timer. Oh, yeah. I'm telling these players to start overtime now. Start OT. Okay, so overtime starts. So hopefully it's just like 5-10 minutes. I'll be able to do any drops for round one if there is any drops for round one, and then start pairing as soon as we're able to. But looking through the deck list, not the deck list, but the legends here in today's event, what did you agree on, Knight? What are you thinking taking it? I don't think you said a final one.
Having now seen that we have 9 Irelias, I imagine Irelia will take it. Irelia is so consistent, so strong, and with a good number of players on it, I imagine one of them is going to be able to pilot to a first place.
I think so as well. Irelia's just feeling ever so stronger. I think just the Akali Silent gave her such a big buff. That way you're not able to, you're able to just sit there in the back line. Usually some kind of control decks gave her a bit of trouble. The yellow decks don't give her as much troubles anymore because of the card we just saw in that backup feature match Up from the Deep, right? Now you have a little bit more sacrificial units for those Call of the Weeks. So I like Irelia's position in Vendetta. So we'll see exactly. I would imagine we will see her a little bit later down the line, maybe in the top 8. But chat, who do you guys think is going to be taking it today? I see a couple Master Yi's question marks. Diana Swain is a very interesting idea. United, Diana Swain is a very interesting idea. I believe 8pop2 kind of brought it to everyone's attention. Went from 4 to 8 in a single turn, which is pretty much unheard of. If anyone is running that, you have to definitely be careful with that kind of strategy.
Yeah, it's a far cheaper and less what would be the word, committed version of the time warp play. You
Mm-hmm.
can you can put the Swain on the battlefield, and then on the next turn put down a Porobot and ride the wind, and that is all you need to get your 2 points per conquer.
Yeah, absolutely. That I mean, we'll see. I would love to see something like that on stream. Windfox, I want to agree with you as well. I think another deck from the old Spiritforge meta, I say old Spiritforge meta, but another deck from the past that got significant buffs in Vendetta is going to be Draven, the Wind Gust. I don't know if that's the correct name, but the bounce back to hand or banish for 3 or less, that is a good way of guaranteeing combat wins. The little 2
Yep.
drop that if you pay an extra energy, you get 2 plus assault on one of your units. That's a nice card for Draven as well, who's prioritizing combats. So, and up from the deep, I actually don't think you played in Draven, funny enough, but they got some good cards. So I'm excited for a Draven. Last question before we throw it to a break. How many Azirs? Crippy, I'll take a look here, but the more important thing
6.
is that the number 1 Azir player from Runes and Rift, the winner, the champion from our last Cash Cup, I believe 3-4 weeks ago now, Cactus King, Mr. Suited Up at the regionals, he is competing today. I don't want to say what legends he's on because it is closed deck list, but he may or may not be on Azir. He is probably the more well-known Azir in our tournament. So Cactus King is out there. We'll see if he brought it to today's event.
Yeah, there are 6 Azirs, but otherwise, I'm excited to see what happens for the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Before we head on over here, I know Knight, just one little short and sweet round, but hope you had some good time. If you want to leave us any final remarks before we head on out of here, now will be perfect, but I'm sure we'll see you in a future tournament as well.
Yeah, no particular shout outs. You can follow me on Twitter if you want, but I'm not particularly active. Have a Twitch, not especially active. So most likely, if you want to find me, I will be here casting whatever the next tournament ends up being. And otherwise, enjoy the rest of your rounds, everybody.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Night Fighter. Guys, we'll go ahead and throw it to a short, ideally short little break. And when we come back, Bandit and Silent Knight will be taking over for round 2 and round 3 going forward. Let us know in chat what legends you guys want to see, and I'll try to prioritize those legends for you guys. But we will be right back to continue our Vendetta triple box event. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
A warm and hearty welcome as we welcome you back to the Triple Winner Box Vendetta release post +1, release day +1. Next to me is Silent Night, and man, Silent Night today feels like Christmas morning, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I mean, we're going to be sitting in with brand new legends, brand new cards, and a tournament that is going to be able to feature each and every one. Yeah, it's Christmas. And the hard part is, though, and I love watching this, but man, this just gives me the itch to just grab a deck and get out there and play myself.
Honestly, let's do that. Let's just drop the stream. The gameplay speaks for itself. Guys, enjoy as we're getting ready up to shuffle and deal. Oh, I'm getting told that is not what we'll be doing. Instead, we will be covering some Kennen, taking it up against Mel. Now, Silent Night, I've been hearing naysayers about Mel everywhere I go. People being like, this is just not it. It feels so underwhelming. Yet, I also see Alan ZQ preparing it for Barcelona. What am I to make of this?
Well, that's the thing. It's like when you already look at the purple and blue color combination that we have going on here, it's like, well, we already have a very impressive resume of legends that are able to pilot that color combination. And then you take a look at Mel, that not only has to be empowered in order to utilize her ability, which is a -2, that you then have to disempower. But then on top of that, you know, you just have Diana, which was such a dominant force in this last set. So it's like, okay, well, are we just going to put Mel on the back burner? Should we rather play Diana in this case? And that's going to be something that needs to be seen. But at the same time, Mel has all the tools and toys needed to be able to be that successful deck.
I just feel like when it comes to maybe your average Nexus Knights, Mel is definitely a deck that can maybe... It's definitely a high ceiling, but not necessarily a very high floor. It can definitely whiff out. However, I feel that when you are competing in the upper echelons of play, I feel like it just has so many good matchups into the Kennen, into Diana, even into Aurelia. Decks that heavily rely on their spells going to be like such a nightmare because the mental warfare that is thrown into a series like that where you know your opponent knows that you know that they know. It can run haywire. So I'm very excited. Players are ready. So I propose to get started as Kennen will be onto the play so we're all on the same speed. Candlelit Sanctum facing off against Trifarian Warcamp.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be an interesting combination here. Now, what makes me think possibly that this might be a little bit of a different Kennen deck than what we might normally see? I'm wondering if this is going to be a baited hook Kennen, because I'm seeing that Trifarian Warcamp, which adds the +1, which is hand in hand with baited hook. So we could be seeing some casino rolling here pretty soon.
And honestly, that is really what gets me excited, especially in the early stages of a new set. People are not really sure yet what they will be settling on. People are still brewing, and everyone is vying for contention for what is the optimal list. And once we reach that tipping point where people say, all right, it is pseudo-solved, it's where we usually see the innovation start to die down, only to be shaken up again once we see, let's say, a Lux Loop deck pass by. Remember, that came out in the middle of a set as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I love the ingenuity of this community and what they are able to provide here. And it looks like we have Up From Deep, a brand new card from this set, which is going to allow for 2 tentacles to be made. And so we'll see what that's going to be. And you also got to see in turn 1, Kennen to be able to do a Kennen thing, which was to be able to play not only his signature spell, but also to play a stacked deck as well. So 2 additional cards added to hand. A great start from a very formidable foe.
Yeah, we'll be enjoying some extra bodies already. Now, on the other side, Mel. And as we see some new faces appear, Applied Researcher, making sure that if they are empowered, those spell costs will be coming down. Cards like these can get out of hand really, really quick. How important is it for Kennen to deal with threats like these, even unempowered?
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing here is that your units are going to be your biggest assets. One thing that you got to be worried about with when facing a Kennen is that they might have the Cold the Weak or ways to be able to take care of your units that you always have to keep in mind. And so Applied Researchers, very powerful card to be able to make your spells cost less to a minimum of 1. But if you have some Cold of the Weeks that you're able to then, regurgitate with Fizz or whatever, in that case, it can be a very difficult thing to keep units on the board.
We'll be facing down as we get yet another little ponderous play from our Kennen as, well, with only, I think they've seen through, at least 15 cards now of their deck. The information you garner from it, the consistency that a Kennen can dish out is simply... Well, I don't want to say unrivaled, because Diana is really good at this as well, but it does help a lot, especially in these longer tournaments.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing, is that you have the consistency early on in the game. But one thing that I think Kennen can struggle with towards that late game is that now you've been able to see all of your answers. You've been able to pick what you wanted to add into hand, and then when you're at that tail end of the game, it's like, all right, how do I then make that final push? That can be one of the hardest things about this deck. Whereas something like Mel, it's like, hey, I'm able to utilize my spells very well to be able to deal with the threats that you're dishing out. And then in the end game, I could get my finishers, whatever that might be in this case. And so it's like, I'm going to be curious to see on who's going to be able to play the longevity, because this could very well turn into a very much grind of a match.
So I think definitely this style of play that Kennen shows is not a new one, right? We've seen decks like Darius, we've seen decks like Rek'Sai. However, they all combine it with Fury Domain. When you're looking at Chaos, we've already seen the from the deep below. What are you keeping in the back of your mind? Up from the deep, my bad. When you're like, all right, we're looking to swarm the board, what are you looking out for?
I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. It's like, yeah, we got to be watching out for those bounce backs, those board wipe kind of things. Now, we don't have to worry about that as much with Mel, but the clapback that we could potentially be getting here of just absolutely punishing. If we're playing a lot of small units here, it's because we can potentially deal with the board, and we're seeing a great spell coming out from Mel right there to destroy a unit. But that's going to be the big thing is... we might be using Imperial Decree to be able to send in our units and board wipe and then capture after that. Or, we have Kennen's Legend ability to add Assault 2, which can get over a lot of might here. And so it's like, yeah, we have a lot of 1 mights, but we're going to be able to match this board state all the same.
And especially with new additions like the Matriarch, being able to revive those token spawners like the Vanguard Captain, like we just come by in a little bit. I think there's definitely some tools to be looking for here. Now, we have in the tail end of Unleashed also some game updates. One of those being side deck being increased to 10 cards. Now, do you think it becomes more viable to preemptively run like the alternate versions of your chosen champion? For instance, for Mel's side, being able to banish a 3-might unit, especially in Game 2 when that Trifarian War Camp is gone, might be looking kind of attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so in this case. And I think being able to expand your side decking is going to give you that much more versatility. And I do think that we might very well see more legend swaps in this case. We also got the new Decree cards, which are counters for a lot of these spells. And we'll see what is able to be done there on that. But I think that it's going to be a great hit. But man, we just saw Kennen be able to play the Spectral Matron to say, hey, guess what? You just got rid of my Vanguard Captain. Oh, it's back, and this time she's also bringing friends again.
Bringing the whole kit and caboodle. On the other side of town, it is looking a little bit dire. Only 2 bodies ready to go, and 4 cards in hand. That's not really the board state you want to be looking at. Meanwhile, even from a points perspective, it's so hard to punish a deck like Kennen's in this instance, because every time on the assault, he'll be able to conjure that 2 extra assault might coming through. And even if you do kick them off a battlefield, what are you gaining here? It's really, oh, you killed a token. Oh, you got rid of my Noxian Emissary, even though he will be spawning 2 more bodies. It's really hard to push a Kennen into negative tempo space.
Yeah. Well, and I think is this going to be, potentially a return? Like we were talking about Darius a little bit earlier, who was the token king, if you will, on that running the baited hook style of play to be able to make a lot of tokens. But it's like, wait, is Kennen potentially going to be maybe a better host for these tokens to be able to utilize their full potential? And we're seeing that very well might be the case. I mean, we're seeing that, hey, my little guys are going to be doing all the work, but then at the same time, I'm still going to be able to build my backfield, and that's when the real mayhem is going to be released. Still, though, Mel's holding up, but will she be able to hold up till the end?
The pivotal point, especially as we get into past the early game and into the mid game, usually where these token decks fall off, where they struggle, is to keep the engine going, and that's usually for cards in hand. The beautiful part of a Kennen is in that mid game. It's very, very conscious that we haven't seen this Kennen see any play just yet. In that mid game, when the gas is not holding up the way you want it to, you can start flowing out all those stacked decks, refill your hand just that tad little bit more. It might be just that bridge that these more token go wide strategies have been looking for.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be the thing. And especially when you're doing a token style deck and accompanying that with purple, one of the, if not the most powerful color in this game, we'll see what is able to be done. But still, at the same time, Mel is doing a fabulous job. Hui can be something to really be mindful of. But just like to your point, it can really suck if you just have to take down a token and then, feed Hui to the wolves, if you will, because you're going to give that turn to your opponent, a Kennen that's soon going to have 7 cards in hand to be able to play with the field as, Kennen will. So this ninja is proving that it could very well be a very formidable foe.
Looking to push off the apprentice mage. And if we do talk about the empower mechanic, especially on units, I am in love, Silent Knight, because some of you may already experienced it firsthand in the pre-rifts, as this combat is being narrowly won out by our Mel, shock blasting away one of the assailants. What we've seen coming through time and time again as, we don't have any time to talk about this or that, because this Hui is looking to be pressed upon. However, Mel with the single energy, you gotta be mindful of that rebuttal.
Yeah, that's going to be the scariest thing, the 1-up, but again, only 2 cards in hand. But if this goes through, being able to set back that Hui is going to be pivotal, because Hui being able to draw 1, discard 1 is going to be a huge hand thinner, but it looks like the Mel does not have her signature spell. One of the most powerful, if not the most powerful signature spell in the game to be able to conquer, or to be able to counter a spell, but then not only that, potentially be able to use that against your foe. Now, that's the sad part. That I think is going to be almost like just a huge setback when going against this Kennen that has already a set up board state, but there is still a lot of game left. It's tough to say, though, at this point.
Yeah, it's a lot of clapping happening. I think the worrisome part now for Mel is the fact that our hand is drying up. We need to start taking this a little bit to the next level and see if we can get something to stick. There's so much value hiding in these singular cards for Mel that are then in kind equally easily addressed by cards like Starcrossed. And, well, with Chaos being the most unanimously adored domain to be playing into, it has the answers ready. Now, when we are looking at the Kennen style of play, and we're saying, all right, we're looking for those big swingy plays for Mel to punish, like over-investing into, let's say, in other decks like a Darius, right? Major investments into only a handful of cards that have baskets with many eggs in them, as I like to call them. I feel that similar openings are just not really as bountiful in a deck like Kennen.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that we'll definitely be keeping in mind as we get to see, this deck being featured for really one of the first times. We've had a couple of other tournaments that we've been able to see, but is, to your point, is Kennen going to be able to have that kind of usage here, or is that going to be where Kennen really falls short? I mean, we're even looking at all the card draw that Kennen is going to be able to utilize, but is that enough? Or are you taking up too many slots with said card draw And that is to your detriment because you might not be able to utilize the answers in that point.
I think usually that'd be very valid. It's a very, very valid criticism to have. However, because of the sources of card advantage you're looking at, stack deck, you get to filter. Or if it's a Lightning Rush, you get to put the flow cards into your graveyard and you get to reuse them once again. And once the ball is rolling in a deck like this, you draw into what you need. You either draw more draw, or you draw the cards that you were looking for. It is, once it gains momentum, it's really hard to stop. But the bodies have withered a bit. The line is drying up a little bit. The energy is drying up that little bit. And when the Hidden Blade needs to come out to hold onto the battlefields to make sure you can start threatening the game if you're allowed to double hold.
Oh, and there's the rebuttal possibly being
Ouch.
shown at that point. I think it is going to just be a flip-flop right there saying, hey, by the way, that is countered, and then I'm going to be able to win this battlefield. And I think that was an absolute great win right there that Mel desperately needed. I mean, you're seeing just how quickly this board state got thinned on both sides. But man, if Mel would have lost that showdown, it would have, blown up the battlefields wide open for Kinnan to do whatever he please.
And now you are looking at the scene where you might have to start considering, all right, we need to take our foot off the gas a little bit. Perhaps, as the cannon, rebuild our board before we start venturing out again. It's just kind of difficult to be looking to contend with 5 might. However, you got a trash filled with potential sources. You can just Lightning Rush for the extra assault on your cannon, and then suddenly you're only 1 might away from trading, only 2 might away from kicking them out. They are tapped out. Now is the time to strike.
Yeah, and I really think so. And, we're at a good point here where it's Kinnan at 5. We have Mel at 4. You can spend a turn rebuilding at this point, and you're not going to be punished too heavily. I mean, if we did have, for example, Mel being at 6 or 7 points at that point, it's we really got to pressure this board now. But no, it's all right, Mel at most could be going to 6. And then we have our board state built, and we can really try to push for that game-winning turn. And so I think that very well might be what it comes down to, but it depends on who's going to be able to build better. We know that Mel has a way. That is a very powerful card, but what could Kinnan possibly have in those 5 cards left in hand?
Taking their time, going over their options. It's a Teferian Warcamp messing with the maths just that tiny little bit. Now, the decision to be playing out the Mel, I'm not sure where I'm exactly at with it. How do you feel about Blue Mel?
Yeah, that's the thing. The nice part about Blue Mel is that when you play me, you get to draw 1. So I really think that this was maybe more of a play to let's fill up my hand a little bit more so I can get additional options here. We also have another Starcross coming out from the Kinnan, so that's going to be doing a nice little bounce back there to get another much needed point. But yeah, to my point of Mel being able to just, again, you're refilling the hand. You saw also being able to play out a 2-cost spell to be able to draw another card. But a double fizz is going to be something to really potentially set back your opponent here. Being able to also play not only a Star-Crossed, but now another one to be able to fill up the hand even more. But here's the thing, is this even going to be maybe a little bit too little too late with what maybe Mel might be able to dish out with maybe a Ride the Wind as a way to move across the board or to deal with the threats that could be coming?
From this point onwards, Mel has to be respectful, can't be going all out on their turns for the threat of the cannon being able to double conquer on their turn. We know they have access to the Lightning Rush from their graveyard. A third phase surely is hiding in there for access to a Hidden Blade once more. So you have to keep that in the back of your head. It is about tempering the tempo right now, about cherishing the gains that you can garner for yourself without giving up the flexibility of being able to answer a mighty hold attempt if they do choose to go that route.
Well, and I think this is something that I absolutely love about brand new sets that are coming out, is that there is that unknown. When you're in even just a month into a set, you know what your decks are mainly going to be holding. If you see Kennen and he's doing this kind of play, you're like, okay, I probably know, 30 cards out of his deck per se. Same with Mel in this case. But playing into the unknown, that a brand new, literally into day number 2 of this set, can complicate this game to a whole new level. So that calculation is going to be absolutely key.
Looking to leverage that Hui into a more of a solid foundation to be contesting any double conquers from. Time is just simply not on Mel's side. Tapping out deep into the energy department, they are looking to just simply set up for a mighty hold. Yell at the cannon, just come and get it. What can you get done with a mere 6 energy?
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you're getting 6 energy that you're going to be able to utilize. You have 6 might that's out onto the board. You have the Trifarian War Camp to be able to utilize. And it's like, look, if we happen to have, a Star-Crossed in hand to be able to bounce a Fizz back that has just conquered, then we also have the ability to play Fizz out again to maybe find an additional answer. You could very well double Star-Cross, double conquer, and that would be the game at that point. So is that something that we might be able to see? But even still, with 3 runes up, we could also be seeing another counterspell from Mel.
Well, there is the very first one, and if you can bounce back your Fizz that's already sitting on the Candlelit Sanctum, you are gearing yourself up for a lot of success. But Mel comes prepared, answering for a Star-Crossed in kind, taking care of a ready and abled unit for the cannon.
Well, and that's going to be the cool part here. It's like, well, guess what? It is going to go away, but I'm going to be completely clearing your board. An absolutely great play right there to be able to deal with the devastating Fizz. I mean, something that is able to completely change the tide of the game, and likewise with Star-Crossed. And now you are able to see, hey, by the way, yeah, I got the units on board now. You have 3 runes up. What are you going to do about it, Kennen?
The only solace that Cannon can take from this is the fact that Mel is not ready to threaten the game just yet. They will be allowed another turn unless, of course, there is a sneaky little Swain hiding in there with some breaching combo, but I'm fairly sure you need at least like 11 or 12 energy for that to do it from nothing. But you got to keep it in mind.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing is right now, and I think this is going to be maybe a bigger point, that yes, Kennen is going to have the card draw here. We're seeing at 23 cards, which is still a lot for Mel to be able to, funnel through the deck in that case to Kennen's 17 cards left in deck. But you're seeing a very big rune differential here. 11 runes for Mel to Kennen's 5 now, going to be going up to 7. That still is a lot, but man, when Mel's going to be able to utilize 11 at a very pivotal moment of this game, you could outlast what Kennen might be able to dish out with so many less runes.
And that issue, once again, of finding that final push to get over that final hurdle that many of these token go-wide strategies struggle with, comes back to pester the Kennen once again, as Mel is setting out for more movement, and the cards in hand have stabilized. The plays have been efficient enough to refill up towards, you're looking more 6 types of cards in hand. And when you have the rune economy that Mel currently has, that is just the place of comfort for any Mind Chaos deck that is not called Teemo.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's going to be the big thing here, and it looks like this might be the final stand for Mel on this game 1 here. We are at 7-7, and we also know that we have 2 Fizz in the backfield here that might be able to be utilized. We have the runes to be able to do so, but man, what could Mel be able to do to dish out and help secure the win here at this game? I mean, I when we first sat down, I thought like, it might not be that close of a game 1, but we're seeing that, yeah, they are neck and neck as a Mel versus Kennen.
They are playing it rather tightly, though. Getting more bodies out is so important. That's exactly the way that they'll be running things, because when you are playing into cards like Hidden Blade, cards like the Star-Crossed, and you know your opponent has access to the Fizzes, you have to be careful and ready to have enough buffer to go through such an ordeal.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing about that is who's going to be able to do so more. I mean, you're looking at the other side and it's like, oh boy, here we go with like Away. We have, 3 units essentially out on the board to be able to dish out that final stand. And then on the flip side, we have 2 tentacles. Now, don't get me wrong, you only do need, even if it is just a 1 might unit, you have that to be able to do, but it looks like they are going to be both sending over as the Assault from Kinnan is going to be utilized to add a +2, then also the +1 from the Trifarian War Camp. This very well could be the last stand of Kinnan, as Shock Blast is going to be coming in to deal 4 to a unit at a battlefield.
No more readied units available. A single hold is all that this Mel is looking for. 3 bodies to be answered by Cannon, and well, the options are running a little thin. 7 energy to work with, 7 cards in hand to back it up. As game 1, we are approaching 30 minutes of play for what looked like in the beginning to be just an easy sprint from Cannon.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like Mel is in for the long game. It's like, look, you can come out and dish out what you need. And I think that also might be the downfall of that. You had a lot of 1 might units that were able to stay out into the battlefield here. But when you had the spell removal that Mel was able to dish out to take out the scary stuff in the backfield, and you're only left with 1 might units, what can you do at that point? And so I think that was maybe the big point of blowing up those big threatful units and then be like, all right, I can deal with, 2 might on a board or 4 might against my 5, whatever it might be. And so Mel was able to hold.
And it is exactly like you said, Silent Knight, because this is not a lack of resources available. They have plenty of cards in hand. They have a healthy amount of energy to be working with. But because a lot of those resources were spent upon playing spells rather than getting boots on the ground, now they just have a lack of units that are ready to throw down the gauntlet towards their opponent. And honestly, that does give me hope, because that means if we can find a more balanced approach, decks that build among this line of play are looking to be lethal.
Yeah, well, and here's going to be the big thing too, is now that we are going into the side decking of this, we now have 10 cards that we could potentially utilize here in this matchup. One thing that I'm worried about with Mel is, like, how do I, as a Kinnan player, go around maybe an unchecked power where I might have to put a bunch of units out into a battlefield and then find myself being in a situation where I just get unchecked power and 12 damage to all my units. That could be a very devastating play to really seal up this match here. But still, likewise on Mel, it's like now we know what Mel is able to do. We were able to see a lot of game, and now Kinnan could very well also go with the Cull of the Weeks, because we saw that there were times that Mel really struggled on having a powerful backfield to be able to score point after point.
The end of game 1 is coming closer. This showdown has been going on for a little bit, and as we are mulling our options, we need to start dealing with the serious situation of how do we maybe approach a possible game number 2 for the Cannon. Because if you
froze, I'm just going to call you out real quick here. I think you froze.
Oh, really? That's so sad.
Yep, we're in game 2 right now. I was wondering why, but
no way.
No problem there. Go ahead and F5 that, and we will get you going into and getting caught up with where we're at. No problem there.
We're back. And
okay,
we are
perfect.
all right, catch me up to speed, because there's already a Quay down. Silent Knight, you need to get me up to speed. You're my only hope.
No problem. I'm happy to be the Skywalker here. Now, with that being said, this is going to be interesting because we were able to see a lot of the board development of tokens on one side, and now we're seeing a Star-Crossed coming out again, taking out that way. And it's like, man, you're never going to be able to get that utilization here. But the tokens, I mean, we saw game 1, we were able to play our turn 1, we were able to play Forge of the Future to get our 1 token out, and then again with another way to get out 2 tentacles. So we've been able to go wide with our board state. We've been able to use some Star-Cross to slow down Mel. And are we going to continue to maintain this tempo? Because Kinnan right now is down a game in this case.
have to make up for some lost ground here. Now, we have seen the introduction of Force of the Future, not only in Ken decks, but in a plethora of decks being played in Vendetta. Silent Knight, you are someone who usually kind of has their finger on the pulse. Can you enlighten me and those around me who are not yet familiar with the tech? Because all I know this from is Lux Loop, and this is definitely not a loop deck.
No, not at all in this case. And so I think that it is just going to be continually having that presence and utilizing the spells in hand to be able to control the board state. And I think really that's what both decks are going for here. We have Control Kinnan. What I thought was a baited hook deck actually just is being a full-fledged control token deck in this case. And likewise with Mel, we're going to be getting units out. We're going to be utilizing that to make our spells as cheap as possible and then control the game state that way. And so it's going to be, all right, well, who can control better here? Because whoever can is going to be winning this match.
And I think just the sheer versatility of playing against decks that have access to flow cards, being able to either recycle theirs or, if you do get to the point played on your side of the deck, has to be kept in mind. However, how do we combat that pivotal point where we started to run out of gas? Is it simply being more mindful of how we approach our units on board and stop wasting them like scraps?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the hardest part is, especially when learning to pilot a new deck here, we're trying to figure out that balance there. And I mean, right now we're seeing Stupefy to be able to -1 and +1, and that is going to be a full-fledged trade right there. That's going to be another 2 tokens because of the death knell of the Noxian Emissary. But that's going to be the thing more than anything, is that Mel is going to need to be able to maintain that balance far more than what Kennen is going to need to be able to maintain there, because Mel is probably going to be a lot more of a spell-heavy deck without the focus of being able to continually pump out units, whereas Kennen, it's like, look, I can do a little bit of both here. I still have Up from the Deep. I still have tokens that can be made, and because of that, I might be able to maintain a board presence. I mean, right now, 6 tokens on the side of Kennen.
Ready for battle. Emperor's Day is still open. We are keeping things a little tight down as we're prepping for our next expedition. Now, Mel Empowered. And it's really kind of tough to find proper value from the Mel champion against a deck that has an average might of 1. It's tricky. It's tricky. But if you need to put your focus on any perspective of the game, the short-term goals that you're working throughout the early game, is it just getting these engines ready to go to grind value from, like Applied Research, if you manage to empower it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be the play there, and really just trying to set up to be able to answer what they're able to pull out here. So we'll see.
Too vulnerable though against a deck where they have so much access to this interaction that stretches past the battlefields?
That's going to be the question at hand too, and is it going to come down to saving the counter spells for those pivotal moments where, even in game 1 though, we didn't see any Call of the Week or Call of Week or things like that, and now here we are trying to balance out against what Kennen is able to dish out here. So again though, that's going to be the big thing, is if you are able to deal with Mel's few units that are out here, does she just lose that steam? We'll see.
Didn't matter to her that much last time around, but things are not like last time. We have a lot more units ready to lay down the law. And when Last Ride starts to come out, you start to churn through that trash a little bit. This is where the real value starts to churn, starts to earn their way back into the green.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, you saw a couple of cards that were discarded, one of them being a Fizz there with a wide open battlefield that now Shovel is going to be able to utilize. You still, of course, have to be able to pay the cost essentially for the Fizz And we have the 3 runes up, but it looks like he is going to be attacking in, adding the Empower to the shuffled Recruit at this point, I would imagine. Maybe. We'll see if they do mark that. But it looks like another Stupefy is going to be coming out. That's also going to be a +1 because of the Abandoned Hall adding into the Apprentice Mage. So this could become a very beefy boy while the opponent's field continues to get smaller.
When you are not fully committing to these big showdowns, those trades start to become rather inefficient, and you're just throwing away not only the bodies, but the equipment cost as well. If you want to get use out of that again, you're going to have to pay the equipment cost once more. Now, recycling 2 cards, so not too much to see there. But just going down in economy, you can't pay those Chaos Runes with a Seal of Unity. Now, the one thing that has been bugging me a little bit, for a cannon deck, we're not playing a lot of cannons, are we?
No, not at all. In fact, that also can be a pretty good avenue for you to be able to go down. But we're seeing a lot of things that I haven't necessarily seen in like purple and yellow. We haven't seen any Call of the Weeks. We haven't seen any Ride the Winds. But we've seen a lot of things that make tokens there. And it's like, okay, so are we just doing a lot of card draw and tokens? But even with that, I haven't seen even any Imperial Decree, which is normally like one of yellow's big finishers. We've seen this in Victor that's been able to utilize that relatively well, where any damage is able to kill a unit. And it's like, all right, well, if I send in my 1 might token, cool, I'll be able to take that and be able to get it done. But at the same time, it's like, well, gosh, I mean, Kennen, for all the utility that he has, we're seeing that Mel now has 10 runes in the field to Kennen's 5, 6 cards in hand for Mel to Kennen's 2. Is this maybe steaming out now?
And still no Kennen played, not getting a second round, not a second chance for those spells lying in their trash. The stack deck, the Star-Crossed, those will all be waiting just that little tad bit longer. Hidden Blade might be able to top up some of the missing cards Kennen has been looking for. Now, as the Mel. Oh, no, actually. Will be rebutted. Was looking to simply get rid of the Researcher.
Yeah, and that's an interesting play, especially, I mean, I get why you'd want to do that, but it's also like, man, do you really feel like you need the cards too? A very difficult choice, but still, the rebuttal at that point to be able to counter that spell, and then also not needing to pay the power cost, a very nice move there, as the Mel Chosen Champion is going to be able to come in and immediately also draw you another +1. Now, if she also gets empowered, then you're going to also be able to add an additional -1 to anything that minuses from Might here, which could be another devastating blow here for the next coming turns. We'll see.
Is it against a token deck? I mean, the highest Might we've seen is 3 at the moment.
It's true, but it's like when you're also able to add like the Assault 2 with Kennen, or you have Last Rites out as well, you can add a lot of might. And if you go for a Stupefy that then now cancels out what a Last Rites is able to do, it can be a game changer there. But it looks like Fizz is going to be coming in for a Hidden Blade, and Rebuttal's coming in again and saying, not so fast. We are here to stay, and you are not going to be taking out my empowered unit here.
I like what you did there. That was really good. I enjoyed that a lot. Thank you. That was so well done, tastefully done as well. I'm still enjoying that. I'm basking in it. But back to the game at hand. The changes that we've seen Kennen make with the application of Forge of the Future, not really hitting the targets just yet, running out of gas. So it is a new iteration, a new generation of token decks hitting a similar obstacles. Mel, on the other hand, seems rather cool, calm, and collected, even when faced with a deck that might be a little more difficult to be facing as a Mel, where you can't get that big bundle of value where taking care of a single unit.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that's going to be the one thing to really watch out for. You know, we have Kennen that's not necessarily using a lot of spells here. There's the Kennen Chosen Champion, though. But not using a whole ton of spells. I mean, not in the fact of attacking in and then being able to utilize Abandoned Hall to continue to pump up your units a little bit further.
Now, I was wondering if they would use that grand stratagem, hitting the bin. Now, this is a blast from the past. Being able to buff up all your units by 5 for a hefty cost. Cannot be underestimated, but that hitting the bin, you'll need a Conquer to re-access it.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing there. It's tough because it's like, you know, and if you're able to take a look at the other cards, what did he put in hand then to be able to banish something like a Grand Stratagem there? And so we'll see, but it looks like a Shock Blast is going to be able to come into deal 4, and now this could very well now turn into a trade. Yep, that's exactly how it's going to be, but still, with both now having 1 million tokens out to be able to take both battlefields, might be a good move, but Kennen is going to be tapped out to Mel's 11 runes on this following turn.
Mel still far away from a potential game win, all by her lonesome, and a healthy clutch of cards ready to enforce her will. Now, with the extra burn of Kennen being dealt with, revealing the Grand Stratagem line of play, we need to address currently 4 bodies sitting in base that will be ready by next turn. Before that even, we have to address the 2 bodies already sitting on the battlefield. And with just negative mites, you're not going to get all that far. We've seen Shock Blasts, but we need something efficient here.
Yeah, I agree, and we're also going to be at an odd number of points for Mel. Even if you are able to potentially conquer both battlefields with Mel here, you're also going to be 5 instead of 6 to try to utilize that. And again, yeah, we're revealing the Grand Stratagem, which is a big difference there in this case. And so it's like, how are you going to be able to maintain this kind of momentum? Not only that, if both battlefields happen to be taken here, and Kennen's able to take one, he very well could then give flow to a spell that is in the discard. Well, we have a pretty good card that is in the discard right now that could be then utilized there to really close out the game. And so, are we going to be seeing a game 3? There's a lot left to be seen as Fizz is coming down for another Shock Blast.
We'll be taking care of the body for now. Now, by putting the Fizz onto your Abandoned Hull, you are kind of tipping your hand just a little bit. You are holding out to hold properly. Now, not committing the Hui just yet, you have to keep in mind, 2 energy is definitely Ride the Wind territory. So keep that in the back of your mind as the artist can come out swinging if need be.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about any counter spells from the Kennen side at all. So, I mean, you could just say, at the start of the showdown, when the Kennen moves into the Emperors, you just ride the wind over, you discard a unit, and Hui goes up to 8, and then you're able to hold that battlefield, and they no longer get access to that battlefield. So, this is a pivotal moment. As the Kennen moves into the Emperors, what will Mel be able to respond with those 3 cards left in hand?
If you have Ride the Wind, you might have to contest it here. See if you can stop this cannon from conquering. He, in fact, needs to conquer. It will not happen. We will be digging through. We will be deploying the grandest of stratagems, and that will be introducing 15 extra might coming down that is accessible already. And keep in mind, it's a +5, so these tentacles are going up to 6.
Yep, and with that being said, now we have, gosh, so much might coming in. Oh, and we're going to be also adding the Assault 2. We're going to be attaching the Shovel at the same time to be able to add another 2. This is a lot of might at the board state. I don't think with 2 runes left up that there might not be enough to be able to answer in this point. So, yes, we might be going into a game 3, but again, we saw 30 minutes in match 1, 18 minutes so far in game number 2. I could very well see this going to time if we're not too careful.
Yeah, time's a ticking, and despite the fact that Kennen has been looking to conquer rather aggressively in the early game, it does need that extra little push when it comes to closing out the game. Nothing done for just yet. Let's see if they can bring it home. 2 energy is nothing to sneeze at, but it feels like an overwhelming force crashing through.
And I mean, it looks like that we are not quite, I mean, we're still debating. I don't know if I might be frozen at this point, but yeah, it looks like that they're still going and trying to figure it out. We do get some highlights of them going back and forth on the cards here. There is a good chance here that Mel might be able to have a response, but looks like not
Oh.
as we go into a game number 3. Kinnan taking game 2.
That is what you are looking for as the cannon. The equalizing game score. Now, from the second position, you will have to adapt just that tad little bit. Now, it is your opponent who can set the pace of the game, but is a Mel even capable of that? What are some cards that you're looking out for? Because simply, usually I would say, Sprite Fountain, easy, early pressure. I'm not sure that's really up the wheelhouse of a Mel currently.
No, I don't think so necessarily either. But again, that big thing is going to be, let's get out our students. Let's try to find some ways to be able to utilize our students and stupefy rather early to be able to get us that card draw, to be able to get us that might. Because I think the big thing that Mel was struggling with in this game was that we just weren't necessarily able to continue to take battlefields. And then Kinnan on the other side was like, well, here's my million-man army here, and we can continue to take battlefield after battlefield here. And I think that longevity made a huge difference here. Mel's starting with the Ravenbloom student, so we'll see if that's going to be enough.
And I think that is such a nasty play to be making as the cannon, the Noxian Emissary, where if you empower him, he will be spawning 2 more recruits on a death knell. Means it is very hard to push back the cannon, because there will always be someone to step up and fill the gap left by their brethren. And well, I don't want to manifest too much around me, but there he is.
Yep, and so, I mean, we both called it Ravenbloom student and your friend, the old man himself, Noxian Emissary. And I think that it is a very worthwhile cost of a card. Yes, it does suck a little bit that the Empower is also going to be a power to be able to ready it up, but that's exactly why you're running something like Seal of Unity, to where you can empower for free and be like, hey, you know, I just have to pay 1, and then I'm going to be able to get 2 additional units there. Likewise, though, Forbidding Waste, a battlefield that while you defend alone, you get -2. We've seen that Mel has a struggle on getting a lot of units out onto the board state. Forbidding Waste could maybe be a downfall for Mel.
We saw before that Mel can struggle to get multiple bodies out on a battlefield like that. We saw Cannon struggle to overcome even a 4-might unit. So this really does feel like an ace in the hole. But so does the Pickpocket. Remember this one? Very popular in, I'd say, a late Origins, early Spirit Forge, when Sealed ran rampant. And honestly, it still holds its power quite well.
Yeah, I think so here. And not only that, being able to get a gold, the ramp that Mel needs to be able to just absolutely do a whole ton. Yeah, I mean, from the Miracle days, and a lot of people are saying that Miracle is back, and so Pickpocket might be seeing a lot more play here, and you're able to see that one single use. I mean, really, it wasn't even a use, because Seal of Unity had to be put out by sacrificing a power, so really, it got no use and now got blown up and gave a gold over to Mel.
Bit devastating, going down on the energy already, not keeping up in body count any longer either. And this is how pear-shaped an unfortunate early game can go if you're not careful. However, there you go. Your Emissary will be converting some fresh recruits to these ranks. However, no assault on the cannon just yet. We need to start empowering if we want to start contending with the Ravenbloom student, who is currently quite exposed as Mel is stepped out.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing. You're leaving the field wide open now. It's going to be on Kinnan, though, to be able to have the answers to capitalize on that. Not only that, oh yeah, go for it.
One thing you have to be mindful of, Shock Blast. Shock Blast is free right now. By the way, you can stack the discounts, even with no energy open. If you have an empowered unit that discounts spells, you can surpass the at least 1 energy restriction. So you have to be mindful if that will be the case.
Yeah, it very well could be. But we also saw a Stupefy going into hand from the Ravenbloom Conservatory. So again, another bit of card draw that you could possibly utilize there. But again, we're seeing that these tokens are putting in the work, doing the dirty lifting, while the big units that could do a lot more are sitting in base, relaxing. And so we'll see what Mel could potentially do to try to deal with that backfield and potentially blow some things up here, as now we have a unit attacking in and Ravenbloom Conservatory being activated once more.
There is just the sheer cost of these plays on the side of Cannon, right? There is no seal to soften the blow on this. This economy from Cannon is taking major hits from getting out the Matron, let alone even thinking of empowering Noxian Emissary, which isn't even possible right now due to the lack of order runes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, no answer found for Applied Researchers, and the sheer value of discounts upon discounts that are being cashed in upon is starting to become a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and so we'll see what then can be done to these responses here. Now, the hard part is of course, Applied Researchers is to a minimum of 1, and so you still might be able to get rid of a lot of the power costs here, especially when stacking up both empowered Applied Researchers. Very nice on being able to keep your runes out longer, but still you have to be able to withstand the onslaught that can come from Kennen here. So we'll see. There's a lot to be seen here, but double Applied Researchers could pay dividends as we go into the middle of this game here.
In comes Kennen, looking to double dip a bit, and here we have it. We do finally see a Call the Weak hitting the trash. We'll have to be accessed through a Conquer if they want to be reusing it throughout. No Matriarchs just yet, favoring the immediate part of the Spectral Matron over it. I think the changing costs, it's kind of how you want to be playing your game out. Committing to contesting the pickpocket, with Mel still having 3 energy up. Not an easy feat, even if you know that there is a Stupefy ready in hand.
Well, and here we go with a Shock Blast that's going to be able to come in and say, hey, by the way, though, here's 4 damage. We might very well see a Starcross now coming in. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing there. And on a better, I mean, it could go to a better unit there. The Spectral Matron, which can now be replayed and bring right back out another unit. So, I mean, you could see the longevity there for a while. And even if you happen to, that's going to be tough, though. I'm still thinking about what other ways, because I'm still looking at Kennen's rune counts, and it's such a high power cost for an already very high power deck.
Interesting that they paid that they paid the energy for that, well.
Yeah, so, and it's still, because it is at least down to a minimum of 1 at that point, but we'll see.
Yeah, but you can stack the discount. You can stack the discount going for the Researcher first, lowering the energy to 2, and then apply the discount of Shock Blast, saying I cost 2 less. And that one has no minimum.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh. So, very interesting point, and yeah, very good play right there. And
don't ask me how I know that.
Yeah. So we'll see, but yeah, and again, especially with these new cards, some kind of mechanics and stuff like that might be foreign for a lot of these players, and still learning the ins and outs of these rules. I mean, we just had a whole big revamp of them as well, so a lot to be seen there. Another Starcross being able to be utilized here, and then a Stupefy coming in to say, hey, by the way, you're at 1 now. So I mean, whew. It looks like so far this has been just a back and forth, but again, we're seeing the longevity of multiple units being able to be put out by Kennen, and Mel only has 1 out.
As, of course, the Researcher back in hand we're getting so much work done, and maybe now is your moment to say, all right, it's time for some more able-bodied units that are not too afraid to get their hands dirty, because we need to start pushing back upon this Kennen, who went second, yet is already running 2 points ahead of us. Yes, they're very poor energy-wise, and then it doesn't matter too much how many cards in hand they have. If they don't have the energy to be playing it, it doesn't do a whole lot. Mel, on the other hand, is giving me Aurelia flashbacks.
Well, and Aurelia flashbacks also with many...
Aurelia flow.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. So that's a little bit more there. But yeah, and I think that's going to be the big thing here. Now, of course, the Fizz is going to be revealed, and that is going to be going to the bottom. They're not going to be able to add that in hand from the Raven Blue Conservatory. That recycle is going to be absolutely huge as the Kinnan now gets blown up just like that. I mean, we're going to be seeing a Fizz now coming down to add the Stupefy to be able to minus the one final needed to give Kinnan down to 3 so that spell kills him. Very well played there on being able to deal with that. And even after all this time that has passed, I mean, 10 minutes into the game, and we're still at a 3-4 score point here.
It's starting to hurt, though, if you're Cannon right now. The bodies are running dry. No fresh recruits. No new enlistments to start picking up the spades left by your fellow countrymen. And even a single token, it gets you to 4, but that's not a single might holding on, is there?
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. And maybe even a little bit of a desperation play from Mel as well. The final 3 to be able to tap out. You're now finding yourself having to play a pickpocket, which is a unit on the board, which is very much needed. But that's going to be the hard part is here we go. Looks like the Spectral Matron is going to be utilized to continue to make this go wide board as Kinnan, the prodigal son, has returned. So we'll see.
Needs access. Needs access to those extra cards that are laying in the trash. We're looking at Calder Weeks. We are now having new instructions of the Dragon form, which doesn't even need it. It has flow by itself, or even a stack deck. Just anything to find the answers we need. But do you have the economy to support it? That is the last question you have to ask yourself. There's not, because even at this point, a Calder Week will just get rid of the pickpocket.
Yeah, and you're almost okay with that. And then we've also seen all the cards that Mel has been able to pick up along the way with the Ravenbloom Conservatory. And
12
rich. Yeah, exactly. And they're rich. They have all the ability here. And I think this might be where we start to see the momentum of this game change. Yes, Kinnan is able to dish out a lot of units. But when you have that kind of rune disparity here, Mel has 7 cards in hand at the start of this turn to Kinnan's 5, but guess what? Mel is going to be able to do so much more because of the rune economy that she was able to utilize this entire game, and I think that might be the final thing to push this Mel across the finish line.
Interesting aspect to be pointing out here is usually you kind of want to save some bodies, pull back your units now and then to make sure they're not in unnecessary danger. However, when your opponent needs to conquer to get access to all those nasty spells they've been looking to get their grubby little paws on the entirety of the game, you need to start questioning for yourself, how much risk am I willing to run? How much overextension is required from me to keep my opponent from conquering for the absolute minimum whilst not putting unnecessary units up for grabs?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be really where the calculations come in. I mean, we see star-crossed on both sides. And really, I think one of the interesting play here is, you know, we both have the runes up to be able to star-cross here. And that's going to be the difficult thing, because if you, as the opponent, star-cross, and then your opponent star-crosses, you get rid of 2 units to their 1. And especially in Mel's case, if you miscalculate that, that will set you up to just give that momentum all the way back to your opponent there. But now with that interesting exchange, Forbidding Waste is showing that Pickpocket is alone and is going to be seeing -2 to have only 1 might for this next attack if it happens to come in.
And then you have to be mindful. Are you looking to still commit fully to your cannon? Because it is cannon itself that needs to be involved in that assault. And it will, for now, 1 emissary making the leap. And are you just holding on to any and all might that you can? Because you cannot win the game at this point, but you can definitely lose it.
Well, and I think, you know, Mel has the same issue that Diana also has in this game, where when you're attacking in, it's like, all right, cool. Well, if Mel's units have less might, I'd never have to worry about them getting bigger. I only have to worry about mine getting smaller. And okay, can I calculate then out how to deal with that? And especially with something like Kennen, where you could very well also be adding the assault and things like that. It can be a big difference maker. So it looks like we are going to be risking the Star-Crossed here, selecting the Kennen with the pickpocket. And it looks like there's no response at that point, but a very much needed point as we see Kennen going up to 6 points.
We'll be moving up to 6. Might be even looking to trade a little bit with the last remaining unit on a battlefield. The Apprentice Mage up from the deep being deployed. At this point, you can just start fully gearing up for that game-ending play. Make sure Mel has to be on the back foot, has to keep in mind that they have to defend from Kennen winning it all. And all the cards in the world, you have to keep in mind all the options available to Mel, and any single spell you have to keep in mind can be rebutted. Definitely at this point, when so many cards are seen already and not a single rebuttal in the trash.
Yeah, and that's the scary part. 7 cards in hand, you're guaranteeing there's at least one in there. And that could be the big finish. I mean, we're going to see that Mel could attacking, go up to 7 and say, all right, I can hold. I have 10 runes up. What are you going to be able to do about it in this case? And even if you have like 1, let alone potentially 2 rebuttals that could be in hand at this point, that can be the game-changing aspect here. If you have the grand stratagem that you're able to do, yes, you're also relying on 2 order runes needing to be revealed from your deck in order to even be able to play the grand stratagem, and also hoping that there is no rebuttal. So there is a lot that Kennen is potentially holding on to for this final push.
And these types of game states are among my favorite. Where, all right, yes, you were threatening the double conquer next turn, but actually, now you have to double conquer, because if you fail to, I will be holding to 8. It is all or nothing, and you only have 6 energy to do it with. A grand stratagem would be huge, as it's pretty much uncounterable from a rebuttal.
Yeah, and that's going to be the tricky situation here. They are going to risk it with the grand stratagem. Does Mel have the answer with said signature spell?
Well, you can't counter it because it costs more than than 2 might and more than 4 energy.
That's true.
Cheeky abandon could always be lurking around the corner. Not the case. There is an absolute tsunami of bodies coming the way of Mel, looking to steal a win, winning 2 in a row, coming back from a game 1 defeat. But they're not there just yet. Mel with 3 energy, and keep in mind that discount from the applied researchers.
Yeah, and that's also a little bit lucky on the Kennen side, needing to have 2 order runes be revealed so that you can pay the 3 power cost there. But yeah, going up +5 at that point, you are going to be attacking in, passing focus, and this is going to be the final thing. If there is any answers here, we could be seeing a very difficult situation here. We also could be seeing maybe even a ride the wind to get the Hui over potentially, but I don't know.
I was thinking that. It was very, very cheeky, but it looks a little dire. We haven't seen a single ride the wind just yet. Well, you're playing against scales. You have to be mindful of it, but we're going into the tank, making sure we are not missing a single opportunity to clutch the game. Committing more and more. Right wind will be applied. Now, surely this has to bring our Hui into safety. And once again, paying 2 energy for that. That is...
Yep. And
think of how many more cards they could be playing if they had an extra energy.
Yeah, seriously. Well, and that's going to be a big deciding factor, being able to now discard a unit to be able to go up to 8. And now are you able to deal with the 15 might of a tapped out Kennen? You also might even be able to have a Stupefy to be able to utilize here, as the Ravenbloom Conservatory reveals a Stupefy. And we might have that final answer come in to -1 and potentially close out this game.
Not a single energy to be left working with. GG is called. They had to go all the way to game 3 and all the way to 7 points to, at the very last hurdle, fall down at the mercy of Mel, who will be moving on victoriously.
I mean, this is the thing too, and something that I absolutely love about diving into these new sets, seeing the deck techs and things like that, that when all is said and done, you know, in the beginning, I did think that maybe Kennen had that very much upper hand. And when we finally get into it and we see that Mel is able to dish out a decent amount of power to even be able to keep up with Kennen, and it's like, wait, there's maybe something here. A legend that I maybe thought was a little bit on the back burner for me personally might have some legs that I need to now consider.
Yeah, hey, maybe that Allen guy is kind of onto something, huh?
You'd think.
Wasn't quite sure on him just yet, but yeah, there might be more going on behind the scenes. And keep in mind, this was with not a single rebuttal taking over the spell, right? It's just a blue alternative to defy, as you will, how much it can pivot a matchup like this one. Exciting stuff. It's been a while since I've seen a grand stratagem be played right in front of us. Now, I think it's safe if we take a little bit of a break. We can come back for a fresh new round. Or is there a backup match? Yeah, no, we will definitely be moving on to break. Once we get back, we got to yap a little bit about some of the brews that Silent Night and I myself have been cooking up in the wings of things. All that and more when we get back. and welcome back to the Vendetta Triple Winner Box. I am joined by Silent Knight, and my name is Bandit. Silent Knight, we have a few minutes to yap, which is, well, you might have guessed it. I like some yapping, especially about a new set, because, like we said before, it's Christmas Day. Anything is possible. All fantasies are still alive, and I want to know, what is your ride or die deck upcoming?
Oh gosh. Well, and the biggest thing is we have the new candy that we get to experience, and that is the 9 legends that have been included in this. I gotta say, I've been really wanting to see what Zed can do. I've been wanting. Yeah, I've been wanting to also see what Kennen can do. Mel caught my eye though on this last one. I had started playing Diana at the end of this at the end of this last set, and Mel, I was kind of putting off on the back burner, but we just saw that last match, and I was like, wait a second, I might actually want to pick up this deck too.
And I think it kind of feeds in relatively perfectly into what is upcoming as well, because we have a Diana featured as it will be facing off against, in the same realm of underestimated legends, Nasus, piloted by Runes and Rift champion Cactus King. So we're in for a bit of a treat, Silent Knight. Now, we have seen, well, I haven't seen a lot of Nasus. What has the performance been like in your scenes?
Well, it's been probably more than anything a path of discovery, where a lot of people are, I mean, you take a look at the legend ability and seeing that when you play a unit gear or activated ability with energy cost of 7 or more, you may exhaust me to ready up 2 runes. And it's like, that's not great. But we've been able to see some legs go down with like a mid-range Nasus in this case that might be able to do well. Not only that, the green Nasus Ascended has the ability to be able to, when you conquer, to score an additional point, but only when he's empowered. But we got a couple of spells that might be able to be utilized to empower him to where you don't need to pay the, devastating, 7 costs to be able to do so, or 8 costs to be able to empower him.
Yeah, a bit painful on that end, but definitely we have seen Empower for a turn. If that is just a turn where you need it, suddenly having that capability of lunging from 5 all the way to a game-winning 8 can be absolutely devastating. So I'm very excited to see players with a high caliber that can reach that ceiling of a deck like this. Our players are ready. We are ready. So let's dive in. For your battlefields, we have Seed of Power and Viomal's Lair. Moving around, restricting the movement. Diana goes first. And, some things remain the same. And that is turn 1, Ravenbloom Student.
Yep, and likewise on the flip side of that, we're going to be seeing him finding his finding his zen, if you will, early on for the Nasus player, being able to go in. Now, we know what Diana is able to do, so that might be a little bit to the advantage of Nasus there. But that's going to be the scary part too, going in and trying to get your board state built up and then being able to utilize what Diana is going to dish out. You do have the ability to have counter spells. You have green, you have blue. There's a lot that you are able to utilize, but man, Diana is a scary deck to face. So we'll see.
So we are at the center now. There's no more. We are centered in. We are framed perfectly. No more centering. The only happy part that I'm seeing about this is that this deck surely will not be playing Aurora next turn after ramping for 2 turns straight. Diana decks, they have been getting some extra little treats from the new Vendetta set, but a large majority of the power is lying in this Diana Lunari. The fact that she allows for so many cards to be seen by you gives so much advantage, in my opinion, crucial advantage, and let's say at least a third of the power of Diana.
Yeah, well, and that's going to be the thing too here is this game 1 is going to be a path of discovery, because it's like, well, what is Diana trying to accomplish here? We've seen decks of like the Swain Diana, which can play and meet the Swain criteria to be able to score a lot of points. Or are we going to be seeing the reshuffling of being able to play and empower a unit to be able to play Fizz back from the trash? it can be any one of those, or even a brand new deck entirely. And that is why we are on a path of discovery, trying to figure out what both these decks are able to do and if we can withstand the momentum that they're able to dish out.
I was not expecting this line of play. I'm going to guess for many of you, this is an unknown card. 7 energy and a single blue power for Sprite Queen, who will be pumping out Sprite after Sprite after Sprite.
Yeah, but the one thing that is going to be maybe a little bit intimidating to have to watch out for is going to be that Starcross. And if you are able to take out that Sprite Queen, or utilize the Defies in that case, but it looks like we're going for a double Stupefy here. Still at the same time, the Ravenbloom student's going to be able to get the +1 all the same of using the Stupefy, so it kind of equalizes out, but we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be the big thing to worry about is, can I have enough Defies or ways to deal with the spells that Diana can swing out?
Will be put up against a test, the upside, and I think a part of the Nasus gameplay loop that has to be discussed as well. The fact that you do get to untap the energy means you have ways of protecting what you just played out. You can get away with a slightly more greedy line of play where you're not as vulnerable as, say, an Irelia that taps out to get Irelia on the field.
Yeah, and that's going to be the tricky part here, is trying to balance what Nasus is going to be able to dish out, because there could be some big advantage. We've already been seeing the +2 card draw, finding your center twice, and now we have played 2 find your centers each turn, or 1 each turn, for a total of 2, and now being able to fill up your hand and be able to devastate some board state. Blowing up now the Diana here as a hard bargain, though, comes out and says, nope, not going to be doing that. Interesting to be able to see this.
And we were talking about tapping out and how that was not the case for Nasus. Definitely tapped out now. Vulnerable like any other deck in the set.
Yeah, and that's going to be the tough part. Diana now has a lot of runes, 8 to be able to work with. And you could just,
frightening.
Yeah, you could Moonfall, you could Starcross, you could do a number of things and still be able to continue to build up your board state. So you could go for a Moonfall here and then still have enough to be able to play out a Hui in this case. So a lot that can set back here, and it looks like Starcross is going to be that answer to be able to deal with that formidable creature.
You know, I love the unpredictability of a new set. Anything can happen, and people were discussing, Nasus will be so vulnerable in a set that is filled with Starcross and Calder Weeks, and it's good to know that the community at times exactly gets it right.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, and it's like and that's where the calculation really has to come in on, is it worth actually going in and playing out these units and extending my rune pool a little bit and being tapped out? Because then if I do so, I can be absolutely punished by Diana here. And, there's been times where I have been double moonfalled to be able to just bring in 2 different units and just absolutely devastate all the work that I've put in. And then my opponent is much better off for it because I was tapped out, even though I had the answers in hand. So you got to be so careful about how you navigate that.
Simply moving on. I think one important question that we still have to answer: what will we be calling a potential Swain Diana list? I am personally leaning towards Swaina, but you have any suggestions? Because I am open for a good deck name.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a good
because
question.
we have to prevent at all costs another Miracle debacle, which is by far the worst naming of the deck I've ever heard.
I almost even just want to call it Blue Steel, because all of the champions in there just have like a blue steel kind of face that they have going on. Swain, all of that from those of you who know the movie in that case. And it's like, gosh. Otherwise, though, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, though.
We will be developing our board a tad little bit. And with the Sprite Mother being able to push out more sprites as well, so you do have some impact immediately, at least on the very first side of the board. Getting some more bodies out, it's not in the comfort zone just yet, because next turn, this Diana is looking to threaten the game. And she hasn't really played anything grand yet. It doesn't feel like she had to invest a lot to get to this point.
Well, and that's the difficult part, and it's gonna be up to the Nasus to be able to now go in and say, hey, by the way, I'm still here. You can't count me out because I'm only at 1 point to your 6. That's tricky though, because you're seeing that there's still going to be 5 going on to 6 cards in hand that Diana's going to be able to utilize at this point. And it's like, oh gosh, so what are we going to be able to do to be able to get back into this game? Because one small mistake and a Hui Ride the Wind will seal that. So you got to be so calculated on how to maneuver around this.
You can't be giving up any points at this point. And the swiftness of which a Diana can strike from pretty much any moment in the game, even on your turn, right? If you're not really ready for it, not this turn just yet, but when a Diana passes with, like, let's say like 5-6 energy up, that should be the stuff of nightmares. But now, with only 2 left and the threat of a hard bargain or a Ride the Wind, you have to keep in mind that the next step for Nasus is like, all right, first step is developing my own board, making sure I get as deep as I possibly can.
Well, and this is an interesting play here too, deciding to go and attack in with the Sprite Queen into Seat of Power. Now, we have 3 units in the backfield. We have a Vilemaw's Lair that is open, and it looks like we're going to be doing this in reverse, where Seat of Power, if we are able to conquer here, we're able to also draw one for each other battlefield you or your allies control. So kind of interesting there on that, and we'll see what is there. But man, especially with Cactus King's resume, definitely trust him on this process here, and he has a lot of runes now to be able to really build up his board state and hopefully survive.
And this is the point of the game where you don't see a lot of decks, where you start asking yourself the question, hey, do I still have enough power costs to at least pay like 2 every single turn, so I'm getting the absolute most out of my rune pool? Right? Because you're going to channel either way. But if you're completely 0 runes in your deck, you're kind of missing out, quote unquote, on that extra little bit of fun that you can be getting.
Ooh.
And this definitely an option, especially when you're at least looking to get a single hold out there.
Yeah, well, and that's going to be a nice play right there, going in with a Time Warp to be able to get that kind of answer. And I mean, it's a great card to be able to utilize in Nasus. That's going to be a lot of points. And again, we're looking at this as the next turn is now going to be starting here. That, I mean, we got to keep in mind that both of these competitors are 2-0 currently. So it's like, you know, this Nasus has been able to defeat 2 foes so far and is now looking to secure a 3rd round. But man, Diana, that's going to be a challenge.
Has one more turn to be meddling with, another hold looking to threaten. And you can see how you're, with a Nasus, let's say if it was Ascended, you can strike out of nowhere, where it doesn't matter if you're behind, let's say, 4 points, 5 points. If you get a proper Time Warp turn in, you can win out of seemingly unwinnable positions. Now, if you are Diana, you are still set up for success. Even a Thousand-Tailed Watcher is a card that, on the defense, only has limited uses. Oh, I mean, that will definitely help.
But that'll definitely do it, yeah. and again, you're able to see that the power that Nasus's Legend ability of readying 2 runes is going to be able to utilize here. I mean, you were able to play out something like the Thousand-Tailed Watcher to -3, then still have 2 runes that get readied up to pay for the additional repeat of a Bellows Breath to absolutely wipe that board. And currently, it's now 5-6. With Nasus also threatening that we're going to be at 7 next, but the Hui is coming in and has some answers here.
Is still looking to move in, but will be defied. No to your very first move of the game. And you got to be a little more mindful. Merchant coming out, still sitting on 6, but now it is all Nasus upside once again. A single extra Time Warp will seal the deal, but they're just a little short of that for now at 8 energy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they do have the second Time Warp in hand, but I mean, they were able to deal with the answers needed to at least still stay on the board. The game is still very much going on, and it's 7-6. I mean, we're looking at, you know, how that all of a sudden jumped up, and we have been able to lock away the Diana from being able to score any points. And now we have 8 runes left up at the ready. So I'm going to be curious to watch and see what then Cactus King is going to be able to do to hold down the fort. Diana only has 3 cards in hand, though, and
With the
that
risk
could, yeah,
of jinxing it.
yeah.
We have been getting absolutely treated with these games today. Not a single stomp as in these second and third rounds. Another Sprite Queen, a card that I personally was not really giving it the credit it gets in this deck, being essentially a 5-mana play, right? If you have the mana for it, but still being able to get some boots on the ground this very turn so you don't fall completely behind while still developing your board in a meaningful way. That is not to be underestimated.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. And now we got an additional 6 might for playing out another queen. And we got a cat that is sitting in the backfield that is just licking its paw and watching menacingly. And wait now.
The beauty of this all is this is not an easy double conquer for Diana.
No.
Despite all of the advantages he has and getting an extra little turn to draw up and reset the board a little bit, the fact that you still have to chew through 3 energy on an ass's side is so scary. A Moonfall, any card that Diana will be playing Diana is kind of like playing dominoes in that way, where if you take out a single piece, suddenly all that momentum leads up to nothing.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, I was not expecting such a lockdown so early on, that double conquer into Time Warp, into being able to play out the Thousand Tail Watcher and wiping the board. And now the Diana is just sitting there like, well, how do I then deal with this board state? My opponent suddenly went from 1 to 7 in 2 turns. Here we are, you know? And so Stupefied to try to get some answers on maybe digging a little bit deeper. We have 10 runes that we're able to utilize here. But I mean, at the same time, NASA's put in the work, and Cactus King is saying, hey, you might need to take this deck more seriously.
Is showing that when it comes to pits, he is no rookie at all. He is looking to hold his way to a game 1 victory. Can Diana sneak her way in there? The resources are diminishing. The cards available are limited. The Hui is champing at the bit, but there's just so much might to overcome. It really feels like we need to get that Moonfall in there.
But still, maybe a step in the right direction, being able to get rid of the Thousand Tail and Starcross. Now, this also could even be maybe a little bit of a bait card to where you might have a little bit better of an answer down the line that you're trying to get you to say, hey, Starcross is out of the way. Now I can play like my Ride the Wind to be able to take this over and things like that. So it's like, all right, I'll let this go through now so that maybe I can utilize a Defy later. But we've already seen, if I remember correctly, I think we've already seen 2 Defies as it is. So we'll see. But man,
I can confirm it's just 1 at this
just
moment.
1. Okay, thank
and
you.
Here is the thing. If it's really the quick assessment you have to make. What is more important? My Thousand-Tailed Watcher on the defense or countering a potential Moonfall? And in that regard, that is 7 might to the 8 might you would be losing from a potential Moonfall. Well, 6, if because you can't really credit the Scuttles for a Moonfall. And this will tip the hand a little bit. Discipline looking to outvalue or at least trade with this Hui. Surely this is not the last trick up their sleeve for Diana.
Yeah, well, and it hopefully isn't in this case, but even still, I love this play here. And when you are sending in like the Scuttle Crabs that have 0 might, you still have to be able to deal 1 damage to be able to kill them. So that's going to be the difficult part here, is now what can Diana be able to do to be able to deal even just 1 damage when you are so close on the cusp of taking this battlefield. And so we see 4 cards in hand, but is that enough for Diana to be able to win out on this game 1?
There is a single Stupefy still in that deck if they are playing 3, but then finding the last version of that, well, here it is. Here is your Moonfall. Now tell me, do we have what it takes? Are we going to hold on even longer? Maybe look and counter a Ride the Wind. Where is that line in the sand for the curator of that very sand?
Yeah, well, and here's the thing too, because especially with Moonfall now, you get to choose a battlefield where you have units and you may move up to one enemy unit to that battlefield. We already have -1 on Sprite Queen. Everything here is also getting -2. So we could move the Sprite Queen, yep, exactly, right over and be able to really clear up that Seat of Power. So this game is not over by any means.
Be looking to punch through. Showdown is currently being resolved, and now we will have all the information we need. There is that right, the wind. Currently, plenty of energy available. Do they have it? Do they not? Crumbling Sands.
Ooh.
Now that is a new card making an absolute splash.
I mean, and that is perfectly fitting for the moment here. Because yeah, that's going to be an additional spell that has already been played. So there we go.
Oh, what a joy. And man, how many times have I seen cards today that people had written off? Cards that people had already dismissed, either from Vendetta or from previous sets, that are suddenly seeing surges of new life. Silent Knight, this is why I love early new sets.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We get to see what these competitors have put in. There's a good amount of prizing in this pool for this tournament as it is. And it's like, all right, well, Cactus King means business and is putting in a little bit of the sauce that we keep counting things out. And I think that's going to be the most humbling thing about me being on this broadcast for you guys, is that I can't count it out. I got to really be keeping things a lot more seriously than what I have previously thought.
I think it's a good time for for Davids. Not only with the Odyssey coming out again, right? We are getting a bit in the spirit of David versus Goliath, but there are Titans that are seemingly crumbling just a little bit. Yes, it's only one Diana game. It's not even a full best of 3, but I'm sold already. Nasus is S tier. I am full on Nasus.
Well, and I think that's going to be the thing, because there was a lot of times, I mean, I'm guilty of this, of thinking that, Nasus was just going to be, maybe that unit, that deck that you take to your Nexus Knight, and you're going to get, around maybe 2, and you're going to count that as a win, and you're just playing it because you love green-purple, and it's like, wait, no, there's something here. And I mean, yes, we still have a lot of game left, but with that kind of resume that Nasus was able to put out here, Cactus King trusting this legend with its life, and now we're able to see, all right, I think this is going to be something here.
It's fitting, right, to have Cactus King something back that is belonging in the desert.
Yep.
There's those tiny details that separate the good players from the great. Now, getting into game number 2, any sideboard cards that you are looking out for when you're even playing against a Nasus like this? Is this time to maybe we see some Abandons make their entry into sideboards, especially with Loop Lux, of course, being a bit of a more permanent stay in the meta? Now, this does surprise me a little bit, because objectively, I was assured that Siphoning Strike was not a great card, least of all in Nasus decks.
Yeah. But, I mean, at the same time, it's like, that's the thing, is if you're, maybe potentially counting something out, all right, cool, sounds good. Now, that's going to be the tricky part, is with this side decking, having those 10 cards that you are able to utilize. Words these days.
We got there in the end.
Yes. That's going to be the thing, and I think that Nasus is going to maybe potentially have a little bit more to utilize against what Diana might be side decking in. And so is that going to be paying the dividends that we're maybe assuming that Nasus is going to be able to use?
To top this little comeback arc off, Diana was on the play. Diana was going first. And I think the most interesting addition is the fact that Diana is not playing Targon's Peak, which has a ridiculously high win rate on Diana when she goes on the play. In game 2, when you can assure yourself of getting to go first, seeing not Targon's Peak is very new to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, and one thing that I also really like is that there is a power nexus out on the battlefield as a Diana gets blown up by Deadly Flourish, dealing 3. But power nexus is interesting because when you hold here, you can recycle 4 runes to score 1 point. And we saw that, Nasus likes to score points. We got time warp, we got a lot.
It messes with the math. It messes with the math, and most importantly, it gives very little to your opponent. Most decks are not looking to hold to the way to victory. They're all about getting that double conquer on, because that is when agency is on their side. To fall back on a play we saw earlier, the Siphoning Strike. I think it's so easy to dismiss a card like this, as I did not a mere 2 minutes ago. But the fact that Siphoning Strike doesn't cost power is actually quite interesting here. It scales relatively well throughout the game, being able to deal with more threatening cards if you let it be. It is defiable. That is a bit of a... But come on, so many cards are. We can't dismiss it based on that alone.
No, not at all. And now we are taking a look at a field that is wide open. We are back at ground zero, though in this case, Diana's already at 4 points, but the hand knowledge that Scuttlecrab was able to give is going to be much of an aid. But having Diana to be able to come in and utilize her champion ability to potentially add more cards in hand could be a vital, pivotal moment here to be able to get things moving so that Diana can close out this game too.
And the versatility of a card...
Never mind. Yeah. I take that back.
Incoming, because it's usually just the one. A Bellow's Breath will be leveling some ground zeros once more. Now, this is a major blow, because Diana, like we said before, needs that momentum, needs to chain those plays. Suddenly, Diana is sitting on 3 cards, and when she readies on 8 energy, that is nothing to write home about. It's really hard to get something to stick without overextending at that point.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing. The Thousand Tail Watcher combo is looking really good in this deck. I mean, you're able to play out the unit, ready 2 runes, and then boom, Bellow's Breath. And it's like, all right, okay, here we go. And again, the board is wiped here. And we have the hand knowledge from Scuttlecrab on what remains. Now, of course, yeah, we did see 2 units that were already played out in this case. But all the same, I got to say, I got to watch out for this. I mean, Diana now only has 3 cards in hand, and what can you really be able to do about that?
And to me, the Diana kind of has a similar feel to it as the Annie does in certain matchups, where the Annie has a lot of answers in a lot of very different situations, but when their opponent just starts playing major bombs, like let's say a Set does, they kind of struggle to deal with those heavy, large pounding cannons that are just looking to lay waste to anything by brute force. There's no finesse to it. They're just, I am big, and I'm just simply too big for you to be finessing with or ambushing units through. And Diana has a similar struggle in this match, where it's like, oh, I have answers to some of it, but just the sheer value accrued through a Thousand-Tailed Watcher Bellow's Breath is hard to deal with.
Yeah, and so it looks like that Cactus King is going to be moving in to the coveted, Grove of the God Willow. Maybe trying to get some additional card draw there, especially since we know what is in hand. But we got to worry about maybe a Star Cross coming in. But it is just going to be a Hui that is getting played, and an extra card that is going to be coming in from Grove of the God Willow. A very nice upper hand for Nasus to be able to use.
So something that you have to keep into account right now as a Diana player. The fact that Nasus can just simply move out the Scuttlecrab, maybe play a Time Warp, and then still develop another 2 energy unit of some sort. We saw the cat come into that territory before as well. It's just so threatening, because then suddenly you untap with a little bit. You have to keep in mind that a hard bargain is definitely in the realm of possibilities right now. So I think we're definitely mulling over some choices there. But the absolute threat with a single Time Warp to go from 2 points, and then the next time Diana gets to play, suddenly she has to keep in account, all right, maybe the Nasus can start threatening the game in, let's say, a single turn already. That is new math that my brain is simply not ready for yet.
Well, and that's going to be the upper hand that you're able to use here, but it looks like we are going to also have the Nasus make his appearance, and so maybe some ways to be able to empower and move in for additional points. And like you said, we still got to be worried about the Time Warp here that could be making that big finish here. I gotta say, you gotta be so careful watching what Power Nexus might be able to throw down, and Diana might have to be on the edge of their seat to try to figure out how to be able to deal with a foe that they might not have been expecting.
there's so many prongs to this as well on the side from Cactus King. Heavy thorned is this player because the threats you're putting out now, you don't even really want to move out to a battlefield because that opens the door for conquering, and that can suddenly give 3 more points to the side of the Nasus. But if you don't, well, then you're just giving up double holds, and they can, in a little bit get more security through there. So how much room do you want to give? Because the math doesn't math anymore. 6 is not the magic number anymore. It could be 4. It could even be as low as 3 if they really want to push it.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's gonna be the tricky part here. And gosh, there's so many different avenues, just like what you were saying on where to go from here. So I gotta say, I'm impressed, but Hui is still a good formidable foe to be able to move in and around on this. But still, 4 runes even up at that point too is gonna be something to be watching out for. You have 5 cards in hand. You have 4 runes that are up, and there's a lot of ways. Disciplines we've been able to see. We have Defies to be able to watch out. We'll see, but this is going to be just a very fascinating match, and I'm so glad that this became our feature match.
Couldn't agree more. Another aspect that I would like to talk about is energy costs in a deck like Nasus. I think it's very important to anyone who played more than 2 Riftbound games how pivotal cards in hand are. Card advantage over your opponent, it's everything. But you have to keep in mind, cards that cost a lot of energy or require multiple cards to be answering a threat are kind of feeling like multiple cards tacked onto a single card. The value that Nasus can generate by just playing a single card in a turn, that it is top again by just drawing for turn. Meanwhile, Diana can play like maybe 5 cards in a turn and maybe only 3 of them replace themselves. You don't need a lot of card draw to still have a healthy hand size. And any card that is in your hand could be a card that just flips the game on its head. Yes, it is more vulnerable to Starcrossed, but the value generated, and even a Starcross onto the Nasus, that costs you 3 power, buddy.
Yeah, well, and I think that's going to be the big thing too, because like Nasus, for example, you're now making your time warps that are now worth only 8 instead of the 10. Yes, you still have to pay the power cost. Don't get me wrong about that. But being able to pay 8, and we saw that after he played the first time warp, then he was able to play out a Scuttle Crab after the fact with the same 10 runes is pretty crazy right there. And so there's a lot of versatility. Yeah, very good value.
In the meantime, we have a bit of a judge call going on. An extra card was spotted by, I believe, our Nasus player, or I believe Diana, where we get the stack deck trigger going on. So we're having a judge intervene to make sure that gets resolved by the book. In the meantime, I am absolutely enjoying a Nasus playthrough. I wasn't really sure what to expect from it because the deck building, I mean, yeah, of course, we want to play expensive, high-costed cards. However, I kind of had trouble envisioning it, but seeing some oldies and goodies with Thousand-Tailed Watcher and Battle's Breath making a comeback, fine, we've seen that before. But the Sprite Mothers, seeing some actual play, we're going deep into the vaults and breathing new life into cards that were deemed unplayable by many.
Well, I think that's one of the most refreshing parts about getting new sets is that there's certain aspects that just open up the card pool that much more, that we are able to see that, hey, actually, Sprite Queen, something that was actually pretty decent when we were doing like our pre-riffs of set 3, but kind of fell to the wayside, now actually might have a place in the competitive field here. And it's like, yeah, I definitely can see that here. And that it might actually be able to make blue-green that much more potentially prominent of a deck.
New sets, you love to see it. I think when we're looking at the new set, there's definitely legends that getting some more love than others. You have a Dark Horse in this set, a deck that you fairly sure about that it won't see any top 8s in this set, but then you're like, but I will definitely have so much fun playing it. Tell me, Saladin.
Oh gosh, I really feel like for the time being, at least in the first month or so of this, it might be Renekton for me. Renekton's ability is so difficult to try to build around because you have to use 2 power to be able to get 2 additional runes that can only be used for units or unit abilities. So you're already kind of hunkered down a little bit there, but it gives you such a ramp that you are able to utilize. But I think the biggest thing that Renekton is going to be struggling with is how do you balance that? What do you utilize in your deck, especially in the color combination, to be able to make that a meta high tier deck to be able to potentially top 8 at a regional?
It's gonna be hard, and I do like with the introduction of the metal cards that for these these middle of the pack decks, sometimes the top 8 is not even the prize, right? There's like a separate game being played for the best of tickets being handed out. Do you lean towards a more aggressive strategy for Renekton or more of a mid-rangey kind?
Yeah, oh, that's a good question. And I could definitely see an argument for that mid-range going more for that. The hardest part about aggressive, especially in the color combination of Renekton, is that when your big push has officially fizzled out and you've run out of that momentum, you don't have the card draw to be able to refill your hand. And that's where mid-range can really start to flourish a lot better because you're going to be finding yourself of, yes, I no longer have the cards. I might be top decking here, but now I have at least those bigger units that are now going to be holding the ground for me so I can continue to push towards that victory.
I do like it. There is an absolute unforgiving nature towards playing Renekton because misplaying a single turn and losing out on the extra power, it just has extreme ripple effects throughout. Now, I am doing a little bit of a live check-in. I think we're back into gameplay. So let's jump right back into this series. Hui looking to move. His bottom is on the run, drawing and discarding wherever he goes.
Yep, and I mean that is going to be a huge advantage there, but discarding and abandoned here is a very interesting choice.
There is a second abandon in hand. No, there is not.
Nope. But instead, we have a hard bargain, which the nice part about hard bargain in comparison to abandon is that you do get to get rid of that card. And so if we go for a Time Warp, it's like, guess what? You don't get that back in hand, whereas with abandon, you do. So something like Time Warp still on the table. You got to be very calculated with that. But Ride the Wind is coming in to see Hui fly on over and taking out, potentially, a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Doesn't have the luxury of knowing what is sitting in the hand of our most beloved Susan. 4 energy is a lot to be contending with. But knowing the fact that a hard bargain is waiting in hand, you have to go through your choices here. What do you prioritize? Do you want to chew through a hard bargain already when the stakes are not as high?
Ooh, well, the stakes just got higher because Eclipse is coming out to -4 to the way. And you get predict, but the -4 is going to be a big moment saying, hey, by the way, I know you're putting in this work. Oh, now you're at -4.
And suddenly you have to contend with a crumbling stance. On top of the defy and with a single energy ready, you have to be fearful. It's not being tapped just yet, which makes me believe that they might be in the clear this time around.
Yeah, and so that hard bargain is being forced out. That's going to be a little bit of a savior, potentially. No defy for that hard bargain either. So, I mean, very well done. The Hui is going to be coming in for 8. Is there going to be one final push here to be able to answer? Or is Thousand Tail? Yep, it is going to be falling and headed straight for the trash as a very much needed Conquer is going to be in the hands of Diana. But we got a little bit of work still that Nasus can do.
Needs to start making plays proactively. Even though we were talking before about how the math doesn't math for a Nasus when you introduce Time Warp and scoring extra points on conquering if you do want to commit to the Empower. Whenever Diana is leaving up more than 1 mana, you gotta be fearful of a hard bargain. Even that single extra draw, you have to be mindful.
Yep, and I agree. And so here we go. The Nasus, maybe not in the best situation that you want to be finding yourself in game two, down to 3 points when that final push can be dished out by the Diana here. But it looks like we are
Oh,
going to
that's
be
a lot.
tapping the majority of our runes and backtracking.
Oh, yeah. Now, I am curious. Have we had clarification yet on what type of play it is for Curator of the Sands? Does the spell fully have to resolve in that instance, or is it more of a? I believe it's for triggered abilities. It has to completely resolve, doesn't it?
I believe so, correct.
Yeah. So you got to keep in mind that if you do commit to the time warp, you only get the runes back after you resolve that spell. So doesn't get you out of hard bargain range. Find your center. Kind of alludes to, well, only costing 2 at that instance. It'll be just fine. However, you gotta come up with something grand. Diana is threatening the game once more. But hey, wherever a Thousand-Tailed Watcher goes, you know what usually follows?
The Bellows Breath, and that might be the saving grace here. Again, you don't want to have another board wipe coming in if that means you only have 3 cards in hand, which is a very possibility. Yep, there it is, Bellows Breath. And if you don't have the units here to be able to rebuild your board state, that very well could now be the GG that Nasus needed to be able to win here.
You gotta appreciate how much margin the Nasus is taking here, right? By keeping up the 2 energy, they can even get over a hard bargain if they were to top deck it. And that is the manner of care, the measure of preciseness that you need to give your opponent when they are threatening the game on their next turn.
Yeah, well, and here we go. We're going to be up to 5. And then after that, you're going to be holding to 7, and you very well could also be utilizing Power Nexus on the following turn. So we are threatening not only the game here, but potentially the match.
What can Diana get done? It is a clean slate, but that's not where you want to be when your opponent is threatening the game. We need bodies. We need something to address that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. But through all of this, even a Starcrossed, you have to be mindful that it can be countered not by a Crumbling Sands, but by a Defy. Yes.
And so there we go, the final tap of the rune, and the Defy's coming in to say not so fast, but Stupefy, maybe to try to dig to get that final answer.
For one more Starcross, for one more answer, a hard bargain, anything to get this Thousand-Tailed Watcher out of it. GG is called. And this dog, you cannot count out. Who counted this dog out? Not me.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta say, you were able to get these answers fleshed out. And I mean, wow, I gotta say, watching this and being able to see what Bellows Breath was able to do with a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, what Nasus's legend ability was able to add into value of readying up 2 runes. Something that I thought, it's not really all that great, but holy, it put in the work.
It put in the work. You cannot contend with that one bit. Now, I will say, as excited as I am for a Nasus, this series clearly showed there is potential. Is there more going on than just Thousand-Tailed Watcher and Bellows Breath? Because I feel both games were decided by that card combination. And for a deck that doesn't draw all of the cards in the world, right? We, on average, see them go through around half their deck. I think I would love to check in later into the tournament. Maybe we will be so lucky. But Silent Knight, I think that about does it for us in this tournament so far. I do want to thank you. Or we're in talks. Are you up for another game? I surely am.
Dude, I want to see as much of Vendetta as I can possibly see. Let's go for another game.
It's not done just yet. It's over when the producer says it's over. That's actually not up to me. But we will be diving in as soon as we can. Plus, are we up on stream? Lovely. Is it already visible for people watching? Lovely. Then we can hop right in. Victor facing off against Pike. That feels nightmarish.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting too because we're seeing where Pike wants to really get some bounce back, and he's got the combo piece to really bounce back here. But that's going to be the thing: is Detonate's going to be immediately coming in to blow up the treasure trove, draw 2 cards, and be able to channel a rune and draw another card. I mean, that is just a lot of utilization right off the bat.
I thought this was supposed to, when somebody plays Pike, I'm usually used to like discard decks. Yeah, in hand, currently we have close to 15 cards, I think.
Yeah, well, and on the flip side, you don't normally count Victor having a lot of cards in hand, and he on the flip side has 7.
That is flipping insane.
Yeah.
We will be going a little bit deeper because this Victor is already sitting on 6 with a single energy open. You have to be keeping in mind this is game 1 still.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if it is still game 1 because it does only say that there is 7 minutes. So it looks like we are actually in game 2. Riff Atlas just updates us as joining in game 1. But yeah, it looks like a Falling Star is going to be coming out, though, with 3 damage being dished out, taking out 1, and another Falling Star for a complete board wipe. And I mean, gosh, he's got the runes to be able to do so with relative ease and still manage to leave 8 runes out to be able to do whatever he wants for the rest of this turn.
And the one thing that a Victor usually struggles a little bit with is to come out swinging, right? The only part that comes out accelerated would be a 1,000 Tilt Watcher in many cases. So when you are going through the book on this one, and if you want to tie down a Victor player, take away all of their commitment, you have to be keeping in mind, we might be facing a different Victor here because I'm not seeing our yellow leader like we usually are.
No, not at all. And this might be a much more spell-driven style of deck as an accelerated Pike is coming in to get an easy conquer here on the battlefield. But that's the thing. It's like, well, if we can get Victor out and then play spells on our opponent's turns, we're going to be able to continue to create 1 might units to be able to really maintain the hold here. And so Pike comes in and Pike vanishes out as he scores a point and then creates a gold with the legend.
Going off into the deep end where he is most comfortable. Now, there's just simply so many cards in hand. You have to keep track of the fact, the options that it opens up. All right, big commitment as a 1,000 Tilt Watcher will be coming out. We were talking about it before. There are not many cards that come out accelerated, but this Foxy card will.
Yeah, and it looks like also going to be attacking right into the Forbidding Waste to then also be creating a unit back in base and hiding a card. So maybe a little bit of insurance there. But the biggest thing, too, to keep in mind that Forbidding Waste does add a -2 there. But it looks like he might have wanted to keep the rune count up if this game is going to be going any longer and endure the -2 if there is an attack coming in.
And that kind of makes you curious, right? Because what does that tell us? Because if he has all the answers, then it doesn't really matter how many runes it costs him to throw up. So could we be seeing maybe another unit hidden in there? And so, yeah, what could that be? We have seen some additions where if we defend with exactly 1 other buddy, we will be enjoying a shield 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The options have opened up in this color domain.
Well, and that's something to, because I mean, I think I was already just guilty of that, of assuming that it was going to be a hidden blade. Yes, it very well could be, but yeah, you're exactly right. If you hide that unit, that is going to be Disciple of Shin that you get +3 to defend for 4. And that can be the big enough swing to be able to make a big difference and stop the -2 from going in. So it looks like the Pike might have picked up on that or have additional answers. Immediately we'll be moving into Sigil to go up to 4. But he has to be able to take this other battlefield.
But of course, I mean, he can bounce if he really wants to. Starcross coming out. Do we have a unit ready? And even if it is a Disciple, then the Pike comes out accelerated. Doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. That hidden card will be met in the trash, was the Hidden Blade. You know, sometimes the most predictable play is still a good one.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, it is a tried and true card for the Victor deck, but you're able to see what an accelerated Pike is able to utilize here, and being able to now take both battlefields immediately, now being able to bounce back for that protection. He has the rune count to be able to double conquer each and every turn, but another Thousand Tail Watcher will be coming in to say, hey, by the way, we're going to double conquer anyway and take this game.
That's all it takes from that point. Starcross only delaying the inevitable, as Victor will be marching on to a game to win, putting us to another game 3 Silent Night. What an absolute treat. Now, in our very final game, what can we tell from this Victor list? Not a lot. We haven't seen too much, have we?
No, that's a big thing, but our opponent has definitely seen a lot. There are 2 games now. The side decks have been gone through relatively quickly, so it's very much under the assumption that they might have just kept the decks the exact same at this point. And we're going to see what is going to be able to be done. But it looks like Victor's only going to be able to put out 1 unit.
Well, 2 energy is always tricky to be playing into so many spells that can mess up your day. And that early game from Pike, I think it's quite vulnerable. So if you want to strike, now is the time.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Pike gets answered with. I mean, we were able to see how much work it was able to put in this last game, but it looks like it is going to be scoring here and then immediately be putting back for a gold. So being able to move in, get that point. Now the recruit is going to be able to do the same, but he's going to be met with a swift answer of the Pike next turn if he's not careful.
Holding on just that little bit. Keep in mind, we are fighting the clock just that tad little bit. So the pace of play needs to be high in the deciding game number 3. I simply cannot wait to see more of the cards that Victor will be putting out. We saw a gross amount of cards in hand. Where is the draw coming from? Is it from consulting the past? Show me.
Yeah, well, and we also got like things Shadow's Call, where you're more than happy to give like one of your 1 might units temporary to be able to draw 2. And that's the kind of stuff that, you know, you're able to make a sacrifice, but it's a very minimal sacrifice to be able to get a lot of utilization. And we're seeing now Bewitching Spirit being able to come in, which can very much counteract a lot of that, being able to continually bounce things back turn after turn, as a Call of the Week was chosen to be discarded. A very interesting choice.
I mean, it's tricky, right? Because there's not a lot of units on the board for a Pike, right? Because they are looking, when they come out, they are looking to be returned as soon as possible. That's why I think fielding a Rockfall path can actually be quite beneficial, because it limits the amount of places that a Pike can play its units on and then immediately return them to hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's going to be something to really make an impact. But right now, Pike is going to need to make that kind of impact, as a Falling Star is going to be coming in, destroying both units in the battlefields here, and still has 6 runes to continue to work with. Now, we see that both competitors have a bunch of cards in hand. The Pike is going to be moving in to get another point. But what else could he potentially do to try to continue to build up his board state?
Yeah, I can put it back in hand, but doesn't. Ooh, Hidden Blade. Now that would absolutely ruin the day of a Pike. Usually not fielding a lot more than a single Pike. And that is your unit that can constantly spring out, be returned back to hand, keep that gold generation going. Up against it now.
Well, and I think that's going to be the big thing, too. It's like, when your opponent already has so many cards in hand, it's like, what's another 2 at this point? We're taking out a big part of the engine for Pike here by being able to play this Hidden Blade. So we'll see if that's going to be an advantage that's going to push the Victor past the finish line here.
And I do like the translation that a Victor can make by putting out. Oh, but that does hurt, doesn't it? Falling Star coming out. What can you even begin against that in your color domain? You can consult the past just that little bit. Yes, you'll be able to make an extra recruit, but that definitely stinks.
It does, but still at the same time, Pike needs to be able to build up his board state. I mean, we're going to be seeing a victor that is going to be able to get up to 6 points on this coming turn and start to hold. So it's like, all right, we need to start making our own impact. We don't want to have a 5-point deficit going into, what could be our final turn here. And so, I mean, Victor's been able to do a really good job on inching up to the finish line, being able to continue that momentum. Whereas Pike, it's like you lose your engine, then what? As another falling star comes down.
Oh my. That is the third one that we have seen in this third game. Cleaning up the board. The only upside in this instant is that you can call the week quite cheaply. However, because you're dealing with tokens by playing these falling stars, the hand is quite healthy on Victor's side. Playing out a champion, these are all cards coming outside of the hand of Victor. So definitely has the tools and also the time, let's be honest here, to rebuild his board. But a Sprite Burst will not be allowing for much more time. It's not even necessary.
No, not at all. But you're seeing what a Sprite Burst is going to be able to do. That's going to be pushing right up to 6 points. Again, maybe something that, the Pike player definitely does not want to have to see here. He does have a lot of cards in hand. He has a lot of runes to be able to utilize. But is that going to be enough to stop potentially what we could see another Thousand Tail and Recruit double conquer to win this game and the match?
Pike not very well equipped to be defending a battlefield all by itself. If they were to, surely having 2,200 cards in hand would be an advantage in that case. But we are digging more. And this is kind of the issue that a Pike can run into, where you should feel like you have all the answers ready. You should be able to deal with the situation at hand, but you can't get it done. Detonate looking to make things even worse.
And it's like, is he digging for like another falling star to try to take out the recruits to stop the potential double conquer?
He's already played 3, so I think it's going to be...
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
Difficult, definitely. That is a lot being tapped. Thousand Tailed Watcher and the Recruit. Oldie, but a goodie. Gust. Will we be able to gust, or is it GG? Thousand Tailed Watcher, throughout these rounds, making a major... Well, can you even call it a comeback at this point, or was it never gone?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. The high value was something that did kind of put it to the wayside a little bit, but now it is going in for the double conquer.
Yeah, they'll be scoring all the way up to a, don't call it a comeback. Thousand Tailed Watcher was never gone to start with.
Yeah, well, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest things. It's like, gosh, Pike had how many cards in hand? Has gone through half the deck. And that's the hardest part sometimes, that even when you prioritize that amount of card draw, can you still manage to find the answers? And it's like, in this case, no, Pike couldn't. And that's a difficult path to walk at that point.
Yeah, because what can you even change at that point? Usually the answers are simple. Oh, if only I drew a few more cards. But, I mean, at that point, maybe if drawing 10 cards is not enough, to play some different cards there, buddy. As we will be seeing another order deck, another mind deck be pulling in the win. Can you call it an underdog story? Or does that title go to Nessus?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I think the thing is that Vendetta is going to be talking about is that a lot of these sleeper decks, a lot of these decks that are going to be rising from the ashes and coming back with a vendetta of their own to prove that we have a place to stay in this meta and you need to be taking us seriously here. We got Victor, we got Nasus, we got so many other legends that are here to prove themselves, and only time will tell if they are able to do so.
Oh, Silent Knight, I think that this time around that was the encore that we were treated to in this round number 3. Afterwards, we will be welcoming a whole new set of faces, but if you simply cannot get enough of this beautiful little Silent Knight next to me, Silent Knight, where can we keep up to date with your comings and goings? What can we expect?
Well, as you guys know, I'm on YouTube under Silent Night, also on X or Twitter as Silent Night TCG. Always find me there. And right now, we're diving into the deck techs, we're diving into the gameplay. So if you want to take a look at those, that's exactly what we're diving into each and every day for you guys.
Wonderful. Definitely keep track of that. For myself, I mean, there'll be some interviews coming out as you're used to, but I'll be in Barcelona as well. I'll be handing out be playing some games there. Not just Riftbound. There'll be some. I don't want to give up too much, but if you see me, it's definitely worth it to come tap the shoulder, say hi. Besides that, Caster Bandit, all social platforms you need. Big shout out to Plus, who is working diligently behind the scenes to keep these tournaments up and running. We're not done just yet. After a short little break, round number 4 is roaring to go.
Hello and welcome everyone to Runes and Rift Vendetta. Woohoo! Exciting stuff. We got all the new cards coming and we have an interesting matchup for this one. I'm NA and I am joined here today by my good pal Agito Swiftly. How are you doing, Agito?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. How are you feeling today on this glorious August 1st? It's also, for those out there, Digimon Day.
Wait, why is it Digimon Day?
Because the series starts on August 1st.
Wait, like a new series?
No, so the original OVA, it takes place on August 1st. So it's always just known by the Digimon crowd as Digimon Day.
Ah, okay. I see. Did you play the card game? Is it?
I did play the game. I was quite a fan of it and was okay at it. But I did pull a card that you may be enjoying if you look into the camera right now. Good sir.
Okay, it's the Ezreal with the unfortunate haircut.
It's a super twink.
Absolutely. He is shiny though. Very pretty, very
shiny.
pretty.
Luckily, he's cheaper than what the original alt art was. So if you do like the extra blonde, Eisen-esque Ezreal twink time, then you can probably pick up yours for a playset for like 30 quid in about 2 days' time.
Yeah, this is true. Unfortunately for me, I like his base art the most because it's like the most dynamic. All of his like other ones are kind of the posing's just like weird. The posing's just weird. Like the Debonair one, he's just kind of like sitting there like, yeah, I'm cool. What you gonna do about it? And then this one, he's like kind of like jumping or something weird. I don't know. But like
he's just evil person like posing with his chest out in this one, to be fair. But the base art is just all chin. It's just half the card is just his extra square jaw that's shaped like the Lost Rites or the Last Rites card. Yeah. So no, it's either you like the alt art Debonair, or we gotta wait for the third alternate art coming out for Ezreal, which will be a next set as he's part of Heartsteel.
I mean, how many points do you think Ezreal would get on Omegle with the original art?
I was like 6.
Only like 6?
I think like 6.
He's got that chin though.
Yeah, but that's what you keep your brain.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I think he's just extra big tongue for the trash talking he does.
Yeah, what you gonna do about it? I'm gonna discard your hand, and you're gonna like it.
Oh man!
But that aside, it does look like our players are close to set up here. We have an interesting matchup today, and I'm excited to see it. We have Pyke versus Ivern, favorite little Poro enthusiast. Not Braum though. But
I like this matchup just because it's two different styles of essentially how do you want to control the battlefield. We have the old man of the forest trying to just lure his cats, dogs, birds, and the occasional Poro in, and then you have Pyke here just butchering away, just trying to keep things off the battlefield so you can accelerate in, pull himself back out again, just being that riptide butcher that he wants to be.
Yep, and it looks like our players are ready, so we'll be going into this as soon as they do start, but I imagine it's going to be Ivern with the Rockfall path, as Ivern does tend to like to play these sort of floodgate-esque battlefields where they stop you from doing something because, well, they don't stop him, they stop you.
But no aspirants anymore, no greatest arena anymore, no fun for anyone anymore, only hard control.
Absolutely, and immediately we see the Bewitching Spirit come down, one of Pyke's favorite cards. It says, you will not have that dog. That dog is going in the trash. And it
Every
does
dog
seem
gets
like
its day, but not today, with the mutated monsters coming out, first of all. But overall, okay. I didn't expect to see him going over to the Zorn Warrens. I thought he would have Rockfall passed himself first. Maybe there's a card in hand that he doesn't really want to see, but I would have thought he wanted to brush the Rockfall.
Makes sense. Make Pyke play on the Rockfall, right? You have to deal with it.
They've got an even bigger kit.
And there's our brush. And for anybody who is unaware, which I hope no one's unaware, but the brush does give +1. And oh my god, that is a bird. That is a bird.
It's the big bird.
That is absolutely a bird.
So
Okay.
remember, everyone, Azir isn't real. He can't hurt you.
This is
Even if
true.
you just fall out of the hand, that's at extreme speeds.
That is, I mean, he is a four-cost bird, and he does have accelerate. You can do this.
You can,
He
or you
does.
just play him to the battlefield and get that plus. Well, he's
Mhm.
+1 now, so he's a 5 might bird. He is that mighty bird,
Mhm.
but not quite a mighty duck.
Right, so going straight for the hand control. Moves up the
Mhm.
Bewitching, gets his first point, bounces it back, gets the gold, and you will be discarding more cards. Yes, you will. Poor Ivern here is not enjoying having no cards in hand, but he does have access to the green Ivern. He's gonna
Mhm.
keep adding units. What will we find? That is absolutely not a bird or a dog or a Poro.
So luckily, it doesn't have to be, but if it is one of those 4 traded cards, you do get to buff a unit on this field. Unfortunately, a thick-handed robot is not one of those mentioned 4 types we want in the deck.
This is
But
true.
being dragged across the field is no bueno.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there is a little dog or a cat or a Poro inside the Blitzcrank piloting him? I think he is in the, was it called the Space Groove Blitzcrank? He's got like a little dog in him or something.
I think is it the alien in the Blitzcrank one, and it's a dog in the NASA suit.
Oh, okay, I see. Ooh, there's
Ooh,
a
one
star.
coming down.
Well, probably kill the Ivern. Say you will not get free cards every turn.
No.
Bye-bye.
Well, there goes the hand rip, I suppose.
Yep. We're back to discarding your whole hand.
To be fair, Ivan is slightly up here as he is the one on the points lead going into 3
Mhm.
on this upcoming turn. Ivan doesn't traditionally have any ganking, I believe, unless there's a new creature added in this set that has ganking now, when empowered maybe. But overall,
Mm,
he can rip your hand forever. But if he can't deal with you, then it doesn't matter too much, does it?
I will say that there does come a point where you discard enough cards and it's just fine. Though here is interesting because we know he did add the Blitzcrank, and you could just like play the Blitzcrank, kill the Bewitching Spirit, and say, well, better find another Bewitching Spirit. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you are no longer hand ripping, and the Blitzcrank does go back to your hand every turn, so you will have something to play.
Yeah,
Assuming
as you
that
saw, he got rid of a random Poro now, so that Blitzcrank is ready to crank it right in.
that poor affection Poro, he just wanted a hug, and he got sent to the trash instead.
He did his
Oh
thing.
well.
He was used for fodder, so the Blitzcrank could crank, crank, crank.
All right, here comes in the crank.
Oh, that poor little birdie spirit creature just didn't stand a chance on that giant metal claw dragging it across the battlefields
Mm-hmm.
into the unknown. That was definitely not a brush or a bush, but just hell. It was just pure hell.
It's like a little bit spooky because Pike can have a cleave there. They'd have one up, and then you're trading with the Blitzcrank, which is, if I'm Pike, I'm very happy to trade a Bewitching Spirit for that Blitzcrank. But let's see, does he have a second Bewitching Spirit? You know what? The Bewitching Spirit looks like a bird. Why can't Ivern play it?
Because it's a dead bird.
Oh, true.
It is classed as the Shadow Isle's spirit, so I suppose it is dead. We can only have living birds. Technically, Azir isn't also a bird because he was once a human. So
Wait, he's a human? Is this true?
yeah,
What?
he's used to just be an emperor, and then he did some good things, and they went, "Go on, then you can have special space magic," and became the bird emperor.
I see.
Same with Renekton and Susan, Mr. Nessus.
Really? I thought they were like gods, essentially. They're not. They're just people who got transformed. Let's see.
That's why they're called the Ascended. So they're humans who ascended into like godhood.
Okay.
Same with the Darken, but it's a different story for when they come out, and I can spend 4.5 hours talking about how the Darken are misunderstood. Coming down here with that Void Seeker, though, who's getting popped in the head.
Well, did get defied. Saying, you will not kill my cat. He does protect
Order
the
of
cat
God.
with his life. We do love it.
Hi, Turner.
Yeah, just playing a Raw Tide Turner. I see. Okay. So it's not a good sign.
No.
Anyway, there are a lot of better units to be playing there, but so it is going pretty slow, as Ivern games do go, where he says, I am sitting on this brush and there's nothing you can do about it. It is a little bit funny to me that they gave Ivern the brush and then he can't play Rengar, because, you know, that would be thematically perfect, but unfortunate.
He's too cool of a cat for this not so cool daddy. But yeah, it's opposite colours, right? So there's nothing you can do about it. The big bird, everyone's new favourite bird, the bird that says play another thing and gets stuff for free. Which, I mean, I'm always down for free stuff. Do you like free stuff? I like free stuff.
I love free stuff, though. I will say this way is a little bit weird of playing it. Traditionally, what you like to do with the Heron, I say traditionally as if the set has not been out for a week. But the way...
Traditionally, as of today, before release day.
As of me saying this, what I like to do with the Heron is you hide the Zonias, and then that gives you essentially a sneaky hidden play, or you flip the Zonias on your opponent's turn, and then, oh, look, I have energy and power. And you didn't know, which is kind of cool, right? But
it does say each turn does include yours is one turn, your opponent's is another, so that means you get yourself a free defy or not so fast in hand. So no, that's a pretty good thing to try.
Yeah, but...
Also, that's just a giant ass bird now. That's an 8-mite bird.
It is quite a big bird, and here comes the start fool. Bye-bye, bird. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, he tried. He tried a bird.
Bye-bye. So how is Pike going to kill our other bird and his friend, his pet cat? There's a question here. I see a falling star. There we go. All right, which one are we killing? I guess you can kill both.
You have to kill one first and attempt to do damage to the other one, right?
Well, I'm saying you could do both in that, like, now you can just throw Pike out accelerated, and then trade with it, or, then trade with, and then you're like, okay, nice, you have no board now. Yep. Oh, even better.
Oh,
we don't trade.
It goes at 6 into 5, so no, it does take a full swing of that poor birdie boy.
The trade was a lie.
It's like you said, though, this has been perfect, because you get the time when you play the Zonias now, so that cat disappears. They have to kill the Azir. You can flip the Zonias. The Zonias can then become the saving grace for Azir for the following turn. So, yeah, I think where you were saying with the trick is fun, but I think it would have been better to time your own demise.
Yeah. And it's like one rune, and at that point you have the bird generating you 2 runes every turn, effectively, so it does feel a bit like a missed opportunity there, though. You can play the bird on this turn, and you are still ahead in points. You move up your cute little kitty cat onto that Zon Warrens. You discard a stinky Poro. We are not playing Poros this game. They belong in the trash, apparently.
They do belong in the trash.
Yeah.
Or you could go to the Rockfall path, brush it up, and then just throw your bird down there instead, trying to convince your Pike to discard his whole hand instead.
This is true. Says no. No!
Not today.
I will be discarding my Poros. They will not be living in my hand.
This is not a light mite game. This is the 8-mite bird only game.
Right? And here's the... Oh, no, we discarded a cat. Okay, defeating our cat alliance and instead opting to discard our second cat. I mean, imagine it's just going to be play the bird here. Yep, there comes our bird. Now what do we do with our... Oh, no! All right, we have changed sides. We've decided to discard our cat. Keep our Poro. Very disappointing. But what can you do?
This is the worst thing now. Technically, we had 4 energy and 4 power up then, and they couldn't play any more cards. Oh, it's Shovel Face!
I mean, yeah, it's not. What did Ezreal do dirty to get these get all this art? Like, come on, he's got some cool ones, like the Dragon Skill one. That one's pretty cool.
Yeah, loads of cool ones. He's got like 26 skins. I'm sure someone in the chat.
20? There's no way.
I'm like 99% sure he's the most skinned character in League of Legends. and he's even got like the most skins or like the second or third most skins. It's ridiculous, but he's got so many good skins, and they just gave him brace face chins a lot earlier. But I think he's on Portover as well.
I believe it.
Okay. Ooh,
Okay,
you got Cool Mama.
Ooh, that's
So-
a good card.
I like this card because it's essentially Matron in purple. Except if
Yeah.
you're playing Kennen, you can play both in Kennen.
It's also cool because you don't have to use it on play, right? You can just kind of hold
Yeah.
it, and then it just becomes like, hey, I'm just going to randomly play a fizz out. What are you going to do about it? You can't
Oh,
do
you killed
nothing
my fizz.
about
Give me one turn, he's going to come back. Don't worry.
it. It's also just an efficient unit to play on its own. It passes the vanilla test. It's a 4/4. So even if you don't empower it, it's fine. I will say, a little spooky if I'm Pike here, because my opponent's. Ooh, okay, we got more cats. Let's go.
So, do you just name Starcrossed here?
Probably right, because he's already gone through what, 2 Falling Star?
There you go, Starcrossed. So it's like, nope.
Yeah. Right. Well, we have.
I'd like to chat. Lux is not a girl. Sorry, Lux is a girl. She's not the most main male character with skins. So
Oh my gosh.
we already figured out that NA doesn't know what Bluey is, but I hope we know that Lux is a girl. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. How about that one? Hey, there's Daisy.
Ooh,
Look at
here's
that.
Daisy. We didn't have a dog though. That's the problem. So Daisy doesn't get to do some stunning.
It is unfortunate. I mean, we can still find a dog, surely. No, we discarded our dog
We did
earlier,
discard the
didn't
dog.
we?
The only dog we have
Yeah.
in this deck, we discard him. What the dog he is gone.
Yeah. Quite unfortunate. This is actually interesting. I have not seen an Ivern deck play Daisy. I wonder why I decided
must
to
play, like,
now play Daisy.
One normally. I always find that if you talk to them, they go like, "Yeah, I play like one because sometimes you need to have the ready unit." Because I think it's the only ready unit you get to have in the deck.
Oh, that's a lot of value there. You get to
Oh,
get
yeah.
rid of the matriarch before it empowers. Okay, very nice. And
What was your plan?
0 cards in hand says, "What are you gonna do about it?" Can you clear
Rip you, I
both?
guess. Oh,
You will not play Starcrossed either.
but I got a Void Seeker to kill the cat.
No. All right, now the Starcross happens. Let's go. Okay. Fair enough.
mean,
fair enough.
You've got to do a lot of damage right now to get rid of the field so that they can't just hold to 8 the following turn. So, good luck, Ezreal. Use that shovel face.
Yeah, it
even
does
the
seem
chin.
a little bit difficult. Like, what is the plan?
Just push him on the field and tell them they belong in the museum. Don't you worry. You got this.
It's cooked.
So, just for the sake of it, we have 13 might on the one battlefield, as I believe Daisy doesn't get anything from the brush, and obviously Blitzcrank is a mech. He's a machine. Who'd have thunk it? But then the other side, we do have the incredible shield +2, plus being a cat, so that's a 4 might cat, with the 8 might bird, and then the 4 might Poro because he has shield 2. So that is 16 might, I think. My brain's saying that's at 16 might there. So pick your poison. Ezreal ain't doing nothing. And I think we decided that's true.
Scooped it up. And hey, you want to know a secret? You're wrong. Daisy is also an Ivern. You didn't know that?
Daisy's also an Ivern. Don't
Yes,
tell me.
Daisy is also an Ivern.
Oh, God.
So
No.
he does get a +1.
No. Are they somehow
didn't
considered
really?
the same card? No. Oh, God. I got to look this up now.
Ivern, get in the robot.
Daisy.
Did you
Oh,
ever
God. It
think-
is classed as an Ivern. Oh, no.
Yeah. No, it is. It's. I'm just thinking it's like Evangelion, and they're sending one of these little poros into Daisy.
Get in the golem.
Get in the golem. All right. Okay. So, Ivern did get game 1. Any thoughts on what Pike might try and side to deal with this big might stacking
beefy boy.
battlefields?
Did we have a dragon enter the game yet for Pike that just spits fire onto a battlefield and burns everything to death? I know we got Elder
Wow.
Dragon in body, but did we get something in red for that? If we didn't, no, we don't have the answers, I'm
No.
afraid.
Unfortunate. We could just put it in there anyway. Let's see if our opponent is colorblind. That could be a strategy.
Just noticed it. Is that a body card? No. You just. I think you gotta look at codes in your eyes. That's specifically a red card.
Yep. I guess technically you could play like Decree of Rage, but I don't think that card's particularly good. It's more Starcrossed are always good.
Pike is your answer. It's like, how do you answer to Ivan? My decree. I have one decree just for the Ivan.
Yeah, Pike doesn't really like the super wide boards. All you really have is Falling Star for that. And you're going down in tempo a lot because you keep bouncing your own units, right?
That's the plan, is just play a lot of cheap units out, get your point in, get back to hand, get your gold. As you said, when it gets mid-game, try and remove as many units from the side of your opponent as you can, because they're losing more time than you are. Going first to Spike is a little bit better. And here we go, just walking in there with the old treasure hunter. Going straight to the trash, because we don't want the treasure hunter anymore. Gold's not important when you can make your own through the legend. But we do get to get the hand going a bit cleaner. And then, everyone's favourite friend coming in now. Good old Bewitching Spirit.
You will discard your hand, and you will like it.
No, please.
But no, Night Fighter's a smart guy. He said the Downwell card. And that is absolutely true. You could throw all those animals down the well.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Not wrong at all. Though we did
What
not see it
happened?
last game. Could just be a side deck card if he does opt to play it.
I say normally with Downwell and things of such, it is generally a sideboard card, because it's who knows if you're going to go against a wide board when you need to get rid of everything. When most games do seem to be more like 1 or 2 units fighting with control, as the average game, I'd say, in Riftbound. We do have ourselves that affectionate horror walking in.
That's a funny one. Decree of Unity. You points at bird, you will die, and the bird dies. But he's like double dead now, so I don't know. Maybe a shovel will resurrect him.
Do you think that was a sideboard card? Or do you think that's just specifically in here because purple's like the most represented color?
It's definitely a sideboard card. It seems kind of psycho to keep it in the main deck because you do have, you do have the possibility of playing like Hidden Blade, though we didn't see it game 1, or even Cull. If I guess you really wanted to kill stuff, I could be wrong though. I could absolutely be wrong.
I think we got an interview with one of the Ivans during Hartford, and they were saying that Hidden Blade feels good if you're ahead and you've got tokens you can sacrifice, but it feels really bad when you want to try and hold a battlefield down, because generally you losing that 1 minion is the difference between you winning that next turn or you just losing that next turn. So
that's fair. Fair. Ooh,
Ivan's here again.
All right.
Is it a robot? Is it a robot? Is it a robot? Yeah. Ooh, kind of.
Mr. Mittens, let's go.
Mr. Steelclaw, Mr. Fluffy Butt. I like this card. I don't think everyone likes this card. I like this card because it's very good having a very cheap unit early game, and it's very good late game because you now just have this very scary cat.
Yes. It's like not really a Zero Might and Ivern either, because you just put it on the brush.
Yeah. But he's still a 1-for-1, so he trades even, right? So it's fine.
Yeah. And hiding a card. Okay.
What could it be? Could it be Hidden Blade? Could it be Azonia's? Could it be Backoff?
Is there anything else? I think you got everything.
Is it Block from set 1, where it was like if you flipped it over, you give something shield 2 and tank, I think? We saw that in Ori last set come up a couple of times. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because like, when it came up, people were like, oh, yeah, I thought this was a card. So, yeah, it is a card. Enjoy.
And did get a buff for the Ivern there. He is
reveal a correct creature this time, not a robot.
Unfortunately, he still is only 6 might, so that Falling Star still will hit. But
you have to use both parts, though. That's the thing, though. You have to use both parts.
Is it a Forerunner? There we are. Right.
So this is when you said what would be in the sideboard for this kind of deck, and I was thinking the only thing I can honestly think would be in the deck would be a Forerunner as a sideboard card, because I know a lot of them take out the Forerunners for game 2 and game 3, because sometimes you do have to go a little bit wider with the mechs.
Right. Do we find another cat, another Poro, another dog, or a robot?
Do we find a Nasus? He's a dog.
Is he?
He is.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
He better be.
of course he's a dog, but like, is he a
Absolutely, he
dog?
better be a dog. Right, let's just check. Make sure I'm not a liar this time.
Yeah. It's a
Nasus
cat.
is a.
Yay!
Nasus is a Nasus Shreeman dog.
All right. So if I wanted to play, oh my gosh, I could play a Shurima Ivern deck with the birds, the dogs, and fortunately no crocodiles, but maybe next time.
Not this time. No green crocodiles, only red and orange, I'm afraid. Although, I'm not saying you should play the green Nasus in this deck because I think you're making yourself a worse deck, but you could.
Yeah, but think of the flavor. It's like dog flavored. I don't know.
Dirty dog bowl flavor. My favorite.
Right, Mr. Whiskers going out to the base. He is defending the home. And here we go. The Fallen Feline as well. I wonder if you call Falling Star at this point.
What are you more scared of? Are you more scared of getting removed via damage, or are you more scared of getting your stuff put back to hand?
I mean, there's no Heron on the board, so like I feel like that's the main target of the Starcross. And there isn't anything developed that you would want to rebounce with the Starcross right now. Like, you absolutely don't want to bounce the mech. So you'd prefer going like playing something that you don't care if it's bounced and then Starcrossing, which is like, that's a whole turn to just bounce one unit. So I'm pretty sure I'm calling Falling Star. I don't know what
They did call Starcross because I am also scared of purple cards and not the red cards. But I do agree with what you're saying there. It's much easier to throw Falling Star at two different units, rather than just damn these robots. But yeah, I do 100% agree that Starcross is probably as scary in this situation than a Falling Star taking out two of your units. Or one big Ivan.
Plus, what did you say he called? Okay, so he did call Starcross.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have the whole army in the brush, but unfortunately is behind in points here. So does need some way. He either needs to force these pesky mechs off of Almaz for one turn, or needs to start cheating points with maybe the other Ivern if he does opt to play it, or a green Ari, which is Ari a cat? No, she's a fox.
No, she's a fox, which is close enough to both creatures, but apparently not enough either way.
Yeah, quite a dog, not quite a cat.
Yeah.
Fact
You can buff the hey, oh,
ooh, there's a bird.
Yeah.
I love birds. Okay.
So, just making sure, so I'm not cheating or lying to you people, he can buff that big cat in the back there, and if he really doesn't want to play the Heron this turn, which he doesn't have to, he could then play, empower this cat to have an 8-mite cat. Which doesn't do anything this turn, but next turn could be really scary. Nidalee is a cat, which is also body only, and again, why didn't we get Nidalee human form?
Well, I mean, we could, again, if your opponent is colorblind, you have options. Your deck building gets like twice as good.
All I've heard from you so far is that both players should cheat and put orange cards in both of their decks. That's all I've heard this match so far. No,
I would never.
Only one person can cheat.
Never condone that. Never, never, never. Only on casual tables where it would be
the
really
sneaky Nidalee or the sneaky Rengar just hiding in either of these
Sneaky
decks.
Rengar.
You never know from the brush.
Well, you didn't
We'll
play
do that.
around the Rengar?
Yellow green. How was your match?
Right.
I think I got cheated. How? I got Rengar in green orange, green yellow. How? I don't know. It's happened.
I don't know. It's too much to think about. But the bird does come down. Wait,
Rewind.
Wait, what?
Did you not like the burb?
Ooh.
What's going on?
Ooh, there's the axe. And now we can go my favorite strategy, which is go ka-chow and then die. And then ka-chow and then oh, wait, this doesn't actually do anything. This bounces a single cat. Two cats.
But that's the cat with tank. That's the problem. It bounces the cat with tank.
This is true.
So Feline stays, Mouser goes, Poro stays, Ivan stays, Super Cat goes. We still have the scary Heron, so.
It is true, and it is funny because he could have played around this. but I can't imagine that's something you're thinking too much about. This is not exactly a popular card. It was seen for a little bit as a LeBlanc tech, right? But, oh, okay, Cleave. That is a, what? Oh, I almost said the forbidden numbers. That is a 6 to 9 might unit, so that will clear out quite a bit here. When I say quite a bit, I mean 2 units, probably.
It's going to chunk somebody out, yeah.
Oh, no.
So you either get to just kill one of the 2 problems, which is either the Heron or the Ivern, or you get to, like you said, take 2 things off the field, which is the Starcrossed unit. You don't do anything this turn. Obviously, Starcrossed can't be played now because you're out of runes, but you may also get pinged for damage on the axe, although it's not equipped to anything, so it doesn't matter too much, because you'll just lose the merchant.
Can also flip Zonia's here and then defy the Cleave if he, that is an option, if he has it.
Yeah. If he remembers how that's how the Heron works as well. As it is a brand new card, this is day 1 of release. People forget how interactions work sometimes.
This is true. This is absolutely true. And it looks like it resolves, so that was not happening. Maybe it's a back off. Back off would be pretty good, like you said.
Just stun him out and it closes him at the end of turn. Very good. Can we get a back off?
Thinking. Big think, big think. Focus is passed. Oh. I didn't expect that one. Okay, fair enough. So who do we want to die? Okay, I see. Oh. Never mind.
Just push everything off, right?
Yeah, I feel like you just pull everything back. Yeah, like you said.
And then next turn you can just start messing around with damage on the other battlefield.
I guess the one thing that is a little bit scary if you do full retreat is you do have to deal with... I guess it's not that scary. It does put the pike at 6 points, though, right? So you are in danger, technically, of dying, though it seems somewhat unlikely. You will lose your brush, though. It's sad.
You still have the 2 floating of both the energy and power, so depending on what's in hand, you can.
Oh my.
You're going to be sneaky right now.
Sacrificing our boy? I don't see why we would.
He's 6. Do we have Cohen guards maybe in hand? Do we just go, okay.
I could be missing. It is very possible. But it does look like he's at 6.
Yes, he's buffed plus brush, so that's plus 2, so he's 6. If we just have 2 guards in hand, that'd be great. Nope.
Oh my gosh. Nope, we're going back. They're dancing. They're jumping in and out of the brush. I will go. Now they're all ready again. They're ready for combat.
So you know what? I will fight you, my big bird.
Yes. Thinking about this one really... I mean, this is the game 2. You got game 1. Ivern, as far as I'm aware, is pretty unfavored going second, so... Can't be...
Yeah, you always want to try to get a cheap unit down early, try and cover a battlefield early, just keep that point forever, essentially. But then again, I think both these decks that kind of be sneaky, try to get their first point, and then just mess around for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yep. Pike likes to bounce up and down, back to that hand, onto the battlefield, yada yada. And we have Ivern doing the Shurima shuffle here, going back and forth.
I am pondering if they're doing the whole move any number of friendly units of battlefield to their base, and 0 is a number game. Because I know sometimes, depending on the card's wording, 0 can be a number.
Yes.
So some cards are like, no, you have to do at least 1, and other cards are like 0 is technically the number that we'll take. So can they do that and then use the 2 ruins and 2 power? Is that what they're trying to figure out now? Do we have a judge call? I knew it.
Okay.
Thank you, man, behind the curtain.
Right. Yes.
It's not cheating if you're asking the judge, right?
This is true. This is true. As long as you are saying that I am doing something and you're asking what is, as long as you've attempted to do something, it's okay to call the judge. It's not okay to call the judge when you're saying, how will this work out before I do it? So in this case, he has used the divide, so he's calling the judge. And it sounds like you're correct. I mean, I can only imagine that is the thing that he would want to do here. Say, hey, what happens if I choose 0? But
Judge, hypothetically, if I flip a card over and it says I may move something without the word may, and I pick the number 0, is that a number that I can pick? Because 0 is a number.
I'm kind of curious if he, like, what is he trying to play here with the extra energy? Is it a hidden blade maybe?
Say action speed, so yeah, you can play a hidden blade because it's 2 and 1. I was thinking that maybe he's trying to play the decree, but decree slow speed, so he can't play that.
Yeah.
And the new thing you got left available then is either guards or disciplines, which I think you generally would run anyway because they're just very good cards. Friendship won't happen here because we need a dog, which we haven't seen dog.
I guess there is that one Ivern buff card. I forget the name of it, but it was in the, I remember it was in the pre-rift, and then I forgot about it entirely.
It looks like they've
what was it called again? I'm gonna look this up real
good. I think it's friendship is what we're right about. We're like this little fluffy cat thing.
Yes, you're right. Friendship. Choose a unit, give it +1 this turn for each of the following tags among your units: bird, cat, dog, or pro. This one excludes Ivern. Poor Ivern. And it also, you know what it excludes? It excludes robots. Robots never had friends, did they? It was quite sad.
No, they don't feel friendship or hearts or emotions except murder. Just pure murder.
Yeah.
But I walk around today, just a big tree man versus a small traveling merchant.
And is the tree man going to pull a shank out of his pocket and kill the merchant in return for 2 cards? Question. He might. He might. Friendly until you...
Just remember, everyone, that the yellow cat, name for a second, Fallen Feline, chooses the card name as long as it's on the field. It only can't play that card it's named when it's not on a battlefield. So you can always name a card. It doesn't lose that ability. It's just when it's on the battlefield, you can no longer play the card named.
Oh, I wonder if they're also asking if you don't... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
I love this card.
I didn't even think of this card. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Give it a
so
stun.
If anybody's unaware, key barrier, choose a unit, prevent the next 7 damage that would be dealt. So that bird can only take 2 damage here. Very cool. That does end up. I wonder what the whole.
Yeah. So, for those who aren't aware, we played a card from Hidden, which considers itself as a card played this turn. Your second card played now has the reduced cost of essentially 2 power and 2 energy. So you just get 2 and 2 for free this turn, or any turn that you play a card first. Basically, it's like a weird Legion effect for 2 of each. And then you can play this card because you have the floating mana and power, and then you basically just become this super heron that now has a Shen ultimate cast upon it.
Yes.
In the wrong deck.
And
either way, we're here.
We have Ivern and his poor army and his cat are now in base, so we can attack the mechs. It is time. It is time. Rise, my minions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we go to 9 on the follow-up. Wise, if we can play something cheap, we can obviously float 2 of each. And then we can empower the cat for the following turn, maybe.
Yes. Have options here. Does have options here, and this is pretty good for him. It was a free retreat essentially to set up a score on the other battlefield, which, if he is able to do so, does put him in the point lead, right?
Mm-hmm. And so for those out there who are wondering, Assault has now dissipated because Assault's only during combat. So he's back to being a 6-month unit. At the end of his turn, the axe stabs himself in the neck because apparently it's a Final Fantasy weapon. Also, drops itself while somehow going through your jugular, and then deals 4 damage to you. So this poor little wayward merchant just got taken out by the evil axe.
Yep. He, dealt in blood a little bit too much, fortunately, so he will end up dying for this one. But what does scare me a little bit on the next turn is we know there's a pike in hand still. And if you do go for the Conqueror on the Vilemaws, which I think you have to do at some point or another. It doesn't have to be now, but it does have to be at some point or another. You have to deal with, 12 might in tokens plus the pike plus the axe, and the axe plus tokens. Okay, and then we have been informed that the second question was, if a unit gets recalled after combat, does it get a move trigger? And the answer is no, it does not. A recall is not a movement.
No. It's a game state action, I believe it is. But yeah, as you said though, having this possible 9 might fish coming in and chopping down the heron the following turn, having these very big mechs dropping into 2 smaller mechs each, is also going to be a pain in the booty. But we do have to try and get ourselves ahead in score points here. We are both currently at 5. If you can get to 6 in this turn, you're now ahead. And then it's a case of, can you somehow defend the rest of the game with extra key blasts? Can you? Can you?
I don't know.
Can you be that key blast master?
No, it's a good question. I feel like the answer is no, because that battle axe card is crazy when you're conquering. But I will happily be wrong. And what could be cool is if you do find like a back off or something to stun, you can get that axe stuck on one unit. And then at that point, you've kind of bought yourself a turn, and both players are kind of like 1 turn away, 2 turns away from winning. So. Right. How are we going to do this? How are we going to conquer the spider's lair?
With a knife. For peas.
When are we going to see a spider Teemo on stream? I'm waiting for this. What's your deck? 30 spiders and 10 draw spells. Yes, sir.
33 spiders, 3 Teemos, 3 of the temporal rift things. So it's just everything is just shooting for 10 damage or a defense trigger.
Oh no, we're going back onto the brush.
No, get out of here. It's a trap. Trap yourselves here, boys.
I'm sure he's got a plan. I guess the idea is
do we have a... No, it's not what I thought it was. Say, do we actually have, instead, a Mr. Blitzcrank to drag someone's booty across the screen?
Ooh.
The answer was no. We had some porros and some cats. But not a dog. Still a cat.
Ooh, Mr. Mittens. He is back.
We can empower. We do have enough to empower, right?
You could. I guess if he does have a second Emperor's Divide, you can just hold to 7 when your opponent is at 7, and then... Because what? Pike goes to 6, Ivern goes to 6, Pike goes to 7, Ivern goes to 7. Yeah, you just hold the 7 and then do Emperor's Divide, full swing onto the other battlefield. Maybe that's the plan.
Yeah. To say it's a plan, I don't think it's a great plan, but it's definitely a plan.
I mean, it might work. I mean, you don't really want to spread yourself thin.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what is the damage requirements needed to do this. So you're a tank and you're a 4, so you have to die first, but you can take other things with you. So you can take out 2 poros and the poro and the cat that goes out first with the fish. I mean, if you're dual wielding axes, then what's the point of doing maths, right? Just walk in there and start chopping.
Yeah, I don't hate
13 damage on the fish. All right, we got this.
I mean, that is one big fish. Oh my god, and another fish.
Got a friend coming in.
This is giving me flashbacks to I don't even know if this art was used specifically, but there was a card like this in Runeterra. It was in the deep archetype, and I hated it. I hated it so much. It was like obliterate a unit or something.
Exodia. Exodia's that unit.
Ooh. And Angler Beast is going to say bounce. But we responded with a discipline. So our Mauser is a 4 might. baseline with the brush, and now the Heron is online as well. So the next card will be reduced by 2/2.
Don't you love having 5 energy and 5 power to spend as you want to on your opponent's turn? Never mind, it's gone forever.
Yeah, I mean, the double axes do make this pretty hard because everything that's going to swing in is going to swing in for Infinity Might. Unless, of course, you do have the back off. Back off goes pretty hard.
Don't you love Infinity Might? I love Infinity Might. We don't have a dog yet, though.
Do not.
Ivan, we'd have a dog.
No. We do have the Golem. You can send one of the Poros into the Golem. Yeah.
Because what you do is you walk the Golem in when you can stun something, stun the one unit, kill the other unit, it gets bounced out, and then you can, I don't know, blitzcrank the other thing across and kill it. Your choice, obviously.
I am kind of waiting for these Poros to get in the robot, but this so it's pretty unlikely that Ivan plays Gear Hate, right? I can't imagine he does. Maybe like a salvage in the sideboard, but he didn't see Gears game 1, so I feel like there's not a good out for these Battle Axe.
So I feel like the Blighted Battle Axe is a very Pike tech anyway, so maybe if they did have it in the sideboard, they'd go, it's Pike, I can see it happening, I'll just put the 2 in, just in case. As we saw the Decree of Violence earlier from the, what was it called? The Decree of Unity. Being a sideboard card. So I can see that happening. But again, like, what would you take out that's not going to be efficient during this match that would be efficient otherwise?
Yeah, because he can swing in for the fish. So what, 5 and then 13, like you said. So 13, 13, and then 9 with just what's on board. And I think there's a Pike in hand still. So, and he has access to 7 red. So yeah, could do this 3 times, which is quite a lot of might to deal with. But here's Daisy.
Do you now walk Daisy in to kill a unit and then stun the other one, and then you make 2 free might units that now become axe wielding maniacs?
You could. I'm surprised that the Daisy wasn't played to the battlefield, assuming that is an Emperor's Divide in the hidden, right? Because like
I'm
at that
presuming
point,
they're keeping it there because on the following turn they need to walk in and start dealing with that battlefield.
Yeah, but if he has a divide, you can just pull it back at any point, right? That was kind of my thought.
Yeah, but they're going to hold to 7 this turn. So if you pull everything back on that turn, they just go to 8 and win.
Well, you go if divide keeps it all ready, right? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
On the following turn, you can't do it anymore because they go to 8 if you move off the battlefield. Ooh.
Okay.
So you then switcheroo. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We saw one discarded earlier.
Yeah, so my thought is if he conquers here, you lose. And if you have Emperor's Divide here, you just hold here, you go to 7, and then use Emperor Divide everything back, and then swing it all into Valmont.
That works.
But
that's what I'm saying. You can't use to save yourself this turn because they just go to 8 then.
Oh yeah. No, that's why I was surprised that he didn't just like play Daisy to the brush.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Okay.
Get rid of that cat.
He is bouncing the single cat, which fair enough. I mean, spooky cat. No, it bounces 2 cats. Okay, 3 cats. Oh my gosh.
3 cats.
Bye kitty cats.
Yeah, the 2 tanks. Oh yeah, and Mr. Zero paws. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh.
That is quite rough. Wait, why are they still on the board?
He responds to his if he wants to. So if he's got,
well, he just equipped the battle axe. Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Now they're all coming back. 3, 6.
So
7,
did they take that back so they could then put the battle axe on the treasure hunter and bounce their own treasure hunter? That is a bit naughty, if you ask me. As this is a tournament, you can't do Tixie Backsies.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I just realised that I messed up. I need to do this. It's like, well, that's a tournament. You can't rewind.
Yeah, he definitely played that and then attached it, which is like...
No. Yeah, very annoying.
Yeah. I definitely would not let that go. But seems like the players are okay with it, so it will continue here.
Back off.
We got
Because
Treasure
if it's back
Hunter.
off, it's no. I want it to be back off because if it's stunned, it can't drop the axes.
Oh, yeah. This doesn't. This is like okay, I guess, but
Yeah. I suppose you can only kill 13 might worth of stuff this turn, right? And pike.
mm,
So 21 worth of might, right?
yeah, it definitely was supposed to be. That Treasure Hunter definitely was supposed to be bounced, but I guess his opponent. Yeah, I guess he was just okay with it. So
Yeah.
still can throw in the fish. I mean, can throw in the fishes.
Just to reply to chat, this is on TCG. Sorry, this is Rift Atlas, which is not TCG Arena. Some of us, sorry, I say some of us. Some people have been requesting us to do this for a little bit. I think this is the second tournament we've done it on. It's been quite clean, quite clear. So it's a very nice tournament for. And to Eddie, what do you want us to do about it? We ain't got special powers. We just talk about card games.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, he didn't because that was Azonia's. I mean, he has to have the divide in hand, doesn't he? Little.
That's it. You got to have it. I mean, that's a pretty big hand worth of cards, to be fair. So, not nothing.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. As long as he has like enough buffs for Daisy, technically it doesn't need to be. Maybe what,
As
like
long as he's
friendships
got-
and disciplines.
So yeah, as long as he's got every named trait, so as long as you can get like a cheap dog out, a cheap cat out, a bird out, and a poro, you're okay for the following turn. Uh-oh.
Belongs.
You called it earlier.
Okay.
4-star.
Yeah, could. So probably kill both. Actually, you can't. You have to double ping something to kill it, unless you're gonna throw in the battle axes and then just like go for a big clear here.
Friendship.
Ooh.
I suppose it's like what you're targeting, right? And he goes like, I'm going to target this and this. It's like, all right, I'll try and keep it alive then. Excuse me? Who's
Yeah,
a dog?
what is a little bit weird here is that
Who's a
the
dog?
wait, what? Oh, he's yeah, I see. 3, 4. Wait, so he's at 4 and then 5 and then plus. Yeah, it should just be +2, right? Wait, no, it should be +3. Yeah, no, that makes sense, right?
No? Yes? I'm confused. Friendship.
Yeah, because he has bird,
is
poro,
24.
and cat.
Choose
So
you, give it
+3.
+1 this turn for each of the following. So he's got a cat, a bird, and a poro. So
Yeah,
+3. So he's +5. No, yeah, I'm wrong. I was almost counting like 6, 7, 4.
All right, and there's the
Not me.
switcheroo. Certainly. Could
Yeah,
be a tide
it
turner,
could
I
be
guess.
Could be a tide turner.
Yeah. It's like a good old bluff.
Or what's the other one? Wind Adept? The one that you flip over and it's gust? Do we have a dog?
Windsinger?
Do we sell things?
I think
Maybe.
it's called Windsinger.
That's not a dog!
That's a robot. Unfortunate,
robot,
you
yeah.
probably wanted the buff there, but silly robots, get
That's
out of
a robot.
here. Does he have the divide? Let's find out. Big thank. I mean, if you had the divide, you're just throwing it down. So probably, it seems
Yeah.
like he maybe doesn't. Does have that
That was the
daisy.
most optimal thing, right?
Oh, I guess he's maybe thinking if he plays the Blitzcrank here and moves something off.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, do you grab one of the foreigners, you trade with it kind of thing, but you kill one of the foreigners, then maybe you got a charm something else across. Back up. I mean, that works too.
Okay, it's a good start. Draw card move, but that also does make me think he's digging for the divide.
It could be. You've got to play 2 of them, right? You wouldn't play just a one random one.
2 or 3, even.
So the greatest man behind the curtain I've ever known has just
Mhm.
reminded us we only have a few short moments left of this round, and Ivan has to essentially rush through that brush at the fast as he can, like he's ganking a dragon or something like that. So here we go. We could come down now with the Blitzcrank. We're going to grab someone who's stunned over, probably.
Yep, there's our favorite robot, and you can pull over anybody,
Mhm.
as the Blitzcrank does have the tank, so he will He will eat all that damage. Doesn't really... Wait, why is he pulling the stunned one over?
Because it doesn't fight.
What?
Because he does. So if you've got Charm in hand, he can kill the first one without anyone taking any damage, and then he can charm the second one over. So if he dies on the second one, it doesn't matter too much then. Do we have Charm?
I guess it doesn't really matter, because if he can't conquer Valmont, he loses him.
Yeah. So you said if he's pulled the Emperor's Divide, obviously that's a 2 and... There you go. Because he can now stun the other Forerunner, kill everything else as long as that thing there isn't a switcheroo, and just hope for the best.
Oh, there's the divide. Nice. And that is probably game. Because you just full pull back, right?
Yeah, just leave. Depends what he wants to do. If he wants to charm the other thing over, he needs to have just enough might in there to kill it while keeping hold of the battlefield.
I'm just wondering why he would ever leave anything there. Oh, yeah. Am I missing something? Maybe, is there a reason why you would ever leave anything there?
All I can think is maybe there's a charm, and he was supposed to charm something across, but now he's put everything in. I have no idea. It's all out of units. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Because if you can't kill everything here, sorry, if you can kill everything here, but you have to trade, you still lose on the following play because they have 2 battle axes just to slot for you.
Okay, it was
It's
the
fine.
play. Okay, so 4 to 9, 15, 16, 17. So it's 17 might into way over 17. So there should be GGs, right?
It should be. Because the Heron and the Daisy alone are 15
Yeah.
might, so. There you go, GG. Walk everyone in.
That's it. Very nice.
I suppose the reason why they left the other cat there available is because you can't switcheroo if he's on the battlefield, right? Just in case it was a switcheroo face down.
Well, isn't he on a battlefield when you move him onto that battlefield?
I'd say yes, but I'm sure someone's going to tell me that there's like a fraction of
Yeah.
a second to technically activate,
Yeah.
and you have to be fully on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something that some important tech there that I was missing, but yeah. But yeah, did find the divide. That was a nice end to the game. It was pretty cool. I was a fan. Yeah, the Ivern deck definitely looking a lot stronger with the Heron. The Heron card seems crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people said that Heron was like probably the best new card revealed from set 4, which is crazy when you look at all the new mechanics and stuff as well.
Yeah, I definitely underappreciated it when I first saw it. I was like, oh yeah, this card is fine. It's not anything special. And then I played against it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this card is crazy.
How could they? How could they print such a card?
The bird is in
okay.
fact the word. And what do we got here? We got a cannon versus an Aurelia, and I see tentacles Aurelia. That is not a good combination.
Don't you love tentacles? Don't you love tentacles with your Aurelia, sir? Flapping
Oh,
around.
I love them, all right. I
It's just a
absolutely love them.
It's just a top matchup. You don't normally see the tentacles with the Aurelia, normally it's against the Aurelia, but nonetheless, here we are today, seeing what can only be described as pure cinema.
Yes, absolutely. It is something that everyone loves to see, but we do see. All right, Fizz coming down with the Star Cross as everyone's favorite combo. Kennen, oh my gosh, both of these players have absolutely no rune.
That's what you want, right? Who needs ruins when you have Starcross? But currently, it's Kennen's game to take it all, I believe. But they are both at 6 points each. If you can, Tentacle Slam and take it all with the Stellar Cord Hoarder, then show me how it's done, because you've got to try and clear both battlefields here.
It seems pretty impossible. I mean, how do you conquer? I guess you could just go to conquer the Targon and then say, I'll deal with that pesky Fizz on the next turn. Screw that guy.
I'll take that pesky Fizz. Don't you worry about this. As Nocturne just sneaks away, taking away both of these games. I would presume.
Vegito,
Hello, I'm here.
you're the lore master. You are the lore master. I saw
Okay.
I saw a Reddit post about this, and I did not get a good answer in the comments. Why does Fizz not wear clothes?
Fizz is a fish.
Yeah, but like, okay, but don't the other Yordles wear clothes? Why is he not?
Because he's not a Yordle, technically.
Doesn't he have the Yordle tag?
So the weird thing about Fizz specifically is, unlike all the other Yordles that you know, which are kind of like mammals, Fizz is specifically a weird fish octopus dude. And because he's got this weird trident in his hand that makes him now like the king of the sea, he's basically Aquaman, if Aquaman just was freeballing it.
Aquaman was a fish. But why couldn't he wear like fish clothes?
What would you class as fish clothes?
I don't know. Like maybe he'd wear like. Haven't you seen what mermaids wear? They wear like, I don't know,
Yeah, but he's not
seashells.
half fish, half man. He's just an anthropomorphic fish. He's just got limbs and stuff, which is very unfish-like.
See, that is very fish-like.
I'm sure if we asked whoever created Fizz the correct reason, then we'd know what's going on. I believe this is called stalling for time, guys. Right, we're going tentacles deep with a Stellacorn straight in here, drawing an extra card on the move. Does that card answer any questions? It looks like it may have done.
Ooh,
discipline.
And there's the discipline.
All right. And then you can ready yourself right with the Aurelia. But there's no boots with the fur.
No, you probably just don't. Yeah, you probably just say, okay, this is fine. I mean, you're not really doing anything with that. I guess you could say you'd pull it back. Nah, yeah, you just say okay to this, and you're just hoping that the Kennen doesn't have access to enough mobility to move over to the Targons here, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big hand from Aurelia, to be fair. There could be a boots in there on the following turn. Move it across. Maybe you've got a Starcrossed of your own. So the follow-up, try and get things off there. Use the tentacle as the target. Question mark. They're both control decks, really. Okay.
There it is. You have the Defy. I mean, Aurelia has infinite cards in hand. You better have a Defy.
You got one up. You got to use it now. They did use a Defy the follow on the last turn. So there's a good chance that they might be out of it. So they've used 2 Defies so far this game. Do they have the third?
If you don't, yep, there it is. This is your mistake, Agito. You are believing Aurelia does not always have the answer. That's the mistake you're making.
How could I forget that Aurelia is the main character and forever has every single goddamn card in the game?
Absolutely.
How could I forget this?
Oh my gosh, down to 1 rune. Yes, you will ready that 1 rune with the Targon. Now, can we send a fish to space? Can we get that Fizz over to the Targons?
What is hidden is the question. What is here? Do we somehow find that last card we need? Do we have, in those 2 cards in hand, something fun? Like a hidden blade, just done.
True. Could also...
They don't need any more cards.
Could have the signature and discards. See some more cards as well as an option.
Yeah. Burn, Kennen, burn. Disco Inferno.
True.
So we are currently into overtime. They are both at 7 points each. Can we, in these next 3 turns, get to that delicious 8th point? The question is, there's a good chance, to be fair, if Kennen can't do anything.
Will he be able to get over? I mean, thinking deep about this, the Kennen deck does have a lot of options, but only 2 cards in hand, and his fishy friend is on the board, unclothed. So does not quite able to move.
So here's the thing. The only thing that's really going to save you now is if you have another Ride the Wind, where you can bring over the Rasa and hope for the best. Or you can Starcross, hope that's not a unit hidden there like a Tide Turner, and you can just hold there to the following turn for Aurelia. Who do you want to win is the question.
Can I say no one?
You can say no one. They can draw.
We could get a double DQ. Oh no, I was thinking more they both
No,
lose.
DQ,
No.
Jesus Christ. No, not DQ people.
No. Okay, so Aurelia is the villain here, and but Aurelia with tentacles might not be the villain. So I don't know.
We ran out of tentacles, so that could be the issue.
This is true, and we do see the tentacle spawner is banished. Very unfortunate.
As you may have noticed as well, Ilaoi is coming in set 6, which means there'll be more tentacles to watch and enjoy.
This is true. This is true.
Did you think that Riftbound was degenerate enough already? Well, have I got news for you? Because in January, we're going all the way.
Oh.
I can't wait. August? Ooh.
Did we really think about this long? I feel like I'm just slamming the gust. Oh, okay, we're bouncing around.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Excuse me.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
It is. It wasn't what I was expecting, but it is.
What do you play with Fizz that can't just get defied?
Just gust again, yeah? Well, they've used all 3 defies now, so they're out of defies.
Oh.
Could you ride the wind?
Wait, then why would you not just bounce? Oh, I guess it could be a hidden tide turn. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's a good call. So then what? You just Fizz ride the wind, like you said, but then you lose to Defiant Dance.
See, you're playing the mind game now that is called I Hate You Aurelia. Do you have, an undercosted ability in Defiant Dance that costs 1 and does absolute damage to everyone that you know?
Yeah, why does this deck get to play with 1 rune on turn like 10? And then you're still just afraid of it, and it has infinite cards in hand as well. So you know it has the answer, but it's like, which answer do we want to play around? Which answer is the one?
Because to be fair, as you said, if you try to attempt to gust the Stellarcorn and they reveal DD, they just take the might off you first, right? So they're now 5 might.
This is true. So I guess you lose to both of them, right? Yeah. But this loses to DD as well.
Hello? What happened to that face down card? He's a tide
turner.
Oh,
it was a tide turner. Okay. And there's the Defiant Dance.
Okay. So it's now 6 into. Wait, why is the
tide turner in base?
Yeah,
am I dumb? Did you just like run away?
Apparently, because it's meant to be.
I'm afraid.
6 into 7 now currently. No, not the meme.
Oh! He said it.
I mean, we do have that new unit that does the whole 6/7 thing. Was it
6/7? Right. Wait. How did the tide turner run away? Was he just like, oh, this guy's scary?
It's like, I haven't played this game. I cannot believe you guys.
Okay, fair enough.
So, Rasa has Assault 2. So, Rasa during combat is now 8. They have Defiant Dance, I believed.
Yeah. So,
yes. I've not seen anything in, say.
Yeah, with the Assault 2, doesn't the cannon still wins, right?
Well, that's because Titan is randomly not in the.
Oh, true.
So if Titan was where it should be, it should be a 7/6. But because Titan went sod this, I'm helping you, goatee, has just left. I don't know what's going on anymore.
It's like the Monty Python skits. Run away! Run away!
We are the fish that go just escape.
Okay. Ready?
So,
absolutely. Oh,
Ken's now just awoken.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
No, he lost.
He lost.
He should have lost. Sounds good. Right, so wrapping up the round, we got to see a couple good ones there. Got to see Ivern take it out with the new Heron. I mean, Ivern definitely looked pretty strong. I was pretty impressed by how it looked, and unfortunately, we did see the Tentacle Aurelia lose. Or sorry, win, just as bad.
So, I think there was a joke going around by some of the competitive players that was saying it's so weird that Ivan got like the most love this set compared to like everything else, especially when last set was only the XP set and they've just dropped it already.
Mm-hmm.
That's what some experience guys. Just
it is weird, but that is like the benefit of one of these. What do you call them? Like tribal leaders. Yeah.
So
where
the technical term for it now, because we're not racist anymore, guys. We're good people. It's kindred. But we have a
we?
problem because we have a legend or a champion that's going to be called Kindred, so we can't call it Kindred. So we have to
Are
call
we
it
good
Tribal.
people though?
No, we're degenerates.
Oh, okay. As it should be. As it should be. No, that's a good point though. Yeah. What's Kindred gonna be called now? Are we just gonna call him the Wolf?
The Wolf and the Lamb.
Yeah, but like, okay, we all know that one of the two is a little bit less important than the other. This is not.
One chases, one just goes, join me, and it's like, oh, go on then. I've had a hard life. I'll just join you.
It is quite sad, isn't it? And then maybe Ivern will be able to capture a Kindred for his collection. We will see.
So the question is, will Wolf be a wolf or will Wolf be a dog? And will they be?
Oh, it'll be a dog.
Yellow.
Can I pet that dog?
No, you don't want to pet this dog. Why? You take souls.
I bet you Kindred's got to be like yellow something, right?
I would
All
expect
about
yellow
the color.
purple, to be fair, because she's like both chaos and order.
All right. Well,
So-
thanks guys for joining us for this run. We're gonna throw you to a break, and we'll be back shortly for the next run.
We just forget about that, right? Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. It is I, Gear Swiftly, bring you the 5th round, I believe, of this Runes and Rifts wonderful free box tournament going live. Day, technically, 1 of release. It was yesterday, technically, but we're okay with an extra day. Throwing down for some new stuff, some old stuff, and apparently a brand new deck for Ivan. But I'm being joined today by the one, the only, bestest guy I know, Mr. NA45, which is a gun, I'm told.
Yes, it is a gun. I'm happy to be here, guys. We had a great last round. Looking forward to this one, and we get to see a new legend. Tell us about it, Agito. What do we got?
So I believe, from what I've been told, we have an Akali, which I heard somebody in the chat was like, I want to see an Akali. It might just be you. And then also, I believe a Kennen is a second one. We didn't get to see much of the Kennen in the last round, as it was the last few moments of the games before it went to time. Hopefully, though, we'll see what this Kennen's doing. I don't know if this is a combo Kennen, or a control Kennen, but Akali should be swinging in and swinging out as fast as she can, getting those mites and assaults up very high, swinging down on those Rastad heads, and essentially hopefully having a good, fast, and quick and swift time, because I know a lot of you guys aren't very happy with these control decks, and unfortunately, Riftbound does kind of become one of those control central decks until people find those really cool and interesting aggro decks.
I find it extremely offensive when you say interesting aggro deck. Just so we're clear here, I need to set my boundaries. Interesting aggro deck, huh?
As the resident Ezreal player, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's a trying time. I just get really, really upset whenever I see my opponent with cards in their hand. So just like that, it's flashbacks.
I hate discarding one, and it's not scrap heap, and I just feel really sad they can't just get even more advantage off of my play that did no damage to me. I hate that.
Right. It's just not fair.
So
really am.
We're going in. We've got the Akali going first here. Hopefully she's got a 2-drop, otherwise it's going to be a very quick game for the Kennen instead. We do seem to be playing the Zorn Warrens, which I'd imagine is more the Kennen side, and the Threshold of the Grey, which is when a combat starts here, the attackers and defenders add 1 energy to each other's pool, which is not for nothing, but we do get a first turn play here with the Clockwork Keeper for the side of Akali. Going straight with oh god, not again, tentacles!
Hey, it's okay. It's on Kenny's board, so we're going to allow it this time.
I think that makes it better. So get straight in there with the early taking over with the Clockwork Keeper here, getting out the early Akali from the champion zone. It's a free might unit, sorry, a free cost unit and a free might, so it's pretty good overall. But we do have the flow from the up from the deep, so maybe we'll see even more tentacles coming shortly.
And here comes the Lightning Rush, one of the best cards of the new set. I love this card. I love milling cards, and I love adding cards to my hand, and I must have 9 stack decks in my deck. I will draw
unfortunately,
will like it.
We got rid of a stack deck and a Baron Nashor in that reveal, so hopefully it's not too bad overall, but I believe, are we doing a double flow? I think we might be doing a double flow.
Oh, is this? No, I think this is another one. We're just loading that discard up. Maybe we got a Rasa already coming down or something. That would be kind of nice.
Ooh.
Right, so yep.
Oh, you're right. It was a second Lightning Rush. That was a very good opening hand there. What can I say when some people just have all the luck? But maybe we want to spend those free right now and get that Rasa if it is in hand so early on.
Mm-hmm. Here come the tentacles, and we are saying, hey, Akali, got your natural enemy here, tentacle. What you gonna do about that?
I don't think Spirit Tentacles is Akali's natural enemy, but I can imagine it not being the greatest situation to be in. So Akali is a very fast champion, and Alawi's tentacles are pretty slow as a rule.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
but like
not normally something you have to be scared of as a Akali. You generally just pop in the Akali, the Alawi unfortunately top lane, and overall that's why Alawi hasn't seen much love these days. But in set 6, the Gooners will be back. Don't you worry, guys.
Fair enough. The whole Alawi deck, Ben. It looks like we got Tentacle coming in with Assault 2. But discipline on the Akali side, utilizing the extra energy that this new battlefield gets. So if anybody's unaware, when a combat starts here, both players get +1 energy. Very powerful battlefield, but quite a Akali favorite, if I might say. Akali can just say, I am generating infinite combats.
That she is. And with her new cards adding the increase to the flow, she has a pretty good way of doing things on her own turn if she is having to do combat tricks. Spend some of her own normal ruins up, and then obviously having the little bits left over to sort of do an additional play or two from the flow. But overall, yeah, Akali's just going to walk in here and start taking names, and that's kind of what you want to see from the actual aggro deck in the format. You want to see it walk in, do a little bit of damage, and essentially start making the Ken's life a little bit worse for wear. But saying that though, on the follow-up, we do have that 4 Might Kennen as well as that 6 Might Rasa coming in and stomping over either that Clockwork Keeper or the poor Akali.
Yep, and that Kennen is quite cool. When it conquers, it does allow you to play out a card from your discard as if it had flow. So, you get to see another stack deck, another Lightning Rush. Definitely going to get to see some more cards be played here, and generating infinite card no jutsu. So, see, Shuriken Flip discarded there. I believe that does.
Those of you who are new to this card, I must well let you know what it is. So Shuriken Flip here has the flow effect, but on play for 1 and a power. Deal 2 to an enemy unit out of battlefield, then move a friendly unit there. And then flow is 3 and a power, and then you may just use the same effect again. So essentially you're just getting around the battlefields, pressing the ultimate ability of young Miss Akali, which if you had to play her in recent days, I feel sorry for you. It's very annoying.
This is pretty scary here if I'm Kennen. My opponent just left 6 runes up. And
No, walk in, it's fine.
Yeah. Alright, I'll swing my 4 Might Kennen into your 3 Might Akali. Nothing can go wrong here. Unfortunately, Kennen is pretty power intensive as the purple-yellow deck. I mean, both these colors just love eating power.
Yeah.
When you whiff your seals early, you start bleeding runes, and already down 2 runes I want. Does not feel super good.
I've not seen too many lists for Akali, but I don't think any of them are playing any seals, just because I think they sit comfortably on 6 seals during the game. Whereas, as you said, Kennen kind of really needs those seals to sort of play the game properly. I believe that's a Lightning Rush from the trash, which now means that Kennen is empowered, which means something is about to get the +2 for the assault from the Kennen's legend ability.
Some cool cards hit there. See the shovel. The shovel really powerful when you mill your entire deck. It just becomes play unit of choice. And also Heedless Resurrection. That's a cool card too.
It's very cool. Unfortunately, there's a Rasta currently in the trash, which is not what we want to see, but we do have access to a additional shield. Shovel coming out here now. Last rights.
I mean, you could use a shovel as a shield.
Definitely
You'd be allowed to do that.
Shield Knight, there you go. Equip for a cost of purple, and then recycle 2 cards from trash. Any cards. Don't be like me who thought it was units for the longest time. And then when you conquer a hold, you may play a unit from trash. And guess what's in the trash, everyone? We have 1 beautiful Baron Nashor, 1 Fister, and 1 Mr. Rasa the Sunderer. So you can choose your poison, but I'm pretty sure the big tentacle snake's coming out this turn. If we get on the battlefield. Stay on the battlefield.
You do have to pay the cost. So unfortunately, it will not be happening this turn. And he is 1 away from being able to actually play out the Rasa as well, as it does unfortunately need. It does not come out itself. Oh, yeah, and just gets backed off. Says no, you will not conquer. And still 4 runes up as well.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit.
Every time you enter battlefield, you get the additional 1 rune up as well.
Yes. Which I believe was used to pay for that back off there.
It was, because it was played from hand. They also get the draw as well, so pretty good for that holding battlefield there. Going in, getting that extra draw essentially for the cost of 2 in this situation. Can't feel too bad for the Akali.
Yeah, one of the issues that Akali generally does have, at least with the list that we've seen so far, is the ability to hold. And back off, it's a pretty nice way to solve that problem.
Unfortunately,
Right.
Akali says no holding this time, but we do get ourselves onto the Zormorans, getting that draw and discard going once more.
Hmm.
Standing for these two players, I believe it's X1, but still pretty good, still in it to win it. So this isn't a table 500 game just yet.
You know what's interesting to me is choosing to play the Clockwork Keeper as your 2-drop of choice. I feel like this card hasn't seen play since set 1. I wonder what made them decide to play this one.
Low cost, and then if you ever wanted to, you could get the extra draw, I suppose, if you were really that far behind or that rough on a hand. But coming down with the Heron, as you've seen before, is a very good card. And
Free Falling Star.
Unfortunately, Falling Star is going to do a lot of damage to that poor little cannon. Hello.
The Shuriken flip. Moves
there we
our
go. So,
favorite bird over. Says, you will die.
Yeah. So overall, this is aggro, everyone. Do you like aggro? I like aggro. This is pretty good.
Where are the Bewitching Spirits? I don't feel at home without Bewitching Spirits. I'm going to pet my bird.
I don't know if you play Bewitching Spirits in Kennen, as I feel like you just
do not.
discard crazily, get rusters out onto the battlefield, and hope for the best.
Yeah, you generally don't play it in the more Miracle version. You only play it in the Control version, which unfortunately I do not think is very good.
No.
But
I personally like the mid-range version, which is like going Legion style. So you go Legion, go a little bit wide, and then over the course of the game, as you fill up your trash, all of a sudden a big Raster just comes down and starts bashing people.
Fair enough. You like the Nocturnes as well, or?
So no Nocturnes, so it's Rasters, and then Matrons, and then Vanguard Legion. So essentially just constantly picking things out of the trash just to essentially keep pumping things up. And then, you use Call of the Weeks and such like that.
Yeah, one of the things that really feels bad about this Kennen deck is how you do end up... You have such varied power costs, so you end up just having to pay so much power on both sides, and you just can't play 6 seals. Like, 6 seals sounds awful. So
No! It's just a 33 card deck then, what are you talking about? It's great.
Yeah, true.
We are going into the Call of the Week, which that feels bad, to be fair. It always feels bad losing a Fizz when you could use him for some other degenerate players later on. But unfortunately, you got to do what you got to do. We got to get rid of that big bird.
Yeah. This is one of the things I dislike about the Kennen control deck. And this is obviously not the Kennen control deck, but the Kennen control deck, you can do cool stuff like copy Call of the Week with Fizz, but then, like, my Fizz dies. I'm not like...
Only if Fizz is the only unit available. That's why.
It's like, oh my gosh. It feels like I'm, like, worshipping an ancient Greek god and just sacrificing my fish to Poseidon. Please smite my enemies, Zeus. Have this fish. I don't know. I don't want it. I don't want it. Leave him alone.
Please take upon me my plenty of barrels of fish here. If you could take upon me to smite that rather large heron, that'd be quite kind of you.
That is true. And we do get the shovel played out here the shovel attached to our treasure hunter. Fortunately, we will not be conquering or holding this turn.
Do you know what's going to be a shame? If they just drew into a charm.
Ooh, someone makes a good point in chat. Okay, so Clockwork can be played because Astral Heron. That's a good point. Because then you don't have to pay for the power cost. See, this is why we keep you around, chat. You guys are smart.
Well, that makes sense for late game, but why early game? That's like I said. For me, it's like I really like the monkey from set 3 because he doesn't really do much early game. But if experience was a better mechanic, later game he draws you cards.
Yeah, about that experience. I'm so sorry, guys.
One day we'll get a good version, right?
Yep. Someday.
That'll be Kindred will be the next experience deck. There you go.
Okay, I guess you'd treat the marks as XP? Sure.
Yeah,
but then you have to give her to, like, a color that has 0 XP, so that she's only getting the XP through her marks, right? Like
purple, red? That's currently the 2 that don't have experience, I think.
Yeah. Or you could do, like, a One Piece thing, where in the leader text it just says, by the rules of the game,
oh god,
you can only control 1 character, or something like that.
God.
Right.
Monkey flip.
Shuriken flip. Yep. We moving the bird over.
Maybe. Nope.
Yep.
Paro.
Oh, moving the portal. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right. Well, this isn't Master Yi now, so you're not a 4-might Paro sitting there on your lonesome. You are a 2-might Paro sitting there on your lonesome. So, do we have combat tricks? Do we have a charm?
Ooh.
No, but we do have a very cheap hopeful to come down, though.
Yeah. I mean, the hopeful seems really good in Akali, to be honest, especially with the Heron. If you have not picked up your Herons yet, I mean, Heron stocks are on the rise. Bird law is in effect as of now.
Bird is very good, and take it from me, I've been checking prices, and they're not going up too quickly, but they are disappearing off the marketplace, so do pick yours up before they do actually disappear.
It does feel really powerful. I mean, people were playing Red Jin in this deck, but the bird just generates more power energy without having to use the Akali. Speaking of which, we have not seen the Akali legend used a single time in this game.
Who needs to use it when you don't have to use it? Yeah, believe it. Another back off, you say?
Why not?
So I'm pretty sure that's GG, right? So unfortunately, unless you can clear the battlefields, I think you have to just shake hands and go to game 2.
Yeah, you need like what do you need? A lot.
You'd need a miracle. Oh, apparently Starcross
Ooh,
would
okay.
help.
Well,
Starcross would help.
you're in luck because we got a miracle deck.
Hmm?
It's a deck full of miracles.
Stick full of hope and vigor and maybe piss.
Yeah.
Who knows? So, do you have a defy? No, you don't. Okay, that's cool.
I don't even think you need to defy. Like, what is Kennen gonna do? You got 5 runes. You gotta clear both battlefields. What's happening? How are we doing this?
Doing. I was say, do you have
Okay.
Fizz? And you could do it again, maybe. And then, do you have Call the Weak you could use, so you can pop something else? That way, he's cleared the battlefields at least for this turn.
He does have. Okay, I didn't keep track of it, but he does have the floating energy.
Got to
Right.
ride the wind. Okay, that's not nothing.
Oh, and there's the defy.
There we
Yep.
go. All right.
Bye bye.
No, please, please.
Get out of here.
There we go. Game
Yep.
2. All right. So, when Akali gets to do Akali things, that's what it looks like. Essentially, he controls battlefields, jumps around quite a lot. I'm surprised not a smoke screen here, just making things even worse. But as you can see, Kennen did have a lot of trouble trying to keep to the board, and unfortunately, even those big rosters on turn 2 just wasn't enough for you to take over the game as much as you think you should be.
Yeah, you thought that seeing at least one Rasa on, was it even it was like the second or third turn. It was pretty quick. But
So I think it came down turn 2, and then turn 3 it was live,
Yeah.
and then it just didn't get to do much. I think it took a battlefield, so it did try to play the game. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough to keep the game going in the way you wanted to go.
yeah, the backoffs really helped. I think they stopped 2 shovel conquers, and the shovel
Mhm.
conquers are, I mean, that's
Pretty
a bunch of units that you're missing, right? Because you probably are just playing Rasas off of those for free, well, near free. And
That's the plan. Or if you got the runes for it, a Mr. Baron.
yes, we do love our purple snake, worm,
We do.
creature, centipede. What is he?
It's just a worm. It's a big worm.
What? Well, what makes him a worm and not a snake?
I think we just call him a worm. I don't think that there's any definition for it. I'll have to go look for you, but I think he's just classed as a worm because he just wiggles around underground.
Yeah, but snakes wiggle around.
Underground?
They can.
Right. While you're looking at the first few turns, I'll check out what Mr. Baron is.
Okay, excellent. What is
What is
what's
Baron?
the word
Nation?
for it? Etymology? I don't know. What's the word for like classification? what
It's going to
what
be
is
class
Baron
avoiding, probably. What is the...
Are you talking about like an O worm or a Y worm?
O-worm, as in like a wiggly worm on the floor?
Do you think he like splits into multiples then?
He has multiple forms.
Yeah, but if you like cut him in half, like does he grow into 2 Baron?
So Nasha has 3 forms in the game that you can pick from,
Yes.
depending on how he comes into the game. So maybe.
Ooh.
Also, apparently, Nasha is a reference to Dota's
Yeah,
mod.
Roshan.
Roshan. So that's why
Yes.
Nasha is Nasha.
Yes. But
He's just
Roshan is a big monster. He like smacks you.
I mean, he's a pretty big monster.
He's very round shaped too. He's like a big cuddly ball.
No, Baron is a big, long, snaky boy. Apparently,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
just Voidborn with no other things, but he lives in the dedicated pit known as the Baron Pit. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, League of Legends does not want to clarify if he's a snake, a worm, a worm, or a reason.
Wait. Worm with a Y is pronounced differently? Is this true?
So, it's meant to be pronounced worm. You
Wire?
but emphasis on the Y, but most people class it as a worm.
For real? I've never heard it. Okay. I'm learning.
Yeah, most
I'm
people
learning
don't
new things.
reference the pronunciation because it just sounds like you can't speak words. But worm, dragon, wyvern, just
Okay.
Voidborn apparently. So
Okay.
he's just a Voidborn. Could be anything.
Okay, well, while we were yapping, cool little play there. You move the treasure hunter up onto the Veiled Temple, which gives you the gear, and then the gold gear, the gold token, the
Goldie gold.
ord, and then you get the ready it, and then you play the Ride the Wind, and you can use that gold that you just created. So very cool little interaction there. And here
follow
comes
him.
the Akali. Ooh, we can actually call this battlefield out. We have Haisho, Shell of the World. Players ignore deflect when playing for spells and abilities, choosing something here, which I guess makes sense in the deck that's playing like Falling Star, Back Off. I'm sure it can flip. These all. Yes,
Looking
I
at
will.
you, Vex, you pest.
Vex, and then also that stinky Aurelia unit. Stink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how common she's going to be in the overall meta of Set 4 because I think she's got a few cool new toys, but I don't think there's anything specifically Aurelia coded. But this is her last shot to get the best of right now, so I think you're going to see a few people drop off those Set 1 decks into Aurelia, hoping to get their very shiny metal cards while they can.
Yeah, of course. Looks like. All right. So Aurelia, hopeful there. What did I miss? How did the Akali get back onto the Veiled Temple after the foot? Oh, does it have ganking? Let's see. It does not. Okay. Okay. So sounds like that he meant to go onto the other battlefield first, which fair enough. Players are okay with it by all means. And now we got Kennen is going to electrocute someone. What do we got here with the Lightning Rush? Can we find our fishy friend?
So far, in the trash, we have Dragon Form, Starcrossed, a Lightning Rush, a Treasure Hunter, a Flash, a second Lightning Rush, a Ride the Wind, a Starcrossed, a Traveling Merchant, and a third Lightning Rush. So lots of flow cards to be flowing away from. So Kennen himself is ready to be empowered by a flow rushing card from the flow rush area. Overall, though, with those 2 powers up right now, we're also ready at 10 cards in the trash to get our good friend Rossa out from the hand.
Yep.
He's there.
Well, you know who else is our friend? And most specifically, not food.
Is it
Our
fish?
fishy friend, fish. Fizz the fish.
Is the fish.
Because remember.
What would you want to play, though, currently? Maybe a Starcross to try and get the Akali back to hand just to be annoying. Maybe deal with the Hopeful. I think right now, there's nothing really too aggressive you need to be. Unless you wanted to do... No, because you're at 2 left now, so I think you're in a position to just sort of wait a turn and just bide your time. Is that 2 Rastas coming out?
Ooh. There's one.
There's one. There's 2.
There's 2. Can we get
They're
3?
out there.
No.
No,
Okay.
this turn.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But big push set up for the next turn. Did use almost all the gold, but had a little bit of interest there off of the treasure hunter move. And Akali does have the shuriken flip if they do choose to contest that treasure hunter, but otherwise that treasure hunter will be saying, I am making more gold. Favorite investment banker right there.
The issue we have now in that situation is Akali is not in a great position here. We have a possible 18 might on the following turn from Kennen as he's empowered. Do we just flip, kill the treasure hunter, remove a resource from them, get to 4 points, and then apparently we do. And then we just hope for the best. The answer is just hope for the best. Okay, got you. Very good, very good.
Yep. So playing the one from hand instead of the one from discard, fair enough.
Be back, yeah, 'cause you're still ready. And then do you pull back the hopeful? Because he's gonna get absolutely run over in a second.
Yeah, I do. Unless he has some nasty trixies in hand, then yeah, I imagine it would be a full pullback. But could be a nasty tricksy hobbit.
It could be a nasty tricksy hobbit. We could see ourselves here with a back off and a discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if they go with Kennen and the Rasta, you can kill the Kennen. Obviously, as you're a little bit bigger in that situation, you stay at that 2 might, and then they have to kill you with the third Rasta, but then you're trading out. Or you can just be a bit safe, which I think is the best play right here, because they can only go to 5, and you can follow up on the play for going to 6 points yourself. Akali is very good at the assaulting part of the game, but not always so good about the holding part of the game.
We are still yet to see this Akali unit actually, Akali Legend used, but she is empowered now. She has gone to base. She has bought her. Does she buy Gunblade? I actually don't know what Akali buys anymore. Is it?
Akali will buy the remodeled Gunblade that is now back in the game.
I see.
The Hextech Mega Revolver Gunblade, where you go in, shoot your person, reload, slash them down, and then, as just Akali, bounce back out again.
You know what blew my mind? Do you play League anymore?
Occasionally.
Okay. Well, I was playing Classic, which came out just a couple days ago. A lot of fun.
Classic has broke EUS yet again. I can't get in. God damn you, EUS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bought a Gunblade in that. It has like 40 AP. I was like, wait, what? Where's the damage?
It's on the activation. You shoot someone with Gunblade, you just kill them with Gunblade.
True. Well,
I can't wait till we get, Black Flame, Rod, or whatever it was, the old one where you just clicked on something and give anything 1,000,000 AP damage, essentially.
Oh, Deathfire Grasp, yes.
Deathfire Grasp, goddamn.
Yes.
Back in my day.
Those are good times when my opponent has the audacity to step in range of me as Vigar, and I press Deathfire Grasp all time, and they die. Good time.
I can't wait to just be absolutely ruined like I was back in Season 4.
But, okay, so Kennen does play a Lightning Rush. I think it was with... Okay, so
flowed.
he's using the flow.
All 3 are in the trash, so it's been flowed. We have got rid of the Ashan.
Oh my gosh, that's an Atacon.
I like Atacon. I think he's a really cool card, and I think people are starting to use him a bit more in this version of the deck just because of how ridiculous he is with Rasa.
And there's the third Rasa. Third one. Okay, I mean, only 14 cards in deck. It's seen almost the entire deck. Quite crazy.
But we have one last right's currently in the trash. We do need to find the second or the third. Generally speaking, this deck runs 2. I don't know if they're going to run a third one just in case. Might be in the sideboard. But we really do need to start getting those boards a bit bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what is a little bit awkward here for Kennen is Akali is actually in the point lead, so you will have to hold at some point.
Because this is the thing, do you now go 10 on one battlefield, you go 12 on one battlefield? Neither, apparently. You just hope for the best. Oh, God.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward, isn't it? I guess with the Akali Empower... No, see, that doesn't even do anything, right? Because the Empowered Akali is only 4 damage. I guess 4 damage if you also empower the champion unit, which doesn't touch any of the Rasas. And still... See, I would have kind of liked to see attempting to hold here with the Rasas, because then you can put yourself in the point lead pretty easily, right? And
yeah, it made more sense to me to put 2 Rasas on one battlefield and then Kennen and the third Rasa on the other battlefield, just to say you can only take one of these battlefields this turn. You can choose which one, but you're not getting both, and that will keep you in the point lead then as Kennen.
Oh, you know, someone in chat is very smart and said that the Baron card does cheat a point, and that is absolutely correct.
It does cheat a point, but you have to be at 7.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're saying that the Kennen does have lethal next turn, assuming he does have a Baron.
As I say, if
Unfortunately,
keep
he cannot play it
weapons,
because
he
it is
can.
too expensive.
So the issue he has is he doesn't have he doesn't have the shovel equipped this turn. So when he holds, he can't bring it back from the trash.
I guess there is Heedless, but like, yeah, I guess does that? No, you can't Heedless
hold a conquer,
Arasa.
right? When I conquer, no, it's not even on hold, so he has to conquer. So yeah, you can't even flow it in. 6 with the yep. So currently we're going 2 over, which is pretty good here.
I can say pretty confidently. Wait, has he? I haven't seen a Harling. Have we seen a Harling? Maybe we have.
I haven't seen one in the discard, but it doesn't mean not playing one. But there's a switcheroo
That's
here.
True. That's true. Okay, here comes a switcheroo. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Do you have a defy? Well, you can't defy anyway, but do you have one?
You cannot defy. I mean, there could be not so fast, I guess, technically.
Could be another discipline. Oh.
Ooh, okay. There we go. It's the first time we've seen one of these. Very nice.
So far, we've spent a longsword, a discipline, to trade. So to lose to a switcheroo, to then go even with a switcheroo. So I feel like Kennen kind of came out ahead there.
Actually, wait. Can you 3, 4, 5? Okay, so if he hits 1 purple, he can play the Harl. Okay. He just needs to hit a single purple rune. If you hit double yellow, you cannot.
Okay.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so all right, let's see if we have been all right, see if I've been called a noob. I've been chat mogged. Could be true. Could be true. There you go. Hey, there we go. All right, so yeah, you just put back 5 and the Baron for game, right?
Yep, there you go. Very good. All right, chat. Thank you for being here.
Yes, absolutely. You guys
I think of a card that
good.
may have just been drawn into, to be fair.
Yeah. And we didn't see it in game 1, so it could have been sided,
game
right?
1. Didn't see in the trash. I feel like it's probably like a 1 or 2 of in the deck. It's one of those that, for whatever reason, it's always like the bottom 10 cards. So it probably was a case of if he had it, he didn't have enough runes for it, or he just drew into it on that move with the Traveling Merchant. It was like, okay, now I've got game.
Yeah. That was a nice play. Did not expect that, but yeah, makes sense. All right, so now we do get to see Akali going first. We have seen the Threshold, we have seen the Shell of the World, and it looks like we got a Targons here.
So, Kennen playing the wonderful Minefield Battlefield, which is really good if you like burn. And I just wish there was some really good cards that said, when I'm burnt, get a effect from me. One day we'll play Beelzemon from Digimon in this card game. But having Targon's Peak is pretty good, though, on the other side, so having the additional 2... No! Tentacles!
Yes, tentacles, yes. Okay, so Akali with the 2-drop. That sucks.
It does suck, but it does mean that the Tentacle's now in a good position to go and score 2 points this turn. We are dropping a Stellar Chord. All right, we've got to get some cards, players.
This would, a Call of the Week would go quite hard here if we had hit a single yellow rune, which we have not.
No, we just have to use Lightning Rush instead.
This is true. Oh no, I have to use Lightning Rush. This is so sad.
So Dan Baron is back in the trash again. So we've discarded a Baron Nasher and a Treasure Hunter, but we are using a stat deck, so we do get to look at the top 3 of the deck. Is it as good as Lightning Rush? Yeah, you decide. Your choice. Do you like discarding cards? How many fizzes did you find?
True. How many fish? We have all the fish.
Fish are friends, not food.
I wonder if you can even play the Akali, use the Akali legend here, because like you kind of need to actually kill some of these tentacles. You can't have those tentacles taking over your Akali.
Can't have these tentacles tentacling all over the world. But do you just put both in, get 2 points? Your opponent can't really do much unless they have the Shuriken Flip available.
Yeah, I mean, you could. You're right. The Shuriken Flip does represent a couple draws. That's fair. So, as we are well aware with Aurelia, sometimes you can have 20 cards in your hand and lose the game, because you do actually have to interact with the board at some point.
Yeah, you do actually have to play the game.
Yes, for sure. I cannot just draw my entire deck and say,
Unless your name's
"Haha."
Lux, then you can do what you like then.
True. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's turn 6. I'm not interacting with you anymore. I'm going to go infinite. God damn it.
All right, there's a stack deck.
Are we still deciding what cards to take from the top 3?
It's a good question.
Because this isn't a new one. This is the same one. So
Big
it's
thing.
either 3 really good cards, or it's 3 fizzes. And like, God damn, I need to trick them a little bit.
No, I want the whole school. Actually, it would be very sad because then 2 of our friends would be going to the bottom of the deck. We don't want to be.
But they're safe there because they can't be discarded. So keep the fizz
It's
alive.
true. You know what's really funny is how this minefield card is burned, but it doesn't have the keyword. And I just didn't figure out that this is good. Is this a keyword? Nah.
Yeah. I mean, we've had backline is now a keyword that wasn't on things like Soraka originally.
Is there any mechanical difference between Soraka and backline? There isn't.
Nope,
Right?
same thing. Just choose me last. Same with the Caitlyn. Just I can't be dealt combat damage first, must get combat damage last. Which is what backline is. So it's just funny that they've gone like, this is a really cool thing we should turn into a keyword. Apparently we've stacked the deck even further, guys. We need to wait for the judge to come in and slap some hands and slap some wrists.
Yep. And I'm not sure what the procedure is off the top of my head, but it's pretty easy to repair.
You just chop their hands off. No more gaming for you.
Yep. And then you just play with your feet or something cool like that. But
so you guys wanted some real gameplay, no more 50-minute slogs. How do you feel now we've had 2-bit games in what time is it now? About half an hour, so we're doing pretty good. Pretty fast. How do you guys feel?
yeah, I mean, it was going pretty quick until Judge Call. So yeah, not too shabby. The Akali deck definitely showing what an aggro deck does, and Kennen milling the entire deck. I mean, when your treasure hunter generates like 4 or 5 gold, it feels pretty good. It is quite powerful in the game too. But no treasure hunter in this game, so we will be paying all the power.
No, currently it's in the trash where it belongs. No more free gold for you, sir. No banking, no investments, just pure pain and ruin economy. But chat's been very chatty right now, and I do agree here. So Shen's a bit weird because obviously he's a reaction speed thing, so it's a difference to like ambush. Ambush is specifically its own word, whereas reaction is just like, oh, my opponent farted, so yeah, I can just react to that kind of thing. Whereas ambush specifically has to have a window timing for it specifically. Because I think I've seen some people do it before where they go, oh, I'm going to, what is it? Starcross something. You go, well, in response to that, I can just react to it because it's just reaction speed on the opponent's turn. I love you, Shen. Why are you so terrible?
I'm a big fan of his. It sounds ridiculous because everyone seems to dislike it, but I quite like his silly overnumber.
This
Ricardo pose.
This piece of crap right here, the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my gosh! Okay, he's got Ricardo Shen. Let's go.
My box was absolutely terrible, but it had both the armpit gods in it. It had both Shen and Susan.
You got to get have an artist in your community draw like a nice America bandana on the Shen overnumber. Over the sleeve, of course. I'm not going to damage the card, but
that's it.
Give them.
I don't think everyone enjoys silly memes from 2004, but what? I do.
What do you mean? Everyone loves old memes. Didn't we have the great meme revival at the beginning of this year? I feel like that happened.
I'm not sure. I know YouTube has recently turned off the original Rickroll video.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 days ago. So, yeah, unfortunately, everyone, if you're as old as I am, no more fun. Your memories are lies.
Yeah, on an unrelated note, go to this YouTube link I'm going to paste in chat that has all of the deck lists. And it
all
is
the deck lists,
not
and only the best of the best pros like Colin and Ghetto Kyber and Swag YOLO 420. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that all on that video.
Yeah,
Don't worry about,
you
don't
are
worry about the
missing
back
out.
music.
You are absolutely missing out. Speaking of old
So-
memes, you know what came back to me is I was watching YouTube and I saw Spawn Karthus guide recommended to me.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh. With all the League Classic stuff.
Oh, back in
Oh,
day.
good times. Good times.
So for the person over there, there is a mid-range deck for Jace you can play, which is more based around the acceleration gate. So essentially, you are just trying to mess around with getting in, getting your points, getting stuff out there, or continually throw it in your targets to do what you can. It's also really good because I actually have the deck next to me to a degree. He says, wondering where I put the deck right now. There it is, under the table, where you want to be using the new orange card because this. You see my deck list. I didn't have the new orange card at the time because it hadn't been revealed yet. But the new orange card, the plated Wyvern, is really good, so you can just continuously do a long, essentially, chain of getting like 18 runes available to you.
Damn, Agito, you got the receipts. You got everything right there. Do you just have like a whole box laid out in front of you? All right.
So
I'm going to mention this specific card and you are going to hold it up.
So, joke aside, my birthday present was a case of Riftbound. It was a case of Vendetta, which
Ooh,
came
okay,
today.
nice.
So it should have been here yesterday, but Raw Mail said no. So
Awesome.
if you saw my meme about you guys got cards, that's why. Because, but yeah. So today's event was essentially open the case, put them all into
Nice.
sorted orders, and then realize that we didn't get most of the good epics. So case was kind of a bust, but we did get meme cards. We did get Elbow and Armpit, Shen, and Nessus.
It's kind of crazy. It does feel like if you open a whole case, you would be able to find the. You'd be able to
I've
find.
seen some people's case
most of the good
openings, and they
cards,
were
but-
awful. I mean, mine was meant to come yesterday through Romel. I think Romel dropped it off. By the time I got to the door, 4 seconds after the doorbell rang, they were already down the street. So, who knows, right? Right. Jumping back in this game now, we have reviewed what was going on. Apparently, we said no stack deck anymore, and we've now discarded a Lightning Rush as well as a Last Rites. From the Kennen coming in, I was trying to figure out what happens. Like Kennen came in, there you go. So yeah, Kennen's now been summoned to the battlefield, and by battlefield I mean base, and has essentially dropped some cards about there.
Again, has not found any seals, no treasure hunter, so is starting to eat these power costs pretty quickly, which does not feel good whatsoever. So, will we see the Akali Legend used for the first time? Is it?
I don't think it's worth using on the Stellarcorn unless you're that desperate for cards, because
I don't
it
think
would have
is
been
either.
better if you had the red Akali champion available, because that way you can burn and burn. So you go in, kill the tentacles, go into the other side, kill the other tentacles, and that way you've got 2 bases free. But right now, having the Stellarcorn just walk in and just do damage is fine. I mean, the Stellarcorn doesn't care if you flash, because they still get to draw the card.
That's okay. We're flashing the tentacles. Yeah, fair enough. Keep them alive. Keep them alive. And yeah.
If I was a petty man, which I very much so am, I would definitely just defy this just to kill the token and be like, no, I earned this kill. It's my token.
You know what? There's more where those are coming from. Can just play the tentacle spawner from our trash if we do opt to do so, but no, it says I will keep my tentacles, and you will allow that.
Tentacles?
10 tickles?
You see 2.
Yeah, they're only 2, so 2 tickles.
2 tickles.
True.
Poor Stellarcorn just getting yanked across the screen in a second by 2 tentacles. Oh,
Ooh,
I do find
kitty
such a
cat.
monster, though. This isn't Ivern. Get out.
There's a kitty cat. Okay. 6 runes up. Wow, this Akali just has all the tricks in the world. Probably another back off or disciplines, or I mean, we saw the long swords, saw thighs. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just come at me, son. So Ken does have access to the other battlefield where you can just take 2 away from the deck, which isn't terrible for Kennen. Obviously, it's one of a favourable thing for them to do, to walk into the minefield and just do their own thing. but do they need to be more aggressive this turn is the question.
Dragon form.
Dragon
Oh
form
my.
will do it.
Okay, yeah. Make your tentacle a 5-miter. Okay, fair enough. Does
Do you empower it as well so it trades evenly, or?
Yeah, so it'll be 6 into 6. You could all right, so let's think about the
7 to
buffs
6,
that Kali could have. Kali would can have disciplines. There's 6 runes up disciplines. Long swords, these are both 1 might for 1 energy, so 2 energy for 2 might. So at least +6 maybe. So if you went dragon form from trash as well, that's what? So 5, 6. I'm gonna skip the number.
8
+2, yeah, 8.
I'd say because I'd go 5 first, use the empowerment from the Kennen Legend straight away, so he goes to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Then you play the other one from trash to re-empower the Kennen for a following turn, and then you now have the other tentacle as a 5 might. So you have 12 might on the battlefield.
You're wrong. I'm gonna shove it up at 7 might.
There you go. So 7 to 6 currently. Do they have? Yep, discipline works.
Yeah.
And then you go, which one you target? And you go, okay, gust.
Yes. I mean, it's pretty guaranteed that they do have some form of reaction here. It's got to kind of pick what you're playing around, and this type does get rid of the Mauser, which is not too shabby. You still can push up the tentacle or Kennen to the minefield, but you aren't even points, so that doesn't really feel super necessary unless we do it anyway. Fair.
So, well, now you just give something flow. Let's check the trash. Is there anything in trash that's pretty cool with flow? You could flash flow to get the Kennen back out again, so you'd have to worry too much. And then stack deck it, or stack deck is the only other thing in there because everything else is already got flow attached to it, so you don't really lose too much here.
Yeah. So also we did see in the second game that being on odd points fine for Kennen because you do get to use the Baron to seal the game from 5 points, right? So you could just go 3 to 5 and then to game. Yeah.
Starcrossed is currently in the trash, but we are having a look at another stack deck. So there you go. So Kennen did use his conquering skills to get himself a stack deck here. We have checked. Well, we've taken the card we want this time. Only looking at the top 3. Very good. We find a Seals.
Ooh.
And a Rasa.
And here's our boy Rasa. Loves to see it. All right, so Kali up to 8 runes. I mean, didn't establish any units on the previous turn. Makes me wonder if there's really anything good to even play in there.
They played the Mouser. That was the only real thing last turn. Got the runes back from the peak. But yeah, he said they didn't really do a backline fill up. They didn't really empty their hand, anything. I think they were more concerned it was going to be more of an aggro push from Kennen, and Kennen kind of didn't really think about it.
Yeah, it was like, this is fine. This is fine. You can have a single tentacle, and yeah, I mean, here comes MVP of the deck so far. Heron put in a ton of work in the first game. Can do so again here. 4 energy up here. 4 energy, 2 power. Could play out the champion for free if they wanted to.
Did you play another card?
No, the Heron counts itself.
Yeah, I don't know what's like. It's already on the battlefield. I was like, huh? I was like, no, it's on the battlefield already. So
it acts like it's like Darius.
Stupid Darius. Be the
Yeah,
second
we
card
love Darius. Poor Darius. Where'd he go? What happened to Darius?
Power spikes and power climbs and creep and everything else. I
Unfortunately.
think he's still played in some red decks. I think he's still played like occasionally in a Rek'Sai. Might even see him in a Kali, to be fair, as like a 2-off. Defy!
Yep. Defy the stack deck. Now your Heron is live.
Time to defy for free twice more this turn.
Yeah, well, only one, because it counts it's your next card, I believe.
Oh,
That is reduced. Card's always very good. Card is already very good. And Kennen running pretty low on cards, but does have a few flow options in the trash. I believe he still has a
But the other 2 Lightning Rushes currently still in the trash. You can go through them as well.
Can make tentacles from the trash as well. Allow we rise up from the depths of iron.
Hey, it's only 2 more sets away, don't you worry. This time in January, we'll be seeing some people table 500 with Alawi, don't you worry.
I'm still sad about the Seraphine reveal, that she's yellow. Like,
She's going to be yellow-blue. She's going to be the new Victor, because obviously Victor's rotated out now, so she's going to be the new Victor.
in my head, she's just like a spell slinger with the double cast. So I thought that she would have something where her legend gives like repeat or something. But unfortunately,
might be every time you play a
unfortunately
second spell a turn, you can make a recruit or something. Or
I
a
just
fan.
am not a token fan. Tokens are not my jam. So I guess I will not be playing the Seraphine. Very sad.
No control for you, sir. Only fans. Not that kind.
Oh my. Deep think on this one. 2 very good cards here, I'm certain.
So, do I want this much to go to trash? Or do I want to place the card in hand?
All right.
Oh, Harry's gone.
And our Otacon is in his home, the trash. And carded every
That's where
time.
you live, boy.
Absolutely.
Just trying to think now. What's the plan?
Mm-hmm.
We got the big boy. We got Mr. Rasser out here, but there's a 9-mite turkey sitting on that field.
Mm-hmm. Do need to remember about the
Yeah, that works too.
expensive one, but I mean,
It will give flow to
9.
the. How we can't use this.
Wow. There's the crumbling sands to deny it. Yikes. Like
How dare you?
Yeah, that is quite rough.
So I was talking about this card before. I was like, how good's this card? Because countering his spells is always pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And someone says to me, it's really good into purple because purple can't stop playing cards.
This is true. That's a good point. Purple does like playing a lot of cards and running their wheels, but woof, that is pretty rough here.
What would you say? Very good.
Right. So gonna ride the winner cannon back to base. Okay, fair enough.
He's safe there.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that was a very costly turn, and now on 4 points instead of 5 points. So you cannot threaten a harrowing on the next one. No, to be fair, you would. I guess if you hadn't played the ride the wind, you would have had 1 more purple rune. And would have only had to hit 1 purple rune off of that. So.
And now you do have the extra 2 seals on the following turns, so you do get a 6 and 2 extra. So it's not too
you're
bad.
right. I did miss the seals. Good point. Good point. Can't be missing the seals. See, this guy, he's got his base all jumbled up. Us, you got to keep those seals together. Got to keep those tokens together, and then sort the units by might. Absolutely.
It's got to jingle the keys, just put them together. I'm looking forward to Evelyn, so I can just go demon time every time we see it and Evelyn get played. We all love some demon time here. And then once we get Trundle, we can have Goblin mode.
Ooh, goblin mode. Is he a goblin though? Is he a
He's
troll?
a troll, but he's like a really crappy troll because he's technically like the weakest troll ever known, but has.
I thought he was a troll king.
So it's a bit weird because I think he's like known as like the actual weakest troll ever, but he gets. What's the proper name for it? It's like. He's not Iceborn, technically. He's like a fake Iceborn, because Lysandra says to him, I'm going to give you a true ice club, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And if you take this to your king, he will basically bow down to you, because being an Iceborn is like this really big, important thing if you live in the Freljord. So he's going like, oh, I'm an Iceborn, I've got this cool staff, or club. And everyone's like, oh, shit, all right, we'll listen to him then, it's really cool. And then the cinematic came out where he's fighting... Darius, and then Darius grabs the club and he's getting taken over by the True Ice. It's like, God's sake. That's a real club of True Ice.
I see. Okay. The
Then we'll
lore
stack
master over here, Agito. I'm learning.
So someone will say, no, it got retconned in like 2019 and it's actually this happened now.
All right, so Akali gets played out to base. I mean, this is looking pretty rough for Kennen. Not a lot of resources here. Does have a couple Lightning Rush in the discard.
Mm-hmm.
Right, here comes the Fizz.
And the Starcrossed, of course, of course.
Yep, Fizz Starcross. Try and bounce the bird, of course.
Right, so just as a little reminder for the trash, we do have an Up from the Deep, which is the Tentacle Guard, a Treasure Hunter, a Baron Nashor, 1 Lightning Rush, a Last Rites, a Rasa, a Flash, a second Last Rites, a Stack Deck, the Harrowing, Atakan, Switcheroo, Ride the Wind, and a second Rasa.
Yeah.
Thunderer.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough here for Kennen. I really don't know how you come back from this. I mean, the bird is just putting in so much value. This card is looking incredible. So, again, if you do not have your playset, get it now if you're playing
Get
green.
the bird right here, right now.
It is pretty funny that this is looking like a Kali Legend will not be used a single time in this match.
It's very matchup specific, I feel like, for Akali. Like, she's not a bad card by any means, but it does feel very weird when she's useful.
Mm-hmm. All right, here comes Kennen giving the Tentacle Assault, I believe. So Tentacle going to swing in for 3, and then, so 5 in. Trying to take out the Stella plus the Clockwork. Simplify things a little bit.
No, never. We're not allowed to do that here.
No, we will not simplify. We will keep things complex. Still
So
can't.
how do you feel about the green Akali?
In theory, I think the card is good, but I have not seen it used in a way that I've been like, wow, this card is incredible. I've heard people say that it's like good in Aurelia, but it feels hard for me to compete in Aurelia when you have like green Aurelia, who's incredible, and then you have the you have green Aurelia and Stella, like as your 2 units that you want to focus around, and then you're competing with these. So is green Aurelia better than playing either of them? I don't really know, because almost all the times that you could use the Akali, where it can't be targeted, like almost all the removal spells that you're afraid of are either insanely neg into Aurelia already because of the ability to pump her up for removal, or stuff like Starcross that can just be used in combat anyway. So it doesn't really feel to me like she has a lot of purpose, especially considering when a lot of the cards that Aurelia has a hard time against don't really interact well with this card. Like Call the Weak is still going to be really rough for you unless you have your Zonias or your GA down, in which case, I mean, was that better than Aurelia? I feel like it wasn't, but I don't know. I am happy to be proven wrong, though. I very well could be proven wrong.
For me personally, I feel like I can see the idea of what this card's meant to be. Like, it's meant to be a counterpart to the orange Ambessa, but she's so much better because she's a different color. She's a color that wants to fight through card power. You know, you challenge somebody with her, you can't fight back basically, so she's just punching down on you. Rampage is the same, you buff her up, you can't fight back, you punch straight down. You can use Public Execution to essentially grab someone across the map essentially and like do the same thing again. So overall, I can see what the plan was with the green Akali, well, not making her too overpowered, but she's not in the same variation that is in body. So like these might be really good in, I don't know, for the sake of it, Master Yi or Jax if they did a version of it where it was all challenges, but overall not so grandeur.
Yeah. She is cool in Aurelia in that she is a unit that does more on her own when she is on attack, right? Because she does swing in for 6, whereas Aurelia swings in for 5 if that's literally all you have. It just doesn't feel like that's literally all you have, generally. I guess
Also
the other
remember
benefit...
Yep. But also remember that every time she moves to a battlefield, she gets +2. So if you move her twice, she's 8 right now.
Yeah, so if you do have like a Ride the Wind or I guess a Shuriken flip, she does get a lot of value there, which fair enough. You could also like combo her with Tide Turner. I guess that's another thing. for like double
Yeah, 'cause if you
conquer.
move her in, yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty good. It's just for those who are asking for deck lists. So, generally speaking, if you are part of the Metafy crowd here, yes, we do charge. Plus, how much do we charge? So they're just in the Discord after the event. So if you look into the Discord, come join us, have a nosy. It's free to join the Discord, and then they will be posted. I think normally top 8's posted on Twitter, on X, around Monday or Tuesday time. And then if you enjoyed the rounds by your lovely casters here, so in this case Mr. NA45 and Gears Whiffley, you will find their videos at some point during the week with the deck list that these decks were involved in. But the way it's going, it'll probably just this game will be available. Not like last week where we had that round. Was it round 5 and we had 5 games in that 5 rounds?
Yeah,
Very
it
good.
was crazy.
Completely
We were
with that.
flying. We were speed running, and it was impressive to me because all the players knew what the cards did. We didn't have any, hey, let me read Vendetta. No, I will play out my cards, and you will give thumbs up.
Just nod. You will nod. You agree. We'll keep going.
Yep. All right. So here's Kennen walk in. There's the on guard.
Touche.
And this is looking wraps, but let's see. Does he have a trick up his sleeve? What could he have? I can't think of one.
No, not in the other.
I can't think of one.
So if this was purple and red, I could say, yeah, he's got a cleave or something. Can you just walk over you? But no, unfortunately, in yellow and purple, I don't really think of anything better here, especially now he's a 4-might unit.
It is a little bit. The color combination is interesting because you don't like the Kennen leader ability, I guess, kind of makes up for it a little bit, but you don't have a lot of offensive push tools that aren't just like killing something or having higher might on your unit itself. It feels like I could be forgetting stuff, absolutely, but
yeah. So purple and yellow itself are very aggressive colors that want to do their own. They just have totally different styles, which should seem like they gel very well. But I think in a version of this where you're not going wide to basically sack off your tokens to use like Call of the Week and Hidden Blades to get more draw power, they don't really feel so genuinely powerful. But since this version of the deck does just want to discard its deck into the trash by turn 5 and then just essentially last rights them out again if they can, that seems to be the way to go. But unfortunately, if you put both your shovels into the grave, you can't really get them back. Not so easily.
not fast, but it's like kind of thinking here. Again, not super sure what options we have. Maybe he's thinking about like a ride the win to save it, but you do need to clear one of these battlefields or the game is over.
He said, so yeah, I said waiting, so he's thinking what to do here. You do need to take a battlefield out here just so you have another turn to essentially push forwards. But again, in the back, you've got an Acalia that will be going to 8 and a Clockwork Keeper that will be going for 2. So that's 10 into 4. Isn't exactly the safest place to be in. But their trash currently is also very full of probably all the things you want to see. Like the Rassas are in there. Atakan's in there. Second Rassa. Hold on. We're missing a Rassa. Is he banished? No. We've only seen 2 Rassas this game.
Well, maybe a third one in hand or something. Ross or ride the win or something, but that still is that. Oh.
So yeah, it's been confirmed that the Kennen has said, "That's it. I can't take this abuse anymore. I'm going home. I'm X2 now. Akali, you got this." So Akali is now 4-1, and we'll be going back to the booth now, guys. And then that's it from me and NA. We've said that's enough now. You've earned our money off us because I think this is this time around. I think. What's the time? So NA, go on. You can take us away this time.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having us on as per usual. Shout outs to Plus for hosting these awesome events. And do stick around. Obviously, there's still more Riftbound to be played. I believe there's another round of Swiss and go into Top Cut. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks for casting with me, Agito. It's always a pleasure. I think we've gone, 3 tourneys in a row or something? Yeah, it's been fun.
I honestly thought after the first one we would get banned. We'd never be able to work together again. And then Plus was like, no, you guys did really well. We'll put you together again. And then after last time, I thought, no more, never again. But Plus was like, I'll give you a third time. You know, everyone gets a third try, right? So if you see us again next Plus, has just given up on trying to keep us apart.
Yeah, he's plus is trying his darndest to keep us on a leash, but no, we're gonna break free. We got that dog in us. But
It's very
anyways,
long leash.
yeah, you can check out my Twitter. I make card alters. I'll probably be doing some for Vendetta pretty soon. Otherwise, you can find me here on Runes and Rift. Thank you guys for having me, and get away, Guido.
I'm against Swiftly. If you don't know me, I'm against Swiftly once again. You'll see me here hopefully in the near future. Barcelona, not long now. Hopefully, I can put my name in, and Mr. Plus will say yes, it's okay. But you're not working with NA again because you can't be trusted. You got to actually work hard and pretend you're a professional during those actual competitive meetings. But if you want to find me, you can find me either on Twitter or X, depending on what you want to call it. And you can find me on Against Swiftly is Riftbound on YouTube, where recently we've been talking about what I call draft decks. So basically decks that kind of seem like they could be doing stuff in the current meta with cards that we knew of at the time. And generally speaking, there's generally a week before release finishes. So everything that came out this week is all the cards we knew. And then before that, it was sort of cards that we knew up to that point. So if you think some of the decks are a bit weird, that's probably why they're a bit weird, because they kind of missed half the cards that were revealed at that point. But yeah, so either check me out here, there, or anywhere where your nightmares start. So, but I think that's us for now. So please stay here. We promise you, everyone else is very professional compared to us. You had 3 very professional casters until now. You had the fun time in the middle, and you got, 4 more rounds of professional casters after this. So stick around. We're going for a short break to get everyone sort of rotated in and out, and we'll catch you guys hopefully soon, maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, for round 6 of this 6-round Swiss event. So catch you guys soon. Mwah.
And welcome back to round 6 of the Vendetta Triple Winner Box. Next to me is no one less than Dubby King. And Dubby, round 6, we're getting into the cream of the crop, last round before Swiss ends, and we're in for a bit of a doozy, aren't we?
Yeah, we got some hype games coming up, especially because we're gonna look to feature some games at the X1 category. So these people, they need their wins to try and secure these top spots. And Bandit, we got a good game lined up. We've got Jace versus Lilia.
It is, honestly, Lightning McQueen in the original cars facing off against that angry green guy, Luigi car. Where it's like, oh, one is kind of is the bad boy, and all we need is speed to beat.
Right there. I mean, if Lilia, when that deck came out, everybody was like, this is the tempo deck. This is the deck that's just playing those sprites, getting all that accelerated out. And then the Aurora cards came out, and that's the one that takes time. So if this is a Jace Aurora, we don't know yet. We're going to save that as our own little surprise coming up. But presuming it is that, I want to see how this deck will be able to stand against it, because the blue color, that mind brings a bit of more options, at least for spell damage, to maybe help try and deal with these sprites.
Yeah, and definitely throughout the early game, I'm not expecting any sprite fountains on the J side of field, just because of how it potentially deramps you and really messes with the Aurora game plan. But you have to keep in mind here that if you're entering as Jace, is it even a matter of out racing a Aurora deck when it can now hit, potentially, if they get lucky? Or if they get intelligent. If they get intelligent hits, they can potentially hit it on turn 2.
Yeah, no, the Promising Future combo is just so nasty, and it's just a great kind of thing. It's annoying to see. It deramps you a lot. I think last weekend I got to see a Jace Aurora gameplay, and they did all the different techs. They played an Aurora from Promising Future, they played an Elder Dragon from Promising Future. They did it all. But honestly, whenever it happened, it just deramped them way too much.
Where we are going, we might not be in need of runes, because we are ready to get started in round 6, game 1. Players, take it away. And I think if we take a look at the selection of battlefields right in front of us, Sigil of the Storm, I think Doom is being spelled out in front of us as we're hitting the turn 1 dredge up.
We will see, and no shocker there. Runes are being quickly tapped. You get the little draw there. I want to see Lilia. They want to try and get some kind of conquer. Instead, I don't hate them just developing out that champion unit, because then they can play a sprite in combination next turn, look for the double conquer, get a seed of power draw, but never mind. We're already seeing why Jace Aurora is so good. 3 damage cuts off so many units.
So what do you do when you cannot ramp yourself up as effectively? Well, if your opponent slows down, it's kind of similar to us ramping up, isn't it?
Yeah. It's basically the same. We keep them at our pace, we stop them from getting points, and we just buy ourselves more turns. So it's either, or you can ramp to skip a turn to be able to play more later, or just deny points. And that's what we're seeing right here. And Deadly Flourish is just becoming such a key card. Also deals with a lot of these cards that just counter gears, and especially in this moment with Lilia, where a lot of their cards are around that 3-mind breakpoint, that's going to become very strong.
You're not very happy as a Lilia when your turn 2 play is playing a sprite for 4 energy. What's the plan from out here? What are we afraid of that we don't even want to develop anything out onto the board?
The issue with developing here is, depending on the deck that the Lilia has, they tend to maybe not necessarily rely on too many units in their deck. So just by seeing what they're playing here, they just have the Mask of Foresight there. That's their strategy. I want to play out sprites. I want to kill your units in return, but when a Jace is able to develop an Aurora this soon, it doesn't matter. These sprites, the only advantage they have is that they're going to die anyways, so killing them with an Elder tag of damage won't really matter. But how are you going to overcommit and kill that Elder once it's secured its spot onto a battlefield? That's where you're going to have problems.
Dubby with a bit of a nihilistic stance on all things living. Well, they're going to die anyway, so, might as well speed run towards the end. This Elder Dragon already hitting the field. Disarming Rake in the main deck will be taking care of Aurora, but has the damage already been done?
To see, I mean, Disarming Rake is not gonna be too strong, and just having the Elder Dragon just brings so much chaos to this deck, right? The blue, the mind, just bringing so many opportunities through different cards. The Bellows
So
Breath was the
make
big
that
one everyone
concrete
was
for me,
talking
Louis.
about.
What cards are we really looking at that are introduced in the Mind Domain?
Bellows Breath, that's the big one, right? You can target its action speed. It's not as cool as the reaction Flurry of Blades, but being able to kill units off in their base is great as Bandit. We're seeing the hand of this Lilia, and I'm kind of getting an idea now of probably why they weren't playing out too many units in their base, because that is a very spell-intense deck, and that could bring a bit of a problem, because I don't know if they have enough to be able to overcome this Elder, or they're going to have to play out everything in their hand.
Yeah, it's a bit of a choice not to defy that. I think not defying that also allows them to share their burden with the world around them, in a bit of a way to lessen the suffering, just that tad little bit. But the pain is obvious, and with the current tools, they're just simply not equipped to be dealing with an Elder Dragon. Now, Promising Future, there has been a Bible written about it, how to resolve it. You've read it all, so I'm just gonna leave this one all up to you.
I've read it twice. I understood it, and then I saw a different Bible, and then I didn't understood it, and then I read that one, and then I read a post. This card, I'm starting to get there. Every time I read a guide, it gets more confusing. And what we should see here in an ideal world is that the Jace will look at the card first, and then they will look at their 5 cards, and they have to reveal it first. Because the card is banished, and banished is an open field of information, Jace does need to reveal which card they're being played. So we have to wait for that, and then the Lilia player or the opponent will then look at their 5 cards, then choose a card there of their own. Looks like, from what I'm seeing right here, I'm presuming they just played a Mask of Foresight, unless I'm missing something right there.
Long
And then it
story
resolves
short,
backwards.
Jace choose first, Lilia choose second, Lilia resolve first, Jace resolve second.
Yes, in a simple terms. It gets more complicated that, especially because
Without
if they have
any
on-player
nuance,
effects. Yeah.
The four dummies explanation, that is the one.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Now,
it's weird.
Hitting a garbage grabber, when we played it out, getting another Aurora trigger in there, it feels troubling to be playing into the double Aurora hit already. And also in Vendetta, Aurora is alive and kicking.
Exactly that. And I remember Bandit, when we looked at the cards that the Lilia had, they had a lot of pump spells. And you know what? Guess they didn't have enough, because we are just going to the next game. Lilia was like, I refuse to try and take over this big Elder Dragon. And that is the power we're seeing. I mean, okay, to be fair, credit to the Jace right there. That was a standard kind of Aurora ramp play. There wasn't anything accelerated. But
it is, I mean, it was lightning quick. There can be absolutely no doubt about it. Now, I will be leaving you in the safe hands of W King and EK Pilot. Good luck in match number 2. And let's hope we will see a match number 3, shall we?
let's get it, Bandit. Thanks for jumping in there. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure having you with me for a bit.
Bandit, for holding down the fort as always. Hi, W. How are we doing today? How are the games?
Oh, man. The game, I mean, I've just jumped on the stream now. I was working on the Nations Cup before, and we just saw a Jace just Aurora the speed out of this game. And I know what, I gave them credit before, but I don't know. What are your takes on this Jace deck going on? Do you think it's the new Aurora villain of the whole season?
I feel like with the new mine cards, you know, you have your Bellows Breath, I think you mentioned Temporal Breach. I think this deck might be just better than Sivir. This might be the new Aurora variant to kind of counter in the set.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we just saw a Lilia deck that's like, it better be the fastest deck in the game. Just not even have a chance against this deck. The issue is, I guess, Lilia struggles to deal with Elder once it's on the map, but here we're seeing, interesting enough, double Rockfall Battlefield and a double Conqueror on their turn 2.
Right, and you'd think, right, with with the sprites being a very
Jack, give us 1 second. I think we're having a little mic technical difficulties. I think my Discord shut off, so I'll hold it down for a little bit while my Discord comes back on. I've never actually had my Discord completely shut off, but it looks like Lilia just trying to go fast enough to get under Jace, but getting things off as early as that second turn is a little bit too quick. But mic check, W and EK, can you guys hear me?
Hello.
Yes, Plus, we can hear you. What's up? Okay, we're back.
All right,
We had
we're back.
We're back. We're in. We're there. Hello, EK. Oh gosh.
All right, hello.
This has been an absolute feast of a game right there. We were jumping in fast and hot, and now we're here again. I need to ground myself back into this game. What are we seeing right here? Okay. Lots of draws, lots of development. Lilia, not so many runes though, and I think this time they're going to try and prioritize none of their rune economy and just rush to 8 points as soon as possible.
I mean, if you're on the Lilia's kind of position, right, you have to just ensure that when Elder comes out, it takes about maybe 2 turns for him to kind of move with the Elder, start scoring points. You have that little bit of a downtime where you can't just go in after the Elder gets thrown down. You have a lot of accelerated units. I think what the later players trying to do is I'm going to try and get to 6 points as quick as possible. If you get your Aurora down, I'm at 6 points. I can still double conquer to win.
Yeah. And here we're seeing the promising future coming out. Honestly, one of the cards I just didn't see so much play until people kind of started discovering what it actually does and how it works. And it matches the Aurora vibe. It's a gamble card to try and get the Aurora or to get something out of it. We're seeing it being resolved very quickly here. There was an Aurora being played from the side of Jace, and we got a Riptide Rex coming out instead. Won't be able to snipe anyone out, but I don't hate having a big body on the board.
Right, and I think the Riptide Rex is one of Lilia's only ways of dealing with units on board. But even then, you want to make sure that, hey, once Elder comes down, that you have at least units on board to still go for this double conquer and end the game.
Mm-hmm. Aurora Trigger will come on. I think the one thing with Jace that we see here is that they don't run any other units besides Elder. They have their three done package. There's no like
right.
In the Chaos combo we saw Barons and other things that are quite valuable. In this situation though, the promising future is so good because you're the Lilia, you're forced to play your unit to base, and then it's gonna get sniped out regardless anyways. They will be able to double score to 6 here, but what can Lilia do here to try and get this win? It's looking very dire, and it's just a matter of the consistency that this Jace deck can hit this Elder.
Right, and that promising future also kind of being just a little bit too much away from Defy. If you had a way of defying it, you would love it if it was cheaper. But it's just hard to kind of counter that card. You know, also Fast doesn't do it. The Crumbling Sands doesn't do it. You have to Wind Wall it, and no one runs that card nowadays. So most of the times, you just have to pray that you get that card off. However, W, how well versed are you in the promising future rulings? Because there's a lot of them.
I like to say I have a upper average understanding of it. Like there's so much going on, and every time I read an FAQ about this card, I learn a bit more. The card is wild. It's been eroded as well, so the card, the text on the card isn't actually what it says, so that can lead to some even more extra confusion. And then even on top of that, you need to understand how banishing works as a mechanic in the game, because that's the errata text. So it's just
Before we can even talk about that, we have Sprite Burst. Sprite Burst, I think, Temporal Breach being used on the walkfall path is to banish that unit, make sure it doesn't come back. Then we have this unit being a 4-might unit, but Elder's on the field, so most likely than not, it's gonna still die. Oh, it's going in with the Elder. Going for the first conquer of the game from the side of the Aurora player.
Conquer will be secured. I like the attempt of playing the Temporal Breach there. It just showed us a chance. It's a counter to Elder. You can flip him onto the thing, and then he won't be able to play it. But the Sprite Burst, the spell before by Jace, is just another example of a card that this Aurora deck has access to that just really brings out something that they lacked in Chaos. Accelerated units that you can send into a battlefield, and you could just kill 3 units for free with it, basically, and conquer. So that right there is showing absolute great strength. And now we're in the basic moment. With this Aurora trigger going on the chain, they'll get another Elder. They have 1 rune open. This is the moment where if you're Lilia, you could either... You've got to somehow double conquer here, because holding is just not going to be an option.
Right, and I think your only way of double conquering is doing it like a play with maybe Charm. So the player is not out of it just yet. we can still start getting up to 7 points and then going for draws each turn. Remember, these sprites can't hold. However, I do want to say, I think we do run the how did I forget about him? This Disarming Rake in this deck, right?
Yeah, they
correct me
were
if I'm
able to
wrong.
get one out game 1. Yeah.
So the cool thing with Disarming Rake that I think people don't know is with the way that or the Promising Future works, and correct me if I'm wrong, you can actually play Rake off the Promising Future and target the Aurora the turn that it's played.
I feel like that was in one of the many FAQs and examples
Right.
given for it, because Disarming Rake is played first, I want to say.
Right. It's you
And
would
no, but people are confused. I'm in deep thought trying to think about that exact situation, because it's played first, its effects on the chain, and then the Aurora is on it afterwards. So that's why, and then you resolve the Aurora, and then you resolve the
Right.
Disarming Rake, and then it kills it, if I'm correct.
I think the way it works is you find so it's a whole thing. So if you have this is important for you guys to learn because you're gonna be playing against this deck a lot. If you
Yeah.
have a spell, spells when you finalize a spell, you have to choose your target when you finalize the spell. And when you use Promising Future, the Aurora player will show his card first, and then you'll show yours, and then your card will finalize first, and then his card will finalize. So let's say you hit salvage. Well, because the salvage, when you finalize it, Aurora is not on the board just yet. You don't get to salvage. But when you play me triggers on units and gears, well, their trigger will actually happen after the Aurora comes down. So you will have your unit be finalized, then the Aurora will be finalized, and then you'll get your trigger. So you'll be able to target Aurora. So needing to know these kind of niche rulings will come up a lot when you play against this kind of deck.
Yep.
But we did see an unchecked power inside the Lilia's deck list. Do you think? I think it's a judge code right now.
But do I think? What am I thinking here?
So while we're waiting on the judge code, right? We can just talk about this more.
Yeah.
Do you think this unchecked power that maybe we're trying to rely on, maybe we have another one in the deck, do you think that's going to be enough to kind of give us the win? Or do you think the position that Lilia is in is too far to kind of come back from?
Honestly, I think it's interesting, right? I think if you play around it, it's better here because unchecked power costs too much in a moment, to make good value of it, right? They don't have anything developed in base to kind of combine with it. If, let's say, they played their champion zone Lilia before, then they could combine it. I think that would have been a bit better. But in this particular situation, we did see the Sabotage coming out and the Defy, so they clearly want to protect it. And the unchecked power is going to be an answer to Aurora because we'll be able to clear them out. In this exact situation, though, it's hard to say if it's going to be enough.
Right, and you have to remember, we already got one of our unchecked Sabot, so you probably just run, one more, and it just might be a bit kind of too much to handle from that point onwards.
Yeah, so it's a card you need in the sideboard. I mean, Lilia just tend to enjoy it regardless, because if you try to set up a big hold, then they could just uncheck power it and go for it. And it does have the breakpoint amount. I mean, it takes down a lot of cards. Uncheck power is pretty strong, and Lilia is one of the cards that could just make the best use of it. But again, in this particular game, we're seeing something where it's just how Aurora feels. And when you're playing, especially a color like this, if you don't manage to kill the Aurora early, and if you don't have anything to deal with those Elder Dragons while they're on the board, you are not really in a good zone to be able to come back in this game. And you can get up to 7 points, but if you don't have that 8th point, it's not going to matter.
Right, and I think this is the one issue with this deck, is that we're relying on also 3 Elder Dragons, right? We saw other builds of Aurora where you have like a Valmaw. We saw Yellow have Harness Dragons. Do you think the fact that we're only running the Elder Dragons in this list, do you think that's a weakness in like something we can exploit? Or do you think it's just like you know what, this card is so good, we don't need anything else to win the game?
It is. I mean, I do think its card is that good that you don't need anything, but it's still a weakness if your opponent can do a good job of playing around it. Yes, they do have access with the Garbage Grappler to manage to recycle it and replay it, but we did see that in other decks as well, with the Last Rites and Chaos, for example, using that equip to manage to recycle it. So it's still going to be a problem, I think, especially if you bounce this card to hand. Aurora Jace struggles to play it from hand because they usually tend to depower and de-ramp themselves a lot with these promising futures, with everything. If they do manage to develop a lot of these Plateworm eggs that we're seeing there, they can play it out earlier. But it's just a struggling point regardless. I do think, though, at the end of the day, what other units would you kind of squeeze into the deck with Jace? Because you got, like, Mountain Drag, Volibear, like, there's nothing you really need. So
Right.
you may as well stick with the Elder consistency.
Because you're thinking about it, right? It's not Dragon doesn't count. Like, well, Volibear may be the only card you might think about. There's nothing in blue that's standing out to me, right? Maybe Ruin Rex, I guess, but even then,
it just doesn't feel worth it. I remember having a discussion briefly with someone talking about, like, hey, you could use, pre-tag people with Bellows Breath damage and then play a Watcher and then you would lower their might and stuff and all this, but no. It's just not cool. Like, if you could somehow accelerate the Watcher, then heck yeah, I'd be all for it.
Right, yeah.
It's just not worth it. So honestly, I think sticking to the 3 Elders, it just makes it obvious what you're gonna hit. And to close on that, I've played against an Aurora deck where they lost because they hit a Baron instead of an Elder because it allowed me to hold to 7, conquer to 8. So you have that consistency of you don't have to worry about just randomly flipping a wrong thing.
Now I will say, have you seen the Gutter Palace tech in Jace Aurora?
No, I have not. Have you seen this? What is this tech?
Okay. Let's say you're playing against Purple, and they have Starcross. One of the issues you can get into Aurora is because this deck kind of recycles so much. If somebody Starcrosses your Dragon back, you won't be able to play him for a very long time. He'll just be dead in hand for a longest time, and he maybe draw into other dragons, and you kind of just stuck because there's only 3 units. The chance to draw into an Elder and get an Elder sent back can just brick your entire game. So what some players have been doing is they're running Gutter Palace, not for its win con. So for those who know, Gutter Palace says if you have 4 units at the beginning of it's like 4 units at the beginning of a battle beginning phase, you win the game. Something about and you have 4 cards in hand.
4 units, 4 cards, and just on a battlefield at the beginning. Yeah.
Right. So, but also it has a secondary effect that says discard 1 to make a token. So what these players are doing is they're discarding their Elder from hand to put an Elder in the trash, and then using Garbage Recycler to put it back in the deck so you can play it off Aurora again. Like it's that much amount of like redundancy, just making sure this deck is just as good as possible. I know there's some cool cards. People kind of talk about how Aurora's like a mindless deck, but there's some pretty cool techs that are coming out from this new iteration.
It's like I know Aurora gets a lot of hate, and I'll give it that because obviously it's not necessarily a fun play pattern to play against, depending on what you like to do. But you have to give like some kind of wild kudos because that interaction is something that I wouldn't have thought of. Gutter Palace being I'm not using Vertigo. I just want to be able to discard a card. Okay, interesting. That kind of situation. So it's cool. And I think again, Aurora, it's a deck where it got so much fear and hype in the Unleashed meta. Everyone was like, "Oh no, it's gonna be the strongest thing ever," and it didn't really hit any events. It got a top 8, I believe, at 1 or 2 regionals, right, but it never really like powerhoused won. So I don't know if Jace is gonna be the tech to manage to carry over and get that kind of regional win. We might see it because, like you said, it gives these new options and it gives some different things. It's just gonna be hard to really tell.
Now, usually, what I'd say, right, is when it comes to Aurora, these decks are strongest at the early points of the meta because the meta is so early on. It's not as optimized. So Aurora, which has a very simple game plan to execute, it's not that hard to build an Aurora deck that's competent. So these decks kind of do really well at the beginning and kind of fall off near the end of the meta.
Yeah.
But now that we transition from set 3 to set 4, I feel like the decks and the meta hasn't changed too much. That whatever worked in set 3 is still working in set 4, and that might actually kind of play into Aurora's weakness, where there's a lot of good optimized decks here. People were already playing around you, and now they have more sideboard slots, right? And we're going from 8 to 10. Will this mean that we have the experience, we have the new tools to kind of get rid of it. Will Aurora do even worse? I feel like it's up in the air.
It's gonna. I think the sideboard was a great point to hit on. Those extra 2 cards. I mean, I was gonna say it might not sound like a lot, but no, I think anybody could reasonably say 2 cards in a sideboard is a huge change, and being able to have 2 more dedicated cards to whatever deck you like least, and if it's Aurora, go for it. It's great. It's something that's really, really strong, and we're seeing a lot of new cards this set that were created just to deal with gears, to deal with that. What was it? The Prefect, I think. Something Ravenbloom Prefect or something I want to say is called. The purple 3/3 that when an opponent, you lock them out of being able to even play an Aurora because of that strength right there. Brittle Steel as well. That red card that just kills a gear and it has flow, so you could play it from trash. Like, there are cards answering Aurora, and I like what you said as well. It's going to be scary at the start because it's new, it's hype, it's fast, but once people catch on the ways to counter it, you can definitely shut this deck down.
Now, I will say, the one very scary thing about Aurora is once you kind of get to playing it, the areas of danger. Aurora has prior to this, had 2 main ways of getting rid of your units, which was Elder Dragon, which can hit a unit at each location, and Flurry of Blades, which can hit all units at battlefields. This means that if you had a lot of units at base, and you kept your base development very strong, you'd be able to kind of skirt around a lot of the destruction effects that Aurora brings. But with the addition of Mind, we add Bellows Breath into it, whereas now you go from, hey, if I do a big hold in my base, I'll die to Bellows. If I do a big hold onto a battlefield, I'll die to Flurry Blades. And if I do a kind of spread out hold to dodge the Bellows Breath, well, now they can just Elder me and kill my spread apart units. And I think Bellows Breath just made the deck just so much more scary to deal with because you don't know what your opponent has, so you don't know, hey, where should I put my units to not let them die? And it's just such a big threat that it changes the entire dynamic of the game, and I think something people have to learn to play against not going into this set.
Yep. No, I think it will be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how, we've got how these things go with Barcelona when we have these showdowns as well, to see like what these kind of teaser for decks and these events will be pretty good. I'm getting fed some information here, EK, about what's been going on. So it seems there was a judge call goal. That's why EK and I haven't just been talking because we love to yap. We like to talk about things. No, there was a judge call that was put on because one of the players was streaming and the other opponent claimed that he was getting outside help due to streaming his POV without a delay and open hand. However, from the discussion I'm seeing is that there was no foul play seen, and the ruling was kind of made, hey, if you're streaming with the live POV and open hand, you're kind of disadvantaging yourself in that sense. So I think that means that the Jace player has won. So they took a very quick 2-0. And we got the kind of opposite effect where this Lydia deck plays so fast, they can lose so quick.
Hey, they play fast. They didn't say they win fast,
But hey, we'll see that. That means Jace gets the win, and we might see them in Top Cut. And EK, I think we're going to look for another game to watch now.
All right. While we do that, W, just what kind of decks are you looking at this set, if you don't mind me asking?
In case we ever run into each other on a Runes of Rift tournament again, huh? You want to get some prep going?
Yeah, get some prep ahead of time, W.
For our inevitable rematch. I'm probably going to be locking on the Draven again. I mean, I've been loyal to the Chaos Fury combo. I don't like Zed. I don't like Burn. I really don't like Burn. As in, I don't like playing it. I don't mind playing against it, but I don't like putting my cards in my trash. Like, what do you mean? I just put 2 stacked decks in my trash and I can't play them now. None of this. No. I want to draw my cards in my hand and I want to be able to play them. So because of that, I'm thinking Draven. I think he's good kind of like anti-meta for some of these games. So that's what I'm leaning towards. How about yourself, though?
Well, I personally I'm going to be playing E because I'm looking to get that top spot in Barcelona. However, before we can talk even more about this, we have a game on our hands. Akali versus LeBlanc. W, this is not a matchup I think I've ever seen before. Do you want to talk me through it? What do you think? Who do you think is kind of in the driver's seat in this matchup?
Gosh, okay. I mean, So LeBlanc didn't get too much support, is what I heard about the complaints people having, that they didn't
Right.
get to, so they're still the standard deck. I'm sure they have some cards that help them out a bit, but that's really it. As for what they have here to help them out, I mean, we're already seeing a classy kind of LeBlanc being played there, making best use of those Death Knells there. Death Grip getting the Ruin Rex to buff up the LeBlanc and deal damage elsewhere. Is something there. How Akali deals it into it in particular. I feel like I need to watch these games from the start to kind of get an understanding of the flow, because jumping in right now, we'll be seeing 3 to 4 points and the Astral Heron's been developed. That's looking good for them, because this Astral Heron card, I'm seeing everybody getting really hyped about.
Right, I love this card in Nasus. It does a lot of things. Premonition being a 1 power draw 3 is very strong. Seeing it in Akali, I'm not sure how much value you're going to be getting out of it, how many kind of cards you're using. But now we're seeing, I think, was that Akali kind of, this is not something you see often. Akali was doing well into the Windswept Hillock game, right? So I think this was a game where LeBlanc was going first. We can tell with the Chosen Champ being there. I would have expected this game to have been a way more stomp towards LeBlanc's kind of favor. But we kind of see Akali kind of holding in there, even though this is the preferred battlefield for LeBlanc.
They moved over to the one. And just to finish up on this Heron point, I think the one thing that Akali can make use of it is they do have some spells that cost a lot of power. Falling Star being the big one, and this one basically says I play Falling Star for free every turn. So that right there is showing some great value, as meanwhile seeing some great value coming out from the LeBlanc here, as they have just cleared the board of the Akali player here with a nice combination of the Harness Dragon and a Call of the Week.
Yeah, I think I may have given this guy a little bit of a caster's curse. Talking about him doing good in the Hillock game, we did see the strength of LeBlanc using the Windswept to kind of make sure he has a tempo, and then using stuff like Call of the Week and Harness Dragon to straight up just kill the enemy's units. We do see Shuriken Flip being used here to ensure that my opponent can't do much with this LeBlanc, can't get that big of a hold. But now we do just conquer up to 7, and it's up to the Akali now to not only play a unit, but also double conquer here, because we're going to go up to 7 points using the ganking from the Windswept Hillock.
That right there, and it's going to be top deck mode for this Akali. I'm trying to think, when it comes to accelerated, I want to say Akali decks don't tend to run or want to run too much with acceleration, because they like to just rely on the movement they can get through their legend and such. So they have movement, they don't have acceleration, and with a quick next game right there, we will see this going to what I can only presume is a game 3? I'll say?
Yeah. Game 3, yeah. Now, I will say there was one card in Akali's deck that could have won the game on the spot, which would have been Darius, because we could have played the Darius and then used our Shuriken Flip Flowed from the discard. It would count as a second card per turn. You'd move the Darius, because he's a 7 might, onto the Windswept Hillock, conquer, and because he's readied up, since it was the second card in the turn, you'll just gank over and kill the second Harness Dragon. Of course, whether or not you'd be able to win from that position is hard to say, but it was a winning line from the Akali. Unluckily, not seeing it.
Yeah, that's actually a good point right there. I think, like you said, they don't have acceleration, but they have readying of units. There's also that new spell that has flow that gives you assault 2 or 3 and readies a unit, which is just going to be a great kind of card. And that battlefield, I feel like when I've played Akali, I guess it's only been pre-rifts. The only thing I felt like I missed was ganking. So if I have a battlefield that gives me ganking, that kind of does the job for me.
And I think, as you said it, I think the perfect execution card, I think that's the one you're talking about, was such a menace at the pre-rift. I mean, just putting that in Abessa was just horrible to go through. But now going into the Akali's turn, we see the green Akali being in the champion zone now. Thoughts on that? I think it's a lot of this, like people saying this card's bad, this card's good. Where do you kind of fall for this card?
Green Akali, I think it fits perfectly into the play pattern of this, right? Not being able to chosen unless it's in combat, and the way you can combine it with your legend to basically make it I guess I was gonna say a 4 and 4, a 4 and 1 power for 4 might. You do need to empower your legend, so it makes it a bit more expensive, but still you get this card up to 8 might quite easily. For what you're paying, and if you manage to survive, it's great. The issue is good on attack, hard to really utilize on defense. So you do tend to see Akali players just kind of challenge each other by just developing units back and forth and then trying to get a good attack on. But once you're on the battlefield, I feel like that's when Akali's weakest.
Right. I think I agree with you fully here. I think Akali's a deck that plays really similarly to Annie, where you want to kind of keep going on battlefields, okay, so keep developing your board and then go in when your opponent goes in. But Akali sucks at holding, like really, really sucks at holding. And the issue with the Akali being bad at holding is that you don't have flash in this set. You have, at best, you have the Emperor's Divide. So you don't have a way of just making sure your units can stay alive. Speaking of making your units stay alive, you have a very cool play with the Star Spring, conquering, playing a unit there, and then pushing it back with the Star Spring effect to conquer Targon's Peak. I think LeBlanc right now is in an excellent position to kind of win this game from this point on.
Yeah, and they were able to just ready their runes. Yes, this deck doesn't necessarily have much to increase might outside of that Death Grip, and you might not necessarily hate killing the LeBlanc on the Targon's Peak to buff up your your cards on Star Spring. But you know what? I'll be happier to maybe play against a little bit less LeBlanc, because I remember being in these situations against these decks, just like, what do I do here? Because I have to kill these LeBlancs, but they're gonna draw cards. I don't want to let them draw cards, but I've got nothing to stop them, so you're just forced to play things like Falling Stars and just de-ramp and trade nothing back.
I mean, to be fair, how do you like the match? Have you played the Draven versus LeBlanc matchup? Is it like a good one or a bad one for you to say?
I have no idea on that matchup. I can only tell that, you know what, I'll probably prefer it than the Annie that I was playing last set, because at least I get to draw a card whenever you're a Death Knell draws
right,
a card,
yeah.
So. We get something.
I mean, as a E player, I hate playing against this deck. It is just, if this deck kind of pops off, you can just kind of sulk. But we see the Death Grip here, not only drawing a card, but giving the +3 might to kind of make the Conquer harder to do. We see a Longsword being played directly onto the Akali, making that a 8 might unit, which is enough to conquer. We still have 2 runes up from the side of Akali, using a Sacrifice to draw some cards and channel a rune. This is where we see the LeBlanc kind of irk out on resources.
Yeah.
We already kind of went down a few runes to play Akali. We went down a rune to play Longsword. But now we're going to be at, 4 more runes than our opponent next turn. We're going to be 4 runes to 8 runes for the side of LeBlanc.
Getting that Sacrifice out now just means at least those runes getting channeled will be there at the start of your turn, so you'll have more ready. And suddenly with the swing here, having 8 ready runes puts you in a great spot here. The only concern is that Zhonya's Hourglass is a bit scary, because it does mean that whatever you play, if you try to kill off this Akali, will not necessarily die. But with your having 2 points already, I don't see them having a problem here. To try and play it slow, they don't have to develop too much. And this green Akali, I think one last point I want to touch on it with it, is it not being able to be chosen unless it's in combat is going to be a great card against the Ruined Rex.
Right, and I think we did see the LeBlanc also play Harness Dragon. So I think both Ruin Rex and Harness not be able to target this card because she can't be chosen unless in combat is going to be the kind of winning factor. And keeping this card alive is going to be the most important thing for the Akali player.
There. Yeah.
Now, my question onto you, Dubby, is if you have like a rat, like if you have a Scuttle Crab or any kind of unit, are you playing it on the Star Spring next turn to kind of go for the double conquer? Or are you saying, I'd rather have my Zhonya stay alive for my Akali, and I'll play it in base and not double conquer? What are your thoughts here?
I feel like you want the points. You don't want to just hold to 3 and then leave it there. You know, there's always that. I love that one graph they talk about double conquering, playing on even points. You have that different spectrum of intelligence when it comes to it.
I've seen that graph.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
that's how it kind of feels at this moment. So, but in this situation, especially if you have a chance to score to 4, and with it being Targon's Peak, you can get extra runes ready. I don't hate bouncing it back to conquer, especially because when you're looking at the cards that LeBlanc has developed, they only have, they'll have to send both against the Akali as it stands right now to be able to get over it. So you're likely to hold that one battlefield and repeat it. it's going to be hard for the LeBlanc to kind of try and kill, let's say, the theoretical Scuttle Crab first, and then to get rid of the Zhonya so that you can kill the Akali and not let it keep itself alive. So from that whole line, if they have a chance to do it, I'd like to see it.
Now, I think the perfect card to see right now will be something like the Ferris Forerunner. Just slap that on Starspring. But I think the fact that the Akali player hasn't done that yet means they probably don't have it in hand.
Forerunner against LeBlanc, though? I mean, if that gets cloned once and you combine that with some Karthuses, yeah, that could be terrifying.
Think about that. Wait, I didn't even wait. Yeah, you're absolutely correct there. We have because if you Forerunner, then your opponent can just mirror image it and then get so many more tokens than you can ever think of, especially with the Zhonya's up. I think our opponent our Akali player going for a more relaxed gameplay here, where he's saying, I don't want to waste his Zhonya's on this hopeful. Instead, I'm just gonna keep my unit alive. It's hard for you to kind of conquer this turn, and if you go in with this double, like if you go in with Mixologist, conquer Targons, make 2 tokens, then I can just use my Legend, empower it, and get enough might to get over your unit.
Yep. Developing there, leaving 2 open is just kind of baiting out a discipline, and it's kind of just going to force some interaction. Yeah, we see them going in there. They send the 8-6 might, and if you're able to play out a discipline now and you have it, you're trading 8 for 8, and your unit will be alive with Zhonya's. Yes, Class Mixologist will be able to play something back, and never mind that.
Ooh,
we're getting a Vi.
Now remember, this is in combat, so Akali can be chosen here. Vi, I think Vi is one of those cards that people don't really think about, but this is one of the strongest cards in the game. Would you kind of like? I think it's like on par with like Rengar's dominance in set 3, where if you were in the colors of yellow, you were running this card.
Yeah, I think of the ambush cards, I think I really liked the ambush cards they included. I think they brought a lot of versatility and a lot of creativity. So Vi being able to ambush stun was a great card against a lot of decks, especially like ones that use Ferris Forerunner, being able to stun it so that it wouldn't trade a card back. Great value. And now we're seeing a classy little LeBlanc combo there to use the cloned Mixologist with the baited hook to play out a Harnessed Dragon, be able to snipe away a unit. And now they're going to revive it. The little LeBlanc engine is ticking strong right now.
Right, and we do see, there it is. There's a Karthus on the field. We have... This is the nightmare scenario if you're playing Akali now. There's a lot of might on one battlefield. There's a Karthus that's going to be there to generate a lot of tempo. Yes, your Akali is still alive, and you can't get her up to it like 10 might. So you'll need about 4 more might to conquer the battlefield. But even then, that's a bit too much of an ask going into this next turn, especially when your opponent has 4 cards and 9 runes upcoming and a baited hook set up.
Yeah, no, you have to. This is just the punishment mode of the Akali deck, because you're gonna clear that, but they're gonna channel a bunch. They're gonna do a lot. I like sending in the Lonely Poro in here because these cards, they're gonna have to die at some point, so it doesn't matter. You can send that in to at least get a card draw, fish for some more options, and see what they get, because this Akali goes up to 10 if they empower the legend and dance it up. Getting over it won't be that much of a problem with any kind of buff spell. But you're gonna struggle keeping that guy alive on defense, especially with that little ruin, that Harnessed Dragon going in for 6. That's you know what? I'll take that trade.
Right, Harnessed Dragons goes in for 6. Remember, we're getting 2 units back too, so you get LeBlanc and the Assailant. So those also hit for 7. And this is where the Akali deck's weakness shows in all its colors, where this deck struggles to hold. Like at most, you're threatening Discipline. Maybe On Guard. Some decks don't even run On Guard, they run Cleave instead. And this is not a position where you want to be using cards like Emperor's Divide to keep stuff at base. This Stellacorn here is kind of telling me, hey, there's an Emperor's Divide showing up, trying to get some draws. Ooh, no. Ooh, this is interesting now. Going for a Charm. Where are we Charm again?
I feel like the Charm's a bit late with the Stellacorn being on that battlefield. Unless we're trying to do... No, to be fair, hear me out. Okay, they can use the Akali to the legend to move the Stellacorn out for a free draw, right?
Ah, that's smart. Yep, that's why they pay
Yeah.
you the big bucks. I didn't even think about that.
It took me a while to think. I was like, why would you do that? Okay, there's gotta be a reason. But I like that. Cheat out a little draw. Get the kill on the Karthus as well. Smooth. Right?
So remember that this is Akali's Legend works on any showdown. The other cool trick you can do with this card is if you, let's say you control a battlefield and you have a Stellacorn in base. If you move your unit out of the battlefield, you no longer control that battlefield. So when you move back in with Stellacorn, that creates a showdown. So you can just move and then move back in the same turn. And although Akali's, we were talking about how bad of a position she was kind of in. She's kind of bringing it back slowly. We have the beta hook gone. We're getting some kind of value. We're holding up with, was that 11? Is that 11 might? Sorry, 9 might.
Go down. Yeah. The only issue I'm seeing here right now, UK, is that LeBlanc has taken control of a battlefield they really like, that being the Star Spring, and they have a lot of units they can bounce back to the base to go send up into that Targon's Peak. So that's why another card, you were giving it credit before. It's also not an ambush, it's when I attack. So it's a very obvious contender to want to bounce back his Star Spring, and you can send that up together with that Harness Dragon, and that's going to be a quick 11 might swing and a stunned card on the Akali side.
And there it is, as you said. We're sending over the Vi. We're going to do a Harness Dragon plus Vi, Conquer most likely, stun that unit, and just kill everything on the board for basically free.
Hidden card, I'm gonna see in a moment. We'd like to see a Zonya's there, I'm sure, for the Akali to just keep it alive for one moment longer. Because I don't know what cards they're running, but a back off here, that stun won't help. And there's the Zonya, so the Akali lives to fight another day.
And this is maybe where we can see the Akali player saying, hey, if I play this with Starming Rake, you're now forced to go in with the Vi instead of going with a Mixologist. But that unit did just kind of die for free. And we're now facing a lot of might. Another Karthus, by the way. We're going to get 4 units, W. 4 units from this class that if we ever conquer the Star Spring.
Yep.
Is this is this where it's the inevitability of LeBlanc happens, you think?
Yeah, because it's showing the strength that LeBlanc has. It's like once they take over battlefields. Oh my gosh, another
one.
Once they get over these battlefields, it feels so impossible to take over. And the win condition you usually have, at least when I played against LeBlancs, was never let them control battlefields, and no matter the cost. Because once they start tapping that legend and duplicating it, it feels so bad. And within the deck that we've said over and over again, Akali that struggles to hold and wants to just always be on the attack. Oh, it's looking so over right now. What is the one card that they definitely don't have here that would help them out? Because I'm not. The line here is rough.
So hear me out. All right. What you do is you go into MS Paint. You you get unchecked power, and you color it green, and you play it, and you hope to God it works. Because other than that, I see no other ways to kind of get back. But the worst part is, even if you get rid of the entire field somehow, the LeBlanc, I am not kidding you, is bringing back her entire discard into the battlefields. She's gonna bring back 6, and there's 6 units in the graveyard. So this is where I feel like, this is the LeBlanc kind of did her due diligence. She set up her early plays. She got a Ruin lead early, and now she's reaping the benefits. While Akali, due to her lack of holding, is kind of just stuck doing nothing on her turns.
Perfectly said right there, and we'll have to see what kind of play they can do because they have the 4 points. They need to get another 4 in Akali. LeBlanc, meanwhile, they're on 5. They can happily hold here to 7, and then it's only 1 point away. The only, you are seeing that the kind of problem you could say that Akali has is that if you don't kill the right units, they don't have any draw, and with them creating all these reflection, they only have 1 card in hand, but they're mostly just playing out their cards, right? They have, if you skip that reflection, They have 6 cards that they've played, and they've all just been surviving. The Vi showing the insane value that Stunning can do in combat. As now the Akali is playing their lines, the Charm is coming out. Let's see what they tag with it.
So we're moving Karthus into the battlefield. Maybe we're going for a bit of a hold play, conquer one battlefield, and try and see what we can do. We're seeing a card being played from the side of Akali. Oh, so we're empowering our legend, my apologies. So now that we've empowered, the total amount of might we can get with the green Akali is 10. I think now saying 10 is not enough to do anything on the battlefield. Instead, going for the draws with Stellarcorn Herder. So we're going to draw 1 going in, draw 2 going out, and then 3 when we move back in again.
They could look to just trade the Karthus here too, if they really want to just minimize the amount of damage control and the replayability of units. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because as soon as you kill one of these Glass Mixologists, I'm sure the first card they're going to replay from trash might just be a Karthus anyway. There's already one there. And they'll have to see what they do.
And even if you get rid of both Mixologists on the left, there's another Mixologist on Targon's Peak, so you're still getting that inevitability of I'm going to get double Mixologists somehow in this game.
Yep. And even add to it, something that's lost me multiple games against LeBlanc that I've forgotten about is the ability to replay your units to the battlefield where a Glass Mixology assists. So many times I've gone in and I've had enough of a trade where I'm like, okay, I've just beaten them by 1 might, I have 1 Inferno left or something, and then suddenly, with the Glass Mixologist, they play another unit from their trash to that battlefield and do a secondary trade so you don't even conquer. It's a little thing that I've even had moments where I've explained it to my locals and they didn't even know it, but it brings such value in those moments when you can just use it like that.
Right, and imagine if we did have enough to kind of clear this battlefield. Well, what you could have done is you could have played a Karthus in base and just played all your Death Knell draws onto the battlefield and still drawn so many cards off of that one conquer. So even if Akali finds the right tools to get this kill, we need one more buff to get maybe a Discipline's enough. You're still only scoring to 5, your opponent goes to 6, and they have a very easy turn of just pulling everything back and going for the conquer to win next turn.
Yeah, I like the priority they're playing as Akali here to try and get over that Star Spring, because that is the condition you have. Clear the Star Spring, and somehow, by miracle, manage to hold the Star Spring and then use the mobility of that battlefield to conquer back on your next turn. But as you said, they're just going to develop, and with that, now we'll see the Glass Mixologist go Death Knell on the chain. They'll be able to play the Karthus back, so that death was very short-lived. And without hesitation, we're cloning another one of those Mixologists.
And at this point, do you kind of just go, hey, was it even worth to use that charm and get rid of our Stella if our opponent was going to get it back the next turn?
Yeah, right. It's a great point. I don't even know, because it depends. I'm sure the line came on whatever draws they got with the Stellarcorn, and from what it seems,
that is true. Correct. Yep.
They didn't get what they need.
And now, what is it that you're supposed to do in this situation if you're the Akali player? That you have, 15, 21 might and a stun just looking directly at the barrel to you. If you kill the Mixologist somehow this turn, you're also getting a lot more units back. You're going to give your opponent draw. Again, this is more about, LeBlanc had the Akali in check for a few turns, and I think this turn is going to be checkmate.
I like just the respect of just, you know what, even though I'm so far ahead, I'm not going to play for hold, because they know just as much as we do, EK. Say with me, everybody, we said it before, Akali does not like to hold. So I will let you double conquer to 6 points. Go for it, buddy. I have so many units in base ready to go on the rampage attack. And even if you clear out these battlefields, I'm getting a draw, I'm getting a ramp, and I'm getting another unit from my trash. And guess what? I have a Karthus in base, so I got to do that every single thing twice. So whatever you get, I'm getting double.
Right, and there it is. We're going to go up to 5 points. We get draw 2 due to our Karthus. And then we'll conquer the other battlefield. Get 2 units back again. Oh, we do see a 7 cost card Heron is played onto a battlefield. Is this too little too late, do you think? Or do you think Heron might be the kind of secret to winning us the game, or at least giving us a chance of winning the game?
I don't know. I was trying
I mean,
to
still a lot of
understand.
might.
Try to understand the logic of just what happened there, because Astral Heron says when you play your first card each turn, it seeds itself. Okay, thank you. Plus, it's telling me in the back. I was about to say, where did that come from? No, it saw itself.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Where I was able to play the Clockwork Keeper from there.
And its discount does count the additional cost of the Clockwork, so it becomes a 0. This just becomes a free draw 1 with a 2-cost unit on it. We did talk about struggling to hold. This is Akali's best kind of attempt at it. We do have a little bit of might, but again, there's so much. We can just throw all our mixologists into the other battlefield. We're playing another Karthus. So again, if somehow this attempt does not go through, and we still get so much of our units back, we're getting 4 units back from our mixologist to use next turn. This is a rough spot to be in if you're the Akali player.
That it is, as we quickly jump points there to get a bit exciting. Trying to see where we're going with these points. But the amount of draws they're going to be able to get, and I like this situation right here because even if they don't necessarily need to force the win because of how many points they've built up, and I guess they're feeling confident enough to just play out these LeBlanc clones and everything so that when these LeBlancs do inevitably die, you'll just be able to draw an infinite amount of cards to use on your attack next turn. 12 runes open, though. I feel like they want to play something else.
I mean, to be fair, what I would do, I would just go, okay, I have more bite than you. I will just throw everything in there. And if he has something, you have something. I'm getting 4 of my units back. But I think this is just LeBlanc showing a lot of respect to the player, just thinking, hey, because remember, if the Akali player plays a card this turn, their next card also will be free. So not only does he have 1 rune open, but that rune open can be 2 more another card in the future. So you still have to be somewhat careful. An On Guard into a 2-cost spell is something that Akali has access to. But then again, you have so much free might to kind of throw, and we might be seeing the game in a few seconds probably.
And they can just also, if they really feel like it, they could just send both Glasks in, and they'll play 6 units from their trash. That's 3 Black Rose Dignitaries and whatever else they want. Like, there's just so much replayability. They're getting everything back in value. So, I see the line is there, but I feel respect is there, and they're just trying to find the smoothest way of doing it and the way to just take it safe, because we're on a high-stakes tournament right here, EK. It's a big prize coming toward the end, so every kind of win matters, and if you have any moments where you don't want to make a mistake, don't do it now, where you're in the moment where you get this win. You have a chance for that top cut.
Right, these players are both in contention. I will say, kind of looking at Akali and seeing how it's developed, I feel like it's a deck that's very similar to Aurelia, right? It has a lot of the same kind of tricks as Aurelia. You have your going in strength, you have a lot of buffs, you have a lot of ways of getting draw, you have a lot of movement. But the one thing Aurelia has over it is the Aurelia effect works on your opponent's turn, so she's actually good at holding. Do you think that with time we'll see kind of Akali stray away from its current build and move to something else? Because right now I feel like we are just running Aurelia light.
I don't know, because the one thing that at least Aurelia could do, one thing what Aurelia could do here was with the boots and swiftness, you at least had access to ganking, and you could use that to be able to just constantly dance between the battlefields, and it had defensive benefits. It wasn't everything about when I attack, get this. When I move, do this. So that's what Akali lacks, or what you can say is Aurelia just does better.
And I think we're just looking at the just making sure that the match is over or not. I think there was a possible concede. I do want to say, just for our viewers back at home, yes, we did have the temporary unit at the battlefield, and we were at 7 points. But remember, temporary units cannot hold. So even though we had a unit at a battlefield going to our turn, we couldn't get the hold point to win. Even then, I think the LeBlanc player and Akali player, seeing the writing on the wall, seeing the might that LeBlanc has, there's Death Grip plus Rinrex. That is game on the spot. congrats to LeBlanc for making it here. I think we just, there's the attack, there's the defy. I think we're just kind of going through it real quick. Do we have anything? I don't think we do.
I mean, even with the Defy now coming through, you have just a big amount of units going in there. I think they just have enough bodies to match it, and the Defy was forced to play, so Stun coming out, Defy now played with one open.
Discipline played for free off of Heron. I don't think there's much you can do at this point. And I think we'll be seeing the GG happen any second now. Thoughts on LeBlanc going into this set? Because we did see how strong it is into a non-purple deck. We know LeBlanc has been historically good at dealing with stuff like these, stuff like a deck that doesn't have Gust, doesn't have Starcrossed. Do you think that we'll be seeing LeBlanc be strong? We didn't see any cards gained from this set. Do you think we will see LeBlanc, getting a good placement, or do you think LeBlanc will kind of do the same thing it did in set 3, where hypothetically or theoretically, this deck can do a lot of things. This deck can get a lot of might, but in reality, when it faces this bad matchups, the Dianas, the Mels, the Ezreals, it kind of falls apart and doesn't allow it to go for these RQ wins, RQ top 8s.
So LeBlanc, it's a pattern that repeats itself, and it kind of just has its one style. Especially when you're talking about the hook variant, you're kind of hoping for whatever luck you can kind of hit off these hook or whatever cards you haven't seen yet, so you can draw them. And since that hasn't changed, I want to say like the upper tier of players just know the pattern of LeBlanc, and therefore they aren't really worried about it because they know how it plays, they know what to do, and they don't play into the mistakes that enables it. So since this deck didn't get any cards that really buff it and make it better, I still see it being a good deck because it held its own ground. It did some good things. And if it can high roll its way upwards, then great, fantastic. Don't see it as a top 8 contender. It's going to be a day 2er deck again for sure. It's going to be go for your best of, but a top 8, it's going to be, a really expert pilot on the deck, or just potentially a very good day of matchups.
Right, and I do agree. All right, I'll do one thing. I kind of talk about it before we go to a break. So Azir works with the tokens now. Remember there was the issue in set 3 where you couldn't move the tokens with Azir. Azir can now move the reflection tokens. Will we see that being played out? Will we see that be a change of possible LeBlanc decks? Maybe. However, at the current moment, not seeing it. But also, we had a long game. We had two games, one short, one long. So Dubby, do you want to head us over to a little break before we go into our top cut?
Yeah, with that good handover, we'll throw it to a short break before we move into our top cut as that bracket is being decided. So we'll see you guys there.
Right. See you guys there.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here with the top 8 of today's Runes and Rift tournament. And EK, we have a pretty exciting split going into this top 8 with all the different legends we're going to see featured.
Right. I think we have a pretty diverse little meta here. Do you want to kind of talk us about the legends we have for a little top 8 today?
Yeah, I'll talk about some. I'll share some of the fun reveals for you for sure. I mean, for starters, we do have 3. So it's 3 of the same and then uniques from then onwards. We have 3 Irelias, showing that the Irelia deck is still one of the best in the game and it's just held strong since it first came out in Spirit Forged. But then to continue, we have an Azir deck. So little guy playing out his gears, playing out his little token sand shoulders going strong. And to finish off on my part, Ezreal, control Ezreal with that pack of wonders, showing that they can still do wonderful bits.
Now, it's not just any control Ezreal though, isn't it, Dubby? I think it's this player might be known about. So that is the one and only Brady, as you said. That's the best of Ezreal in the, I think it was Hartford, right? W, correct me if I'm wrong.
I want to say yeah. They've played Ezreal a lot. They've been on feature matchups here. They've been on stream for the regional qualifiers as well, and they've been showing that they're kind of making the name of themselves as the current go-to Ezreal player.
And then for the rest of the top 8, we have the Jace player that we did see, and the LeBlanc player. However, getting to that last spot, we have Vex. Vex is a champion I would have not thought to be top 8 worthy. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that deck has legs, or do you think it's more of a pilot that kind of took it all the way to being a top 8 contender?
I'll have to take a sneak peek of that deck list if I can. I want to know how many, if it's like a Spiderling Vex deck.
Oh, Spiderling Vex is that? Yeah.
When that card came out, everybody's like, "Oh, Teemo card list," but then people started realizing, no, it's a Vex card, and you know what? It felt a bit of a meme. We'll have to see. Maybe when we get on to the top 4 and later rounds, we'll see it. But you won't see it now for top 8, ladies and gentlemen, because in this matchup, we wanted to show you an Irelia, and it's Irelia against Azir.
All right. Irelia and Azir. This is the set 2 kind of matchup that we all talked about, that we all know about. This is the matchup that we saw be popularized in RQs. We saw how well Squirtle was doing in this matchup, beating all those Irelias, putting a name for Azir. How do you think this match is going to go, in your point of view?
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be one of those things where it's just a matter of who can do faster. Can Azir score enough points faster and be able to get things out of there through the Sand Soldiers? Or will Irelia be able to just develop out their, Irelia themselves and get that kind of play style? So we're already seeing the speed of Azir right here, playing that Hall of Legends to be able to completely replay one of those Sand Soldiers there and just probably, grab the Eye of the Herald to maximize it. And with that, we're seeing a quick, easy 1 point.
Right, and we do see the strength of Hall of Legend, being able to not only conquer that, make the recruit token, but just also send over a lot of might at your base, being able to play 2 tokens. They both have Weapon Masters, so all your equipments are now put onto your backline. In Azir, though, we don't have many ways of killing this Irelia outright, so I think this is a smart play from our Irelia player, playing it down. I think the one thing you're scared of is Call of the Week. However, I think we can see the Irelia's hand for some reason. Either way, we do see a Steel Paws, a new 1-cost unit, mostly seen in Nasus. What are your thoughts on this deck card being played in Irelia now?
That's, you know what? I don't hate it because it has Deflect, which is something you want to have for any kind of unit you're going to play with Irelia regardless. It gives you some kind of early play that you can just play out, try and conquer battlefields with and score with. You can buff it up consistently to try and trade back. And if you manage to play it out and then you ramp it up, it's a pretty big unit with that 7 might as its base. So I don't hate it. It gives you options. And if you're going to play a small unit, why not?
Right. And if it goes into the late game, he can just be your new queen. Even though, you can use all your plus on this. Yeah, the king. Yeah, Steel Paws. You can just protect him instead if your Irelia gets kind of killed early. Also, even though we have Defiant Hand, let's say we didn't have Defiant Hand, we could play the Steel Paws now for 1 and ensure that we have some kind of body to kill off with the Call of the Week which again, no other unit in the game could do that in those colors.
Mm-hmm.
See a
Now,
decent turn,
Just-
I think, just developing.
Azir's doing what they need to do here. They need to conquer, they need to develop, and they need to try and hold these battlefields. You're either going to try and want to hold them to force the Irelia to play out something, or you're just going to maybe retreat back, right? You've got these two units just hanging out on the whole of Legends. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if they bring them back, because the battlefield effect is only when you conquer, so holding it won't be able to give you that extra value. So being able to get your units back in safe and just instead just develop your units in base and come in for a stronger attacks is better. As we see the retreats coming out there, a hidden card is going to be great here too. And let's see what Irelia can do here, because with the Akali we just came off here, EK, we were comparing these two decks together, and that's what I want to see. Where does Irelia fill the void and the lack that Akali has?
Now, the important part about this Aurelia deck is the way you counter Aurelia and the way you deal with her is by making her use as much resources as possible. Now, this is done by just sending enough might to always make your opponent use a discipline or make your opponent use a defiant dance, and kind of slowly but surely keep running her out of resources. Now, Azir is a perfect deck in doing this because Aurelia is always going to be defending for 4, and a brutalizer with any one of your tokens is enough to kind of either trade or conquer. So the entire game is going to be about, hey, is the Aurelia player going to be able to make sure that they can handle these repetitive brutalizer attacks, or will Azir kind of slowly but surely run her out of resources going into this game?
That right there, as now we're seeing the Irelia powerhouse coming in strong, using the Tide Turner, choosing to be able to bounce it around, readying it, choosing it, getting it up to 7, which will be more than enough to overcome this current Sand Soldier here, just holding that little shield. And let's see what card is hidden here. Will be the guards.
The guards.
Great card to be used on defense, because playing that Sand Soldier token, being able to let you re-equip anything, it's gonna be that brutalizer to give yourself a +5 combat trick.
Right, and even though we're up to 7, we're now forcing our opponent to use a buff card. Looking at our opponent's hand, that's the only buff card that the Aurelia has access to, and we already just got it out of the way. We will see some draws. This is Sunken Temple, but our Azir player also has 3 runes up, and this is the exact kind of position you want to be. You want to make sure that your opponent just has no way of dealing with your units. You're forcing him to kind of making sure that, hey, you have to use discipline, you have to use Defiant Dance, even if it's just for tokens. And Azir is playing this deck perfectly right now.
Think about the chain right here. Considering that the discipline was chained on top of the guards. So they are really trying to force Aurelia out, because there's even a world where I might see them try and just do some other creative moves with their gear shifting. But no, they'll try to play the Defy to get away that discipline, meaning that this will not go through. And now we're slowly starting to see the strength Aurelia has, as these tokens will get taken down and the Aurelia conquers it too.
Now, if you're the Azir player here, that Defy says so much in so little. The fact that you force out the Defy and not forcing out a discipline means that our opponent has a pretty weak hand in terms of buffs. And that means that even though we can see the Zhonya on the opponent's turn, the Aurelia is going to struggle in defending this incoming push. We have, again, Brutalizer, we have a Doran's Shield coming up. We have enough to kind of just threaten not only this double conquer, but more importantly, this kill on this Aurelia.
That is there as they use the Sunken Temple battlefield to get an extra draw. I'm gonna presume they're gonna try and use this Zhonya's now to keep this Aurelia alive. They may even want to try and utilize Charm in this turn while they can, because this Aurelia is so strong. If you can kill one of these Sand Soldiers, you can just limit the power. And now we're seeing that Steel Pulse, which is going to be a great card next turn, ready to go, because you will have enough runes to empower it. And you can just send in that guy. You'll have to tap everything. But being able to attack with a 7 might body just for fun, go for it.
Right, and I think we're about to see something exactly like that. It's going to go over, going to probably equip this Brutalizer, send it over to the Aurelia and say, hey, listen, if you have a Defiant Dance or you have a Zhonya's, now's the time to use it. and making sure that our Aurelia has very little opportunities and very little amount of resources to kind of use to kill this Aurelia. And I think we do see it. We're
Okay,
and now
information being shared there.
go on, go
Nope.
sir.
No, we just got told that the hand can be seen on stream for everybody, but only to us on stream. The opponent is not watching it, and they're having a little bit of code of honor between the two, that the opponent will not be watching the stream to see the hand. So yeah, shout out that player,
Right.
I guess.
And if you're watching this, don't go away. Yeah, no, this is at the top A. The Riftbound community is a very good one. We're seeing a lot of kind of like good kind of honor, good kind of making sure that both players are honest and stuff. And I just think that this is a good situation all in all. We get to see the Aurelia's hand. And looking at the Aurelia's hand, Dubby, what are we thinking?
It's a lot of card draw. It's a lot of units from card draw. I like, the Find Your Center deck list was something that they didn't see too often in some Aurelias. Some liked it, some didn't. And it gives them some kind of late game. And especially in the situation we're seeing now, where Azir is getting very, very fast and ahead on points, they could even manage to... it's only action speed, never mind. They won't be able to squeeze it in this turn. But Azir is having an absolute field day being able to play out that Soul Sword, because now they can easily equip to try and go over this Tide Turner, and they'll be able to use that Hold of Legends twice this game to just really min-max how many of these Sand Soldier tokens they can get.
Right. Now, if you're on side of Aurelia, are we ever sending out this 7 might Steel Paws into the next turn? Our opponent is at 5 points, threatening to go to 7 next turn. We haven't seen something like the Arise. Do you think that Azir is in a good position to win the game, or do you think this Aurelia player still has some legs?
I think Azir is in a very good position here, because they're constantly forcing the Aurelia on the attack. They're establishing a consistent amount of tokens in base, and it's going to be something that the Aurelia will be, they'll struggle to be able to deal with. And with the spoilers that we're seeing with what they have in hand, yes, they've got the Defiant Dance and the Defy now, but that's gonna not buff them up as much as they probably like to. And we may even see the Find Your Center, being played out right there, just trying to get some extra draws. And they're gonna have to do something here, because Steel Paws, there are not enough runes left to be able to empower that. So without that, they would maybe even have to use a Defiant Dance on the offense to capture this Hold of Legends.
And now just digging through our deck, stack deck, Find Your Center, Sunken Temple, trying to find any kind of answers, making sure that our opponent can't go to 6 or just can't deal with our Aurelia. She's in a very kind of vulnerable spot right now. We have no Zonyas. We only have a Defy and a Defiant Dance. And, I think I may have cursed the Azir player here. Getting off the top of Zonya is probably the perfect card to be seeing if you're on the side of Aurelia. Making sure that we have it at least for one more turn going into the Azir's final turn of the game, where he'll be on 7 points. Again, all these things Aurelia's getting, that's working in Aurelia's favor. But at the end of the day, Azir has a very good base development.
Yeah.
We have the Brutalizer. It might just be too much to handle, even with all these resources.
And they're even in a great spot if they just manage to hold to 6, and they can just take the turn to take this next turn to just ideally get another gear out, get another Sand Soldier, and then when you're on that 6 points, it feels so good to conquer with Sand Soldiers on one battlefield, and then accelerate your Azir champion unit to the other to drag them all back over to this other battlefield. It's such a smooth closing combo, and they're on a great path right now to set that up. Charm coming out from Aurelia right now. They want to try and whittle down this defensive board that the Azir has, and I like that, because these gears, they're great. But I see a lot of Azirs lose games because they don't have the rune economy to re-equip everything.
Right, and I do agree. This Brutalizer, we talked about how good it is, but you're going down a rune every single turn. Your Azir, if you want to accelerate, it's another rune. Your hitting cards, another rune. Even a Rise, it's just runes. And we have to have some way of making sure that we can not only go to 6 and threaten stuff like the Azir, threaten stuff like the Aurelia, say like the Arise, but also just make sure that we can play our cards. And so far, Azir has a healthy rune economy. Will that stay in this turn is up to kind of contention.
Get another gear out, creating another token. We'll equip it to there, and let's see where they challenge, because that one battlefield, I mean, if they can conquer the whole of Legends here again without much of pressure, it's going to be great. And that Steel Pull is only being 0 might. We're not seeing it at its most potential value, because being able to get that up to 7 is when it gets the absolute best. But right now, it will likely just go down. I don't see a play available to them. And yeah, just like that, they get the score to 6. And now we're seeing... You know what? This is crazy. Whole of Legends, I've seen Azirs use it once. Maybe twice. I've never really seen Azir manage to get that 3 times in one game. Like, they are showing this battlefield at its absolute peak power, being able to cheat out 3 extra Sand Soldiers.
Right, and remember that the Azir had the higher seeding this game, so he had the opportunity to go first. So knowing that he will have access to Hall of Legend, again, 3 times. That's I think that's nearing the maximum amount of times that you should be able to get away with it. Most of his base is soldiers created by the Hall of Legends, and that shows you how strong of a card it is in this game.
Exactly that, and it's just working out perfectly in their favor, as they have a great base set up, and they've put the Irelia on the spot, because now they've only held to 5 points. They conquer, even if they get to 6, they then have to somehow try and defend both of these battlefields. Azir will go up to 8 energy, and that's more than enough to play out the Azir and accelerate it with 3 left over for any kind of trick you want. And ideally, you make the Irelia, big point you put towards EK. How do you beat an Irelia? You make them play everything they can. You make them burn their cards before they get a good chance to use them. So right now, Azir, they can make Irelia burn any of their cards. Their conquer next turn is going to be even easier.
Mm-hmm. To agree. The one thing that I feel like it is kind of sad to see is that the Brutalizer is stuck on that Hall of Legends right now. If we maybe have a Death Grip to kind of move that over to our base, it could be a good option. I think Aurelia just being forced to go for this conquer, making sure their opponent doesn't get to 7 points that easy, making sure that we have maybe some way of winning the game if you go to 6. Discipline is being played. We're readying our legend. We're readying our champ using our legend. Again, do you think this is more of a desperation play, saying, hey, the top card better be good? And it is.
It is.
All right, so maybe there was some fruit to this play. Going up to 6 points now on the side of Aurelia. Hey, if Aurelia somehow survives this upcoming turn, we do just win the game. But, and it's a very big but, there is a lot of might that's gonna be played out during this next turn.
Exactly, and Irelia looking to get this conquer. They are at 8 might. 3 open runes doesn't really show much, and the one advantage that Azir has is that Brutalizer is now free and ready for an equip. They will ready the Irelia Legend. I like that, because being able to ready that Irelia Legend means you have one last extra trick, being able to use that on your opponent's turn to try and ready the Irelia Fervent to get that extra +1. Could be the deal breaker here, as we have to see what Azir can do to try and close down this game.
Now, going for that last point, going up to 7, try and see if there's a right to win or any kind of actions. Yeah, it would have been insane. Double right to win would have been insane in this matchup, by the way. Just go 1, go against, win the game on your opponent's turn. However, the stars have not aligned in that way. Now we're staring down. Okay, that's a lot. I need to do some math here. So while I do the math, can you kind of take over for a second?
Yeah, you add up how much base there, as we will consider. I want to try to think about what's the angle here. Would you rather accelerate an Azir and just bring everything with, or if you have the signature spell in hand, play that out, because you gotta be nervous against this Azir right now, because 5 open runes as Irelia, that's a lot of cards they can play. How you doing with the maths over there, EK? You got a number for us?
I think we're at 15 might right now, just being shown with this last orange shield. And it could be... Oh, hold on. Oh, there's more math now. So that's 15 might. We move that 5 over to another unit. There's still 15 might. And then we can equip Brutalizer again to make it 18. However, we got a Defy up, so thank God no more math. So we're still threatening 15. And then we can always have the accelerated Azir to threaten, what that would be 4 and then 20. So Aurelia has to be 20 might.
Is that with the +1 they get from the created Eye of the Herald?
Yes, that's with the +1. That's with the token on the battlefield, and that's with the Azir accelerated.
Okay. So the answer is they got a lot of attacks ready to go. They are going to be equipping that. I like the little play there with the Death Grip to kill the big stack guy with the Brutalizer just to get some extra might. And they are going in with all their guys. Do they have it here?
Right. So we do see at least a lot of might being in Aurelia's hand. So Defiant Dance is a 6 might increase. Where did that draw come from? Oh,
Turn was time.
I'll rewind.
Turn was given by accident.
Okay. Okay, so we know the next card is Defiant Dance. If we had access to it, holy, that would have changed the game. So looking at these here, so we have going in with this is 6, this is 5, this is 3.
Got some more math
8,
going on over
9,
there. They
14,
are double sacking.
Right, so that's I guess about 14 might going into this turn.
I'll tell you, this is why EK.
Yeah.
This is why EK. One of my friends who got the best of Irelia at Lille, he in his deck box, he has a mini calculator that he brings with him. Because he's like, I know I'm not allowed to use my phone at the tables, but there's no rules about not using a calculator. So he has a tiny little, just very basic plus-minus calculator. For these, tell me you would have not loved to have a little calculator there to help out with those maths. So, yeah. Those
Honestly,
moments.
Yep, I do agree. I will say also, if my opponent ever shows up with like an abacus or something, I will just concede the game. I go, you are a better man than I could ever be. I do agree though. This math, especially when you're playing as Aurelia, especially when you have so many units in his ear, it does get hard. Thank God we weren't on a Trifarian game or a Bandit Hall game, because then it would be a little bit more of some trouble.
Both of which battlefields we could expect to see now. I mean, Abandoned Hall, just that was a battlefield that a lot of us were probably expecting to see on the bans because of just how good that is in certain situations. But it survived, and now we're seeing the mulligans coming through. It looks like Aurelia will be going first. Do they have the 2-drop? I'm trying to build some hype. We see the hand. We know it's coming. There's the
So no more kind of going, oh, is there something? We know there is something. So we do have our standard Azir kind of opener. This is very good. We have an Eye of the Herald to kind of conquer Trifarian for a lot of might. We also have a very easy turn from the Aurelia player of just conquer Targons, develop probably your Stellacorn or your Boots. Yeah, there's a Stellacorn coming out and having 2 runes to kind of protect it. Now, who do you think is kind of winning in this matchup when it comes to battlefields? You know, the Trifarian Warcap on one side, the Targon Speak on the other side. Who do you think is going to use their battlefields to make a bigger advantage in this game?
So, I like that question. It's great. I feel like Azir can make better use of both, right? They can use the Trifarian because they'll stack units like we're seeing now, easily jumping up to 5 might right away. At any time they conquer Targons, they're going to be more than happy to have 2 Eddie root. Irelia, however, relying a lot on single units at a time, they're going to not necessarily make the most value out of this Trifarian. So that right there is going to be a bit of a problem, but I don't see it being like a deal breaker issue. And the one thing we need to be careful about is when the strength of Targon's Peak is when you use your 2 runes. And right now, the only use those open 2 runes have done was meant that they did not attack that battlefield. So you've managed to just keep your Tide Turner alive for a turn, and let's see what they can do with the Stellacorn.
Right, and going into it now, we're gonna be on 5 runes. We're gonna have access to something like the Aurelia. Okay, that's a card that I just saw. Do you want to talk about the card that we had a little sneak peek of? Little robot man on the right.
That robot man is going to be a great, likely sideboard card in this matchup. Being able to conquer and kill gears, that's how you take down this Azir deck.
And I
Removing
think-
gears is so important.
Yeah, setting him up from this turn. If you're now the Azir player, you're forced to do a very hard thing where you have to think about, hey, I now have to hold. And we talked about Akali not being able to hold. Azir can only hold in these Trifarian games, but you don't want to go for a hold strategy against Aurelia because that deck just sheets out might like any other thing can do. And we do have stuff like the Zhonya's to make sure it's going to be alive. What are you supposed to do in this situation? How do you make sure that you don't lose your gears, your kind of tempo from this Adaptatron?
Gotta kill that Adaptatron. I mean, yeah, that's you gotta try and find some way to kill it, or just keep playing out gears, right? The Adaptatron can usually, I mean, they can, at most it can kill 2 a turn if you manage to get a double conquer, which with Irelia is probably more likely than what it would be with ganking, especially when we see what's in the hand with the discipline, the boots of swiftness. That Adaptatron can very, very quickly go over. You might not get the most value out of the buffs, but as we see Azir here tapping themselves out and playing out everything, if you get a double conquer here on the side of the Irelia, especially if you use the Adaptatron to kill 2 gears, that'll put Irelia in a fantastic point.
And this is also the strength of having the 10 sideboard slots, right? I don't think you would have seen Adaptatron make way into kind of these decks. I know it's really good in it's much better in Aurelia than in other decks. However, you'd rather use the Sovereign Rake, and they kind of conflicted with each other in the sideboard. But now with those extra slots, we have enough space to fit in these cards, fit in our Adaptatron. And going now for this play, we're about to see a lot of shenanigans happen from this Adapta and its gear killing.
Might be a bit of a problem here, though. That Hidden Blade will take it down, and the 2 readied runes from Targon's means that you would have to, in theory here, okay, commit a repeated hard bargain if you had that counterspell in hand. We don't like to. I'm still trying to pretend like I don't know what the already said. It's not working out for my surprise, but it is going to force them to play that repeated hard bargain if they do want to keep them alive, and that's a very, very hefty tax on their rune economy.
Now, also as the Aurelia player, you have to also consider, well, if I don't hard bargain here, my unit will go back to base. Defy is huge here. So let's talk about an alternative kind of play we could have done, where instead of we just let the Hidden Blade go through, we let our unit die, we'll draw 2 cards. Yes, we lose our Zhonya's, but then we can just use a Discipline, restand our unit, and then go in, still having enough runes for a hard bargain if you have another Hidden Blade, and maybe go for that kind of route.
Yeah. So
do you go in with like your Stellacorn, give it a buff with On Guard to conquer Targons, or do you say, hey, I tried something, it didn't work, I need to kind of chill for a bit?
Honestly, the line I'm seeing right here is you On Guard that Adaptatron, ready a legend into the Trifarian, clear that camp, kill the Doran Shield on the Sand Soldier and Targons, and then Stellacorn will be able to just go in there and take over. I mean, then again, Azir's got 1 open. He could have that cheeky little On Guard himself, but you do have options to just really make use of this Adaptatron and just conquer as many battlefields as possible. Why not go for it?
Right, and I do agree. Now, the Defy was huge, but look at the kind of hand of Azir. It's only 2 cards in hand. Yes, we have some units, but the Adaptatron is kind of threatening any future developments we have in our upcoming turns. We have a healthy hand from our Aurelia player, and more importantly, I think the most important thing, we're still early on to the game. If we get this double hold off, we're only scoring to 5. There's still 2 more turns in the game. Aurelia is, yes, that didn't work out, but we're still in a good position to kind of still win this game.
Definitely. And just even more the Hidden Blade is such a common card when you see played on Azir, is used to kill their own tokens to just get some card draw. But them using it there in the offensive, giving those cards to Irelia, which you just don't want to do. You don't want to give Irelia any draws if you can avoid it. But it doesn't matter because the just power of Stelicorn coming in there, going into the battlefield, giving a card draw, and there we're
There's
seeing
the
the
on
on
guard.
guard. That will force out a bit more of a pump from the side. They have the choice here of either trading and then buffing up the Adaptatron, or they can use that now and just keep, not necessarily, they won't even keep the Stelicorn alive, but they can go for the Conquer and then ready to 2. They've got lines to consider. What do you go for?
I mean, at this point, right, this is where I kind of liked your line where, you know, you would have done the Adaptatron, killed the Dorans, and then conquered on the other battlefield. Now we're in a very tough position where we have to kind of go down some runes, and we're actually, okay, Defiant Dance here.
Yes.
There's a really elegant way of doing both things. We're not only making our opponent go down to, what that be, 3 might, and then we get to restand our legend, restand our Adaptatron, let him go into the other battlefield. We do get a point from Targon, so we get 2 runes at the end of our turn. Really good development and really good play from the side of the Irelia.
Yep. It's something that like I always forget is that you know, the flexibility of Defiant Dance to be able to target units in those kind of setup just rewards absolute great creativity in the use of it. And before I could ask, what gear would you kill with the Adaptatron? We instantly see the Eye of Herald getting sniped away.
Right, and I do agree with that play because the Eye of Herald threatens 2 might, while the others just threaten 1 might due to the Trifarian. The tank could be something you're considering, but you have your Aurelia coming in next turn, so you're not afraid of like not having enough might and not being able to kill through a tanked up Sand Soldier. And now Azir, for the first time in this game, on the back foot, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely forced to kind of put some big aggression here. They will play out that Brutalizer, hard equip it onto the Sand Soldier, getting up to 6 might. They may even go for the Doran Shield. Yeah, we are maxing out what we can, and they are sending in that 7 might big boy into this area, and I like it because it's looking like a plan of conquer this battlefield, take your trigger, and then swing over with the Azir to pull that Sand Soldier across.
Right, and when the Sand Soldier is pulled across, he'll be an 8 might unit, and he'll have tank. So very little the Aurelia player can do to kind of target the Azir. Still, I think it's the only play you kind of have, and you do get up to 5 points. You have a decent hold, but this Aurelia hasn't come up yet. The Queen has not come down from her throne. We still have enough buffs in hand to kind of get her readied. Do you think this will be a punish play in the future?
Think so, because it all comes down to what this little last card is that the Azir is hiding, ready to go. They have I believe they should have 1 energy float. No, they used all their energies to equip everything. The question is now going to come down to which spell in what order do I use, because they have the On Guard, they have the Discipline. They will be able to combine either in combination with the Irelia next turn to be able to ready it and play it out. But the Discipline coming out now will force a draw. Defy is the scariest thing right now if that does get taken down. So will be able to overcome the Sand Soldier, but Azir, they've played a gear this turn. They will be able to tap that Emperors of the Sands and create another token ready for the attack next turn.
Right, and I have to remember, is Azir Legend to base, or is it?
It's to base. Yeah.
It is to base, correct. So we can't even fortify our Azir next turn. We do have access to stuff like Hidden Blade, stuff like maybe a stun card if you have it. Either way, this Azir is not going to be long for this world. There's tapping too. What do we have? Death Grip. Ooh, Death Grip here. I think just saying I just want to draw more than anything.
It's gonna die anyways, yeah.
Right. I think it's gonna die anyways, and we're not gonna be able to use our Sand Soldier token to do much. So I think this is the Azir player saying, I need some kind of out. I need some kind of miracle from this one card. hopefully it's my top deck. Do you think that's a card that kind of switches the tempo of this game, that does something? Or do you think that Aurelius has a very free turn this game?
I think Aurelia's got a great turn this game, but the only thing I'd be concerned about now from Aurelia is why did the Azir not tap that one rune to create a token? And leaving 3 open just screams that back off, that stun card, you know, because why else would you not want to do it? Unless there's another 3 energy card I can't think of in my brain right now. That is what it's saying, and a stun is a great counter to Aurelia because, well, you can be as big as you like. If you're stunned, you're getting bounced back to base. Aurelia, though, has just a great pathing here to be able to play it out and equip the boots.
Let me just ensure, was there... I think there wasn't a gear plate this turn.
Did you not play the Brutalizer out?
And looking...
Because he had the 3 gears before. One was killed with the Adaptatron, and then Brutalizer came
Yes,
in.
you are right. Yes, you are right. Brutalizer was played. Sorry. So Brutalizer was being played. Again, yeah, interesting. I think it is just back off then. But then why would you not hide the back off? Instead, I think this is one of those times where you're trying to think about, if the Aurelia comes in and I back off, I'll have to play for the deflect, which puts me down to 6 runes. If I hide the card, it'll put me down to 5 runes. And if I top deck Arise, I won't be able to play it. I think that's the kind of line that we're thinking of.
Yeah, putting priority on Theorize there is absolutely huge. As the Irelia is being coming out, we're seeing all those power costs of the equipped, the readying. And they were going in very, very quickly. The Irelia going from 4 instantly up to 8. The doubling jump of might. Sending it against the Azir. What do they have?
Ooh. Hidden Blade. On our own unit. Okay.
Sure,
do you defy this? Yeah, I think you do defy this, right?
If you because now you've killed their unit. You've put them in top deck mode. No, the defy there is just going to be an absolute powerhouse. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Irelia, we just see them drop off a steel. Nah, they don't need to drop off a steel pause. Maybe if they're feeling safe, they'll want to leave one open for on guard. But I see a steel pause coming out.
Right, and I think, I mean, to be fair, you have to think about what the worst case scenario is. The worst case for Aurelia would be if something like guards or a rise comes up. If it's guards, you'll have a 5, 6, 7 might to your 6. So if it's guards, then you will need the 1 rune up for seal pause. If it's a rise, then it doesn't really matter. So I think just saying, hey, I'm just gonna make sure that I'm playing around at least one of those cards, and
it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Luckily for you. Remember, Azir still has 1 more turn, so it's not the end of the world. We can only go up to 7 points from the side of Aurelia next turn, keeping our last Sand Soldier safe. Again, 1 Arise does kind of fix our entire issue here.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a nice little Scuttle Crab Starcross in that Sand Soldier play right there, because you do. I mean, you could also do it with Steel Balls instead, but I like the idea of bouncing the soldier back to hand. Just give them nothing available. They can gank the Irelia over to Targons. They'll have 2 ready, so why not just max it out? And with that draw we just saw here, EK. Defiant Dance, on guard, on the ready, and there's the Starcrossed.
That's the Starcrossed.
Bounce that unit away.
Right. And now the question is, do you go and conquer Tongar's Peak, or do you stay at base and go for the double conquer next turn? I think going for that play. Seal Pause, again, here, just being the perfect card, saying, hey, I have 1 rune up, I'll just use it on my Seal Pause. Coming up, I didn't think this card would be that relevant, but that is twice in this game where, Steel Pause was played exactly when he kind of needed to be. And that will be game 2, putting us into game 3. Who do you think has the advantage now going into this? We kind of saw the effects of the sideboard, the Adaptatron. Do you think Azir still has a chance, or do you think Aurelia will kind of take this one from Azir's kind of feet?
The game 1 power we saw in this Azir came mostly from the battlefield that they were able to utilize mostly just to get a lot of extra recruits. The Sand Soldiers there, 3 extra ones for essentially free was great. going first as well, they had the gear, they were able to get early points and conquer and put pressure, would have been a big factor here. So with Azir going first here, if they have a good battlefield that really enables them to give them some draws or something, I see it going for the Azir. But we do know for sure that the Irelia has been playing very, very well tonight, EK, and I think without those extra little sand soldiers, Irelia might have it in the bag.
Right, and I will say that we're talking about battlefields. You know, we talk about Azir maybe having a strong battlefield. We all know what battlefield's coming next for Aurelia. Say it with me, Abandoned Hall. That battlefield is just gonna be where some truly insane things happen. You know, you're gonna see Aurelia jump up to like 15, 13 might with like 2 cards. Do you think, you know, we saw the Aurelia win without it? We saw, again, they did have Targon Speak. Arguably, you know, which one's the stronger between the two? You can kind of argue semantics. But Abandoned Hall, you know, is going to be the main focus of this game. How well Azir can play around it, can he still conquer through it? And I think the question I'm having personally is, what is the battlefield for Azir?
Battlefield will be that Seat of Power, giving you an extra draw. It's a battlefield I really enjoy. I played it in a lot of decks that I run right now. One thing, I mean, look at these cards that the Irelia has available to them. That Up from the Deep could be an insane first turn 1 play. They have kept it. It's a card that, honestly, we've seen a lot of people online post is the best purple card in the game right now, or at least for the new set, or the worst. But in a situation like this, where you see Abandoned Hole, Seat of Power, and I can have 2 units ready to go, that's a great start.
And imagine we didn't get our turn 1 drop. You would have had a Seat of Power and draw from this one card. So this card, again, showing how good it is. Looking at the Azir situation, you do want to double conquer, but that does mean you'll be forced into going into Abandoned Hole, because, again, you don't want to give your opponent the Seat of Power draw, and you want to keep that Seat of Power draw available to you. So most likely going to see this token go into Abandoned Hole, which does leave it to a lot of pressure. You know, these tokens can easily kind of beat that card off with a single discipline, or even just, you know, a stack deck and find your center.
I had this exact same battlefield setup in Utrecht when I played against a Diana, and I kept on falling into the trap of just going into Abandoned Hole because I was so tunnel visioned on that Seat of Power draw. I didn't get it the whole game because I kept on just trading units back and forth on Abandoned Hole. I did win the game, but I fought out my lines very, very hard. So the value I want to see here is going into Seat of Power just to be able, like, I love the draw. The draw is nice, but letting my opponent fight me on Abandoned Hole can usually cause more problems because you know they're going to utilize it better than I can.
Right. And I think the kind of coolest part about these Find Your Centers is that we were talking about how they were just, you know, good RAM cards before, but in the hands of a player who has access to Abandoned Hall, those Find Your Centers are just +2s for your Aurelia. And if you have 5 points, well, they now become 1 mana to give +2 to Aurelia, which is and draw a card and channel a rune. So this card is going to be very important in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a huge point. You can really just take your time with it. Knowing that you have 2 means, hey, maybe I do just want to let my opponent catch ahead in points and just develop my board out. We saw that with them just playing the Irelia to base. They didn't even bother challenging it because they would have had to commit a lot of cards there. So why not just make the most of my 5 energy and just take my time? Yes, Azir is playing their play pattern of dropping a gear, getting the unit out with the Emperor of the Sands. I do want to see them move the Sand Soldier in the Abandoned Hole back because that does not feel like a defensible moment. And I like that they're just taking away the sword from the Sand Soldier in the Seat of Power because you mentioned this before. Brutalizer, it's great when you equip it on your turn. It's not so good when you hold on to it for too long.
Now, there are some kind of reasons to keep the soldier on the battlefield. Because let's say you move that soldier back. You now let the Aurelia move one of their tokens into Abandoned Hole, and then move the Aurelia unit into Seat of Power for a draw. I think
Yeah.
the Azir player is saying, I want to make sure you don't get draws if you don't want to put in resources, and I'm going to force you to throw Aurelia sadly into Abandoned Hall, but I'm going to stop you from getting the draw from Seat of Power.
Very valid. Yeah. No, completely talk about that, because that's just showing the strength that Up from the Deep has, giving purple decks access to just easy no commit conquers and holds. You can do exactly that there. I can just send in a tentacle, I can conquer at any point, and if it dies, it's okay. I can play them again from flow for starters. And second of all, it's just a little guy. It's, it's a sad little tentacle. I'm sure, there's maybe some feelings attached to it, but we can let them die. And like you said in game 1, the big thing that we saw what Azir did to win was they made the Aurelia play their cards. They forced them to play out their lines, and that's what this soldier in this Abandoned Hole is going to do. It's going to force Aurelia to play some kind of interaction.
Now, the best part is this hitting card, best case scenario, could be the guards that we're trying to find. So guards here will be a 5 might swing, equipping the Brutalizer, and then we'll get +1 using the Abandoned Hall. So that would be a 6 might swing in total from a single hitting card. Aurelia going in, we do have something like the Find Your Center to kind of stop this. There's the guards, as I was talking about. So this is going to be a 6 might swing from this one card. 5 might from the token and the Brutalizer, 1 might from the Abandoned Hall. Aurelia now forced to answer this.
Yeah, this is a very good swing to have. I mean, we know what answers the Aurelia has with the Defiant Dance, but the problem is Azir. You know what? Azir is the one that's keeping us on edge right here with their hidden hand. We know what Aurelia has, but the answers for Azir are: do they have a Defy? Do they have another discipline themselves? Like, there's a lot of other options here. The Sand Soldier being played out will match the might of this Aurelia. And what will they play? Because you don't actually have that much to play right now. You may even be forced to play out a Find Your Center to try and get a draw later. And the last thing you really want to do is try and do a defensive ride the win out.
Right. I think the worst thing that can happen right now is, while this Aurelia is vulnerable, is going for something like the Hidden Blade if the Azir has it. Because remember, looking at this hand, we don't have Defy. Even though you should, like, if I was the Azir player, I think they have Defy. But, the Aurelia player not having it. Oh, what is this? Death Grip as a reaction, making sure that we can get as much might on this other token. Make sure that the -2 doesn't go through. So right now we have to do a lot more math. So we have
Goes up to 10.
That'd be a 10 with the Abandoned Hall trigger.
Yeah.
Right. And then the Aurelia gonna be also 10.
Okay, so you get Defiant Dance +2, choosing +1, Abandoned Hole +1, choosing +1.
3+1. Yeah.
And it gets defied though.
Oof. So now we're really kind of
Interesting.
Pushing this.
Why would you combine it that way though? Why would you play out in that order, right? If you're going to defy it anyways, why would you Death Grip it? Unless you really want to deny as much might as possible, because now we are actually seeing the defensive ride the win. But that feels like a bit of a, I don't know, it was a bit of just too many units in there. Because yeah, Aurelia is just going to skedaddle over to the other battlefield, get a conquer, and just move back to base here.
Did we do the math wrong? Was it really going to be an 11 might unit after that Defiant Dance goes through? Because that could be the thought process.
Could have drawn the Defy off the
also true. But like my kind of thought process was, if let's say we had the Defy, or even if we top like the Defy, if we were trading in might, then if it was like 11 might Aurelia, 10 might 10 might token, then the Defy not only makes sure that we're ahead in might, but it's another spell makes us add 11 might. So that could have been the kind of play. Azir, again, not in the worst position. We can just conquer Seat of Power, get a draw. However, we're at 5 points now. Those 5 centers are going to be live. They're going to be 1 rune. And in an Abandoned Hole game, these things are insane.
Insane indeed. And now I want to know what Azir has in hand for us with those 5 cards. He needs to start playing out some units in base to the point where if they don't have any units develop in base, they're tapping a lot of runes here.
Is this the Arise?
Yeah, I don't hate it. Play it now while
Right.
you know your opponent doesn't have anything to counter it.
And there's 3 extra units. We're gonna get 1 more from this. I'm assuming this soldier's gonna come back home. Now, this is a really good Arise, but we're in another issue. There's a Stalacorn on board. It's gonna be a lot of draws. We're probably gonna lose a Seat of Power this turn. There's gonna be a lot more draws. Aurelia is gonna slowly but surely fill that hand back up again if we don't protect our units. And I think that's exactly what's gonna happen here. Putting another hitting card, saying if you
Double
want to
hitting
come into
card.
my battlefields, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Play out your Arise now because I'm going to invest so much power this turn that I won't be able to play it next turn. And now you're in the moment where you're going to force the Irelia to use their cards in hand, and then you have 3 units left in your base. I like the setup right here. This is a very good place to be in if you're Azir fans, because Irelia, you got to take your time thinking here. We're playing untimed, so they can happily figure out what they need to do. Never mind, they're just sending in the Stalacorn straight away. Will get their first of many draws, I'm sure, with this card. 3-3. Will they pass the focus?
Using Find Your Center, making this a 4 into a 3. Hidden Blade now being shown up. Again, if this Hidden Blade was targeted at the Aurelia, this would have been GG on the spot. However, we didn't know there's a Defy there, and excellent play from the side of the Aurelia player, forcing that card out.
Yeah. Forcing the card there, but now they've managed to just get them Aurelia to use 1 card. I mean, the card replaced itself and it channeled a rune, but they still put their Stalacorn in vulnerable slot. They drew 2 cards, giving them even more options next turn. And with 5 runes, I mean, there's 1 card we saw last game we didn't see too much on the attack, the Vi, which what I do know Azir's like, so maybe if they can manage to keep their power up, they will be able to play that out. But for now, we're just going to see the Irelia very likely move into the Seat of Power. Let's see what that other hidden card is first.
All right, I think we're ready our
Stalacorn, we're going to gank it
Stalacorn?
over with boots.
Yep, so ganking it over with boots is going to be a 5-might attacker. Again, this is us just the Aurelia player just maximizing the amount of runes, maximizing the amount of draws they can get, and keeping Aurelia safe at base. There's the Hidden Blade. Again, if this was on the Aurelia, this would have spelled Doom on the spot. But expertly using the Stalacorn to ensure that our opponent is forced to use his Hidden Blades on his own units, and more importantly, yes, he's drawing a bunch. We're at 7 cards, but there's only 5 runes upcoming next turn. I don't think we can use any of those cards in succession.
You said that right there. You can have all the cards in hand you want. If you don't have runes to play them, they're just hanging out there. And Irelia will actually be committed to the battlefield here, looking to use the most they can. They don't want to let Azir just walk in for free to get that 6th point. They're going to hide a card as well to really put the pressure on Azir. Azir, you're on 5. Do you just try to take over 1 battlefield here? I mean, that Stalacorn on the Seat of Power, that is looking the weakest right now. And if you just want to play it safe and go to 6, surely that's going to be your target.
Right, and I do agree. If we can find a way to kill this Stalacorn, yes, we will probably lose our unit because this is an easy turn from Aurelia. They just equip the boots, maybe use the Find Your Center to get more abandoned hull triggers. But I think Stalacorn already did her job. She took away 2 Hidden Blades. She drew, 2 cards?
Yep.
I think we got what we wanted out of the Stella, and if our opponent has a way of killing it, well, we're happy with that. And there's our 6-might attacker now from the side of Azir. That's barely enough to kill the Stella.
Presuming Irelia has nothing in hand.
There's a Find Your Center. And
like
now
that,
this
though.
is where we can get some suspense, right? This could be a top deck. We don't know what that could be.
Top deck. It's not a top deck.
Nah.
But it still digs a bit deeper, and it gives them the channel. May as well play it off now. I mean, if you're the Irelia and you have this hand right now full of these units, you may just want to play out your cards now while you can to try and draw into spells you can use next turn. So the Find Your Center will go through, it seems, and that should be a conquer over to the Azir. 5 energy left with the one they have floating. Ideally you see them play another gear out and start equipping a bit more.
I think ideally, right? Azir just trying to set up maybe a big Arise turn again. We did draw a lot of cards. Chances that we see another Arise is pretty big, but our current Arise is very weak with only 2 equipments on the board. I think 3 equipments on the board.
Yeah.
So maybe we just spend the turn. I don't think even if you have a hidden blade, don't even play it. Just spend as many of your 1-cost equipments, put them in play, and just threaten to win the game next turn with your 6-point push and your insane army of Sandstorm tokens.
Especially if you get that extra gear out now. They won't be able to move too many. They'll only be able to ready 2 of them, so they won't necessarily have the they'll have a good 5 Sand Soldiers.
Right.
Unless...
Do you think you would be playing Azir maybe here?
Yeah, I was just exactly. Unless you look for the Azir instead, you could maybe even try and combine it. You have 1 energy. There is 1 energy floating in the pool right there. If you tap 1, you can play a 1-cost gear and then play out the Azir, and that's the best way to just maximize your attack. The hesitation here of nothing being played fast. I always like these moments because they got cards in hand. They got to think about their options right now.
Right. So I think the first thing you have to be worried of is this Aurelia is going to be sitting on Abandoned Hall. It's going to be threatening a lot of might. Yes, we do know looking at the opponent's hand right now that there's not that much might, but our opponent can't just know that, right? He doesn't have the Oracle's Eye that we do. He's assuming that there's probably a Discipline and Defiant Dance somewhere in there, and just having to set up against those cards. We have a pretty easy conquer. We can use Tide Turner. We can just conquer with our Celicorn Herdy here, and we can use Tide Turner on our opponent's turn to just kind of make sure that we have some sort of way of moving at the Aurelia if we need to. We drew into Starcrossed, probably going to be the most important card to draw here. Still no buff spells, but we did get some reaction speed spells that we can use as pseudo buff spells with Aurelia.
Yep. I see a world where they just play out the Scuttle Crab, hide the Tide Turner, and pass. Because you want to be able to make sure you can mostly utilize all your cards. The only advantages you now have is great draw with the Scuttle Crab there.
Ooh.
The only advantage now is that the Azir has nothing tapped, so if you want to potentially Star-Cross the Azir champion in the back to hand now, you could go away with it. But honestly, this game for Irelia has quickly turned very favorable for them. Those trolls for a while were looking pretty rough, but now those last few, it's looking good.
Right, and now just putting 1 more token here, just saying, hey, I'm gonna try and put as much might on that left, make sure that you can't double conquer to win. And there's the hidden Tide Turner. There's us moving that tactical back, making sure our on guard's as strong as possible. We have 6 runes, Abandoned Hall, a lot of spells to be used here. Can Azir find the line to win the game, or will we be seeing 1 more turn of a struggle?
True. The best play, the biggest advantage they could try to build here is, hey, I see you not tapping all your energy. I can let you go hold another 2 points and take the time now to play out some cards and build them up tempo myself. So, if they have the signature spell here, they can just dump it out to generate a bunch of cards, even the BF sword instead, right? Seeing this BF sword really makes me think that they are not going to just try and force anything. So, develop 1 more turn. We could get this could make the last turn even more exciting.
Right, and this is the strength of being on an even point tempo. We're seeing the BF sword be equipped on this turn. We're having a 5 might attacker on the left. We can make it an 8 might attacker. What are we trying to threaten here? Oh, sending it in just to kind of use up some sort of resource.
You're but you're making them. I don't know if I like that. I feel like you just want to play out and just pass turn here because you're making them use the resource, but effectively, Irelia is using less because they're just going to tap an On Guard, tap for 1 rune. And you're losing out your Sand Soldier right now that you could have used next turn. Like, it's not bad, but I feel like develop and pass is what you've managed to earn yourself in a spot to do with the amount of just point tempo you've gotten earlier. So
I think
make
also,
them use something. Yeah, it's hard.
No, I think you're correct. I think there is a valid reason saying, hey, I want you to do something here. Death Grip. Ooh. Now, hold on. All right, this is the issue now. We have the Starcross here is the biggest issue. This was an interesting play because you can move up, make this 5, put it into a Sand Soldier, move it up to the Aurelia, and just try and kill. I'm assuming these plays are being made with the intention of, hey, I have Starcross next turn. Say I have Arise next turn. Because I think this saying, I need to get rid of as many resources as possible from your side before you can kind of use these on my big turn next turn. So I think going for these Death Grips, going for these plays, making sure that we're getting rid of any buff cards still left in the hand, just to make our next Arise turn that much stronger.
Definitely something. I mean, they bring the Sand... If this goes through, that Sand Soldier and base will go up to 7. It will get defied. So there's no draw coming out of there. So this will be a very dead little guy. And you've lost out one of your tokens, and I feel like these are the games where you'll look back later and be like, I had a different line, but you got to give respect to the players for trying out what they saw in the moment, because it's hard to judge what's the right play. It all depends on what your opponent has, and they could have just had a moment where they're saying, hey, I'm going to make you have it, and they didn't. But it's okay.
So there's a Tide Turner being flipped, getting another draw with Stellacorn. Excellent use of the Stella right here. She is still ready, so she can just gank over again to the other battlefield, draw another card. And this is where it's really hard for the Azir. Now, even if you have something like the Arise, these new cards, they can still threaten so much might. You know, if Aurelia gets a single buff card here, then she can just do a lot. But it is spoiled. We do get a Find Your Center, which is basically a buff card. It is a +2 for 1. We do have the Starcross for another proc of the Abandoned Hall. We could draw into another buff spell. This is where the Aurelia is going to have to do so much here in this turn, because if the Arise is coming next turn, then Azir can still pull something out.
I see a world where you just play the Starcrossed out now to target that Azir. But then again, with 7 runes open the next turn for the Azir, they can't play that much with Arise as well. They only have 1 open. So they're really, really limited how much they could do next turn. They'll have a lot of tokens. But if you don't have the Azir to move them, they're not going to bring that much value. So as Aurelia, if you can remove this Azir Sovereign right now, you're going to be a great spot. So there's just a lot, and you want to tap something here. I feel like you tap the 3, flip the crab and the Azir, play another Tide Turner from hidden just to really give you min-max possibility by moving the star, removing the Stellacorn on your opponent's turn for an extra draw. It just gives you the options. That's the place I see right now.
I think the one thing you're kind of thinking on the side of Aurelia is that looking at our hand, we don't have access to that many buff cards. While Starcross is very good on this turn, yes, it does have a stronger effect on your opponent's turn because you'll be giving your Aurelia a +2. So I think that's the kind of play we're thinking of. Tapping 2 now, going for this GA, giving another +1 might to assuming Aurelia.
Okay.
And we're hiding the Tide Turner. Just maximizing the amount of might, saying, I have 6 runes up, you have 7. There's a lot of equipments on the battlefield. We can get this Sand Soldier token to about 3, 4, this is 6, 10 might in total. If that's going to be enough, that's going to be a different question. Just recycling everything right now.
We're beefing this guy up. He's gone up to 8 now. 2 floating energy. Those I'm sure is going to be very, very important as you go on. They can only re-equip this BF sword once, to keep in mind. They only have that one order rune left. Now is the moment where you can see what line, because the biggest issue I think Aurelia has is they don't have that many interaction cards right now, and they are very reliant on what they may draw from the Find Your Center and the potential movement of the Statacorn using that Tide Turner.
Right, and this is where, even if you do want to have a chance of winning, we need to have another ready unit, because this Azir token, yes, you can move the other tokens back to the other battlefields, but more importantly, with that Starcross, we can stop one of the units going on to, just from conquering in general.
Yep.
I like to conquer the Seat of Power. This is where we're probably going to be seeing the Starcross being used. Find Your Center coming up first, buffing up our Aurelia by 2.
That extra development turn just buying so much time. Find Your Center could also be a great Defy bait. When looking at the cards in hand from Azir, they have so many. Surely they have a Defy. The draw is only an Adaptatron. It's not gonna help them here. We may see Azir win in this moment just due to the lack of powerful draws. Tide Turner will swap the locations.
Showing another card. What is it? Is it a buff card? If it's a buff card, we have a... It is a buff card, and it's Discipline. Probably the best one to be seeing right now. All right. Still, we are still in threat if something like the... like Hidden Blade plus a Defy can be game losing right now.
Yeah.
So still not out of it just yet. We're gonna conquer the 7 most likely.
This is nice edge gameplay right here. And we're only at top 8 for everybody watching. We have 2 more rounds of Riftbound after this. But what can the Azir do here to close off the game? Smash Wolf here showing us the patience, the masterclass to just take your time. And 1 on guard will be used. So that is with the floating energy. They have 6 left. They are buffing up the Azir.
Right. This Starcross getting stronger and stronger, you know, because remember, if we Starcross the Azir in reaction to his trigger, the other token will not move. So we have to have a Defy to stop this. The question is if we do have it or not. Again, both opponents having clear win conditions. You know, a Hidden Blade plus a Defy from the side of Azir, just to Starcross stopping any advancements from the side of Aurelia. And we do have some shenanigans with this Discipline. The game is on a nice edge, as you said, Dubby.
Yep.
And who do you think is going to win this interaction right now? Who do you have your money on?
Honestly, seeing the on guard being played here is making me think there's no Arise coming in hot, because you would want to leave the rune open for the Defy. But that also makes me think they've got something else they're happy with. So right now, I think Azir, they need the Defy. They need to have the Defy. If this Starcross goes through and bounces at Azir, it's over. There's nothing coming. It will resolve.
So that's 6 might. We can get up to, it'd be 4. We can equip the Soul Sword, put up to 7. If we somehow get this token moved, we'll go up to. Oh, hold on. We are.
This is bad.
There's the Arise.
But no, this is bad.
Ooh,
I don't know if I'm overthinking it.
I think you're right, because we don't have Defy up anymore.
Yeah. And now you can react to this with Starcross, unless the Aurelia just doesn't react to it with Starcross. But surely, no, you have to Starcross as a reaction here. You cannot let this Azir move into the battlefield.
Well, I think Azir says when I move I move units here. So if you get Starcross, his effect won't go through.
It's just to this battlefield. So when I attack, and moving is instant.
Ooh, I'm not actually. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I think the way. Yeah, I think just getting confirmation. When I look at the judge call, maybe. But the way I assume it works is that Azir will move. He will say, when I move to this battlefield, you'll Starcross in reaction to the Azir moving. So by the time the Azir trigger does happen, he'll say this battlefield, but Azir is not at a battlefield. Doesn't matter. That's a Starcross. Okay. Oh, this is the last on the equipment. Really well timed Starcross here.
the Azir will be going away, and I think that's all she wrote. There's no other way. We don't have Defy. We used that on the On Guard. Sadly, not seeing it.
Yep.
I think we might have a semi-finalist here with this
That
Aurelia
does look
player.
good. That coming in and saying, and I know if you're the Azir, if you're holding a Defy, you're probably asking yourself, why did I play that On Guard right now? The tokens moving into this battlefield only have 12 might ready, and even if you equip that soul for it, you go up a bit higher. Is it gonna be enough though? We know the answer. Azir doesn't, because there's 2 runes open for that discipline, and you just have to presume there was not a Defy in hand, because that not being able to defy the Starcross was just such a downfall of the play. But they're gonna go in fighting, EK. They're prepping up these soldiers. They're gonna go into this battlefield.
If they're gonna have one send off, it'll be a glorious one. I think Zenio here we have 6 to. Wait, that is 9, right? It's not upside down 6. Yep, that is 9.
That's 6, yeah.
It's just. So we're gonna be sending in one Azir token, hoping to kill the Stellacorn and the token. Discipline here going to end any hopes for this Azir, because we could have maybe moved in with the 2 equipments from the Azir here, but we don't see it. This Aurelia goes up to 11, and this is just a bit too much. 9 might to the 18 might, and Azir will sadly fall to Aurelia.
The Emperor will have his demise. They will see what they can do. But EK, I think that's going to be everything. After a very intense Game 3, a lot of patience being shown from both sides. But the Aurelia will take the win here. And EK, you can tell it of everybody about your opinions of the card known as Starcross, because that we didn't see it much being played in these games, but in this Game 3, it was for sure the MVP.
I mean, listen, if you've ever played like a Jax or any kind of equipment decks, and you had your unit get Starcrossed in reaction to the equipping, you'd learn to hate it as much as I do. Would I have want to see it get banned? Maybe. But, that is the truth that we're in. I think it's more about having to adapt to our current situation. Do we think that this Aurelia deck has flaws? Is there a little weakness in the armor that we can kind of target? Or do we think Aurelia is going to dominate this set 4 meta?
For my top 3 tier list, it's still going to be Aurelia, Diana, Yi. So yes, I see it up there just because it still has the problems where it depends on Stellacorn to get the draws. But if we saw right there just the max value you could get, because there were so many bad draws in a row, but it only worked out for the Aurelia because they drew so many cards that just eventually they're going to draw something good. And that was just the biggest strength point from the deck we saw. The movement of the Stellacorn to get the draws.
Right, and I will say, before we go into the rest of our semifinals, thoughts on Kennen not making it to the top 8? I think Kennen was kind of the boogeyman going into the set 4. We've seen about how it's going to be the most broken deck in the format. Seeing it not only being not shown in this top 4, but I say top 8, but I don't think we've seen that much Kennens do well. So thoughts on that?
Kennen's bait.
Good.
Bait deck. Kennen's a bait deck. It's not gonna make top 8 in Barcelona. It's just bait. It's not a good deck. People are obsessed with the color combination, but no.
I think honestly, I think if you're going to Barcelona, it's not because I'm going yet. I think Kennen's bait. I think Aurora's bait. Do you want to call Diana bait so they stop playing it too?
No. I'm being serious.
No, actually, okay. No, I do. Okay, sorry. I will agree. I will agree with you, Dubby. I think Kennen is not as strong as we initially thought. I think it's still a strong deck. I think you can both agree on that. But, not as much. Like, we saw how dominant a Miracle deck can be with Draven. And I don't think Kennen's hitting those same highs.
No. It's good. The control run is... There's too many variants. I say a later RQ we'll see a top 8. But Barcelona's too soon. Yes, we have some geniuses out in this Riftbound community testing these decks. But they need some high, long-term regional qualifier level testing to really get this deck into the spot where it's good. And I think Barcelona is just too soon for it. But I just like standing on that high horse. I like that hot take of mine saying that it's a big
I do like
deck.
it. I do like it too.
So yeah.
You know what? If I can throw some takes while I'm at it, I think in Barcelona there'll be 3 decks that will surprise everyone. Draven, I think
Yep.
mid-range Draven will be making a comeback. I think Mel. I've had done some testing on Mel. I think she'll make a comeback. I will make a good debut. Sorry. And I think Azir, you know, you mentioned Aurelia, you mentioned Diana and Yi. I think you can throw Azir right there with them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is a lot of, and that's what we mentioned. The meta is great. It's diverse. There's so many different things. There's no like upper echelon best deck. It's just a lot of decks that are good, and we can all see them going into it. So I'm looking forward to Barcelona. I want to see what's being played there. It's going to be a fun event. But EK, before we throw into a break, I think that's sadly it from us tonight, man. I had a fun time tonight with you though. Those were some hype games that we got.
That was some good games. Those are some good games.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
before we leave, do you have any shout outs? Where can people, I mean, I see your little Twitter tag there already below, but where else, tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm EK Pilot. You can find me on most social medias, EK Pilot. I have been making some Riftbound content recently. There's a new video with a deck profile for each one of the 9 new legends. So if you want to try out any one of the legends, please look at that video. I do make some educational content, but more importantly, you'll be seeing me in both Barcelona and Singapore. Singapore, I will be a competitive creator. So when you see me, sadly not casting, but winning this tournament, just know that I told you ahead of time.
Yeah, bro, I'm excited for that, man. Awesome.
How about
Yeah,
you,
that's
W?
it.
Anything to shout
No,
out?
yeah, that's it for me. No, nothing too much shout out. I'm currently in the middle of a move, so I haven't been working on too much Riftbound content. I will, however, continue posting. I like posting cool card combos. You find most of me yapping. Nations Clash is on right now, so you'll see me talking about Team Germany on their side of things there. And I do have some content coming up after my move is settled, so I'm ideally going to get something out before Barcelona. I think it's something new. It's I don't think anyone's done this content yet in the Riftbound scene, so I'm excited for that. So I guess enjoy this as a little teaser, and we'll see when I can get that ready.
Always gonna be lovely to see what you have, but I think it's time to kind of take our bow and move on to the top 4. I think I think we already had a little mention in the chat. We're gonna have 2 Aurelias, a Jace, and Ezreal, piloted by Brady. So stay seated, and hope to see you guys next time. See you later.
It is time to crown a single winner, or at least 2 rounds away from such. We've had a long day of games, and I know the players are very excited to try and get a box for themselves. We got 4 left here in the top 4, and I'm very excited to see what goes down. My name is Orbital. With me is Mr. Plus, and we will be your casters for the upcoming 2 rounds. Mr. Plus, how you doing today?
Not too bad, Orbital. How you doing so far? I know it's been an action-packed day. Have you been keeping abreast on this tournament so far?
Unfortunately, not as much as I would like. I had another broadcast earlier, but I know we got some spice coming in here. I know we got a Jace, a couple of Relias, and Ezreal. So, you know, we got a very gentle lay of the land here for Vendetta.
Yeah, we had the triple Aurelia top 8, and now double Aurelia still within the top 4. So Aurelia clearly here to stay, even with the advent of Vendetta.
Yeah, I would say it might be interesting to also discuss a little bit later on once we get to, you know, the big regionals or anything like that. If we do see Aurelia stay in, I know obviously with the advent and the change of a lot of the metal cards and the best ofs, it'll be interesting to see if people do gravitate away. But of course, at the end of the day, it is all about that win, and that's what we're hoping to see here today. Mr. Plus, we do have, for our viewing pleasure, it will be a Jace going up against an Aurelia. However, we have heard that the Jace is mainly there for the colors, specifically one color in there.
Yeah, that body domain and its infamous set 1 gear, the dazzling Aurora. Jace, the newest abuser. I was going to say user, but let's just say it out how it is. Abuser of Dazzling Aurora, as he comes in, introducing a new color combination, having the mind to go with the body this time around. And that has given him some unique tools that has made him a new flavor of Aurora for us to enjoy. So although it is an Aurora deck, we get to see a whole new take on it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what exactly goes down. Now, facing off against the Aurelia, we see how fast some of those Aurelias can move. So let's go ahead and dive into the matchup itself. The players are ready, and so are we. So we're heading into our top 4 semifinals here on the day, and excited to see what this BO3 brings us. Of course, taking a look at the current standard, it will be possibly looking like the Aurelia starting things off first, was able to get a quick choice, and to see exactly what does go down with it. Hopefully a 2-drop to start things off, and as always, you know, you have 3 of them, you pretty much always get at least 1.
The trusty Scuttle start coming in with that draw 1 off the rip, as now passed on over to our Jace is going to get us started off with a Mobilize and a pass on back to Aurelia, who will move our Scuttle from turn 1 over to that Abandoned Hall, get us the first point of the game. And crucially, I believe we have to discuss just the clock that Jace puts you on compared to other Aurora decks here, as now we go into Jace's second turn. The big bad Aurora can come out as soon as turn 2, thanks to the card Promising Future, but it looks like we avoided that this time, so a sigh of relief has to be across the way for our Aurelia player.
And not just that, a little bit of a peek, the Sabotage being brought out just to get eyes on what can be played. And obviously you see the Fizz and all, a little bit of a Trickster play in there. But, you know, for the moment, you can take out a Discipline, you can take out a little bit of a Find Your Center, which is the call right there, taking away the Find Your Center, the ability to go ahead and draw and channel a little bit closer towards that end. In, you know, if your opponent is within 3, yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to give a draw and a channel to someone that may be deramped a little bit in the earlier stages. But moving on over, B-Cat, what can you do?
Yeah, the Stellacorn coming into the Sigil of Storm, going to get us a draw on the move trigger, and now having to recycle a rune thanks to the Sigil. A very common battlefield utilized by these Aurora decks since the dawn of time to try and slow down their opponent as much as they can, now that they do not have the advent of the Aspirant's Climb to make the game longer. They have to find any ways they can to slow their opponent down, to give them that extra breathing room. And Sigil is fairly well positioned against Aurelia, being that Aurelia is so power intensive as a deck already, as we see Aurelia go ahead and hide some cards now and go down to 3 runes. It will be the Dazzling Aurora coming down for our Jace player. And so far, I don't know what you've seen, Orbital, in terms of these Jace Aurora decks, but to my knowledge, most of these Jace Aurora decks are only playing Elder Dragon in the list. It's the only minion or unit in the entire deck.
I haven't heard that, but I have seen it floating around. I never played against it either, and I hope to never play against it ever. If I do, I will FF as quick as possible. I'll just see the next game out. I can understand it though when you want to recycle, when you just kind of want to prop it up. It's the OG of just face melter action, and obviously also make sure that you are going to be deleting a lot of the units, making sure that you get to cover the opponent's stages more often than not. We can see the big pullback coming in from BCAT as well right now, recognizing that with the Elder already out, it is a problem. You knew this was coming. The big eyes is that Scuttle on the far end with that one hidden card. Because you played that hidden, you do almost need to sacrifice a singular unit, and you're actually going to double buff in with an extra Scuttle just because it's a nice little pool. Apparently the top side and the bottom side of the river decided to meet over on this battlefield.
Yeah, now we're sitting at 5 points for our Aurelia players, so getting close to that victory condition. And racing is typically the name of the game for this here matchup, to try and end it quickly before a critical mass of elders can be assembled. But it will look like that elder is sent back to the hand thanks to Starcross coming in and bouncing back our Scuttle Crab, our trusty Scuttle, who will inevitably come back down again to gain us yet another draw. So pretty good position for Aurelia, all things considered. However, if it is to be believed that only elders exist within the deck, that means every turn that this dazzling Aurora sits here will end with an Elder Dragon coming down. And Jace has the ability to recycle the elders in a pretty effective and unique way, thanks to gears like the Garbage Grabber and Gutter Palace. So there's more than likely going to be that Elder that was Starcrossed back to hand put back into the deck as we go forward, so that it can be utilized once again, as now a Singularity is being deployed, which is not something you see very often, using a Singularity to kill a Scuttle Crab, but you got to do what you got to do, right?
Well, it's also just clearing the battlefield again. You're sitting at a 5-point deficit, obviously, so it makes sense. You are forced into this position. Not only that, you showcase your hand. It's a Temporal Breach. I love that. Added in there just for a little bit extra, especially with an Elder. It's not bad to have. But we are going to watch and understand that, yes, we know there is another couple Elders in there, but you do recognize that there's only 2 left. So the max number of times that the Dazzling Aurora can actually be played is going to be... it is going to be twice more without being played raw from hand. So that's what we're kind of watching for. Another one to come down, as the unfortunate Tidecaller will be targeted, and you will lose yet another of those Zanyas. So a lot of cards currently in the trash here. It always feels kind of bad watching that happen, but for BCAT, you're going to try your best. Just hammer on and along the way. 6 points over to the Aurelia.
6 points is exactly where you want to be. That means we're threatening lethal going into the next turn. So if we can find a way to answer this Elder yet again and open ourselves up for a potential double conquer off of maybe some ganking with some Boots of Swiftness and some of the other classic tried and true Aurelia tech. Of course, Aurelia can just win with that trusty Scuttle Crab that was sent back to hand. It doesn't need to be a big unit. It just needs to be a unit that can get to both of those battlefields in one turn. And looks like we might just be seeing that set up now, as Scuttle Crab will be deployed, offering us a draw. Of course, we know that there is an Elder in hand, 1 on board, which means there's 1 left in deck. And as long as that wasn't just top decked right now, this turn is going to end with yet another Elder trigger. So both these units should be headed to the trash, unless Aurelius have gone back to main decking some numbers of not so fast.
The other side, though, we have to keep in mind, one of the big reasons that you do love a trigger on an Elder Dragon is having that Temporal Breach. It's not the worst to be able to re-trigger and kind of board wipe once more when you know the situation is available. Once you're able to kind of banish that Elder and bring it on down and get another extra set of damages around the board. So theoretically, it's like an extra Elder just in the back pocket for the moment.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's a full Elder, but it's a nice bonus. And for BCAT, you know that's in the bank as well. So playing the Scuttle, you kind of recognize that you do have to have units on the board, but you run the risk of being in a lot of danger at the end of the day. There is, I like it, the ride, the win, just bringing it on in as quick as possible and double covering to make sure one of those units is going to stay alive if things go south.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty nice play in the current juncture. But ooh, damn.
Oh,
One of the other brilliant wombo combos added to the Aurora deck that Jace gets to take exclusive
yes,
advantage of is
yes.
that Bellows Breath. You've seen Flurry of Blades do so much work for these Aurora decks in the past, but Bellows Breath is just a little bit nicer, I want to say, most of the time, as now the chosen champ is going to come out to join the party as Jace is slowly but surely trying to mount a comeback now with 1 point to 6. It'll be a long grind from here, but he's in a good position to get it done as Temporal Breach will be hidden at the Sigil of the Storm, leaving him with just that Elder Dragon in hand plus one more card, as it looks like we'll probably be passing over to Aurelia after, of course, we resolve this Dazzling Aurora and reveal our final copy of the Elder Dragon.
And with this, I summon Blue Eyes, Ultimate Dragon, all three at some point coming. I will call that to my dying days. By the way, that is the funniest thing I've seen. How far are you digging my? There it is. Oh my god, how far is that? That was 14 cards. 14 card dig. It's always fun. I love counting it. I always love counting how many cards it's going to take, especially in this situation as well. But looking at BCat, the countdown is on to your own imminent loss. The Aurelia is still in the chosen champion slot, but you kind of know things are not exactly in your favor for the moment. Hefty board on the other side that can easily take a punch or two. It's going to be a scary thought if this, unless BCat has some phenomenal tech that we do not know of.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, that additional effect of the Elder Dragon being ready on a whim thanks to the Temporal Breach is so powerful, but it looks like we are going to make sure that we don't have to deal with that. Leading off with the Charm to try and move the Elder Dragon out of the battlefield. Of course, you can cast the Temporal Breach here to effectively dodge this move trigger, but the real reason you wanted to play is to get that enter play trigger from the Elder once again. And of course here that will occur, but with no targets. So an effective way to get around this Temporal Breach check scenario that our Jace player tried to place Aurelia in, because the advent of hiding this card is really what makes it its most powerful, being that anytime you open up a reaction window for your opponent, they can just respond with the breach and stop whatever it is you're doing is fairly brutal, as now they do go to cast the Temporal Breach, but it will be answered by a Defy, and now Fizz coming down, gonna probably elect to play that Ride the Wind, and it will be just that as he moves on over to the Abandoned Hall, is going to be ready, scoring us up to 7. But is there a way to get this Fizz over to the Sigil of Storm and end this game right here? I don't think so, but it is nonetheless going to get us just a little bit closer to trying to win this game number 1.
I mean, you're going to try your best. I know, obviously, there was other tech options. You had the ability, but you do. Maybe it's that Aurelia. Yeah, the trigger at the end. There it was, the on guard.
Baby.
I was about to say, there was still the Blade Dancer available. And that's how you sneak a win against a hefty board. Well done to BCat.
Yeah, there was a couple different ways to get it done there, and that was definitely one that I completely overlooked. But man, Aurelia showing you just how powerful of a legend she still is. Set 2, set 3, set 4, you are not escaping the wrath of Aurelia anytime soon as she takes game number 1 against the new kid on the block, Jace Aurora.
Well, the thing is, the new kid on the block only has old tricks. And so when you do that, the old tricks are still old tricks, and Aurelia's are the old kids on the old block that know all the old tricks. So very, very well done on the side of BCat. And you mentioned it also, that hitting that 6-point break by putting up that, that scuttle and making sure that you had that just extra oomph was the reason that worked. Very, very impressive job by BCat. It was a dig, by the way. If you didn't have that Fizz, there were going to be a lot of problems. There were going to be issues of, hey, we can't actually play into this, and we will lose ground. We will slowly watch these turns kind of accumulate. At the same time, for the Jace, maybe a little bit frustrated that they did, get kind of bullied out in the later stages, having that charm and not having a good response is the other side of that table. So let's see what we got to play with. It is going to be what looks to be the Sunken Temple plus a Rockfall Path. So units being unable to be played to a battlefield. Unfortunately, that doesn't really harm Aurelia as much as other legends out there.
In this instance, it does only because we are aware of Jace running those temporal breaches, making that effectively a hidden blade that doesn't allow your opponent to draw cards. Just a 2-mana removal spell over at that Rockfall Path. So Aurelia going to have to be very cautious about when she has units at that battlefield. And crucially, doesn't want to leave this Aurelia there to be temporal breached and never seen again. So definitely going to throw a little bit of extra thought behind each move this game, even though last game was already a very excellent display of just how well you can navigate this matchup and play around everything that this Jace Aurora deck is trying to do. There's just one extra hurdle to get over this time around, but let's see if BCAT can do it once again as we go into that Rockfall Path with our Tide Turner scoring us the first point of the game. We are going to immediately throw down that Chosen Champ.
And I feel that's a bit spicy. Normally we want to see how they're set up, and we can see why it was so necessary, but there's promising future looking through the top of their decks and starting with the next player. Each player plays those cards ignoring energy costs, but they still must pay power costs, one of the newest in the hand, and we'll see what exactly is drawn here. As you said, there is an opportunity. This is the first dig into the deck. Are you going to find it? What has been afforded to each player here?
And did BCAT side in the new anti-Aurora hate card, the 3-cost Raven Bloom that can come in and completely decimate this promising future play? One of the funniest interactions we have now is this turn 2 Jace being able to take out the Aurora on turn 2 thanks to promising future. But if you're against the purple player, there's also the chance that Aurora gets banished immediately thanks to that new Aurora hate card. But it looks like this time around it will be an old school, as we were talking about old moves and new players. It's the old faithful Adaptatron coming down for our Aurelia player, and Clairvoyance on the other side for Jace. So that'll be a nice predict 5 into draw 2, a potential 7-card dig into the deck for that Dazzling Aurora.
And if they can find it, that's huge. But for Mr. Player 2, you are maybe a little bit shy about what's going on right now. At this point, you've run through a good fourth of your deck, so you should be able to find a Dazzling Aurora, unless somehow they all got randomized directly to the bottom. And if so, then I'm so sorry. That is probably the worst luck I've ever seen in the game. But the other side is maybe you also sideboarded in some sort of material difference, being able to kind of shatter some of the other issues. One of the big things, obviously, unit gear strength is already out for this Aurelia, or not gear, but unit strength is already building up once more for BCAT. And so I'm really looking at BCAT and saying maybe for Mr. Player 2, you just sideboarded in some others. It ain't going to be there. Just continuing to flow and continuing to draw. It's all about that extra draw action.
Yeah, now as we look to pass it over to Aurelia here, what do you think about this turn? Oh, it looks like before we could even discuss it, I wanted to ask Orbital whether or not you thought Adaptatron would come in to get rid of this garbage grabber, or would it maybe be held back to try and take out the Aurora at a later date. But of course, the unique thing about Adaptatron is, of course, that it needs to conquer. So it is uniquely kind of weak to Dazzling in a preemptive sense. Usually it's better used after Aurora is already established, so that an Aurelia can go ahead and ready it and accelerate it to go take it down. But here, with it already being on the board, it will more than likely just be another Elder Dragon casualty. As now, Sabotage is attempted to be deployed, but it will be countered by a Defy.
Ah, there it is. I love it. Hey, listen, you defy one, but you can't defy the other, obviously. And I do appreciate this. Just like, yeah, we're gonna try and punch you in the back head. But there is...
Oh, rewind.
Okay.
Double rewind. Interesting.
So something that we don't always see here. So something that this is kind of nice. It sounds like for Mr. Player 2, he said, okay, I don't actually want a Rocket Barrage. So you know what? Fair enough for Mr. Player 2. That's just you showing your hand a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's really all that was. So
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, now Jace Chosen Champ coming down. I think also crucially worth mentioning there in that previous play line, I believe that was an illegitimate target for the Rocket Barrage, but
That's
hadn't even
right, that's
been
right.
resolved. We were taking ourselves off of Aurora mana for the next turn because he did go down to 6 runes off the back of that play. So going this route this time will leave us at 7 runes, so we will crucially be going up to 9 in the following turn in case we do have the Aurora ready. But given that he made that play line initially, that almost leads me to believe that he doesn't have it and just kind of got caught off by the fact that he couldn't target at the base or at the battlefield, sorry, with that Rocket Barrage. And now Jace being unceremoniously charmed into the Sunken Temple will meet a Aurelia being disciplined now up to 8. And I don't think there's anything for 1 mana Jace can do to save this poor man from his inevitable fate as he heads on over to the trash. It will be 5 points now for our Aurelia, still at 0 for Jace. And this is looking like more of the same from game number 1. Aurelia is just navigating this matchup so well.
I also like the fact that we are also digging in that form as well. Always wanting to have for an Aurelia the extra defies, the extra abilities to deny, maybe a few more disciplines as well. There are certain come-uppances that I think for BCAT you're very happy about. This is also the other side, I believe, kneecapping a lot of what this Jace wanted to do and what Mr. Player 2 wanted to do as well. Recognizing that this is as comfortable as you are going to get in a game 2 variety, there's a scuttle even more play routes just to have those units on the board in case that Elder does come down. I'd even say if you had it for funsies sake, drop another Adaptatron, so no matter what, on the next turn you get to annihilate that Dazzling Aurora, but obviously catching another Adaptatron might be a whole different story. There it is, Dazzling Aurora, let the dig begin.
Dazzling Aurora did come down and looked almost like it came from that far left card on our screen as if it were drawn off the top. Might have been a little bit of a clutch draw there. And then the second one is revealed immediately off of this Dazzling Aurora's trigger as we now dig for that Elder Dragon, and we'll be coming down to take out a Tide Turner alongside more than likely this Adaptatron, but Aurelia did leave up 3 runes. Does that mean she was playing around the Elder with a Starcross?
Nope.
No, not this time. It will be heading these 2 minions to the trash, but this is, of course, an easy opportunity for yet another double conquer and putting us on 7 points, 1 point away from sending us to the finals of this tournament for BCAT.
Yeah. I like that play. Heading on in, happy to play. And what else you got available for us here? Big ups, honestly, to BCAT, and I appreciate what they've done so far. They are going to leave their units on the table here, and unfortunately, with only 1 Elder Dragon, you're looking and you're wishing there was a singularity in the mix. Is there one? But no, it's the Flurry of Blades. Okay, so number 1, this is to fish, I think, for another Defy, and yeah, fish correctly. Well done on that one. Do you have another Flurry of Blades, though? Are you just going to run the Defies into the ground? Please do it. For all that's holy, have another Flurry just to be annoying. I would love Mr. Player 2 for that so much.
Yeah, we're already 2 Defies down, only 1 left to go, so... Now we see the Garbage Grabber come down.
Hey, even better. I'll take it. I'll take it even better.
Yeah, gonna have to repeat it if he wants to take out both battlefields and then, of course, pay through the deflect. Something that does uniquely make that Flurry of Blades a little bit more potent against Aurelia in specific, being that it does not target, kind of helps deal with that pesky deflect that the Fervent has, but in any case, it won't matter as now the Starcross will be responded with, sending that Elder Dragon back to the hand and leaving our Aurelia with 4 HP and a Dream, as now it would be up to this final dazzling Aurora proc to bring out an Elder Dragon to finish off this Aurelia. But if there's a not so fast or some other form of evasion to keep her on this battlefield, we could very well be seeing the end of this match rather quickly.
It's a little bit scary point, but here we go. Draw into the fun. What you got over there, Jace? Do you have some trickery afoot? As you heard and as you stated, Mr. Plus, always talking about that ability of having the extra elders, and that might be it. Did you sideboard in anything spicy, though? That's what I always like to ask. At the current moment, we are not seeing that, though, as it's just another. You're going to go ahead and start digging here. No problems. There it is. Only 2 cards recycled, so not the worst in the world. There's another Elder dropped onto the ground, and bye-bye Aurelia. Now with the Chosen Champion gone, do you have the Fizz? That's what we saw win last time.
Yeah, and Deflect cost probably still needs to be played there for our selecting of the Aurelia, but in any case, Aurelia did get taken care of thanks to that Elder Dragon. As now Scuttle Crab will come down, and it looks like we're going to go for a replay of the last game's finishing move. Ride the wind into the battlefield, move the unit back, ready it up with the... Nope, this time we're styling on him in a different way. We're Scuttles with boots with the fur going across the way to the Sunken Temple to close out this game. Does Jace have any answer with the 4 runes up? No, it is a swift 2-0 for BCat, coming away with the victory in the semifinals, sending himself over to the finals.
It's a tough matchup. I know we know for a fact there are certain situations where obviously an Aurora board is an Aurora board at the end of the day, right? This is the standard all day long, but I like what we saw from this Aurelia, recognizing the tech instantly, having that ride the winds plus an extra boot on the back, and really, really comfortable with that movement. And it kind of shines a light on what I think is the standard here. As much as we love Vendetta, do not get me wrong, I'm so happy to see Jace being played. Speed is the name of the game, right?
Yeah.
And Aurelia is still so fast when it comes to getting on the board with the movement tech, with the denial tools. There's almost no way to really deal with it at the end of the day. So I am truly, truly liking the changes here and there. As I did here, I think, Mr. Plus, we're going to try and catch the other semifinals match.
Looks like we can try and head over to the tail end of this second semifinals match. Will be a game number 3 as I try to get myself into this lobby too.
While you do that, I'm going to talk about this because we do have what is Caravaggio, who we saw, I believe, in the top 8 matchup, going up against Bradykin. Obviously, the Ezreal one-trick themselves, or I shouldn't say one-trick, that's a terrible thing to say, but it is going to be the Ezreal either way. Maybe some adjustments being made in, but it's an Aurelia versus Ezreal. Game number 3, I don't know who took game 1 and 2. I'm always curious because whoever bounces in generally has first go. But at the current moment, we're already getting the stacking the Fizz on the battlefield, plus the Aurelia, and then the Ezreal Vex in the back line for Bradykin.
Yeah, it looks like both players, I mean, we'd have to really do a little bit of research real quick. No power costs here, 1 power cost there, 1 power cost there. Yeah, it looks like maybe it was then Aurelia on the play this game, being on that even rune count based on that. But Zhonya's may have also been hidden. It'll be a little bit hard to tell, but we are in a position with a 2-0 lead currently for Aurelia, as now it will be Ezreal starting off this turn with a Fizz into Wages of Pain, more than likely targeting the enemy Fizz across the way, but that will be answered very swiftly by an On Guard to keep this Fizz alive, which will inadvertently trigger this Abandoned Hall to give this Aurelia some extra juice as well.
I think if I'm looking at this right, if you're doing it on the Fizz, yes, it would save. I didn't see the lines where they actually chose to go through, but yeah, there it goes. Bye-bye to the Fizz. Or back in because of the Zhonya's Hourglass. What are we doing here? Did they choose something else? Am I crazy? No, you're right. You're 100% correct in there. Very, very simple. Very easy.
Yeah, it seemed like a simple misclick that happens sometimes with Rift Atlas, but no problems here, as that 3 damage will come across. We will get a gold for the trouble, and now Fizz sitting there with only 2 HP remaining will get a stupefied to lower that might down to 4, leaving it with only 1 left. So 1 more stupefy could seal the deal as we draw a card off the stupefy and off the Ezreal ability. We're digging just a little bit deeper to try to figure out whether or not we can take out this here Fizz, as it'll just have to be another Wages of Pain.
Or are you dropping that on the Aurelia to clear? Granted, yes, taking out the Fizz would probably be the smarter choice. Don't listen to me. I don't play Aurelia as much as I wish. But very, very quick on that snap up. Now, there are 2 up currently on the other side. Is there going to be a response from the side of Caravaggio? Are you going to bring out something to try and keep this Fizz alive, or to keep this battlefield contested? You have 2 and 4 in hand. It's a question that we got to ask, and there it is. There's the flash to draw both back to safety. All right, I dig the play. Very, very comfortable in that way.
Yeah, the gold still being afforded to our Ezreal players, so not a complete and total loss, but Flash will be good enough to get these 2 out of harm's way for now, as a treasure trove will be played and then a pass on over. And now Aurelia coming into this turn with 10 runes, lots of room to work with, and in a bit of a good position, I'd say, considering that they got away with keeping that Fizz and the Zhonya's alive on that exchange when Bradykin was so adamantly trying to defeat this Fizz. It looks like maybe that could be a big boon for our Aurelia player, having so many resources expended to try to take the Fizz out, and now we still have both of our units and a Zhonya, so pretty big level of comfort, I'd have to say, for our Aurelia players. They move on up to 4 points. It'll be 4-0 now.
Yeah, very, very quick on the snap, and granted, with an Ezreal, you know the cards will be coming into hand shortly, which is why the build-up on the backline is very important. Love the Zhonyas and the GA. Do you wish to attach, though, is the big question. Are you going to very quickly look to save your units from what could be the onslaught coming forward? We know a Vex and an Ezreal, both on the table, tend to be very rude in that way. I have no other way to put it, but it is going to be the Fizz save in there. If you wish to activate the Aurelia, bring the Fizz back and just keep them a little bit safer, you could with that attachment in there. But for right now, it's just a laydown of a 3-1 Akali, one of the newer champion units. I can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities unless I'm in combat, and when I move to a battleground, give me +2. I love this. It does save against a lot of those extra spells, and I love the play from, by the way, Caravaggio playing that down. Doesn't have to possibly throw away that Akali now. I appreciate that.
Yeah, playing around the Bewitching Spirit a little bit there with the preemptive Akali deploy, but Akali being such a powerful unit out of Vendetta, one that has gotten a lot of people talking about just how much of an impact she might make specifically in this deck, in the Irelia deck instead of the Akali deck itself, just because of how much movement Irelia offers this card. And it's definitely going to be one that I want to see how it shakes out as the meta continues to develop, whether or not this Akali Silent does end up being problematic for the game at large. And when it comes to sitting across from an Irelia player, this unit is so difficult to deal with, as now Bewitching Spirit is going to come down to get rid of that final card in hand. Of course, that is a Defiant Dance, so it can be reacted with in order to save it from just heading to the trash. Get a little bit of extra value out of it. Gonna deploy it here now. Choose to -1 of Bradykin's units in the base and buff up one of our units at one of these battlefields. So no cards in hand, no tricks left available for our Aurelia player, but still quite a lot to get through on the side of Bradykin. And he's got to be feeling the pressure now, as he's our last hope at stopping us from going into an Aurelia Mirror Finals.
Listen, if that's how it goes, that's how it goes. I've already cast an Ezreal v Ezreal matchup, and that was pain in itself. So, like, I'll take an Aurelia v Aurelia just to see the top lane mirror matchup. But I do agree, it would be a little bit remiss to see it. I do want to see some of the more fun things that we can have. But again, when it comes down to these decks, we also have to respect the level of understanding that the players do have when it comes to card strength, understanding how the deck mechanically works. I really, really do respect it at the end of the day. We got a little bit of time. I think we're waiting as the Defiant Dance was, you could see, wondering exactly where you're going to place that -2 for this turn. It looks like it is going to be going to that Fizz, which is now just a lowly 1/1 unit. Feels a little bit bad unless there is a response with the 2 runes up and available that Bradykin does have to work with.
And this offering a +5 might buff to our Aurelia, thanks to the Abandoned Hall, means really going to go up to 9 off the back of this one. And with Fizz going down to 1, that means there's only a grand total of 8. Actually, we're going to choose to ready this Aurelia too, just for that little bit of extra insurance. Obviously, being hands down, there's no cards in hand, nothing hidden. Everything is face up. The math is all in Bradykin's side to figure out whether or not they can get across this. Blade Dancer going to activate its effect just to get that 1 extra might to make it a little bit harder. 10 might now on that Abandoned Hall with this Aurelia Fervent facing down. Now 8 might between the Vex, Ezreal, and Fizz. We'll now be seeing a list drop down, and more than likely that will be utilized on our Fizz over here as Ezreal sent in to take down the Fizz. Of course, that will just be getting rid of our Guardian Angel, so not rid of this little fish guy yet, but it is a step in the right direction. Only 1 rune up left for Bradykin, though. It's getting pretty dire here as we will see that last rune expended in order to play the list once again. No, that'll be being paid for the Bellows Breath to finish off the Fizz, who is still at 1. Or wait, why is this Fizz at 1?
They traded Fizzes, just letting you know. No, I'm joking. I don't know.
Yeah.
They traded Fizzes. Yeah. Taking a look at the list, I think it is that list trigger that you see by the Pack of Wonders. It would make sense.
Still has the -2 from before. Even though it was saved from the Guardian Angel, it retains that -2. So was able to get it out of the way with that Bellows, but that just, of course, got rid of the Zanya. So we're out of revive effects at long last. Bradykin can take a sigh and say that next time I remove something, it'll stay removed. But will he get that opportunity with only 2 cards left in hand?
Maybe. We shall see. Those last 2 cards can always be very, very dastardly. As we go ahead and watch this play go in, the Akali goes in, wipes out the Ezreal. Makes sense. This is the start of the play. You got to recycle a rune, which you have already done. Drop on in because of the attachment pieces here. You move back to safety, and you're looking at leaving Bradykin at 1. And with this, you have set yourself up for a beautiful double conquer. As you said earlier, Mr. Plus, it does come down to this position of, are you going to be smart? Do you have the cards in hand? And at this moment, Pack of Wonders, List, Vex, Fizz, a Bewitching Spirit, and a single gold token. The odds are not exactly in your favor.
Yeah, I would say that it's looking pretty grim for our last hope against the Aurelia mirror match finals. Bradykin staring at a empty hand. Feels like, should be so close to figuring out a way out of this, but this is where this Akali Silent is really showing just how big of a boon it will be to the Aurelia deck. And Aurelia already being such a powerful card, this Fervent with the deflect making it so hard to deal with in general. But what if you just weren't able to target that card at all? And that's exactly what Akali Silent has offered us. Is now it will be a Thousand Tail Watcher entering the fray to give that -3 across to the back line, as Pack of Wonders will get us back the Fizz, who will no doubt come back and replay that Bella's Breath to remove our Fizz and Aurelia from the equation. So it'll just be up to Akali now, but Akali is a very, very powerful champion with these Boots of Swiftness. Will get that +2 might for moving into the battlefield and bring her up to 8. And then if Aurelia is able to top deck a targeting ability to get that ready so it can gank on over, Akali might just be able to finish this game off.
Well, let's see if you can do it. Hefty setup there. It is 11. Might not the far end. A Scuttle to be played out here just because that's all you got. is there extra? Did you top deck Glory? Did you draw exactly what you need? Caravaggio, did you make it towards the very end? What is this singular card? Survey says it's probably something not great if you're holding on to it for this long. I'm not going to lie. It looks like we might have to wait yet another turn before we get to see the end here. And Bradykin is going to draw this out as long as possible with 2 points on board right now for them. It's a long road ahead to the 8th.
Long road ahead, but this may be the path that he needed to take to get there, as now Aurelia is in this position where she is so close yet so far with how difficult it will be to gather these last 2 points thanks to this big hold of 11 over at the Abandoned Hall with the Thousand Tail Watcher and the Vex, who notably is also preventing any type of additional support being dropped in and ready to come to the aid of Arakali thanks to that stun from the Vex. So what seemed like a very dire and down and out position for Bradykin may have just been able to squeak past that threshold to start mounting this comeback, as now it's looking like our Aurelia players sitting here in the tank with this last card in hand, not sure where to go from here.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like they were also discussing a little bit, but we have insider knowledge, obviously, of what's going on. And might have been some discussions between the two players, which is why this was taking so long. This card that Caravaggio currently has is a big question mark. You're wondering if you want to lay this down or try and ply your trade for the next few. Remember, it will take at least, I believe, 2 turns before we can even see a chance at that conquered a victory for Bradykin. So if Caravaggio wishes, you can take things a little bit slower as we're drawn back to the current status of this game. Scuttle Crab just staring menacingly at me on the side of the field. Is just eyes on me all day long.
Yeah, and we also have to consider the infamous Bewitching Spirit is still available for Bradykin, so it's a little bit hard to just sit on cards in hand for our Aurelia player too. If this card is not immediately playable and just something that they need for later, more than likely not going to be able to hold on to it thanks to these Bewitching Spirits. So in a little bit of a rock and a hard place situation here. Really needed this to be another buff card. Something like a Defiant Dance would have been huge here to try and crest through the finish line right here and now. But with this much pause, got to believe that it's not anything that can get the job done immediately. So now it's an issue of where do we go from here? Is this a go and try and hold angle, or are we still putting ourselves in the predicament of needing to get that double conquer? And if so, how do we make that happen with this current board state?
Well, we'll see. I mean, Caravaggio probably has an answer outside of us as he push up to 7, recycle one of the runes, and, you know, figure out what else they can do. At the 7 point, an idea is starting to form. You are now looking at, I believe, as you mentioned, 8 on the Akali with that movement in. You're going to be quite happy about that current status, but do you have a way to get to the other side and also puffed up is the other question mark. I don't think so, but at least you get to be a little bit of a hold game in there, maybe, but at the same time, I doubt it.
Yeah, our Akali Silent sitting at the Sigil of the Storm with 8 might now. If we were able to target it, ready it, and get it to run over to the Abandoned Hall, would go up to 10 to the 11 across the way.
You do have ganking, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it would be 10, which is close to the 11. So if it's any buff spell, On Guard, a Discipline, bringing us up to 12 would get us just across the finish line. But it looks like that is not what is in hand, and got to wonder what that card is and whether or not it's something that could have been played, because more than likely it is headed to the trash now as more our Bewitching Spirits are going to come down to play. And crucially, this does leave our Akali Silent stranded.
Wait, is this another Defiant Dance?
If it were, I believe we would have used it to go for game last turn.
Yeah.
It's more than
Ugh.
likely some card that just couldn't be played at all and is kind of just stuck there. And
Fair,
Bradykin is
yeah.
probably making that same assessment as he's elected to not go for the Bewitching Spirit, actually going to just throw down a treasure trove, but does have that second Bewitching Spirit in hand, as a matter of fact. So Bewitching Spirit will be joining us at the Abandoned Hall, and
Oh.
it was Ride the Wind. So very strong card, but not a card that could have gotten us across the finish line.
Yeah.
As well, actually, there was the
Well, because it would push to 10, target wouldn't be able to buff up
it
again,
would go
right?
to 11 because of the Abandoned Hall, but yeah, that would just be a tie, so not enough to get us there. And it was a Stupefy in hand for Bradykin, as now that comes
Yep,
down
now
to it'll
comes
be
the
the
stack.
Kha'Zix
Yeah.
ambush, and Aurelia might just be out of threats now. One lonely Scuttle Crab remaining with a copy of Boots of Swiftness to equip on it, but I don't think
Give him the
those
boot.
boots with the fur are going to be enough to get past our Kha'Zix mutating horror on the Sigil of the Storm, as well as this barrage of units of Vex Apathetic, Thousand Tail Watcher, Bewitching Spirit, all holding down the Abandoned Hall. It is a top deck defy,
Oh.
and it is just a scoop from there. So what looked like a commanding lead, an absolute house of a performance from Aurelia in the early game, came to a grinding halt after just systematic picking apart and slow control grinding out from Bradykin's Ezreal was able to get him there, and we will not be seeing a mirror match in the finals after all.
Makes me so sad, but at the same time, still a lot of fun. And this was very, very fun watching this go down. And honestly, yeah, I didn't read that right. I was looking at it, and I was like, oh, maybe Defiant. And yeah, they could have won last game, but needed the actual top deck of the Defiant. And it's well played. Bradykin's still showing that this deck, this Ezreal, still has a lot of life in it. Still very technically savage. I gotta say, a lot of people were wondering, hey, blue purple, it's a very good idea, but I like it. No Mel in sight. Ezreal's still very utilized here. So my thought is, do you think Bradykin can beat yet another Aurelia in there? Do you think that can happen, Mr. Plus?
Well, we just saw it happen in a very impressive manner too. Just the never give up, never surrender, claw back from the ball. I don't even know what you would call that, like the bowels of hell. He was way behind in that game and really made the comeback. And I gotta believe that he can replicate that success again in the finals, but it's just a matter of whether or not the cards get drawn up that way. But the potential is there, and we're gonna have an entertaining finals nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what they can throw at us and how they will throw it at us. So let's go ahead and go to a short break. When we come back, it will be the grand finals of the Runes in Rift Triple Win-A-Box tournament here for Vendetta. We hope to see you there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It all comes down to this. It is time to see who wins the box or a couple of Vendetta and who will unfortunately be taking the second place. Still extremely impressive all the way through. We have Bradykin going up against BCAT. BCAT, our only undefeated player from the Swiss, now into the top 8, and they have been unstoppable on old school Aurelia, Mr. Plus. I'm excited for this one.
As am I. We just saw the tail end of that BO3 in the semifinals of this very matchup and how explosive it came down to be. So really excited to see a full set here in our grand finals and whether or not Bradykin can replicate that success one more time.
I mean, we had a lot of hope in there. I mean, if you're watching this, a lot of people are sitting there going, yes, Bradykin, I mean, you played against Aurelia's. This is no different than, set 3 Aurelia, obviously. So we're expecting this to go a little different way. Granted, for Bradykin, you had to dig hard in that game number 3. So moving into this series, we hope that the Ezreal does not fall prey to that kind of fast-paced action, that position of speed. But turn number 1 does go the way of BCAT, who drops the Tide Turner and says, let's get this going. A pack of wonders. Great starts for either side.
Yeah, turboing through the first turn of the game for both players will be the Tide Turner answered by the pack, and now Tide Turner being joined by a Stella Corn Herder. Gonna elect to just pass on over and maybe go for that double conquer on the following turn, but looks like that plan is already going to the wayside as Deadly Flourish will be thrown down to answer the Stellacorn immediately, and accompanied by Stupefy to get that Ezreal effect online, start drawing us some cards.
Yeah, I like it. It's already off to the races for both these players, and they're playing these decks very, very quickly, which I appreciate. Of course. Frozen Fortress will slow down the tempo of the game, but at least you can move over to the Abandoned Hall if you wish. But Tide Turner, again, as a 2-drop, you always want to have an extra in the bank. It's a nice 2 might, but on that, it's kind of small. I would say you're also expecting a lot of spell damage to come through once more. So instead, you like the Scuttle Crab, which I think all of us appreciate a little bit more as a stronger opener for an Aurelia.
Yeah, and crucially, not throwing that Tide Turner up to the Abandoned Hall in that previous turn did prevent us from going up to 2 points off the back of a hold this turn. So yet again, we're going to reserve this Tide Turner in the base for later, leaving us at 0-0 still. And we'll see if this slower pace of play from BCAT will come back to haunt him, as now it's giving our lovely Ezreal player just a little bit more time to find all of those juicy answers he needs to keep our Aurelia at bay, as Ezreal will be thrown down, and discarding a stacked deck to draw 2 will then net us a Bewitching Spirit alongside the Ezreal. Of course, now we're in the blender of infinite discards thanks to the Pack of Wonder already being established. It will grab that Bewitching Spirit back to hand immediately, and so it begins. Aurelia will not be having a hand for very much longer, more than likely.
I always do feel like this is that one piece of the puzzle that you're just like, I hate watching this go down so early into the game as well. Watching the hand dwindle at turn 4 pretty much is just it's a painful sort. That's all I can really say about it. So good eyes, though, as we watch a turn over as turn 4 goes away of Ezreal. No extra movement as the Stellacorn is up and available. Ezreal swinging in, taking a look at this hidden card, which we do expect to be a little bit more punch for the gut. It will be an on guard to at least draw 1. Put yourself up at 3 to trade on out unless there is a response. And looking over, there is a stacked deck thrown down just to give the Ezreal a +1 on top. Also to dig a little bit further through that hand, through the deck as much, but unfortunately you can only do. Yeah, I was about to say I'm reading it this time right. I promise. Abandoned Hall. I got this. I know what it does.
So easy to misclick and accidentally send your unit to trash when you're trying to add might to them. But we are seeing the stack deck now resolved. Not sure what the pick may be here, but it is looking like quite a huge disparity in hand count. After that on guard came down, it is just 2 cards left in hand for our Aurelia player, while across the side after the stacked deck, we'll have 8 cards in hand for Ezreal. So quite a big advantage, as more than likely we'll see our good old pal Bewitching Spirit come down to dwindle that hand down even further.
course, the first thing to do is, what's that hidden card? Nothing. Azania's. Well, we kind of expected that. I don't even know why I asked that at any point in this game. It is going to be a nice little piece, though, as the scuttle goes away. We need to see that hand here in a sec. And there it is. Double Bellows, which is always nice. Hard Bargain. Bewitching Spirit, as you mentioned, but the Fizz. And Double Watchers. So already plying their trade to basically board wipe and clear out any of the opponents that they so wish. I love that card in hand. And now for BCAT, you're like, okay, I don't really like that. It is going to be a Bellows Breath to start, and you're going to break through on that poor Azania's Hourglass, already losing a lot of that safety net.
And the double Bellows available as well to be able to take both of these out through the Zanyas. The first Bellows takes down the Tide Turner to get that Zanyas out of the way, opening up that second Bellows to be able to finish off both units. And then, of course, the Bewitching Spirit to pour a little bit of salt on that wound comes down and gets rid of one of those last two cards in hand. So Aurelia sitting on an empty board, no units in play, just a pair of boots in base with two cards in hand, already feeling the sting, the pressure from Bradykin's constant control with this Ezreal list.
And I mean, not only with this Aurelia being drawn out here with almost no safeguards, this does feel like a Bradykin take, right? Like you have to sit there and kind of go, you already saw the hand strength, right? Like you already saw that strength, and you don't have the buildup that an Aurelia really does want to have. So for BCAT, you're basically top decking for your life here, if you can. I mean, is there any real response? You got 3 runes up and available, 8 total for the future events, but you know the weight's coming into you here very, very shortly. What other safeguards do you possibly have that you can't play right now? Like I would want to see a GA come down and just be like, yeah, attach, just play safe. We know some weight's being thrown at us here in about like 2 minutes.
Yeah, just some sort of extra insurance here, not to be completely shields down with our chosen champ, our carry, if you will, for this deck, just having to hope and pray that it can survive whatever Bradykin has in store for it in the following turn is not necessarily the best game plan. You typically want to be able to have some kind of insurance for it, as we will now see the Boots of Swiftness equipped to give a little bit of extra might to make perhaps some removal spells in the sense of damage a little bit harder to get there for our Ezreal player, as Bewitching Spirit number 2 comes down to the base and will be taking out a Defiant Dance from Aurelia's hand. And now with that Pack of Wonders, that same Bewitching Spirit will be coming down again.
Hey!
Discipline being played in response. Gonna bump our Aurelia up to 9, of course. Once this resolves, gonna draw that card and then immediately send it to the trash.
Bewitching. Yeah.
So it was the Tide Turner going to the bin, and now Aurelia has no cards in hand and just a lowly Aurelia by herself to deal with, as now Ezreal will once again come down. Our Prodigy will discard to draw 2, gets rid of one of those 2 Thousand Tail Watchers we got a peek at before, and it's top deck mode for here on out for our Aurelia player.
Riftbound is the only game where you see an ADC be in full control of a top laner. Like, this is the only game where you watch an ADC manhandle a top lane champion, and it is brutal.
This is classic Ez.
It is classic. It is classic. I understand that, but the League of Legends player in me is just like, oof, oof.
Yeah, this is League classic Ez, frozen mallet.
Oh, that's true. Wait, that is so real. That's so real. It's Blue Ezreal. We got classic League back, and that's why Bradykin's got the buff. Let's go.
Yeah. Blue Ezreal, and how fitting that he is a blue purple legend as well. As now Fizz comes down, we'll be getting a stacked deck, and this is where you really are sitting there as the Aurelia player saying, please no Starcross, please no Starcross. You know that Starcross means this Aurelia is headed to the trash, and it looks like, as we see 3 runes tapped, will that be the Starcrossed? No, it's Treasure Trove, actually.
Boy.
Treasure Trove
Nope.
coming down. And now that play is not available. Only 5 runes left. Can't do the infamous Star-Crossed into replay Bewitching. But Turn to Dust does come
Oh.
down. So
Oh,
no more boots.
no.
Really just twisting the knife in Aurelia, making sure she has nothing left to hold on to, as one Bewitching Spirit will come over to the Frozen Fortress and score us up to 3. A second pack will be deployed to return that spirit to hand. And this is just classic Ezreal control at work, just putting you through the blender.
Ever heard of rinse and repeat? This is it. Have you ever heard of the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? Unfortunately, in this situation, there is no insanity to speak of because this is as clean as it gets. Bradykin on the cusp of wiping out yet another piece of the pie as we get to see the Fizz played down with another stacked deck. Close to 9 cards in hand with nearly all the runes available to play for it as well. This is show-stoppingly good from Bradykin.
Yeah, this is the position that you dream of being in when you play a deck like this, and when you're at the drawing board and you're coming up with your game plan. This is exactly where you envision it ending up. You're just sitting at looking at your opponent across from you with no cards in hand, looking at the scowl on their face as they are no doubtedly wishing evil things upon you in their mind.
Look at his face even. Look at his face. How are you carrying 3 packs, bro? Your back cannot hold that. Okay, your back is probably like pretty dang strong with this side, but my God, man.
Yeah, I don't even know what you could dream of having to get you out of this scenario as Aurelia. But this, of course, is the finals. So our players making sure they go down to the very last minute and fight with every breath that they have, as now will be a conquer at the Abandoned Hall, bringing us up to 4. Now Aurelia being chosen off the Abandoned Hall. Thanks to that, Find Your Center will activate the Blade Dancer ability to ready our Fervent, bring us up to 7 might. Another copy of Find Your Center coming down, only costing us 1 thanks to Ezreal being at that 5 score. Now a second Stellacorn will at long last join the fray, and we finally have a base that's worth talking about a little bit, but unfortunately, I think we can see that this is not going to end well with the Watcher Bellows combo coming down. That is all she wrote for this game number 1, more than likely be a full board wipe, and I think Aurelia can pack it up, but might have just to let our Ezreal player do it the old-fashioned way, come across and win with the 8-point victory condition instead of scooping it up to game 2, being a good sport, even though I know if this were me, I would have scooped long ago.
I would have scooped at turn 5 once I saw the first Bewitching Spirit and I had like everything still to play. I would have been like, I'm good. I already know you hit literally everything in your hand. What you got? Show the card. No, he didn't show the card. All right, scoop is done. B-Cat doing very well, but so far struggling here against Bradykin, who has pure mastery over this Ezreal deck. I'm very excited to see if there is going to be any sideboard shenanigans. I mean, what do you even sideboard in if you're a B-Cat to deal with Bradykin?
Yeah, I kind of wish that we got to see a little
like
bit
outside
more.
of Adaptatron, let's be honest.
Yeah. I kind of wish that we got to see a little bit more of that semifinals game, since we did go to game 3 in that set. Obviously, Aurelia was able to come away with a victory at some point in that match, and I kind of wonder what exactly had to transpire for that to happen, because as it stands now, after seeing that game 3 and now this game 1 from Bradykin, it seems like this deck is just tailor-made to stop Aurelia from doing what she wants to do.
I'm wondering, taking a little bit longer here in the sideboard action as well. I wonder if Bradykin is also a little bit worried about some of that in. We saw a lot of the amazing removal that was prioritized, but will there be a shift in how you bring about some of that removal tactic? Having a double on the Watchers is always good in hand, but we'll see Targon's Peak as well as Sigil of the Storm being dropped down. Frozen Fortress, Sigil of the Storm, we all know it's coming, but for an Aurelia, you're just like, I hate you. I never want to see you ever again. That's what I'm seeing here.
Now we start the game off with the Scuttle Crab for Aurelia, the tried and true,
Much
your
better.
favorite turn one
better.
play. But
It
just as
immediately
you were
broke.
able to draw a card, we're gonna say, how about you put one of those to the trash? Actually, you're not gonna get away with free draws on my watch. Now Targon's Peak gonna be the conquer for Aurelia. Gonna get that ready of 2 runes at the end of the turn. So if we do tap out for the Stellacorn this time, we'll at least have some runes up to play defense, but instead it'll just be the Boots of Swiftness coming down.
I mean, that's gonna be the cover here. Drop that, and then you recognize if a Pack of Wonders comes out, you're just I'm going to scoop. I would scoop immediately. But if a Pack of Wonders decides to come down, that's a setup that you're so happy about. You start destroying B-Cat's hand pretty much, but instead, you say, let's go ahead and Bewitching Spirit this. Very, very quickly, you take out that Scuttle, drop it on in, but I love the call here. A Discipline as easy as possible, but a turn of a rune and then discussed against. Okay, there's a Stupefy. I was wondering what was going on in their mind, wondering what they were deciding to do, but the Stupefy makes sense. You still went out, and now you show the hand, and there is the Pack of One. I hate life, bro. I hate everything over there. I do not. I wish to never run into Bradykin ever. Like, this is a rude deck to watch. I know I've seen it for like the last few RQs as well. I hate it all, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I like this deck, honestly.
I know you do. I've seen what you play. You don't get it. You know?
I'm like watching this like chef's kiss. Look at Brady can just run the table with this amazing control. But I know very well from being across from it myself, playing other decks, just how miserable of an experience it can be to deal with. So I still extend my sympathies. But, you know, Aurelia's been dominant for so long. It's about time someone takes her down a peg or two. So now we'll see whether or not this early deploy of a Stellacorn with the Boots of Swiftness will start to build back this hand and give us a little bit more breathing room compared to last game. So will be the move on up to Targon's Peak, get that Conquer, scoring us up to 2. But is there anything to keep the Stellacorn alive in hand, crucially, because we are going to need this thing to keep going quite a while to give us enough space to not have to deal with what we went through in that first game.
All right. Treasure Trove recalled. Now comes the good old faithful Bewitching Spirit. All right, let's throw out another card. What do we got? Or is there a response? Maybe. We have seen some responses before from an Aurelia being able to play a card that they were thinking of discarding, but then being able to kind of twist it in a way that does work. But unfortunately, it's that ride the wind, just a lot of that safety taken out. And a Vex setup in the back line. I appreciate this from Bradykin. I think we saw it in the tail end of game 3 in the top 4. Kind of like it here.
Yeah, but this is big for our Aurelia player BCAP finally getting some much needed respite from the endless control of Ezreal. Bradykin constantly keeping him from being able to get a foothold established, but now after that last turn, getting to keep this Stellacorn alive relatively unharmed, unscathed, it means we do get to score up to 4 here off the gank on over to the Sigil of the Storm. But notably, more crucially, that means we're going to start getting some more draws. So really trying to keep our hand as plentiful as we can to not fall victim to the endless barrage of bewitching spirits, as now we have the 3 runes up on defense to try to keep this Stellacorn herder alive. Unless, of course, we want to go for something like maybe an On Guard or some form of cheap spell to maybe move the Stella back to base and make it a little bit harder for Ezreal to deal with.
A little, as we see the hand just continue to compile for him. It's a little bit is truly a fantastic way to place it. As we get to see the Conquer, Targon's Peak will allow a float at the end of 2 energy. Or not a float, I should say, but a re-up of 2 runes once you spend them all here. And for this Prodigal Explorer, a lot of options available. Do you go with the standard route of that Bewitching Spirit extra with the toss down, or do you wish to develop your base a little bit more? Last time in game 1, we saw a triple pack plus a treasure trove plus just about everything else. And it looks like we are going for a more direct route. Quick punch to the back of the head, dropping that Celicorn down to 4 and waiting for a bit of extra damage with that ready uppance. And you will look to convert and take over. 3 runes up, though. Coming in for BCAT has a plethora of cards that you could use to amp if you have them.
Yeah, we'll
There it
see
is.
the Sig spell come down. So Defiant Dance going to offer us the +2, bring us back up to 6 might here. But we will have to pay through the deflect if we want to use that -2 on our Vex. But it looks like we're not going to go for it. We don't want to lose the rune, so just going to give the -2 on over to Fizz and leave it at 6-4 and hope that that's enough to get the job done. But the mutating
we saw
horror
this.
comes to play once again, as we saw in the previous game, will come down. And thanks to that isolation buff, will go up to 6 and generate us 2 XP. But a nicely timed flash can get this Stellacorn out of here, so long as it isn't met by a hard bargain. Or perhaps a Starcross, in fact.
Okay, so multiple interactions going down here. So that was an exchange of burning multiple safeguards here, I will say, from BCAT's end. And Bradykin actually ended up developing appropriately and then drawing that, drawing the Bewitching Spirit back to hand without having to use the Pack of Wonders. Granted, Pack of Wonders wasn't utilized, but I do like what Bradykin did, because even with all those exchanges, you didn't really lose out. Now you developed a Kha'Zix, now you have a greater ability to cover on a battlefield, and there's nothing on the table for BCAT. BCAT is essentially stuck at these 4 points for quite a few turns, depending on how much removal Bradykin has available to them. A force of the Aurelia chosen champion to come out.
Yeah, and we can see it accelerated effectively here with the boots equip, but obviously that would be a little bit overzealous, I'd have to say, in terms of trying to attack this Sigil of the Storm, especially given that right now
Well, isn't Vex apathetic?
Oh
he wouldn't
yeah,
be able
we
to do
can't
anything this
even
turn,
do
right?
that thanks to Vex apathetic. You're correct. Yeah, there's nothing happening here except for an equip just to give us a little bit extra might to make it slightly harder to remove the Aurelia, being at that 6 might with the deflect, and then Azanya's thrown down alongside it to make sure that in the event that you can kill her, she will come right back. So just a defensive posturing in the base right now for our Blade Dancer as she sets up to try to make that attack in the following turn. But Bradykin more than likely going to spend this turn making that extra difficult, as now Fizz comes down.
No,
and we'll be
that's
replaying
so
that
mean.
Star-Crossed on a tapped out Aurelia. Can't
That's so
defy
mean.
that. Aurelia's going back to the head. And this is just what you don't want to see if you're the Aurelia fan here.
Oh, that's so rude, bro. No! It's coming. The tsunami's coming. The purple and blue wave of destruction of a hand. It's coming. I don't like this. I know we're already here, Mr. Plus. I know that we're here, but you and I both know that Aurelia being played with so many cards in hand means that you don't have a lot of great units to also play out here. And for BCAT, even though you have 7 cards in hand, it feels like you maybe have 2 to start this off, and that is a horrendous feeling to be sitting at.
Yeah, the constant need to equip and pay power costs has kept our rune total kind of at bay, I guess you could say, here for Aurelia. Sitting here with only 8 runes, will now throw down our Akali Silence. So this is the card that we were hoping to see a lot sooner to give us the ability to not get constantly removed by Ezreal spells. As now this is our mini pseudo camel for Aurelia as it sits here in the back row, unable to be targeted. Should give us a little bit of opportunity to potentially start to make a comeback in the following turn. But now we're in this position where Bradykin has already got up to 6 points, has that commanding lead, and can go for a lethal next turn. We know that there is a 1,000 Tail Watcher as well lying in wait So this is looking pretty grim, but our Aurelia player is not out of it just yet completely. So we'll have to see if they're able to find a path to victory here as Bradykin just does the tried and true pack trove, get us up to 10 runes, drop down a bewitching spirit, get rid of one more card, get a little less gas in the tank for your push coming into the next turn. But I'm thinking like this might be pretty much over and done with. Bradykin has just played this so well, but don't want to count Aurelia out just yet. Let's see what they can come up with in this next turn as they go on up to 9 runes to start off this final turn after Vex moves back to base.
I'm not gonna lie. I am very impressed that after playing against Bradykin here on turn, I think it's 7 right now, that you still have 6 cards in hand. I'm very impressed for BCAT. Like normally we'd see that at 2. Right, but it is impressive that you are able to play at least a little bit more of your game, so maybe we do get to see that safeguard. As we mentioned, Zanya's is still up. You can equip the boots, go ahead and cover over to Targon's Peak, which will allow you to also try and gain a little extra play in there, so you are going to push yourself to 6 as well. Of course, the problem is you have to leave this Akali on the table, and that's going to be the rough point here. You don't have a choice because of the double conquer. But this is the start, the charm being utilized, drawing in the Kazakhs into a 1v1, slowly eliminating maybe some of those units in play. Now, is there anything with a 1 rune cost? I do not believe so. For Bradykin, we can see the gears turning for BCAT, trying their best to filter out some of these units in Bradykin's base.
Yeah, unfortunately, BCAT would really need to take out the whole board to stand a chance here, as if one unit is left alive, that accelerated watcher coming down and next turn will more than likely be enough to seal the deal for this double conquer, especially with 12 runes being at the disposal of Bradykin after that pack trove from the previous turn. So 5 runes up for the defense on this Akali is not a lot to work with, especially when she'll be taking that -3 from the Thousand Tail Watcher. So a little bit of a dicey situation, and it just got a little dicier as now we'll only have 1 rune available after the deploy of this Stellacorn Herder.
A lot of thinking being done here. A lot of wondering. I'm thinking as well, but I'm thinking about, a little bit of dinner. It's kind of late for me right now, so I'm thinking about something else in there. Honestly, though, this is... how many cards is this? I'm trying to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Is it 10 in hand?
Looks like 10 to me. Yep, 10 cards to 4.
I hate that. I've said this 17 times already in like a span of 10 minutes. Bradykin makes me hate this champion and this legend. Such an impressive play so far, and this is why he's also one of the best. Obviously, here in the Riftbound community, well known and well respected, and how well he dictates a lot of these plays. So I'm loving what we're seeing, and it's only the start once more into the Vendetta meta, which right now is looking more Unleashed flavored in more ways than one.
Yeah, we're still rocking Spirit Forge meta over here with these 2 Spirit Forge leaders. So this is a really interesting turn to see that our finals here in set 4 for this first big win of box tournament is being dominated by our set 2 legends. Of course, we all know how powerful set 2 was and just how much of a explosion that set made on the scene, and that it's been kind of a little bit more of a tone down in the sets following, slowly but surely, trying not to run away with a super power crept game. But in any case, it is our set 2 legends here making our finals what it is, as now Bradykin is getting charmed on over with this Fizz deploy to get rid of our Bewitching Spirit, leaving just the Vex in the base for Ezreal. But like we mentioned earlier, that 1 unit is probably all that is needed to seal the deal here with the Thousand Tail Watcher in hand. And only 1 rune left for Aurelia to play defense with will more than likely not be enough to keep our Akali Silent alive.
Hidden card. It is time. Let's see if we can make the magic happen here. Bradykin, you literally have 17 lines and 11 cards. I trust that you have a way to finish this off. What is it? It's what was I thinking? It's like when you look at a deck of 52 cards, it's like 1 factorial or something. It's like 52 factorial, right? That's what we're looking at here. This is infinite combos coming out to play, and a lot of decisions to be made as well for Bradykin. 12 runes every single, and it starts with a simple recycle of 2. Bellows Breath, easy setup here with only 2 runes available to play. You're not really expecting too much behind. Now, will the hidden card be able to safeguard against some of this damage? That might be the discovery part as well.
Interestingly, choosing to repeat it here, given that you can't target the Akali, it is interesting to see it repeated, as it's more than likely unnecessary, given that the Watcher -3 is enough to clear out these minions here, as will be a Tide Turner in response. So this does save the Stellacorn Herder crucially, as the location being the base for the targeting of that Bellows Breath means can no longer target the Stella once it moves on over to the Targon's Peak. So we get an extra draw off of the deal as well, thanks to that move trigger from the Stella. So hopefully that top deck is just the magic Egyptian god card that our BCAT needs to get out of this situation. But I don't know that that is ever going to be the case. I can't imagine what card exists here to get them out of the situation. Perhaps maybe one last Hail Mary switcheroo could do the trick.
It'd have to be a Hail Mary plus a quarterback sneak or something. It'd have to be quite a bit here, I think.
Yeah, you would need some outside interference. Plus, would have to join in the game and start scrambling their cards around, and
maybe a deflated football in there as well. Just literally, listen, we got to stack it in our favor, right?
Yeah, I'm not feeling too great for BCAT here. It was a great run, but man, this Bradykin deck has just been on fire. You know, going undefeated all the way up into the grand finals is no small feat, but then to just be systematically torn apart by Ezreal in the finals in a very decisive fashion has to be quite a heartbreaking way to end the day. But nevertheless, it was a great performance for Aurelia, as it looks like we are still going through a little bit of rigmarole here on this whole Tide Turner. Gotcha. So we're getting some input that there has been a judge call, thanks to the Bellows Breath that I mentioned earlier, is location dependent. And so we're wondering whether or not this Stellacorn can still be dealt damage from the Bellows Breath after this move from the Tide Turner. I believe that it is not able to, but we'll wait and see what the judges go ahead and give us the ruling on this. But that is the cause for our momentary pause in the action, even though I think on our end here in the booth, Orbital and I have kind of already wrote the check and said that Ezreal is coming away with this one.
Yeah, but it is good to get some of the rulings, because you and I even discussed this a little bit earlier, right? And it's very fun to be able to discuss these, by the way. I very much love watching and discussing a lot of these, because I'm very bad at the game. Surprisingly enough, I'm terrible. I'm still learning the game here and there, but in my eyes, if I'm looking at the Bellows Breath, because the card trigger is specifically this unit at this location, when the card is triggered, especially with the repeat, my eyes are drawn to that Stellacorn doesn't take the damage then, because it's not that unit at that location. Would you agree on that, Mr. Plus?
Yeah, I mean, just based off of how the card reads, it seems that that's how it should be resolved, since it says deal damage to units at the same location. So you can target it while it's at that location, but once it's not there, it's no longer at the same location, so shouldn't be able to do damage to it, at least in my simple third grade reading level of this Bellows Breath. But
No. Listen, 3rd grade ain't enough. You gotta have like you gotta have at least have like junior level. Like that is. You gotta at least have like a junior level. Oh, that's US based. Not that's bad of me. We're looking at 11th grade at least. You gotta be up there in the reading process.
Yeah, we're gonna head on over to the booth real quick. Take a little bit of a pause as we allow this judge call to be resolved. And it looks like
Hello, everyone.
Just gonna say a quick hi. In light of this travesty being inflicted upon BCAT,
Jeez,
look at these guys. I got some Aurelias for you, BCAT, if you want them.
Oh my gosh!
I'm trying to get rid of these. This was the best pre-rift I've ever had. I've never pulled anything good out of pre-rifts before, and this time around I was able to get 2 Aurelias. So I'm on the move.
Hold on. Hold on. I don't normally do this, but since we got a pause, I want you to put those up on stream. Can you put those up on stream? I want that on the camera. I want to see what you got, man. I want to see this.
Yeah, the double Aurelia.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty.
Yeah.
I think, let me go see what I have. I got, I had some fun on my end, too.
Nice.
I also got lucky. I have a lot to pull, but I pulled very, very happily. I got, let me see. I have, my Kaisa Crystal Rose #1.
Nice,
I got the Akali over
our
number,
action's back, Orbital. They've
yes,
resolved
it
the
is.
judge ruling.
It is. Let's
We've
go.
gone back in, and it looks like the Bella's Breath was allowed to go through. The Stellacorn is gone. In fact, everything's gone. It's just Akali by herself now. So I think we might have missed maybe a little bit extra development there. A Fizz was deployed. I see a gold here, so Wages of Pain was also played at some point.
Well, that was to clear out the board, right?
Yeah, so
looking back at it,
yeah,
thankfully we can actually read what happened, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say we can go by the play-by-play over here. So we did have the Bella's Breath played, and
then Fizz Trickster for Wages
played
of Pain.
for acceptable losses. Actually, Fizz was just played, and is playing acceptable losses. It looks like
to get rid of the boots. Yeah, that makes sense.
A little bit difficult to read the chain of events here on Rift Atlas. I'm new to Rift Atlas, as we discussed prior to hopping into this. This is my first foray using Rift Atlas. I'm a TCG Arena one trick, but we are seeing now the Defiant Dance come down and give the victory in combat over to Akali. Will give us a Brett. Wow, what? Wait a minute. Did we just see this game punted away? Is that what just happened right now?
I think it was.
Did we caster curse this game? Maybe Bradykin really wanted us to get a game 3 for the finals. Good guy Bradykin felt bad about the beatdown he just allowed or dished out onto BCAT there. So took the line that gave us a game 3. Give it up for Bradykin. If you wanted to see some more Ezreal control, he's got you covered. We're going into a game number 3 in these finals.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to figure this out because it was a very interesting mix-up in there because we saw the Akali be able to survive thanks to the Defiant, and there wasn't anything else in the tank, so you were able to double conquer in that scenario, but it did feel like maybe Bradykin just kind of dropped the ball. At the same time, maybe not the cards in hand that you really wanted. We know, especially in the Ezreal deck, there are a lot of lines, but maybe in this position you didn't have the great removal and the runes to play it as well. So tough times. Very tough times.
Said it best. Literally, intentionally feeding. He entered.
No. We're not gonna say that here. This is very intentional. Everyone, okay, well, not intentional feeding, but looking at the next, it's Sunken Temple and Haisho, Shell of the World, one of our first Vendetta new battlefields.
And a great one against Aurelia, being that it disables, but you ignore deflect when playing spells and abilities, choosing something here, so makes that Fervent not want to sit at this battlefield for any kind of hold, as then they will be easier to punish. And this is a cool new battlefield being added, like you said, in Vendetta that hopefully we'll get to see some more of. One definitely that seems to be pointed in the direction of Aurelia hate more so than quite a few decks, as there will be now a Scuttle Crab plus an Akali Silent on the board for Aurelia this time. And Akali not really caring about high show, doesn't mind having this deflect being ignored because she doesn't have it. She just has her hex proof as long as she's not in combat. So Ezreal now on the opposite side of the board has deployed their own chosen champ, gotten us a draw off of the Ezreal effect, off of the back of some stupefies. So just setting up a little bit here for Ezreal. Bradykin off to a slower start than in the past. We didn't get our pack bewitching starter, so maybe a decent chance this time around for Aurelia.
I could see it. I mean, when you're looking at this level of a certain play, I mean, for BCAT, this reset is going to help a lot. But Wages Pain coming out, dropping a little bit of damage directly on the head. If this is the swap, but the Defy immediately answered. So, for Bradykin, already starting to not mill through, that's a terrible line to use right now. Being able to start drawing a lot of those Defies away and being able to give yourself a chance and a half for that position. Quick rush in though, Ezreal actually doing some of the damage this time, not from the back lines, but from the front, looking to take out that one little scuttle with 5 runes up, by the way, and there's a Defiant kind of expected out here.
Yeah, Defiant Dance coming down and no answer from Braid. Oh, wait, never mind. Just the tried and true. Couldn't put the might counter on. Instead, I accidentally discarded my unit. But it will be 2-1 now, as the Stupefy is going to be the answer from Bradykin to bring it down to 1-1. Ezreal still poised to get taken out by a Scuttle Crab, which is probably the most troll thing your bottom lane could ever do, is walk into the river and somehow die to Scuttle. I don't even know if that's possible, but Ezreal has somehow achieved that feat, as the Prodigy has now been sent to the bin, and we will see a pack Trove be deployed, utilized immediately, and Trove then redeployed. So just setting up a little bit of ramp to get to our late game a little bit faster and try and deal with this board of Akali Silent and Aurelia Fervent in the base.
I mean, the build-up's a little bit better than we expected, I think, in a lot of times. But again, you're looking at that hand strength. This is Bradykin really setting themselves up for success if they can develop, if they can get units on the board, if they can slow down this Aurelia from getting all the way to 6 points once more. And with no gears in hand, this would be the best time. If you have some of those removals, send it right now with 2 runes up. You know some small change can come out, but there's a lot of weight that you can send, and that's just a straight up Mind Splitter being dropped with double Defiant in there and a lot of extra value. So no units to play. Defy, double Defiant, Crumbling Sands, ride the wind, plus a Discipline. A lot to think about removing.
Oops, all spells. Aurelia has all spells in hand. It will be the Discipline chosen. You think that's a little bit pointed, being that this is a discard deck. Let me get rid of that card that draws you cards. And we are now having to play around all of these spells that we are aware of, but quite a few strong spells in the hand of Aurelia to play around. So has his work cut out for him, as now it will be a pass on over back to Aurelia, who's sitting at 3-0 currently. And after this score on the Sunken Temple, we'll go up to 4. Going to use that Battlefield Conquer effect to get us a draw. Keep our hand up nice and high so that we don't have to fall victim to Bewitching Spirit loops. Now will we see the Akali go over to the Heisho and get that 5th point, or will it just hang back and try to stay safe in the base and leave up our 8 runes for defense?
I think leaving the runes up might be the way to go, but of course with a huge turn here, it is going to be a little bit of an eyes for BCAT. BCAT, what are you thinking here? Good tap out, but the next turn can be hefty. Do you wish to also look to conquer over on the high show? Do you wish to go for that shell play and maybe get a little extra value to push yourself towards 5? And you are going ahead and pushing on in, giving yourself that extra point difference. And I'm guessing you have that flash in hand to draw back if necessary, or extra value from the top deck. Obviously, we looked at the Mind Split earlier, but top decks can always be a game changer.
No doubt about that, as we go on over to 5 points for Aurelia now, with Bradykin sitting on 11 runes, has quite a bit of room to work with, as we're going to start off with that pack on the Trove, bringing us up to our 12th and final rune. And that's a whopping, what is that, 11 cards in hand currently? 12 cards in hand currently. Just a massive hand, just holding almost a third of his entire deck in his hand right now, as looking at a Aurelia Fervent and an Akali at each battlefield with 8 runes up to play defense. It is no easy feat to get through these two. Obviously, Akali can't even be selected. It's going to have to go down in combat, which seems to be the play here, as Mind Splitter will go in to start us off and be joined alongside by the Mutating Horror. Getting that +2 thanks to the isolated Akali will be a grand total of 13 might here for Ezreal against the 4 might of Akali. But we are really quickly going to be answering back with a Defiant Dance. Of course, Bradykin, being aware of that card in hand, thanks to the Defiant Dance, more than likely has taken all of these cards into account in doing his math, and is going to play around them as efficiently as possible. But that Defiant Dance will net a kill on over to this Kha'Zix if Bradykin has nothing further to keep it alive.
I think when we're looking at this, it's I mean, there's plenty to play, but for BCAT, you are just buffing up to make sure there's not an extra transfer on the other end. You know that there could be some plays, there could be some movements around, so you need to keep your main star alive. Other eyes out, waiting for the payments, I think, as well, as you triggered and possibly have found a way to trade out that Kha'Zix, who has been seen as a detriment, can be very frustrating to play against and deal with outside of the Mind Slitter, the big beef boy in that same vein. But options currently laid out with that Defiance, and it will be turned over. The finish is there, and it is a win for Bradykin with the Mind Splitter still on the table.
Yeah, no Stupefy or anything to come down and try to keep our Kha'Zix alive, just allowing it to get traded away by that Akali, now tapping 4 runes. Let's see what the play will be here. Still has to deal with this Aurelia somehow. I'm going to go ahead and untap those 4, reconsider our options, and this is a big turn. If we can get this this Aurelia off the board this turn, that'll be a huge boon for the future of this game for our Ezreal player, for Bradykin. But if he cannot, I think this might be the turning point where Aurelia can come away with a huge comeback in this set after what looked like a swift 2-0. Now scoring up to 6 off this hold is threatening lethal the very next turn. Will we see the upset with the Blade Dancer taking it in game 3?
I mean, we know there's a lot of setup. Akali comes right back out, saying hello, the second copy, I believe. And it will be a scuttle play, so developing a hefty backline board. Now, we've seen this change very quickly. If we see something like a Watcher come down, especially with the Bellows Breath, we've seen a lot of these excess maneuvers being utilized. Stupefy is obviously off the table, so you can't really reduce. All 3 of those have been utilized unless you got a Fizz in the hand, which we assume is there. There's a recycle of 1 and a recycle of 2. What's dropping on our heads here will be the Bellows. Very, very quick adjustment here once more. 4 up. BCAT has done this before, which got them here to game 3. Do you have some way to save your units?
Once again, opting to repeat the Bellows Breath, and time needing to pay through the deflect of the Aurelia here, as it will be met with a Defy. So given that this was, I mean, it looked as though it was repeated, unless, oh no, he's floating 1 energy, so it was not repeated. It was only casted 1 time, so the second recycle was actually paying for the deflect. Of course, that was then hit with the Defy, so no Bella's Breath coming down to get this Scuttle Crab and the Aurelia knocked down a peg. Now, Bradykin going to have to find another way to try and answer this back line, as it'll be a Bewitching Spirit joining the Mind Splitter down at the Heisho Shell of the World, the little brother successor to Mind Splitter. I know Mind Splitter was the set 1 hand discard menace, and now we have just this little 3-mana bird spirit coming down, doing his job for him for quite a bit cheaper and maybe not as good getting to look at the hand and pick what it is. But when you can just play it over and over again, thanks to this pack of wonders, this little guy might end up doing more work than a mind splitter.
Yeah, we could see it. It could be very, very hefty in the card removal, but so far BCAT has the cards out, and that's what you're hoping to play for, of course. We are still waiting for Bradykin. What more do you want to do? It's a full stack onto the Hay Show, making sure that that Turtle's back will be heavy, heavy with battle. A lot of units can be played, but 5 cards currently in the hands for BCAT. Let's see the magic happen. 5 on the Aurelia as per usual. Another 6 could be used if the Akali decides to swing in, but that Scuttle Crab going over to the Sunken Temple might be another play as well, just to get a point on the board and then look for the finale at the very end. BCAT, a chance to steal here and secure victory, or have their board wiped on the next turn is all I can really think of.
Yeah, we see now 10 runes, probably the highest rune total we've seen Aurelia be allowed to get to this set. Sitting here contemplating their path to victory. This is, of course, the 6-point turn, so they can go for a game this turn if they're able to get that double conquer, but they have to get through a combined total of 13 might at the Hay Show currently. Of course, Akali, upon moving in, will be at 6. Aurelia, no stranger to getting buffed to all high heavens thanks to her own ability, so the potential to get the might up there is high, but 8 runes being left open for Bradykin on defense is nothing to disregard either. So this is going to be a real battle of wits here, and who can make the best approach in this, as it will be the first move is the Akali going on over to the Sunken Temple. Going to get that +2 for moving to a battlefield, making us above that mighty threshold for the Sunken Temple. Will we choose to spend that 1 resource on a draw? Looks like that may be the play here. Going to dig 1 deeper into the deck. No, actually, in fact, it will not be the Sunken Temple.
I think they're just kind of deciding here, as for BCAT, a lot on the line here, amping up this Akali to make sure it's a close to a might v might battle. This is one of those moments that almost you wish there was a Moonfall. Like, if I had Moonfall, if I had something like that, that would have been great. But unfortunately, that is very much champion locked behind the Diana. There's going to be a turn of 2 once more. An adjustment being made by BCAT. What do you wish to angle towards? As a flash to draw them back. Move up to 2 units. It's only 1, so you tag that Akali and then turn the Blade Dancer or the Aurelia to re-ready, I think is what you're trying to do here. Oh, not paid yet, though. Unless I'm crazy.
Looks like we paid 4 runes in total so far. So 1 for the draw, 1 for the ready
Did
of
you
the
recycle
Blade
as
Dancer.
well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
recycle for the ready on the Aurelia. Or sorry, on the the ready for as we now. Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't know that you could actually sequence that way. I must admit, that is pretty cool to see that he was able to go in there, get that conquer on the Sunken Temple, and then cast Flash in response to the Aurelia trigger to move the Akali back to base, and then pay the 1 off of the conquer to ready the Aurelia, and then ready the
ready the Akali again, right?
I got a little tripped up in the ordering of that, but yeah, I know how that went down, and it was cool. And I just want to say that I'm a big fan of flashy plays like that. So I'm really hoping that this works out, as now we moved in with just the Akali and the Scuttle Crab here, left the Aurelia behind, is going to get a Star-Crossed out of Bradykin.
Final little pick, Star-Crossed, happy about that current position. Who are you forcing back? Obviously, it should be the Akali, I'm thinking. But, yeah, there it goes. Bye-bye. An attempt has been made, and that just stalled out, I think, everything BCAT was hoping to do. That was that turn 1 attempt. At the same time, though, if you get the chance, you can go ahead and float that Aurelia over and look to try and hold against and be a little bit of annoying at the same time. Other side is, you leave it. Bradykin has a very long road ahead once more, and as long as you threaten a double conquer, those battlefields will be very, very testy at the end. Lists plus acceptable losses, quite a few extras. Pack of Wonders, we saw that earlier. Hard Bargain, a Fizz, a stacked deck. This is a lot in the bank and a lot of different lines, but I'm looking at it. I don't think it's anything directly able to kind of delete this Aurelia off the back foot.
Yeah, and
well, I
kind of
say that,
impressive
and
to
hold
see
on.
10 unique cards in hand, not a single
Yeah.
duplicate to be seen. Just 10 different one-ofs, which is crazy to think about in a vacuum. But obviously, none of these cards are not none of them, but most of these cards are probably not one-ofs within the list, but still interesting hand texture to see here. And Aurelia making sure to take note of everything at Bradykin's disposal. BCAT needs to be able to navigate around this big horde of cards in hand. Only 5 runes, of course, left to spend here. And now that they know that there is the star crossed in hand, can more than likely bet that they have the means to play around it. I believe when we saw the hand off the Mind Splitter earlier, there was that Defy, as well as a Crumbling Sands, which means both are online now thanks to spells being played. Or that Starcross was not played this, it was played this turn, yeah. So Crumbling Sands and Defy both live now.
And a Defiant. Doubling up. Heavy Force here.
This
There it
might
is.
be
Tag a
enough.
Defiant. Yeah, I mean, unless there's a major response on the back end, another Starcross will be able to force them away. But that Defiant is... I mean, this is constant. I feel like this wave of onslaughts. So you drop the Mind Splitter down. I think that's what Bradykin is kind of looking at. Are you forced to Starcross? Are you forced to deliver that kind of justice in the back end? I think that might be it if you want to save this game 3.
Wondering whether or not utilizing Hard Bargain here could potentially be worth,
Ooh.
just because of how much might this Defiant Dance represents. Obviously, the selection and the ready already took
No.
place, so they get the 2 might regardless, but will be now Starcross coming down. But I think we have to, I mean, we have to know that the Defy and the Crumbling
right,
are
the
already
Crumbling.
there. But Crumbling does come down, and now Crumbling will get answered by the Hard Bargain.
There it is. You don't have enough.
But the Hard Bargain should be answered by the Defy, unless the Defy was already used and I forgot. I guess it was. So Hard Bargain will stop the Crumbling Sands, which means that the Starcross should resolve and get this Aurelia out of here.
Yeah, this is a lot being exchanged. Heavy chain, which you've seen before, being utilized by Bradykin. They've done this before back in the second series or the semifinal series as well. And you are able to survive. Now, granted, your board state is looking way weaker. You have to develop early, and developing on a singular battlefield might be the call here. But that was a very big swing by BCAT, and now down to only 4 runes. A double conquer is kind of out of the question for you at this moment, unless you develop even more. You can relay down the Akali and Aurelia, but it's a full turn setup. This is Bradykin digging deep in the trenches, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, Aurelia, BCAT, they're really tanked an astronomical amount of runes away that turn. Got to remember that he started that turn off with 10 runes ready, and now is sitting on 4 runes with just a Fizz on board. And you have to wonder whether or not he played right into Bradykin's hands there and may have just forfeited away the giant lead that he had, as now Bewitching Spirit going to come down and start to pick apart this hand. We know Aurelia is one of the 4 cards. Now we have that Pack of Wonders as well to get an extra card out of the hand should we so desire. But in any case, it was actually the Aurelia discarded off of the Bewitching Spirit. So has the idea that Aurelia will not be the key to victory here. Going to try to bank on that Akali Silent that should be one of these last 3 cards in hand as well. So all of a sudden, what went from a pretty strong position for BCAT has once again having them looking like they're in dire straits, as that Bewitching Spirit will be redeployed to the Hay Show, and a Stellacorn Herder will be the discard this time around. So 9 Might defending the Heisho. Now with that Vex added to the mix, that'll be 13 Might defending, with the stun, of course, being live. So no hasting anybody out this turn. And I think we might have gotten ourselves back into a state of control for Bradykin.
It took a little bit longer, but I do appreciate the plays here. Now it is a turn in. Quick draw of the card. Sunken Temple will not really be utilized, of course, but you do get that extra card. So what were you able to pick up? Is there a way to build up momentum once more? We obviously know the Akali and the Aurelia's in. Are you just developing? Yes, you are. Akali plays down for the moment. It will be held. And keep in mind, looking at the discards, we are looking at 2 Defies already being played, all 3 Defiant Dances. Pretty much all your safety is gone here. Find Your Center was obviously discarded as well. All of these have been taken out. So not much remaining really for BCAT in this attempt at survival, but a stack over on Sunken Temple with a hidden card as well is going to force Bradykin to have to respond. Bradykin, what you got? It is, as you said before, Mr. Plus, that 1,000-tailed watcher screaming on down to put everyone at 1, and with only 2 runes available, I think we know what exactly is coming out next. Big swing in Sonya's Hourglass. Who are you going to save? Makes me think the Akali would be the better choice at this moment.
Time for a true display of skill as the 1,000-tail watcher comes down, goes to clear the board away. We see the reaction come out with the deploy of the Zanyas, but of course we're still in combat, so that acceptable losses will be utilized within the showdown to take that Zanyas down, which means both those units are going down with it, and it is a clear board for our Aurelia player BCAT, down to 1 final card in hand after a second Bewitching Spirit is thrown down. And I think this time we can safely say that Bradykin locked it up, but with still 3 more points to score, might not be over just yet, but I'm going to have to say that that might be a scoop here as the hand is revealed. Yeah. And that is the concession from Aurelia. So BCAT has fallen in the grand finals of our tournament today, and it will be Bradykin as our victor, the champion of this Vendetta tournament.
Very, very well done. The triple win-a-box will go over to Bradykin, someone that is very accomplished, but also very stellar in how they play. BCAT, though, phenomenal attempt here, undefeated throughout the regular, and falling to someone like Bradykin, someone of their caliber, I think is very respectable at the end. A huge appreciation to everyone who turned out as well. We had a lot of players showing up. Obviously, we didn't get to showcase as much of Vendetta as maybe we wish here in the top echelons, in the top cut, but it was still very fun nonetheless. Competitive Riftbound will continue to explore and be very entertaining throughout its entirety.
Yeah, a great set of games there. We saw maybe a slight charity given there in that game number 2, but it was returned back in game number 3 as Bradykin closes us out with a very dominating performance from this Ezreal Controlist, which, at least from what we've seen so far, didn't even seem to feature any new cards from Vendetta.
Yeah, it was, I mean, we talked about it before. We know that speed is kind of the name of the game, and I don't think anything inside of purple blue, outside of maybe some of the more banishy cards, could be utilized, but you know, who's to say? Maybe it's a little bit too close to the release that, hey, didn't want to lab out anything crazy just yet, but only time will tell. Either way, very much congratulations to Bradykin on their victory, and it was a treat at the end of the day. So, Mr. Plus, any final thoughts in there? And if not, where can we find you on the socials as we kind of close out our evening?
Yeah, thank you again for the great broadcast. I can see over on Twitch you've been going for just about over 11 hours plus, so kudos to you for putting on yet another great event. It was awesome to watch and be a part of here at the end, seeing it closed out by Bradykin in a very fun and bewitching spirit-dominated fashion. Was a great time, and always great casting with you, Orbital. So thank you guys all for your time. If you want to see more of me, I'm at the Mr. Plus on all my socials. socials. And if you want to hear me rant about Riftbound on a weekly basis, you can check out our podcast I have with a couple of buddies of mine over at Conquer and Climb on YouTube.
Yeah. Huge shout out there. Also, a big shout out if you are here watching it and enjoying the stream, please give a lot of love to Plus RB. Runes of Rift is obviously a massive tournament here. We had so many of you watching. I believe at one point we were looking at over 200, 250 people. Big shout out, please, to Plus RB for putting this all on and making sure we have a home to constantly play and enjoy this this TCG that has definitely taken over my life a little bit more than I would wish. You can follow them on here on Twitch. You can also take a look at the socials on Twitter or X, and then also I believe on the YouTube side where all these VODs will be posted in the future. Please go ahead, give a follow over there, and comment, leave us some of your thoughts on how these matches are going, as well as how Vendetta is putting out. Not only that, my name is Orbital. You can find me on the socials at Orbital_casting. I'm on Twitch as well, but don't worry about that one. That's a whole different state of play. We just want to say thank you to tuning in and enjoying Riftbound with us. Congratulations again, Bradykin, for winning the Vendetta for Runes and Rift Vendetta Triple Win-a-Box tournament here this evening. We will catch you all in the next.